Volume 1, Chapter 388, Enlightenment of Human Tribulations. Who am I? In truth, it matters little. Luo Wushuang neither affirmed nor denied, continuing to smile, in a certain sense. Our objectives are temporarily aligned, thus you need not harbor such intense animosity towards me. With a gentle shake of his head, he chuckled softly. Since we have crossed paths, it is a matter of fate. I find myself intrigued by your celestial techniques. Would you indulge me in a lesson? Teach you? Tianjizi appeared uncertain of his intentions. It seems you possess knowledge that surpasses mine. Why would you require instruction in my humble craft? Do not belittle yourself, Luo Wushuang remarked with a touch of sentiment. Though your lineage may be diminished, it has not vanished, which speaks volumes of your capabilities. If I wish to achieve my goals, I must refrain from excessively relying on your power. As he spoke, the celestial light in his eyes gradually faded, his gaze becoming as profound and distant as the starry sky, elusive and unfathomable. What if I choose not to teach? Tianjizi met his gaze directly. A game, perhaps? Luo Wushuang chuckled lightly, extending his right hand. Without employing celestial arts on your part, and without utilizing my cultivation on mine, guess whether the essence crystal in my hand is 1 or 2. If you guess correctly, I shall take my leave. If not, you must teach me. How about that? Not far away, Meiyan blinked. Is this a jest? Such a trivial game. Even a child would refuse to play. Is it truly entertaining? Indeed, Tianjizi pondered, showing no sign of disdain for such a seemingly simple game. Either 1 or 2. Fair and reasonable, extraordinarily straightforward. Rare indeed, Luo Wushuang smiled sincerely. You are the first to understand me. What is it that you truly desire? I wish to break free. Luo Wushuang lifted his gaze to the heavens once more, a fleeting and inexplicable emotion crossing his eyes, soon replaced by resolve. You are correct. Tianjizi remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Our aims are indeed temporarily in sync. He glanced at Luo Wushuang's right hand. No need to guess. I shall teach you. Meanwhile, at the Fang family residence, in a quiet chamber, the patriarch Fang Luan glared at the silent Fang Xing, his voice laced with rage. My son cannot have died in vain. Our resources must not fall into the hands of the Fu family, and that wretched creature deserves to perish. Our Fang family has never endured such a grave loss. This vendetta must be avenged. It had been over 10 days since the fateful duel. The sword young master was dead. Sacred herbs, semi-sacred herbs, extraordinary substances, all lost. A reckless gamble had cost the Fang family a significant portion of their assets. Were it not for Fang Xing's presence in the ascendant realm, they would have surely descended into a second-rate power. Predecessor. Beside Fang Luan stood Wu Guang, his face marred with resentment. That Fu Dahai has little time left to live. His actions are increasingly brazen, showing no regard for you. If we endure this in silence, we risk becoming a laughingstock, and your reputation would suffer greatly. He understood well. His words were harsh and could incite Fang Xing's wrath. Yet, he could not concern himself with such matters any longer. Wu Sheng was also dead. No one witnessed the hand that moved, yet instinctively, he harbored suspicions towards Guang and the rotund fellow, wishing nothing more than to see them torn asunder. Humph! Fang Xing suddenly opened his eyes, an aura of murderous intent enveloping his countenance. Go. Dispatch individuals to closely monitor that brat's movements. If he steps outside the Fu residence, inform me at once. And as for Fu Dahai, his ire intensified with every utterance, forcing the two to retreat in trepidation. How dare a mere wretch dare to deceive me? This grudge shall not go unavenged. Senior. Wu Guang was elated. Fang Xing's declaration signified a relentless vendetta against the Fu family, precisely the outcome he sought. To eliminate that wretched spawn, there is no need for your intervention. The moment he reveals himself, I shall take it upon myself to bring his life to an end. No. Fang Xing gradually closed his eyes. Yet the murderous intent in his voice only intensified. I must personally slay this wretched creature. Fu family. 700 droplets of extraordinary essence. 6 half-holy herbs. Fu Yud handed a specially crafted storage ring to Guang, stating, the ancestors have decreed that the 2 holy herbs are of no immediate use to you. Carrying them could pose a risk. As for the remaining 4 half-holy herbs, they possess the potential to evolve into holy herbs. Let them rest in the Fu family's secret realm until you require them. The spoils of this contest were indeed remarkable. 3 holy herbs, 17 half-holy herbs, and over 1,200 droplets of extraordinary essence. Even in Zhongzhou, aside from the Central Dao Palace and the Tianyan Merchant Association, not even the most formidable factions could muster such resources. Upon returning, Fu Dahai waved his hand, directly bestowing 2 holy herbs, 10 half-holy herbs, and 700 droplets of extraordinary essence upon Guhan. Senior, Guhan remarked, somewhat astonished. This is far too generous. Indeed, father, the rotund fellow chimed in. The wager was set by our family. If he emerges unscathed, it is due to the protection of our ancestors. In my humble opinion, granting him a mere 10% would suffice. Bang! Before he could finish, he was once again silenced. The ancestors have spoken, Fu Yud interjected, shaking his head. Your foundation is exceptionally robust. To ascend to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, an unfathomable quantity of extraordinary essence is required. Take it without hesitation. The remaining resources are ample for that rebellious child. And as for the holy herbs, their future utility to you is far greater. Do not decline, for your reputation precedes you. Opportunities such as this may not arise again. In recent days, Guhan's exploits had gradually spread to other regions. His slaying of the sword young master had even led the Daozi of the Central Dao Palace to concede inferiority. His renown was unparalleled, and despite any lingering resentment, one could not deny that this first prodigy of the eastern wilderness was terrifyingly formidable. Ha! Guhan chuckled softly. The Fang family undoubtedly longs to see my demise. Fear not, Fu Yud replied with a mysterious smile. Let them come. Our ancestors eagerly await their approach. By the way, he added, seemingly recalling something. The tribulation of humanity is fraught with peril. I do not recommend you attempt it. Should you choose to, proceed with utmost caution. The rotund fellow was left bewildered. After Fu Yud departed, the heavy-set man wore a despondent expression, self-deprecatingly chuckling as he lamented, Behold, this is my biological father, the one who coerces his own son into navigating through human tribulations. Guhan sighed, Do not harbor such thoughts. It is likely that the elder holds you to an excessively high standard. Enough, the portly man retorted, his gaze dimmed. My heart has already been irreparably wounded. Without at least 300 to 500 drops of extraordinary essence, hope is futile. Begone. Even 30 to 50 drops could alleviate some of my suffering. Look at my sword. You scoundrel, once again you strike me. I shall not back down. In the blink of an eye, the Fu family was thrown into disarray by the antics of the two. The onlookers from the Fu family secretly envied them, marveling at the bond forged through their spirited exchanges. As the commotion reached its peak, Guhan could no longer tolerate the heavy-set man's relentless pestering. He relinquished several drops of extraordinary essence and retreated into seclusion. Benefiting from this, the heavy-set man promptly journeyed to the great Yin dynasty, where he sought to revel in his carefree existence as the king of heaven. His primary objective, however, was to ascertain the condition of his future dragon steed, Yin Qi. In the secret chamber, Guhan, following the esoteric methods imparted by Tianjizi, focused his mind and embraced unity, delicately attuning to the elusive and inscrutable threads of heavenly fate. Yet, the human tribulations could either be traversed or avoided, and the threads of destiny seemed to exist in a state of ambiguity. Whenever he felt close to grasping them, they would inevitably slip away. He remained unperturbed. Through countless trials, he drew nearer to that ethereal line of fate, assured that there would come a moment when he could seize it entirely. During seclusion, cultivators naturally became insensible to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, over 6 months had elapsed. In the western desert, at the fringes of the sacred demon sect, a secluded area lay where the spiritual energy was scant. Amidst the vast mountains, aside from a few mortal inhabitants, sightings of cultivators were exceedingly rare. In the tranquil forest, a gentle rustle of footsteps echoed. Soon, a young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her features strikingly beautiful, emerged gracefully. Truly enchanting. The scenery was rather mundane, yet she gazed upon it as if entranced, perceiving everything through the lens of a celestial paradise. This is the place. With a soft sigh of relief, she came to a halt, a glimmer of liberation flashing in her eyes. Here, undisturbed, she had found her final sanctuary. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing echoed from afar. Before a small brook stood an elderly man, hunched and clad in tattered garments, his countenance shadowed. He clutched a dilapidated fish basket, shuffling forward with difficulty. Abruptly, his complexion turned pale, and he erupted into a fit of harsh coughing. With each cough, his back seemed to arch further. Moments later, He opened his cracked and withered palm, staring blankly at the pool of blood that had formed there. Sighing heavily, he eventually lowered his hand, his expression vacant, and continued to shuffle towards the brook. Yuan adored fish. In silence, a figure in white gracefully descended behind him. "Grandfather," she softly called out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. The elderly man's form became momentarily still as he swiftly turned around. Ian. In an instant, the expression of bewilderment on his face was replaced by a blend of affection and reproach. "What brings you here? Your illness has just abated, and your health remains fragile. You must return. Grandfather has caught some fish and will prepare soup for you this evening." The woman could no longer contain herself, tears cascading down like a broken string. In that fleeting moment, the old man before her mirrored the figure from her memories. The woman was, of course, the witch. After parting ways with Guhan, she deliberately adopted a guise of ordinary appearance, wandering for over half a year before arriving in the desolate western regions. Though increasingly frail, as a celestial demon of profound darkness, she effortlessly pierced through the old man's memories. Yuan was the name of the old man's granddaughter, who had succumbed to a grave illness 5 years prior, leaving no trace behind, while the old man's son and daughter-in-law had perished a decade ago, attacked by a ferocious beast during a foraging expedition in the mountains. Yuan had a fondness for fish and life. Although she was no longer present, the old man had retained the habit of fishing at intervals. "Grandfather," the witch gently approached the old man. "Let us return home. You go back first." The old man was somewhat obstinate. "Grandfather will catch fish first." Then, he abruptly paused, his gaze fixed on the tattered fish basket, which surprisingly contained several plump fish over a foot long. "Look at grandfather's memory." The old man let out a bitter laugh. "I've caught them already, yet I forgot. Today my Ian is in for a treat. Grandfather. I will take good care of you from now on." Alas, the old man's eyes glistened with moisture. "My Ian has grown up and is now so understanding. Come, let us go home." "Yes, home." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Fu family in the Central Plains, Guhan had lost count of how many times he had activated the secret technique over the past 6 months. But he finally succeeded in capturing a thread of heavenly insight. In that instant, a flicker of understanding settled in his heart. The human tribulation? He slowly opened his eyes, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Could it be in the west? Just then, faint echoes of a hearty laugh from the outside reached his ears. "Ha! Taoist Yin Chi. Today you have transcended the 9 heavens tribulation, successfully transforming into a dragon form. How delightful. But why did you turn human? Change back for me." Bang! Bang! Immediately followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, interspersed with Yin Chi's cries of distress. Within the Tiangong Valley, Luo Wushuang's eyes were gently closed, a vast and ethereal energy swirling around him, seeming both real and illusory. His demeanor, already gentle and scholarly, now exuded an air of transcendent detachment, enhanced by his practice of the heavenly secrets. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, their depth and inscrutability intensified. "I did not expect," he mused softly. "This art of heavenly secrets is indeed profound and extensive. Should it be cultivated to its zenith, there might be an opportunity to contend with him." Cough, cough. Opposite him, the master of heavenly secrets cleared his throat several times, the weariness and age on his face more pronounced. "All that I know and have learned, I have imparted to you without reservation. I hope you remember my earlier words." Of course, Luo Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement. Once again, he closed his eyes, the flow of his mysterious energy accelerating as if he were deciphering some profound mystery. A decade later, he opened his eyes anew, a flicker of peculiarity flashing within them. The golden list of the great Tao emerged. The golden list? Given Tianjizi's current state, he was naturally unable to decipher it at will. Yet he understood better than anyone the caliber of Luo Wushuang's heavenly secrets, and thus he placed his trust in him. What could it be? Similar to the Tao Bell. Luo Wushuang chuckled lightly, stating, "It's merely a tool for assessing aptitude. How can a mere Tao Bell golden list determine how far a person may go? What a pity." Tianjizi mused with a hint of regret. "Your mastery of heavenly secrets now rivals my own. I never anticipated your talent in this domain to be so exceptional. If only you could fully devote yourself to the lineage of Tianji." His words trailed off, as if he recognized the futility of such a notion. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Luo Wushuang did not respond, merely clasping his hands in farewell before preparing to depart. Tianjizi's curiosity piqued. "Where are you headed?" The emergence of the golden list heralds great fortune. Since it is an opportunity, everyone should partake, not just those on this terrestrial realm. You mean to lure outsiders in? Tianjizi's expression shifted subtly. Indeed. Tianjizi lapsed into silence for a moment. You are quite mad. Luo Wushuang chose not to speak further, simply smiling as he stepped back into the grand formation of Tianji, casting one last glance at Mei Yun, who was diligently cultivating. If one is not mad, how can one transcend and attain true freedom? In the Fu family, a fire dragon, measuring over 10 zhang in length, lay coiled upon the ground, its crimson scales shimmering brilliantly. Its 4 sharp claws seemed capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, while a single 3-foot-long horn atop its head glimmered ominously. Having endured the tribulations of 9 heavens, it had fully transformed from a serpent into a dragon, exhibiting a magnificence far surpassing its prior form. Yet its eyes bore a hint of blue and black, remnants of a recent confrontation with a stout figure. Your Highness, it lamented, tears streaming down its face. Why must you strike me? Yun Qi, the stout figure, earnestly implored. I do this for your own good. Consider this. If you present yourself as a dragon before the world, everyone will remember the illustrious name of Yin Qi. But if you remain in human form, amidst the multitude of cultivators, who would care for a mere Yin Qi? Your Yin clan has been passed down for 7 generations. The time awaits for you to transform into a true dragon and bring glory to your ancestors. You, it lamented in despair. How foolish. Thank you, Your Highness, for your enlightenment. In an instant, Yin Qi stood tall, as if struck by a profound revelation. From this day forth, I, Yin Qi, shall truly become a dragon and never a mere human. Excellent. The stout figure beamed with delight. You are indeed wise, my friend. I knew I was right about you. As he spoke, he could hardly contain himself, eager to ride Yin Qi and revel in the splendor. It was at this moment that Guhan's figure appeared before him. Stout one, he sighed, be a person. Nonsense. The stout figure transmitted secretly, do not tell me you do not wish to ride it. Guhan fell silent for a moment. Yin Qi, the words of the King of Heaven are indeed gems of wisdom. You must heed his counsel. Rest assured, my benefactor. Yin Qi, adorned with dark circles under his eyes, appeared quite spirited. Yin Qi swore never to return to humanity. After encouraging him a little more, Guhan inquired about the situation at the border. Feng Xi was in seclusion, while Zhao Mingyu, Shuiyu, and Yun Fan traveled together. A man followed the warlord to learn, gradually becoming less like a barbarian, and Li Dian successfully broke through to the extraordinary realm, returning to the northern territory with a sense of pride. Whether at the border or in the eastern wilderness, a rare tranquility had settled in. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Guhan handed Yin Qi a vial of extraordinary substance, which caused the chubby fellow's eyes to redden once more. Stop dwelling on it, he retorted. You have already achieved the extraordinary realm. One must not be overly conscience-stricken. Over the past 6 months, with so many extraordinary substances available, the chubby one had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm and was on the verge of entering the 4th. No, he chuckled sheepishly. I have never been that kind of person. With a sudden seriousness, he asked, can you sense the tribulation? Yes, Guhan nodded. Just don't say it. The chubby one interrupted. Human tribulations are ever-changing. You do not yet know what yours entails. The more you say, the greater the variables become, which is detrimental to you. He seemed to recall something and added, you must remember, never soar too high. Why? The chubby one exclaimed with indignation. You might suddenly fall from the sky and suffer greatly, only to encounter a rampaging beast and a treacherous scoundrel who seeks to ruin you. Guhan, Volume 1. Chapter 390, The Yellow Sparrow Lurks. My lord, Yin Qi exclaimed indignantly. How can there be such black-hearted individuals in this world, scheming against you? It is simply shameless, detestable, and despicable. Indeed, the chubby one lamented. Is that not why he is called a scoundrel? Huh. Yin Qi scoffed. Fear not, my lord. If one day I, Yin Qi, encounter this scoundrel, I shall swallow him whole to relieve your anger. In a harmonious exchange, Guhan's expression darkened further. Yin Qi. He stifled the impulse to reclaim that vial of extraordinary substance, took a deep breath, and with a forced smile said, strive diligently. If one day you can transform into a true dragon, I shall soar through the cosmos with you. Senior, fear not. Yin Qi rejoiced greatly. To encounter a senior and my lord in this lifetime is a fortune for Yin Qi. I will strive hard. As Guhan prepared to leave, The chubby one hesitated. Are you really going? Yes. Sigh. Go then, the chubby one sighed. If fortune favors you, the benefits of crossing over will be significant. Curious, Guhan asked. You have also crossed the tribulation. What are the benefits? You seem unchanged. Can't you see? The chubby one retorted, in fact. I feel you have become even more shameless. You understand nothing. The chubby one fumed. How can I not have changed? The tribulation of humanity is indeed an extreme realm, bringing forth an unparalleled enhancement, albeit such enhancement appears to vary from person to person. Take me, for instance, after transcending this human tribulation. My golden body's defenses have multiplied several times over, not to mention my growth potential has significantly expanded. As for that sword-wielding young master, before I underwent the tribulation, it would have been quite a challenge to contend with him. Most importantly, with a solemn expression, I have come to recognize my true self and have found my own path after overcoming the tribulation. Cultivators focus on different aspects in their practices. For example, the barbarian tribe specializes in physical cultivation, while certain rare cultivators delve deeply into the soul. Then there are those like your third realm, who elevate spiritual power to its utmost limits, and your second senior brother, along with that Mmph, who seem to be traversing an entirely different and unique path. It is difficult to compare strengths and weaknesses at this moment. However, what suits oneself best is indeed the most potent. Guhan expressed a hint of surprise. Such words had been spoken to him by Qian Yi before. In truth, it is indeed as stated. The ancient sword wielded by the sword master is certainly formidable. Even the old blind man has praised it as commendable, and that is no mere flattery. However, it is evident that despite possessing innate sword energy, the sword master's heart is not pure. Upon witnessing his own power, his mental state experienced tumultuous fluctuations, leading to his heart of the sword being easily shattered, resulting in a most tragic demise. Your Highness, Yin Qi grasped the final phrase. Do you mean that if I transform into a true dragon, I shall be the strongest? The chubby one beamed with satisfaction. Indeed, my friend Yin Qi, you possess great enlightenment and wisdom. His intention in sharing this was not to boast, but rather out of ignorance regarding Guhan's tribulation, hoping that his insights might assist him. Understanding dawned upon Guhan, and he smiled. Chubby, Yin Qi, we shall meet again, he reassured. Focus on your tribulation. The chubby one cautioned. With our ancestor present, everything will be taken care of. Most importantly, do not perish. My circle of friends is already fewer than yours. Guhan remained silent, waving his hand as he strode away. This sentiment he had expressed to the chubby one before, and now hearing it echoed back felt like a poignant reminiscence. Only now it was he who was undergoing the tribulation. Your Highness, Yin Qi sighed. Am I considered your friend? Yin Qi, the chubby one replied with a gentle smile. You are my companion. Your Highness. A warmth blossomed within Yin Qi. His eyes glistened with moisture. To encounter the prince is indeed a stroke of fortune. At the Fang family residence, ancestor, senior, Fang Luan and Wu Guang entered the tranquil chamber of Fang Xing with expressions of joy. That young man has finally emerged. For the past 6 months, they had been closely monitoring Guhan's movements from the shadows. Yet, they had not caught even a glimpse of him. Each day without sight of Guhan added to their resentment, nearly driving them to madness. Yes, out? In an instant, Fang Xing opened his eyes wide. Excellent. Excellent. I thought he would hide away in the Fu family for eternity. That little rascal. Wu Guang ground his teeth in fury. He has been evading us for so long. Surely, he is using our resources to cultivate. Cultivate? Fang Xing scoffed. What use is cultivation for a dead man? Fang Luan hastily exclaimed. The people on Fu Dahai's side are dead. What can he do to me now? As he spoke, his figure flickered and instantaneously vanished into the void. Upon exiting the Fang residence, his speed quickened even further as he hurriedly pursued the direction indicated by Fang Luan. In a mere moment, he faintly sensed Guhan's presence. At that very instant, an aged figure approached rapidly from afar, landing before him in the blink of an eye. It was Fu Dahai. Fang Xing slowly drew forth an ancient jade talisman, his expression devoid of emotion. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Fu Dahai's countenance darkened. Are you truly willing to sever all ties with the Fang family over that wretched creature? The Fang family? Fu Dahai chuckled softly. What Fang family? From this day forth, there shall be no Fang family in Zhongzhou. What did you say? Fang Xing seethed with rage. You overestimate yourself. Before he could finish, a brilliant light and a cloud of demonic energy emerged from the distance, enveloping him entirely. Luo Hong, the Holy Master. Yin Qianjue. Fang Xing's heart sank as he fixed his gaze upon Fu Dahai. Are you betraying me? Fu Dahai scoffed. If you had not appeared today, we three would not have shown ourselves. Unfortunately, you have chosen your own demise. Very well. Fang Xing took a deep breath. Today, I concede. I vow by the Tao that I shall never, a vow? Yin Qianjue raised an eyebrow. What need is there for a dead man to make vows? My friend, Luo Hong, the Holy Master, stated expressionlessly, please proceed. Do you wish to kill me? A glint of malice flashed in Fang Xing's eyes. You shall pay a price for this. The three of them scoffed inwardly, unable to defeat Yanao. Do you think you can best an anonymous cultivator of the third stage of ascendancy? What a joke. In an instant, the pure energy, demonic clouds, and ashen light converged, crashing down upon Fang Xing. Concurrently, 10 silhouettes descended slowly upon the Fang residence, their terrifying auras pouring down, leaving the members of the Fang family trembling in fear, unable to move an inch. 10 individuals, all at the Holy Realm. At the forefront stood one whose form was entwined with clouds, subtly resembling a dragon. It was none other than the War King. Hold! At that moment, an angry shout reverberated through the air, for figures surged forth to meet them. The first two were Fang Luan and Wu Guang, while the remaining two were other Holy Realm members of the Fang family. Who are you? Fang Luan disregarded Fu Yud and the others, his gaze fixed solely upon the War King. He sensed that even with their combined strength, they might not be able to subdue this opponent. The Great Yin Dynasty, the War King replied, his expression impassive. Great Yin Dynasty? What nonsense! Fang Luan roared. Do you know who our ancestor is? Boom. Boom. At that moment, violent rumblings echoed through the void, interspersed with Fang Xing's furious roars. Ancestor. Fang Luan's expression shifted dramatically. When he turned to face the War King again, his demeanor had altered. Our Fang family has no grievances with your Great Yin Dynasty. You seek to kill Guhan. The War King shook his head. That is the sworn enemy of our Great Yin Dynasty. Gentlemen, it is time to act. Boom. In an instant, 10 divine decrees descended simultaneously, rendering Fang Luan's countenance pale and his eyes filled with despair. My voice trembled. I am not a member of the Fang family. I belong to the Wu family. This matter has nothing to do with me. Wu Guang. Fang Luan roared in fury. You wretched creature. You bear the surname Wu? The War King cast a glance at Wu Guang. Soon, I shall pay a visit to your home. A chill coursed through Wu Guang's heart, plunging him into utter hopelessness. In the first volume, Chapter 391, Benefactor, you have a connection with my Buddha. On this day, the ancestral figure of the Fang family, Fang Xing, fell victim to an assault by 3 formidable beings of the Ascendance realm, resulting in his death and dissolution. The high-ranking members of both the Fang and Wu families, along with the last surviving elder of the Wu family, were all annihilated by 10 practitioners of the sacred realm. Upon the dissemination of this news, an uproar ensued. Subsequently, various factions sprang into action, some indulging in the spoils while others quarreled over the remnants, thoroughly dismantling both families. From that moment on, the 2 clans disintegrated, suffering countless casualties among their kin, and were completely eradicated from Zhongzhou. In this regard, Guhan remained blissfully ignorant. Following the advice of the plump individual, he dared not soar too high and deliberately avoided crowded areas, continuously fleeing westward. The farther he traveled west, the scarcer the populace became, and sightings of practitioners became increasingly rare. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. The region of the Fu family lay on the periphery of Zhongzhou, much closer to the western desert than to the eastern wasteland. Although he did not exert himself fully in flight, he had now reached the borders of the western desert. Before him stretched a vast expanse of yellow sand. Despite the occasional hint of greenery, the landscape appeared desolate. Yet, the spiritual energy here was by no means weak. While it could not rival Zhongzhou, it was even subtly richer than that of the eastern wasteland. Though puzzled, he felt no inclination to investigate further. Upon entering the western desert, his sensitivity to calamity intensified, prompting him to fly lower and reduce his speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 to 3 days passed. The yellow sands gradually receded, giving way to increasing greenery, and he occasionally glimpsed the traces of mortals. Could it be that the calamity awaited him here? Stop! Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp voice rang out from the distance. Following this, a strong scent of blood assaulted his senses as 3 figures approached swiftly, landing before him. Guhan froze momentarily, discreetly observing the trio. The leader was a middle-aged man, his face bloated and menacing, clad in a black robe, his cultivation at around the third stage of the heavenly calamity. The bloody aura emanated from him, while the two companions behind him bore similar appearances but were of slightly lower cultivation, only at the void flight stage. No, Guhan shook his head. These three were not the harbingers of his calamity. Kid, the burly man barked menacingly. What do you mean by no? Hand over what you have. What do you mean? Guhan was taken aback. The storage ring. Behind the burly man, another sneered, clearly a naive soul, unaware of the world. This esteemed individual is our blood spirit ancestor, and we stand on the territory of the blood spirit sect. You dare to absorb the spiritual energy here without the ancestor's permission, courting death. What audacity grants you the temerity to act thus? With his cultivation, he could not fathom Guhan's depth and merely regarded him as a practitioner of the skyward realm. Indeed, another chimed in, you absorb a bit, he absorbs a bit. At this rate, how will our blood spirit sect survive? You must compensate 100-fold. Guhan could only stare in disbelief. Such absurd reasoning could only leave one in awe. He felt that even the stout fellow would bow before these three. Not wishing to engage further, he turned to leave. At that moment, a resonant chant of Hmph echoed, imbued with a melodious and youthful tone, distinctly reaching everyone's ears. Who dares? The burly man thundered. I detest bald monks the most. Just as he finished speaking, a diminutive figure emerged in the distance, hands clasped in prayer, approaching the group step by step. It was a young monk, seemingly no older than a mere 10 years, with delicate features. His worn robes appeared somewhat tattered, and his eyes radiated compassion and innocence. A bald monk? The burly man laughed in fury, his bloodthirsty aura surging forth, directed towards the young monk. You are exceedingly bold. The young monk fixed his gaze upon him, the compassion in his eyes deepening. You are destined to have ties with my Buddha. Nonsense. The burly man retorted angrily. Our leader has declared that any bald monk who dares utter such words shall have their head smashed. Little monk, seeing as you are still young, I shall refrain from bullying you. But you, with your meager possessions and tattered robes, be gone. Dare to impede the ancestors' important business, and you shall not escape unscathed. What are you staring at? Noticing Guhan's gaze upon them, the burly man sneered. Hand over all your storage rings, treasures, and valuable pills. Guhan remained silent, his attention not on the burly man, but rather on the young monk. The burly man failed to perceive it. But Guhan recognized clearly that the young monk's cultivation had reached the threshold of the transcendent realm. Beneath his compassion and innocence lay a flicker of extreme madness and bloodlust, reminiscent of the demonic shadow that appeared behind Gutian. Could he be the harbinger of his calamity? Yet, at this moment, there were no signs of impending disaster upon him, leading him to dismiss the notion. Esteemed benefactor. At this juncture, the young monk looked at him with a gentle smile. You too share a bond with my Buddha. Ah! The burly man laughed in rage. Little bald monk, dare to utter another word, and I shall crush you without hesitation. Forgive me, Guhan pondered for a moment. I am steeped in a murderous nature. The blood of countless souls stains my hands, rendering me devoid of any connection to your Buddha. With that, he turned to leave. Benefactor. The young monk, unexpectedly, flickered and instantly appeared before him, still with hands clasped in prayer, the compassion in his eyes only intensifying. All living beings and all things in the world are connected to my Buddha. Guhan furrowed his brow and stepped aside. May Buddha be merciful. A young monk chanted a Buddhist mantra. Today, this monk shall cleanse the karmic sins that weigh upon you. As he spoke, a layer of milky white Buddhist light enveloped him. And behind him, a towering golden statue emerged, its hands pressed together, eyes closed, radiating compassion and mercy. In an instant, the golden figure opened its eyes, revealing a gaze filled with bloodlust and madness, an eerie sight under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Suddenly, the golden figure extended its massive hand, reaching directly for Guhan. Devote yourself to the Buddha, and you shall attain great liberation and freedom. The young monk's tone grew fervent, as boundless Buddhist light swirled around him, propelling him forward alongside the golden figure toward Guhan. Madman! Guhan silently cursed. But he could no longer afford to concern himself with the calamity at hand. He summoned all his inner strength, and a sword aura, nearly a yard long, sliced toward the golden figure. With a resounding crash, the golden figure was shattered by the sword aura, causing the young monk to stagger back several steps, the Buddhist light around him trembling incessantly. Your sins are profound, he uttered, seemingly oblivious to the destruction, his fervor intensifying. The innocence in his eyes was entirely replaced by madness and bloodlust. Why remain obstinate and unaware? As he spoke, the Buddhist light around him thickened exponentially, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, numerous Buddhas appeared beside Guang, even the very grass and trees transforming into Buddha forms, all with hands joined, eyes reflecting bloodthirsty frenzy, chanting scriptures tirelessly. In that fleeting moment, the sound of Buddhist chants filled the air, and the light of the Buddhas enveloped the surroundings, transforming Guang's location into a realm of enlightenment. Such formidable soul power, he thought, feeling a chill within. He could sense that everything before him was an illusion, merely a projection of the young monk's overwhelming soul power forcibly manifesting in his mind. However, the distinction between reality and illusion was not strictly defined. If one believed, it would naturally become real. Nearby, influenced by the Buddhist chants and light, the three burly men knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely, repeatedly confessing their sins. My karmic burden is too heavy. My sins are boundless. My wickedness knows no bounds. O Buddha, in your mercy, please guide us. As they spoke, the three began chanting scriptures, their faces reflecting compassion. Devotee, the stout man said, gazing at Guang, cast aside your butcher's knife and become a Buddha at once. In chapter 392, if the devotee is unwilling to become a Buddha, would it not be better for me to lead you to become a demon? Guang silently cursed again. In an instant, his cultivation soared to its peak, the sword energy compressing to within a foot of his body. In a swift motion, he appeared before the young monk, bringing down a solidified sword aura with immense force. With a thunderous impact, the Buddhist light shattered. The young monk was propelled through the air, but as he hovered, the light reformed around him, transforming into a six-armed vajra, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, enclosing Guang within its embrace. As blood flowed from the young monk, the vajra's eyes widened in fury, the bloodlust intensifying. Devotee, the formidable figure of the vajra descended heavily, stabilizing itself as it fixed its gaze upon Guang, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Your demonic roots run deep. Your sins are unforgivable, and you are fated to be estranged from the Buddha. It declared. What? You are no longer going to save me? Guang replied with a hint of mockery. Boom. The vajra's aura shifted drastically, the radiance of the Buddha vanishing in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming intent to kill. Its 6 arms surged into action, the demon-subduing pestle hurtling towards Guang with lethal force. Today, I shall eradicate evil. Without hesitation, Guang unleashed his divine consciousness, transforming it into a sword. The inexplicably powerful little monk before him surpassed even Mo Li, whom he had encountered previously. Thus, Guang dared not underestimate him. However, this little monk's soul power was significantly greater than his own, and with the protection of the Vajra and the Buddha's light, his movements remained largely unaffected as he advanced toward Guang. Bang! Bang! Each strike from the Vajra bore the weight of a mountain, forcing Guang to retreat step by step. Yet, beneath the unmatched sharpness of his sword aura, the little monk fared even worse. 3 of his arms severed, the demon-subduing pestle reduced to a mere fragment. His body riddled with deep fissures, he appeared on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, Guang's sword energy surged downwards, bursting forth with several wounds, as he struck heavily at the Vajra. A sword aura, tinged with bloodlight, plunged directly into the Vajra's form. In an instant, the Vajra's figure faltered, crumbling entirely. Bang! Without the Vajra's protection, the little monk fell heavily to the ground, his body marred by sword scars, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Damn it! Guang's expression darkened as he approached, his sword pointed at the monk's brow. Are you out of your mind? I encountered a little monk for no reason, fought for no reason, and now bear injuries for no reason. If it weren't for having seen Mei Yun, I would almost doubt that the curse upon me still lingers. Cough, cough. The sword was nearly at his face, yet the little monk seemed oblivious, coughing up more blood. The madness and bloodlust in his eyes waned slightly, replaced by a deeper shade of pure black. Benefactor, you are fated to be estranged from the Buddha and aligned with demons. Why not allow me to transform you into a demon? To hell with that. Guang cursed inwardly. I'm afraid that I have no affinity with your demons either. Upon hearing this, the darkness in the little monk's eyes deepened. An ancient will awakening within him, and a cacophony of demonic sounds echoed from an unknown source, as if seeking to devour all in existence. This is bad. A chill gripped Guhan's heart. He was about to strike down. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, imbued with a peculiar rhythm that dissolved all the murderous intent and malice within Guhan's heart. "Master," the little monk murmured softly, the pure black in his eyes swiftly fading, returning to his previously innocent demeanor. A sigh echoed in the air. Beside Guhan, an elderly monk had appeared, his robes tattered, face lined with age, and a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes. Guhan's heart skipped a beat. From the old monk, he felt not a trace of cultivation fluctuation. This situation implied that he was either an utterly ordinary mortal or a formidable master, far surpassing even Fu Dahai. Alas, having dealt with the young one, the elder has now appeared. "Benefactor," the old monk sighed softly, "there is no need for alarm. This humble monk harbors no ill intentions. It is merely a mischief caused by my young disciple that has disturbed you. I hope you will not take offense." "Master, you are too courteous," Guhan replied with a rigid smile. "With your level of cultivation, does it matter if I take offense?" Not far away, the three burly men had just freed themselves from the mindless Buddhist chant. Before they could even catch their breath, they were startled to see the old monk, their faces turning pale as they trembled in fear. "Are you that old?" "Cough, cough, master." "Esteemed benefactors," the old monk said with a face full of regret, "please do not take offense." "Too polite, master," the three replied, repeatedly bowing. In their hearts, they shared the same thought as Guhan. "With your level of cultivation, does it matter if we take offense?" "Esteemed benefactors," the old monk pressed his palms together, "the malevolent energy surrounding you is quite heavy, posing great hidden dangers. Would you be willing to practice Buddhist teachings with me to dissolve your karmic burdens?" The three men wore expressions of great difficulty. They longed to refuse, yet dared not voice their denial. "Very well," the old monk shook his head. "If the conditions are not right, one cannot force it. Farewell." The three men, feeling as if they had received a pardon, fled the scene in haste. Unbeknownst to them, the mindless little monk had stealthily slipped out from under Guhan's sword, bloodied and pitiful, standing beside the old monk. "Master, I am sorry. I failed to keep an eye on it and nearly caused a grave error." The old monk remained silent, his eyes filled with deeper concern. "Is he referring to that ancient well?" Guhan pondered. Despite being merely a child of a little over 10 years, how could he possess such a thing? What was his true origin? "Benefactor." The little monk again apologized to Guhan. "I did not mean to." "It is quite all right," Guhan replied cheerfully. "Little bald head, you are being too hard on yourself. I am not one to hold grudges. It is all in the past. I have forgotten." For reasons unknown, upon seeing his gaze, the little monk instinctively stepped back. "Master, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." The old monk was inscrutable, while the little monk felt an inexplicable oddity. Naturally, he wished to depart quickly. "Benefactor," the old monk suddenly spoke. "Please, do stay." "Master." Guhan stiffened, feeling a rush of panic. "I truly have no connection with your Buddha." He felt he could handle the little monk, but he suspected that even Yin Xinjue might not be a match for the old monk. "You misunderstand, benefactor," the old monk sighed. "Connections are to be left to fate. If one forces it, they risk falling into the path of darkness. However, I perceive a lingering aura of death entwined within your brow. This tribulation will be difficult to traverse." "Master," Guhan's heart stirred. "Do you know my intentions?" He sensed that the old monk had discerned his purpose of helping others through their tribulations, albeit in a veiled manner. "Benefactor." The old monk pondered for a moment before extending a yellowish-brown Bodhi seed towards him. "Should calamity descend upon us, this object may prove beneficial to you." "Master," Wu Xian exclaimed, startled. "It is merely an external possession." "I understand, master," Wu Xian replied, yet his gaze remained fixated on the Bodhi seed, a flicker of greed glimmering deep within his eyes. Guhan observed it closely. This Bodhi seed, aside from its deeper hue, exhibited no remarkable traits. However, judging by Wu Xian's reaction, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. In a perilous world of human tribulations, possessing an additional treasure for protection would be most advantageous. Thus, he graciously accepted the Bodhi seed from the old monk, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Master, it feels rather inappropriate to accept such a precious gift from a mere chance encounter." "It is of no consequence," the old monk chuckled. "You are destined to be connected with the Buddha." Guhan felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly tossing the Bodhi seed away. He had already formed a mental shadow regarding this statement. Chapter 393. Today I shall establish a doctrine, named returning to the divine. Master. Guhan deemed it necessary to clarify this matter. I truly lack any connection with the Buddha. You see, I am meeting this little bald monk for the first time. And so are you. What connection could there possibly be? If we were to speak of connections, I would argue that my ties with demons are far more profound. The Golden Seal, Qianyi, Gu Tian, the Demoness, and Yu Miao, the young leader of the demon sect, all share a bond with me that is exceptionally deep. That is what one might call fate. The old monk smiled kindly, gesturing toward the Bodhi seed. Guhan was left speechless. He felt that this master was even more adept at fishing for connections than he was at cultivation. Master, he felt somewhat indignant. If I were to return the object to you, would that sever our connection? Not at all. The old monk shook his head. Once this object has passed into your hands and absorbed your essence, a connection is forged, whether it is returned or not. You have already established a bond with the Buddha. Guhan stared, astonished. It could be interpreted in such a manner? Glancing at the Bodhi seed in his hand, he regretted his impulsiveness. Why could he not restrain his hand? Master. He sighed deeply. I am truly impressed. He realized he had underestimated the old monk. The man's eloquence surpassed even his skill in fishing for connections by tenfold. After pondering, he chose not to return the Bodhi seed. Rarely does the Buddha extend such warmth. It would be remiss not to honor the Buddha with due respect. Master, I must take my leave. He truly dared not linger any longer, fearing that, given the old monk's persuasive tongue, he might be coerced into renouncing his worldly ties on the spot. You may depart, the old monk said, palms together, showing no intention of detaining him. Thank you for the precious gift, master. May our paths cross again. Farewell, farewell. Guhan nearly uttered the words reflexively, but quickly refrained. Clasping his hands together and, in a flash, departed. Master, Wu Xian inquired, puzzled. Why would such a treasure as the Bodhi seed be so casually bestowed upon him? Especially when this benefactor does not appear to be a devout follower of Buddhism. He harbors murderous intent, yet lacks malice. The old monk sighed softly. His hands may be stained with blood, yet his heart remains compassionate. That is sufficient. Wu Xian remained silent, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. If I were to release it, it would undoubtedly be unable to match me. Alas, the elderly monk sighed. Follow me. As he spoke, his monk robe swept gently, and the traces of the master and disciple vanished in an instant, only to reappear before an ancient temple that was serene, solemn, and imbued with an air of antiquity. Above the temple, layers of Buddhist light enveloped it, with ethereal dragon shadows flitting by. Within the temple, 2 rows of Bodhi trees were planted, their verdant seeds swaying in the breeze, accompanied by the faint sound of chanting. In the center of the grand hall, the golden effigy of the Buddha radiated majesty, with over 100 monks reciting scriptures in silence. The old monk paid them no heed, instead leading Wuxin directly to the back mountain of the ancient temple. Before a thatched cottage stood 2 monks, one of middle age with a solemn countenance, and the other a youth clad in white monk robes, exuding an ethereal aura. Not far away lay 3 individuals, their breaths extinguished, their features indistinguishable from ordinary men, save for slight bulges at their foreheads and backs, rendering them somewhat peculiar. Elder. Upon seeing the old monk, the 2 monks quickly pressed their palms together in greeting. The old monk's mysterious origins and esteemed lineage rendered them hesitant to display any disrespect. Huiran. Wuxin greeted the young monk. We meet again. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the innocent yet somewhat naive Wuxin, a flicker of wariness crossed Huiran's eyes, and he nodded slightly without speaking. Elder. The middle-aged monk appeared puzzled. This marks the 3rd batch in over half a year. As before, without my prompting, they have severed themselves, employing that divine power. Even I cannot halt them. They possess extraordinary cultivation, and that divine essence has little impact on them. Why do they persist in seeking their own demise? Alas, the old monk sighed softly. Great chaos approaches. From this day forth. He cast a glance into the depths of the back mountain. I shall guard this place. I appreciate your efforts, elder. Wuxin, come with me. The old monk added. From now on, you must not stray a step from my side. Oh, Wuxin, somewhat reluctant, nonetheless followed, his gaze occasionally drifting to the 3 corpses. Curiosity and a deeply concealed thirst for blood gleaming in his eyes. Master. Once the 2 departed, Huiran gently spoke. You have never allowed me to enter the god-slaying array. What is it that is sealed within? It is a head. The middle-aged monk hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. In the southern wilderness, within a dilapidated chamber, Yuntu knelt fervently before a statue, wisps of red mist continuously entering his 7 orifices. After a while, he gradually rose, sighing. Outside, Yun-Ao still donned his azure robe, though his form had become considerably more translucent than before. What? Observing Yuntu's expression, he raised an eyebrow. Another failure? Not quite a failure. Yuntu once again resumed his languid demeanor, hands tucked into his sleeves, as he slowly stepped out of the chamber. The head of the divine being was indeed the most crucial part. Their demise had yielded some valuable intelligence. The gray-clad monk seemed particularly invested in this matter. Alas, our powers in the ascendant realm remain somewhat feeble. Do not expect anything from me. Yun-Ao shook his head. In my effort to subdue that ascended being, I have exhausted the last vestiges of the dragon mirror's might and require an extended period of recuperation. Never mind, Yuntu replied with a smile. One is already sufficient. The recent disturbances have been rather pronounced. We must bide our time for a while. However, before that, there is a significant affair to attend to. With a swift motion, 4 figures materialized before him, 3 from the sacred realm and 1 from the ascended realm. If any from the southern wilderness were present, they would easily recognize these individuals as either the leaders of major sects or the sovereigns of sacred lands. Notably, the ascended being among them possessed an origin that was indeed formidable. Yet, before Yuntu, their expressions were filled with utmost reverence, a fervor evident in their eyes. Salutations, divine envoy, they proclaimed. Yuntu's countenance grew solemn. The revival of the divine is imminent. Today, I shall establish a sect to spread the glory of the divine throughout the world. Great God! Instantly, they knelt upon the ground, their voices rising in fervent calls. The visible aura of crimson mist emanated from the divine statue within the chamber, enveloping the figures before him, who appeared entranced by its presence. In mere moments, 4 robust arms emerged from their backs, while their foreheads split open to reveal a single, immense scarlet eye. A flicker of disdain crossed Yun-Ao's gaze, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Having been infused with divine power, the individuals seemed to retain their sanity, maintaining a state of awareness. Divine envoy, the ascended practitioner exclaimed with fervor. As we establish this sect, what shall it be named? Yuntu remained silent for a moment before stepping back into the chamber. He bowed before the divine statue, his tone fervent as he declared, in the revival of the divine, let the sect be named the sect of divine restoration. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the sect of divine restoration. Salutations, sect leader. Outside, the figures continued to express their fervent reverence. Divine restoration? Yun-Ao's tone dripped with mockery. Such audacity. Are you not afraid of the old blind man? When the divine is revived, Yuntu's expression turned devout. He shall be the first to perish. Within the forbidden grounds, a figure clad in white advanced with measured steps, shrouded in an ethereal radiance that barely veiled him. He paid little heed to the skeletal remains scattered about, or to the faint echoes of anguished wails and demonic howls that seemed to have no effect on him. It was Luo Wuxuang. Suddenly, amidst the twisting, endless fog, countless ghostly apparitions surged forth, attempting to assail him. However, upon encountering the layer of celestial light surrounding him, they dissolved as if ice met the scorching sun. Time slipped by unnoticed. He gradually came to a halt. Amidst the roiling mist, a path, approximately 3 feet in length, began to materialize, seemingly real yet elusive, winding and twisting, its destination unknown. Had the path come to an end? In his eyes, a celestial light intensified, as if he had faintly perceived something. Never mind. Let it be. Volume 1, Chapter 394, The Arrival of the Human Calamity. At the outskirts of the forbidden area, in front of a thatched cottage, within a small courtyard, the eyes of Chongming widened in astonishment as he craned his neck to gaze into the gray mist. Bewilderment etched across his features. Stop looking, said the old blind man beside him, stroking his wooden staff and chuckling. He has gone far, whether by coincidence or design. Luo Wuxuang had just passed through here upon entering the forbidden land and was discovered by them. This young man. Chongming retracted his gaze, pondering the complexities of the situation. How audacious of him to venture into such depths with such meager cultivation. Did he not fear being devoured by those entities? They would not dare. The old blind man shook his head. The power he possesses closely resembles the legendary celestial spirit force. Consuming him would incur an enormous karmic debt, which is hardly advantageous. A curious thought crossed Chongming's mind. It is indeed peculiar. This place, seemingly insignificant and smaller than a minor domain, harbors such extraordinary talents. Take that cunning young lad, for instance. Even in our Xiantian great domain, he would stand out as a top-tier genius, merely a shade beneath you. And that silly girl you mentioned? She is even more remarkable. Old Master Ji, the old blind man chuckled softly. You underestimate him. His sword is of the utmost law. Something I could not have matched in my prime. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Chongming's eyes as he suddenly shook his head. No, old Master Ji. Although you may not comprehend the sword as he does, I believe your sword path also embodies the utmost law, albeit through a different route. As for the distinction of the utmost law, the old blind man sighed. It has become inconsequential. Chongming discerned the deeper meaning behind his words and fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. Though he may possess a dark heart, a thick skin, a penchant for grudges, and a hint of cunning, old Master Ji. The old blind man chuckled. Are you praising him? No one is more fitting. Chongming disregarded the banter and stared intently at him. Even within the Xiantian great domain, you would struggle to find someone as suitable. This young man can clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. You share a bond akin to that of a mentor. If you merely express your request, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Even if he were to perish, he would fulfill at least one of your two wishes. To leverage kindness? Suddenly, the old blind man's brows arched, revealing a hint of haughty disdain. Old Master Ji, you underestimate my Yunjian's prowess. You are too proud. You are exceptional. Chongming shot him a fierce glare, storming off in a huff. Old Master Ji, do not be so dismissive. Where are you going? To clear my mind. Chongming retorted irritably, plunging into the enigmatic mist. Within the courtyard, the old blind man remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, a soft crack. His wooden staff split open, revealing a glimpse of a pure white sword within. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming sword intent was unleashed. Sharp and unparalleled, boundless and unmatched. It seemed capable of cleaving through the very heavens and the myriad of all existence, the sun, moon, and stars. Alas, the old blind man sighed softly, his withered hand gently smoothing over the crack, gradually restoring its surface. Time is running short. He turned his gaze skyward. Though my vision is clouded and shrouded by layers of enigmatic mist beneath the endless heavens, I still perceive a stunningly beautiful woman standing solitary atop the mountain, gazing into the horizon as if awaiting the return of her beloved. A soft sigh escapes my lips. It is I who have failed you. Alas, such stubbornness. Amidst the mist, the entity known as Chongming curses in frustration, its body radiating a vibrant array of divine light as it swiftly darts forward. Never have I encountered such foolishness. Just wait. Then, it shifts to a state of smugness. With the brilliance of my intellect, it shall not take much to persuade him. When he kneels before you, pleading for the position of your sword's hilt, we shall see if you acquiesce or not. With a full burst of energy, its speed becomes astonishing. Before long, it has exited the forbidden zone, heading resolutely towards the northern realm. Congratulations, Masterly! The onlookers within the Qixia Academy exclaim, showering the newly exalted Master Li with praise, almost elevating him to the heavens. Ha! Li Xuanjing beams with satisfaction, his face aglow, and amidst his joy, he feels a twinge of emotion. How many times has it been? Finally, he hears others refer to him as a figure to be looked up to. Having achieved the extraordinary realm, he hastens back to the northern realm, promptly organizing a grand banquet to showcase his triumph, inviting nearly every force within the northern realm, regardless of stature. It is all about reputation. It is all about spectacle. Among them, Morong Yuan, Wu Da, Duan Run, Old Mu, and Wei Fang are the key individuals he wishes to impress. While the others remain unmentioned, Morong Yuan, however, is less than pleased. What a ridiculous display. It will not be long before I, too, can achieve a breakthrough. Ha! Another round of laughter ensues. Yet, having had his fill of flattery, Master Li returns to his main seat, hands clasped behind his back, and releases a hint of his extraordinary realm's imposing aura. Fellow cultivators, I, Li Sun, have achieved. Before he can finish his statement, a flash of five-colored divine light suddenly appears on the distant horizon. Li Sun's expression stiffens. This hue seems rather familiar. Bang! In the next moment, the five-colored divine light descends before the crowd, smashing the ground and creating a deep pit. Oh no! Master Li sways. nearly burying himself in the earth, for the shadow cast by Chongming looms larger than that of the barbarian tribes. Bah, bah, bah. Chongming extricates its head from the ground and immediately fixes its gaze upon him. Oh, it's you? I was wondering why I couldn't find anyone. Turns out you were all here. Upon its arrival, those of lesser cultivation are momentarily stunned, while Murong Yuan and the others hastily bow in respect. Where's that lad? Chongming inquires, its dissatisfaction evident due to the absence of Guhan. Murong Yuan, sensing its intention to seek Guhan, is about to respond when Masterly interrupts. Chick. I know. He thinks to himself that this is a splendid opportunity to mend relations with Chongming, perhaps even to secure a powerful ally. Chick. Masterly dons a face of eager flattery. Since our last parting and the lesson imparted by the esteemed Chicken Elder, I, Li Sun, have resolved to amend my ways. Focus on the essentials. Zhongzhou, the Fu family. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Chongming radiated a dazzling five-colored divine light, swiftly enveloping him and ascending into the heavens. Lead the way to find him. Li, the head of the estate, was left dumbfounded. I cannot depart. There are still so many awaiting the guidance of me, Li. Chicken Elder, I am not familiar with the path. Why use your mouth for naught? Can you not inquire? Li, the head of the estate, was filled with regret, wishing to chastise himself severely, lamenting his own ability to speak. Below, he has left. Will this banquet continue? Old Mu inquired. What nonsense. Murong Yuan turned and walked away. Whether he can return is another matter. The crowd murmured. In the western desert, bidding farewell to the old monk, Guhan soared through the air, and before long, he arrived above a vast mountain range. Without hesitation, he plunged in. The faint sense within him grew increasingly potent, prompting him to slow his pace and lower his form. While navigating the skies, he observed the surroundings. The spiritual energy here was meager, and the location remote. Before he could finish his thoughts, that sense surged to an overwhelming peak. The tribulation of humanity. It has arrived. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his sword energy, vanishing in an instant, and he plummeted downward. It's over. A chill swept over him. Surely, I won't be the first cultivator to perish by falling during a tribulation? Bang! Just as that thought crossed his mind, he landed heavily upon the ground. Huh, I'm not dead. He quickly realized that the ground beneath him was not as hard as he expected. It felt somewhat soft and warm. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. The ground beneath him trembled violently, tossing him aside. Roar. The roar resounded once more as a colossal beast materialized before him. It measured half a zhang in length, its yellow fur glossy and sleek, adorned with black stripes that converged at its forehead, vaguely resembling a character. Its formidable fangs glinted menacingly, and its 4 sharp claws shimmered with a cold light, leaving faint scratches on a nearby stone with a mere swipe. A demonic beast? A chill swept through Guhan. No, it is not a demonic beast. He quickly realized. The spiritual energy here is scarce, and this ferocious creature is merely a bit menacing. It does not even qualify as a first-tier demonic beast. Just as he began to breathe easier, his heart sank again. Though it is not a demonic beast, I am no longer a cultivator. After entering the tribulation, his cultivation had been entirely sealed, causing even the indomitable sword body and the immortal sword soul to vanish. He found himself stripped of all power, reduced to a state that barely compared to the capabilities he possessed at the tender age of 7 or 8. While he was certainly stronger than an ordinary mortal, he had become utterly disconnected from the realm of cultivators. Beast brother, he declared, his expression grave as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. I apologize for my abruptness today. Once I restore my cultivation, I assure you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned and sprinted away with great haste. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast, which lunged toward him in an instant. Guhan's words fell on deaf ears. The creature was uninterested in his apologies. As the tyrant of the cold mountains, it had just indulged in a hearty meal and was about to take a nap when this creature, usually perceived as mere prey, collided with it. Naturally, it was filled with rage. Although it had feasted, the prospect of a little extra snack was too tempting to resist. The wind howled violently as Guhan felt a chill run down his spine. A glance over his shoulder revealed the beast was merely 3 feet behind him. Oh no, he thought, alarm flooding his being. In his current weakened state, a collision with this formidable creature would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. However, even without his cultivation, The instincts honed through countless battles remained intact. At the last moment, just as the beast was about to pounce, he deftly shifted his position, narrowly evading the lethal strike. With a resounding crack, the beast crashed into a massive tree, snapping it in two. "Beast brother," Guhan exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. "Let us speak calmly." The beast, now enraged, lunged at him once more. Guhan barely managed to roll away, narrowly escaping. "Beast brother, let us reason." In a flurry of chaos, man and beast were locked in a tumultuous chase, causing the forest to erupt in disarray. Stripped of his powers, Guhan was reduced to a mere mortal. As the struggle continued, fatigue began to set in, and in a moment of carelessness, the beast's tail swept across his chest. Though he wore protective garments, he was still vulnerable, and the sheer force left him gasping for breath, blood surging within him. Before he could touch the ground, he tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful. "Damn it," he thought, his eyes turning crimson with indignation. Did they truly believe him to be so easily bullied? At that moment, he began to understand the plight of his friend, the plump one. He was facing a trial of humanity, not a trial of beasts. If he were to perish today, would that count as overcoming his tribulation or not? Fortunately, he found solace in the absence of any treacherous companions nearby. The beast, seeing him motionless, roared again and, with a swift motion, thrust its sharp claws toward him, intent on eviscerating him. In the nick of time, Guhan gritted his teeth against the pain, propelling himself away just as the beast's momentum waned. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped onto its back. The beast bellowed in fury, preparing to toss him aside. Guhan fiercely grasped the fur around the creature's neck. His eyes reddened with fury as he lifted his right fist and struck down with relentless force. Bang! Roar! Bang! Roar! With each blow, the ferocious beast let out a growl, thrashing about wildly with Guhan in tow, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. Each punch fell like raindrops upon its skull, unyielding and incessant. Time passed, though its measure was lost in the chaos. Gradually, the beast's movements subsided until, at last, it lay motionless upon the ground. Blood seeping ominously from its orifices, Guhan had beaten it to death. With a deep sigh of relief, Guhan felt his strength wane, collapsing atop the beast's body. Agony surged through his right arm, which had borne the brunt of the impact, making even the simplest movement a challenge. This creature possessed a head of impenetrable hardness. And now his right arm was broken. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. A chill ran through Guhan, compelling him to muster his dwindling strength in readiness. Without his spiritual power, he could not even access his storage ring. Should danger arise again, it would spell his doom. Moments later, a youth peeked curiously from nearby, locking eyes with Guhan. "Did you slay the Mountain Lord?" Guhan was at a loss for words, finding the question somewhat naive. "I did not slay it. Perhaps it merely met its end by running into something?" "Indeed," the youth affirmed with a nod. "Come out. The Mountain Lord is dead, slain by someone." The youth's jubilance was infectious, and soon, a dozen figures emerged from the forest, clad in tattered garments and adorned with animal hides, wielding rudimentary bows, arrows, and blunt tools. Upon realizing they were fellow humans, both parties lowered their guard. Through conversation, Guhan learned that this place was called Cold Mountain, and a village named Looking Home lay a mere 10 miles ahead. The village, home to just over 100 souls, was impoverished, with its inhabitants relying on a few strong hunters to survive amidst the dangers posed by the beasts that roamed the mountains. Among these beasts, the Mountain Lord was the most ferocious. Cold Mountain, Guhan mused, feeling a peculiar connection to this place. At that moment, the villagers regarded him with reverence that transcended mere admiration. They gazed upon him as though he were a deity, slaying the Mountain Lord with bare hands. In their simplistic understanding, such feats could only be accomplished by legendary immortals. Amidst their awe, their eyes remained fixed on the lifeless body of the Mountain Lord, filled with a longing desire. To them, every part of the creature was a treasure. Yet, the villagers adhered to a straightforward principle. Whoever vanquished a beast claimed its spoils, and they felt unworthy to lay claim to its remains. "I bestow it upon you," Guhan declared with a wave of his hand, offering the creature freely. In his current state, anything less than extraordinary held no value. The villagers rejoiced, yet a sense of guilt lingered, urging them to invite Guhan to their village as a guest. He acquiesced with a nod, for his tribulations were indeed unique. Unlike the corpulent Tuajuan, venturing to Wangxiang village may yield unexpected discoveries. Among the dozen or so individuals, a middle-aged man known as Uncle Wang led the group. The young man who exchanged glances with Guhan was his son, Zhuang, accompanied by his nearly identical twin brother, Zhuang. The mountain lord's corpse was exceedingly heavy, requiring the effort of 7 or 8 men to lift it. Nevertheless, the exhaustion was accompanied by joy, as they could hardly recall a more bountiful harvest in their village. "Brother Gu is truly impressive," Zhuang exclaimed. "If it were me, I wouldn't stand a chance against the mountain lord." "Brother," Zhuang scoffed, gesturing towards Guhan's robust right arm. "Look at Brother Gu's hands. He is clearly skilled in martial arts. Our arms are nowhere near as sturdy." Indeed, Zhuang's eyes sparkled. "If only I could learn martial arts too." Guhan couldn't help but twitch at their words. Zhuang and Zhuang? More like big foolish and second foolish. Is that what you call sturdy? It's swollen. Uncle Wang, however, seemed to possess some insight. Casting a stern glance at his 2 foolish sons while engaging Guhan in conversation. The mountain path was arduous, and carrying the mountain lord's corpse. The group took a full 2 hours to return to Wanxiang village. The state of the village was, to put it mildly, appalling. Most dwellings were thatched huts, and the few stone structures were riddled with drafts. Aside from the hunting party, the village was left with only the elderly, the weak, and women and children. All in tattered clothing, their faces pale, their lives could scarcely be described as impoverished. Upon entering the village, Zhuang and Zhuang exuberantly called out towards a small fenced courtyard at the village's head. "Sister Ain, come see the brave souls who defeated the mountain lord." At their words, a young woman washing clothes in the courtyard instinctively lifted her head. She was strikingly beautiful and graceful, and though clad in coarse fabric, her movements exuded an undeniable charm. In an instant, Guhan locked eyes with her, one in shock, the other in astonishment. Despite the absence of his former abilities and their differing appearances, Guhan recognized the identity of the woman before him solely by her gaze. "Ain," he murmured, his voice laced with complex emotions. Suddenly, the woman chuckled, stepping out of the courtyard to stand before Guhan, a water-streaked jade finger playfully poking his forehead. Her tone was a mix of delight and playful reproach. "How rude. You should address me as sister." Volume 1, Chapter 396. You have finally returned to yourself. This woman was none other than the sorceress. After returning to the village with the elder, she had employed the last vestiges of her powers to subtly alter the villagers' memories, subsequently settling down to live the life she had always yearned for but had never experienced. Guhan's expression grew slightly dazed. Han Mountain. The sorceress. He began to grasp why his tribulations were so uniquely intertwined with this place. "Hurry." Noticing his silence, the sorceress furrowed her delicate brows and playfully tapped him on the head, exclaiming, "Call me sister." "Sister," Guhan uttered almost involuntarily. What a good listener. The enchantress's heart blossomed, her eyes curving into crescent moons as her smile radiated with brilliance. She laughed, and so did Guhan. In that moment, he ceased to ponder the tribulations of life, feeling that merely catching another glimpse of her made the trials worthwhile. When a beauty smiles, a myriad of charms emerge. Although the enchantress's appearance might be deemed rather ordinary within the realm of cultivation, especially when compared to the ethereal fairies and saintly maidens, to the villagers who had dwelled in the frigid mountains for generations, she was nothing short of a breathtaking celestial being. The young men turned crimson, unable to meet her gaze. "Ain is truly beautiful," exclaimed Zhuang, his heart tinged with envy. In his memory, the celestial Ain had never displayed such intimacy towards anyone. Yet, he felt a pang of jealousy. Zhuang echoed the sentiment. "Look, Brother Gu's eyes are fixated. You wouldn't understand. There's a saying that even the bravest of men, when confronted with a woman as stunning as Ain, cannot help but be captivated." "Brother." Zhuang gazed at him in admiration. "You know so much." "Of course. Or else how could I be your elder brother?" sighed Pang, casting an envious glance at Guhan. Whoever could marry Ain would be immensely fortunate. They were simple souls, devoid of malice. While they felt a tinge of jealousy, they still believed that only someone as distinguished and capable as Guhan was worthy of their celestial maiden. Big fools. The enchantress's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Guhan. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ain, I am Zhuang," he protested, slightly displeased. "I am Zhuang. Do not mix up our names." Zhuang chimed in. The two brothers were puzzled as to why Ain had been miscalling their names lately. Guhan regarded the enchantress with surprise, pondering whether their thoughts were aligned. At that moment, Under the guidance of Uncle Wang, a crowd of elderly, weak, and young villagers surrounded Guhan. Their faces were filled with admiration and gratitude, various offerings in hand, dried meat, fruits, and large flatbreads, most of which were food. "What is this for?" Guhan inquired, taken aback. "Hero." An elderly man trembled as he stepped forward. "You have avenged my son by slaying the mountain lord. I have nothing to repay you with, but please accept this." He presented a piece of dark, dried meat, evidently preserved for a long time. "Hero," added a middle-aged woman, tears glistening in her eyes as she offered fruits. "My 2 brothers were devoured by the mountain lord. You have slain it and returned its remains to us. We are at a loss for how to repay you, but please accept these humble offerings." She held out a handful of unripe green fruits, freshly picked. "Yes, please accept them. We are grateful for your vengeance on behalf of our kin," the villagers urged, their voices sincere and their gazes filled with reverence. "Big brother." Suddenly, a faint voice called out. A small girl emerged with great difficulty from the crowd, cradling a blackened piece of bread in her hands. She knelt before Guhan, her bare feet touching the ground, her hair in disarray. She appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. Her clothes, worn and tattered, bore the marks of time and hardship, and her frail frame revealed the effects of prolonged hunger. Her small face darkened, obscuring her original features. "Thank you for avenging my parents," she exclaimed, gazing at the piece of bread, swallowing hard, yet resolutely extending it towards Guhan. "No need." Guhan felt a pang in his heart. With his uninjured left hand, he lifted her up gently, speaking softly. "I am not hungry. You should eat it." However, the little girl remained insistent, determined to offer him the bread. Uncle Wang sighed and began to explain. The girl's name was Anan. 6 months prior, her parents had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, only to encounter a mountain beast seeking food. All that remained of them was a bloodied piece of clothing and a few dark, yellowish tufts of fur. Since then, she had become an orphan. If not for the villagers' kindness, who occasionally provided her with scraps, she might have succumbed to starvation long ago. Yet, the villagers themselves lived in hardship, and the food they could spare was scant. For her, going several days without a meal had become a common ordeal. "Accept it," the sorceress whispered beside him. "This is their most treasured possession." "Very well." Guhan was about to refuse again, but hesitated upon hearing her words, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. The villagers were simple, kind-hearted, and sincere in their thoughts. Whether intentionally or not, Guhan had aided them, and they were eager to offer their most precious belongings in return. In the realm of cultivation, treachery and violence were rampant. However, in this humble village of Wangxiang, Guhan felt a starkly contrasting atmosphere. Despite their meager circumstances, the villagers had not lost their inherent goodness and sincerity. Perhaps, he glanced at the sorceress, this was the life she had always yearned for. Soon, Guhan's presence was surrounded by an array of offerings. By the end, Anan stood on tiptoe, struggling to press the piece of bread into Guhan's hands. Swallowing hard as she prepared to leave, Anan, the sorceress, lifted her gently. "Do not go just yet. Wait for Grandpa to return. I will prepare fish soup for you." "Thank you, Sister Ayin." Anan's eyes sparkled with delight, saliva pooling in her mouth. For the past few weeks, she had been fortunate enough to savor a bowl of delicious fish soup every few days, a luxury she had scarcely dared to imagine before. Not only Anan, but even De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang, upon hearing the mention of fish soup, could not help but swallow hard. "Uncle Wang," Guhan sighed, "let's distribute the mountain beast's meat to everyone." He could see that even the hunting team had not tasted meat in a long time. These villagers had likely been deprived of such sustenance for quite some time. Uncle Wang hesitated, reluctant to part with the beast, regardless of its blood, flesh, bones, or hide. If taken to a larger village, it could be exchanged for superior weapons and bows for the hunting team. A stronger hunting team meant greater safety for Wangxiang. "Distribute it." Guhan smiled. Gently retracting his right arm behind his back, he mused to himself, "The little mountain beast is nothing to be concerned about. I could easily slay one, and I could certainly dispatch a second." Reluctantly, Uncle Wang acquiesced, for after all, it was Guhan who had brought down the beast, and he naturally held the authority to distribute the spoils. "Wonderful. We shall feast on meat," Anan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, her frail arms raised high in jubilation. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted with gratitude towards Guhan, many women discreetly wiping away tears of joy. At long last, their children would enjoy a meal of meat. Suddenly, De Zhuang seized Guhan's right arm, lifting it triumphantly as he bellowed with enthusiasm. With fists like Brother Gu's, he could easily fell not just one mountain beast, but 10 or even 8. Anan gazed at him in admiration. What massive fists! The villagers couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, a true hero is distinguished by his extraordinary strength. A sharp gasp escaped Guhan as pain shot through him. He nearly kicked the fool away. Get lost. Before he could act, however, Uncle Wang was already delivering a sound thrashing to De Zhuang. After the scuffle, the villagers gathered to carry the mountain beast's carcass to Uncle Wang's abode. Given its considerable size, only a seasoned hand like his could manage the butchery. Go on, the sorceress instructed as she set Anan down. First, enjoy the meat. We shall return for soup later, and I have something to give you. Thank you, Sister Ian. Thank you, big brother. Anan wiped her drool and scampered away on her little legs. At this point, only Guhan and the sorceress remained in the vicinity. How is it that? They both began simultaneously, asking the same question. A chuckle escaped the sorceress, her laughter mingling with the gentle breeze that tousled her hair. Though her beauty had dimmed somewhat, there was a new charm to her presence. I am Hmph, she said playfully, winking at Guhan. And you? For a moment, Guhan was taken aback, but he quickly grasped her intent. I am Guhan, he replied earnestly. You have finally chosen to return to your true self, Sister Mo. Indeed, she nodded gently. You are right. Being true to oneself feels remarkably liberating. As she stepped closer to Guhan, her gaze fell upon his right arm. A flicker of concern in her eyes. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? What of your cultivation? It's nothing, Guhan feigned nonchalance. Just a minor issue. I shall recover in due time. For reasons unknown, he instinctively concealed the matter of the calamity he faced, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him at the thought of the worst possible outcome. You are deceiving yourself, the sorceress sighed softly. Have you forgotten? I understand far more than you realize. Are you not undergoing a tribulation? Who is the one destined to face it? Is it not I? Absolutely not. Guhan firmly denied. The trials of humanity are ever-changing, and I have yet to identify the one destined to face them. The sorceress fell silent. The answer to her inquiry was already evident. And what of you? Guhan's gaze bore into hers. I sense that your current state is rather peculiar. Although you have lost your cultivation, there is an unspoken notion that the witch is significantly weaker now than she was before, likely not much stronger than he is at present. There is no need to inquire further. The witch chooses to remain silent on the matter. The people here are remarkably kind, and I find great contentment in this way of life. That is sufficient for me. Her true demonic form is on the verge of disintegration. Having traversed this far, her cultivation has diminished greatly, compounded by the alteration of the villagers' memories and her ultimate exertion of power to assist the elder. Naturally, she has reached a state of extreme frailty. At this juncture, she is not expected to live for many more years. Ayin. At that moment, a voice brimming with joy resonated as an elderly man approached from outside the village, spirited and glowing with vitality, with a fish basket slung over his back. Grandfather has caught fish again. Today, you and Nan shall have a feast. Upon seeing the elder, Guhan paused, letting out a gentle sigh. The witch yearns for vengeance, desiring the golden seal. Yet, Hmph seeks nothing but a home and the love and care of her grandfather. And that is more than enough. Suddenly, the elder noticed Guhan. Who is this young man? At that moment, De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang arrived, each carrying a beast's leg. Brother Gu, De Zhuang panted, my father said this is yours. The beast's leg was the finest part of the mountain lord, comprising 1/10 of its total meat. Upon seeing the elder's inquiry, the two brothers eagerly recounted the events with embellishments. Look, as excitement grew, De Zhuang attempted to grasp Guhan's right hand once more. Brother Gu, bang! Guhan could no longer contain himself and kicked him several paces away, of course, using just enough force to avoid causing harm. Young man, the elder's eyes sparkled. What great strength you possess. No wonder you could slay the mountain lord with your bare hands. In his youth, he had been the captain of a hunting team. Thus his experiences surpassed those of others. Excellent, excellent. He fixed his gaze on Guhan, a glimmer of admiration emerging in his eyes. To slay the mountain lord, that is true skill. To share the meat with everyone, that is true benevolence. And your appearance is striking as well. Guhan, with his refined features and extraordinary demeanor, undoubtedly surpassed these rugged mountain dwellers who struggled to fill their bellies. Youth, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, how old are you this year? Guhan felt uneasy under his scrutiny. 22 perhaps? He calculated. Having left Tianwu City, it had only been 2 or 3 years. So he was indeed still young. However, the experiences he had endured had imparted a maturity far beyond that of his peers. Excellent, excellent. The elder beamed widely. My Ain is precisely 23. In this impoverished mountain hollow, who could possibly match my granddaughter's beauty? This young man seems quite suitable. Perfectly suitable. Old sir. Guhan felt a chill from the elder's gaze. What are you staring at? Hee. The elder chuckled, shaking his head. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Guhan found himself utterly bewildered. What was the matter? Grandpa. Conversely, the sorceress, aware of the local customs, felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, her heart inexplicably fluttering, making her hesitant to meet Guhan's gaze. Life had improved significantly. There was no need for further greed. With this thought, she gently set down the fish basket, preparing to make soup. Suddenly, a member of the hunting party rushed in. Panic etched on his face. The people from Shiwan village are here to seize the meat. Although they were not beasts, the fur of the mountain lord was remarkably tough, far beyond what Uncle Wang's worn-out hatchet could sever. In a bid to divide the meat, he promptly retrieved an ancestral sharp sword. At that moment, the mountain lord's corpse had already been mostly dismembered, with the majority of the group holding onto pieces of meat. Erhu. An elderly man gazed at a pallid man beside him, concern etched on his features. If you consume the mountain lord's flesh, your wounds will heal, and our family's lives will improve. Father, the man replied, his nose tinged with sorrow, shaking his head. Your health is poor. You must nourish yourself properly. I am still young. I will be fine. Mother, a young boy of 7 or 8 stared at the meat in the woman's hands, licking his lips. Since father died, I haven't eaten meat. I'll stew it for you, the woman said, her eyes reddening. I want you to eat your fill? Yes. The mountain lord's flesh was limited. With over 100 people sharing, it was hardly enough, and naturally, they wished to reserve it for their most cherished ones. Here. Uncle Wang cut off another piece of meat and handed it to the eager girl, standing on tiptoe. This is for you, little one. Thank you, Uncle Wang. The small girl struggled to hold the meat, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her mouth watering as if she longed to take a bite at that very moment. Child. Uncle Wang joked, you mustn't bite it. Be careful not to break your teeth. I want to share the meat with Sister Ain. She has been so kind to me, letting me drink fish soup and promising to make me new shoes and clothes. With that, she clutched the meat and dashed outside. Suddenly, she collided with something, tumbling to the ground, causing the meat in her hands to fly away. My meat. Tears streamed down her face from the pain. But she hurried to retrieve it. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, picking up the piece of meat. It belonged to a sharp-featured man whom she did not recognize. In an instant, 20 to 30 strong men surged forward, each robust and armed with gleaming hatchets and well-crafted bows, far more formidable than the hunting party. Village chief. The man nodded and bowed to a burly figure in the crowd. I was right, wasn't I? I saw them carrying the mountain lord's corpse out. If we had arrived any later, they would have divided the meat. Meat. At that moment, a young man beside the burly figure fixated on the piece of meat in the man's hand, drooling incessantly. Meat. He was plump and fair-skinned. Her expression was vacant, and drool continuously dripped from the corners of her mouth, suggesting a troubling state of mind. The heart of the village chief, Wang Shu, sank heavily. The cold mountains stretched over 1,000 miles, naturally encompassing more than just the village of Wangxiang. Shiwan village, however, was the largest settlement within a 100-mile radius, boasting a population exceeding 2,000. The able-bodied men in the village numbered between 200 to 300, far wealthier and stronger than their own Wangxiang. The bows and arrows of their hunting team had been exchanged for considerable amounts of beast meat from them. Dividing the meat? Wang Shu scoffed coldly. Who gave you the audacity to do such a thing? The flesh of the mountain lord is a great tonic, and you think you are worthy of it? Return the meat to us. Return it? Wang Shu was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Beside the village chief, a man's eyes darted, and he burst into laughter. With your meager numbers, how could you possibly have slain the mountain lord? It was our people from Shiwan who killed it. You took advantage of our absence to steal the mountain lord's corpse. How shameless. Quickly return the mountain lord to us, or do not blame us for being unfriendly. You speak nonsense. Anan glared furiously at the man. The mountain lord was clearly killed by my elder brother. You have no part in this. Return the meat to me. It was meant for Sister Ain. To her, that piece of meat was more precious than her own life. At that moment, seeing the young man brandishing the meat as if to bite into it, she could no longer contain herself. Tears welled in her eyes as she charged forward, desperate to reclaim it. My meat. The young man cast a vicious glare at Anan and kicked out violently. Bang! The blow was heavy. Anan, frail and slight of build, was sent flying, crashing to the ground and nearly losing her life. Anan! The villager's eyes widened in rage. Huh! The village chief sneered. You dare to snatch my son's meat? It would be best if you died. Quickly, he glanced at the young men around him. Bring our mountain lord back, and remember, not a single drop of blood must be left. We from Xiwan have paid a hefty price to slay it. Wang Shu, a young man from the hunting team, witnessing Anan's plight, had bloodshot eyes. Let us fight back. This is too much. How dare you? The man beside the village chief waved his hand, and the young men immediately drew their bows, aiming at the villagers. Anyone who wishes to die, step forward. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation, fully aware that the other side was distorting the truth and resorting to forceful plunder, yet they felt utterly powerless. Only Anan, despite her severe injuries, continued to glare at the young man with stubborn defiance and unwillingness. The meat was meant for Sister Ain. Want to eat meat? The young man sneered as he strode over, raising his foot to deliver a heavy kick at Anan's head. If you're dead, you won't care for meat anymore. Suddenly, a figure darted in with remarkable speed, leaping into the courtyard and arriving before him in an instant. You. The young man was momentarily taken aback. The speed of this person was astonishing. Slap. Before he could even discern the appearance of the newcomer, he found himself grasped by the throat and lifted off the ground. At that moment, the sorceress and her companions rushed over. Anan, upon witnessing the delicate and fragile appearance of the girl, the witch felt a pang of anguish in her heart and hastily embraced her. Sister, I shall give you this meat. Silly girl, I do not fancy meat, she exclaimed, her eyes reddening with emotion, a glimmer of determination flashing through her gaze. Do not move, came a stern voice. It was Guhan. He understood that the witch was no longer in a position to act. Leave it to me. Let go. The man struggled desperately, his face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to escape Guhan's formidable grasp. Let go. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, Guhan exerted a sudden force, swiftly breaking the man's neck. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the lifeless body at the feet of the village chief. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Both the villagers of Wangxiang and those from Xiwan village were taken aback by Guhan's decisive and ruthless action. You dare to kill a member of Xiwan village? After a moment, the village chief finally reacted, fixing a fierce glare upon Guhan. Yes, Guhan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I did it, what of it? Furthermore, it was I who killed the mountain lord. Do you wish to claim it? At this, the faces of the Xiwan villagers shifted slightly. The notion of killing the mountain lord? Even if their strongest warriors attempted such a feat, they would likely lose a third of their numbers in the endeavor. Confronted with Guhan's swift and merciless approach, hesitation began to seep into their hearts. Fear not. The village chief chuckled darkly. Have you forgotten who my eldest son is? He is a disciple of the Blood Soul sect, a practitioner of celestial arts. What use is this man's martial prowess? To the mountain folk, the Blood Soul sect was an unfamiliar name, yet they were no strangers to the term celestial master. Little brother, Uncle Wang gritted his teeth. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. If not, then, glancing at the girl, Guhan's tone grew colder. Who harmed her? It was him. Before Uncle Wang could speak, a young boy from the crowd pointed accusingly at the foolish young man, his voice filled with contempt. It was this fool who kicked Sister Anan. The young man, seemingly oblivious, suddenly fixated on the witch, his eyes gleaming with desire as drool escaped his lips. Such beauty. My wife. Guhan's murderous intent surged within him, his eyes narrowing dangerously. This fool must perish. Chapter 398. Your son is a son, but theirs is not? Upon hearing the foolish young man's words, the village chief's attention was instantly drawn to the witch, his eyes lighting up. My son has quite the discerning eye. Ha ha. Truly beautiful. I never knew that such a stunning maiden resided in your humble Wangxiang village. You should have informed me sooner. How disrespectful. Ain. The elder's heart sank as he rushed to shield the witch. Dad. Seeing the witch being obstructed, the foolish young man grew frantic. His vacant gaze filled with avarice and malice. Wife, I want my wife. Very well, he exclaimed, a smirk of indulgence spreading across his face. Your elder brother is an immortal. As the younger brother of an immortal, you may wed whomever you desire. Moreover, given the strength of our Xuanzai, if she marries you, she would be well taken care of, which would indeed be a case of her marrying above her station. Follow me. He fixated on the witch's profile, his lustful and greedy gaze betraying his intentions. She shall be my son's bride. I am not unreasonable. He gestured towards the corpse of the mountain lord. You may keep 1/10 of the meat. Consider it a dowry. Isn't that generous enough? With such a bounty, one could wed 100 brides. The elders were left speechless, utterly infuriated. This is outrageous. Father. Dazhuang's eyes were ablaze with fury. Let us confront them. Indeed, we cannot allow them to take Sister Ayan away. They are not virtuous. In an instant, Erzwang and more than a dozen young hunters stood up, their faces etched with indignation. Damn them. With a swift motion, Uncle Wang raised his sword. How dare you bully us like this? Do you think the men of Wangxiang village are cowards? Today, if anyone dares to harm her, we shall fight back. Meanwhile, the old, the weak, and the women stood united in their animosity, fiercely guarding the meat in their possession. Even the most docile of individuals, when pushed to the brink, will erupt. Prepare. The villagers' defiance was met with disdain by the chieftain, who sneered, threatening to shoot anyone who dared to move. He cast a greedy glance at the witch. Just don't harm my daughter-in-law. At that moment, Guhan suddenly spoke, his tone laced with frost. A splendid sword. May I borrow it? Opening a storage ring requires spiritual energy. Given his current condition, accessing the ring would prove exceedingly difficult, yet he had no need for the black sword against these adversaries. Young man. Before the witch, the elder wore a resolute expression. This concerns our Wangxiang village and my granddaughter. You need not. Right. Uncle Wang sighed. I know you possess great strength, but they have celestial beings behind them. Celestial beings? Guhan scoffed. Utter nonsense. Moreover, he glanced at the witch and smiled. This is my affair. The sword. His imposing aura left Uncle Wang momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word of refusal, and he reluctantly handed over the sword. As the sword was grasped, a clear sound resonated. Guhan's demeanor shifted, suddenly radiating a more formidable presence. A fine sword. Where did it come from? Uncle Wang forced a smile. In such dire circumstances, you still have the presence of mind to inquire about such trivialities? Guhan could slay the mountain lord, and the chieftain dared not underestimate him. Release the arrows. He swiftly retreated behind the young men. Shoot him down. I refuse to believe that he can withstand our archery. Swish. Swish. In an instant, 20 to 30 arrows were aimed squarely at Guhan. Seeking death? Guhan, with an impassive expression, stepped forward. You may attempt it. The long sword in his hand gleamed ominously, pointing directly at the crowd, and the murderous intent in his eyes caused their hands to tremble uncontrollably. Bride. Only that foolish young man remained. It seems insatiable, with drool incessantly flowing, and unexpectedly, it lunged towards the witch. Just then, a long sword pressed against his forehead, penetrating flesh by 3 points, blood gushing forth as he screamed in agony, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. Blood. His father was killed. Though he was foolish, he had always wielded power and authority in the Xiwan stronghold, displaying a temperament that was exceedingly unruly and violent. You die? He fixated on Guhan. I want to find a wife. You wish to marry? Guhan narrowed his eyes. If you are dead, what of your desires? You dare. The stronghold's leader shouted frantically. If you harm a single hair on my son, I shall. But before he could finish, the long sword swiftly sliced through the neck of the foolish youth. The head fell. Blood sprayed. Shoot. The leader's eyes were filled with rage, nearly losing his sanity. Kill him. Kill him. My son will return the day after tomorrow. Everyone attack. Whoever kills him, I shall teach him the ways of immortality. Quickly. These words seemed to imbue the young men with boundless vigor. As 30 sharp arrows rained down upon Guhan. Thud. Thud. Guhan remained expressionless. The long sword in his left hand became a blur, his figure slightly swaying as he deflected all the arrows. He could have evaded, yet doing so would surely spell disaster for the villagers behind him. Before the second wave of arrows could descend, he swiftly moved, crossing several zhang in an instant, penetrating the throng of young men, his sword dancing relentlessly, either lifting, stabbing, or piercing with precision and speed. The cold light flickered. Blood sprayed forth. Cries of despair echoed. In mere moments, only the leader and the foolish youth remained standing. You have slain my son. At that moment, he clutched the head of the fool, his eyes a crimson hue, resembling a madman. He is foolish, merely a simpleton. Yet you were able to act so ruthlessly. Foolish? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Who told you that fools possess pure hearts? Moreover, he pondered. You wish to feast while others starve? Your son is a son, yet theirs are not. They are honest, they are kind. So they must be ruthlessly bullied to death by you? Such reasoning is absurd. I thud. The sword flashed again. The stronghold leader's head fell. I did not permit you to respond. Guhan wiped the blood from his sword, just venting some grievances. Silence enveloped the scene. The mountain folk had never witnessed such a bloody tableau. Aside from the hunting party, the rest were utterly petrified. Oh. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Guhan sighed. Master, it seems that I truly have no affinity with the Buddha. Suddenly, a woman, pulling a young boy by her side, fell to her knees. Thud, thud. The elderly, women, and children knelt as well. Although fear lingered in their eyes, it was not fear of Guhan. They knelt. The primary reason lies in Guhan's words. Honesty and kindness do not equate to foolishness. They can naturally discern right from wrong. Get up, Guhan said with a smile. Let us feast on the flesh of this mountain lord. It will benefit you. He glanced at the two brothers, who were slightly dizzy from the exertion. You possess great strength. Assist in the cleanup. The two brothers, suppressing their fear, called upon the able-bodied to either clean or carry away the bodies, without delay. Guhan then approached the witch to examine Ainan's injuries. She was gravely wounded. Without timely treatment, she would not survive another 2 days. Yet, despite her condition, the young girl remained fixated on the piece of meat. With a sigh, Guhan retrieved her share and handed it to her. Sister Ainan, she whispered weakly, struggling to push the meat towards the witch. I need to find my parents. You can have the meat. A wave of sorrow washed over the crowd. As they turned their gaze back to the corpses, their fear diminished significantly. They felt a sense of relief in their demise. You will not perish, the witch reassured, gently stroking her head. You have yet to wear the new clothes and shoes your sister made for you. Yes, Guhan added with a smile. With me here, you shall not die. As a celestial demon, the witch found little use in elixirs and never carried such items. Her arrival at Wangxiang village had been unexpected, and she was unprepared. However, Guhan had resources. Any item from his storage ring was a treasure beyond compare. The immediate priority was to open the storage ring. At that moment, Uncle Wang approached, hesitant to speak. While they remained unaware, you should leave. The old man beside the witch quickly urged, hurry, before they notice. You must distance yourself. Leave. Guhan shook his head. What will happen to you all if I go? It's not worth contemplating. If I depart, the villagers will surely suffer the consequences. Facing a dire fate, we are expendable, Uncle Wang sighed. Even without them, it's likely we would fall prey to the beasts of the cold mountain, whether sooner or later. It matters little. Indeed, you should flee, benefactor. You are a good person. We cannot be the cause of your misfortune. Others echoed their pleas for Guhan to leave. In their hearts, they believed that while Guhan was formidable enough to slay the mountain lord, a celestial being was an unfathomable and insurmountable force. Celestial being? Guhan scoffed. What celestial beings exist in this world? How can there be none? Uncle Wang replied with a bitter smile. The sword you hold was discovered by my grandfather in a cave. He claimed it could emit light. Emit light? Guhan pondered thoughtfully. Uncle Wang, oblivious, could not grasp the full implications. The sword in question is, in fact, remarkably unremarkable, its material and appearance falling short even of the most rudimentary spiritual weapons. Yet, when grasped firmly in his hand, he discovered that its sharpness was nearly comparable to that of an exquisite spiritual artifact. This was the very reason for his prior admiration. It now appeared that the sword's origins were likely far from ordinary. Where's the cave? He inquired. Not far at all, Uncle Wang replied candidly. It lies a mere 10 miles east of the village. I visited it once, and much of the cave has collapsed. Guhan took note of this information. His priority was to rescue her. After returning the sword to Uncle Wang and offering a few words of instruction to the others, he and the enchantress made their way back to the quaint courtyard. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, striving to sense the slender thread of spiritual energy within him, which was now finer than a single hair. However, at this moment, his mental faculties were sealed, and his spiritual perception had diminished significantly. He could only vaguely sense that fine thread of energy. To draw it forth would undoubtedly prove far more challenging than before. With the scant remnants of his spiritual awareness, he painstakingly coaxed the energy out, drop by drop. Time slipped away, and at long last it opened. Through his relentless efforts, the storage ring finally yielded a small crack, but it threatened to close once more. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved several items: the long sword, medicinal pills, extraordinary substances, and 2 half-saint herbs. The enchantress paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing her lips. These 2 half-saint herbs were intended to invigorate the soul, and Guhan's purpose in retrieving them was, of course, self-evident. At that moment, Guhan exhaled deeply, opening his eyes with a bitter smile. Merely accessing a storage ring had become such a formidable task, consuming nearly half an hour of his time. Given Ainan's frail constitution, she could scarcely endure even a drop of extraordinary substance's impact. Thus, he extracted a minuscule amount and dissolved it in water, feeding it to her. The healing effects of the extraordinary substance were nothing short of miraculous. In the blink of an eye, her injuries were entirely mended. Remarkable talent, Guhan mused, somewhat astonished. He had previously noted Ainan's potential for cultivation, and now, observing her absorption of the extraordinary substance, it was evident her aptitude was commendable. Although she may not rival the prodigies of Dao Zhong's 9 chimes, she could certainly be compared to Morong Yen. Consequently, overwhelmed by the immense potency of the medicine, she succumbed to slumber. Here, eat this. Following his resolute gaze, the enchantress reluctantly consumed the 2 half-saint herbs. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Guhan, too, partook of a small quantity of the extraordinary substance. He dared not indulge excessively for fear of being overwhelmed, as he was, after all, merely a mortal at present. Boom. The instant the extraordinary substance entered his body, the wounds on his right arm healed in an instant, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Qi condensation, meridian opening, channel unblocking, and essence gathering occurred within the span of a breath, yet soon after, his progress came to an abrupt halt, sinking into silence like a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace behind. Guhan pondered thoughtfully. His current state bore some distinction from that of a mere mortal. He simply could not transcend the tribulations of humanity. Even if he were to consume a sacred herb, it would not restore his cultivation. Just as he pondered this, the enchantress slowly opened her eyes, having fully absorbed the herb's potency. "How do you feel?" Guhan inquired, his brow furrowed. At that moment, the enchantress exhibited little change aside from a flicker of vitality in her gaze, suggesting that the semi-sacred herb had a negligible effect on her. "I'm fine." The enchantress replied evasively, her expression betraying concern. "You should leave." "I shall take my leave," Guhan responded, casting a glance at her. "Are you truly prepared to confront them here?" The enchantress hesitated for a moment. "Regardless, I have confidence in my abilities." Guhan fixed his gaze upon her. "Have you forgotten? This place is the domain of the sacred demon sect. My 3rd senior sister resides here. It is, in a sense, my second home. I cannot allow them to bully me at my doorstep. Besides, I no longer require my sister's assistance. I will handle everything." "Very well," the enchantress murmured, gently leaning against his shoulder. "I believe in you." Suddenly, a fit of deep coughing interrupted them. An elderly man, burdened with thoughts, emerged from the house and happened upon this scene. "Young man," he could not help but remark to Guhan, "I know my daughter is quite beautiful, but you haven't even proposed yet. Aren't you being a bit hasty?" Guhan merely responded, while the enchantress declared, "I will prepare dinner." A hint of shyness crossed her face as she placed Ainan inside and began her tasks. Sighing, the old man lamented, "I told you to leave, yet you remain. What are we to do now?" In the courtyard, wisps of smoke rose gracefully into the air. Within this haze, the enchantress's figure flickered in and out of view as she expertly tended to the fire, grilled meat, and simmered soup, all performed with meticulous order. Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if she were engaged in a task of the utmost sanctity. Perhaps, an idea suddenly sparked in Guhan's mind. In the millennia of silence, she had envisioned such a scene countless times, thus executing it with such naturalness and finesse. "Old man," he chuckled suddenly, "a very wise individual once imparted a profound truth to me. What was it? The world is vast, but the greatest concern is hunger. I am quite famished." The old man's lips twitched. "Who said that?" "My 2nd senior brother." "Your 2nd senior brother must be a glutton reincarnated." Guhan spoke the truth, devoid of cultivation. He felt a rare sense of helplessness facing the mountain lord, a long-forgotten hunger in the presence of the rising smoke. Yet for the first time, he sensed the aroma of mortal existence in the company of the enchantress. Mortal existence, the most ordinary, commonplace, and humble, yet also the most genuine and moving. It felt as though a seed had been sown in his heart, propelling him into a wondrous state. Old friend, he mused, lifting the once burdensome sword with newfound ease. As if it weighed nothing. Take a good look. This is the essence of humanity. Joy, anger, sorrow, laughter, ire, greed, attachment, love, and enmity. All that I perceive is part of the human experience. The sword vibrated with excitement, rejoicing in this newfound revelation. Witnessing this spectacle, the old man stood agape. Immortal. You are an immortal. Old man, Guhan replied with a light-hearted smile. He had long proclaimed that in this world, there existed no celestial beings. He cast a glance at the sorceress beside him. Only the realm of mortals prevails. As soon as the words left his lips, his long sword fell gently. Without the aid of his cultivation, nor any power to assist him, a wooden stump a mere 10 feet away shattered into countless pieces, the cut exceedingly smooth. The old man stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. This young lad was no ordinary soul. Is he not a celestial being? Suddenly, the sorceress wiped the sweat from her brow, brandished a small stick in hand, and marched over, tapping him lightly on the forehead. Grandfather worked hard to make that. You must compensate. Indeed, he nodded, gently brushing a speck of dust from her face. I shall accompany you. In my eyes, you embody the essence of my world. Volume 1. Chapter 400, A Journey Together. Beside them, the old man swiftly cast aside thoughts of celestial beings. What of celestial beings? They cannot toy with my granddaughter in front of me. The young man. He cleared his throat twice, with a heavy cough. Betrothal gifts. Guhan's expression turned awkward, and he hastily withdrew his hand. Dinner is ready. For reasons unknown, upon meeting Guhan's gaze, the sorceress felt an unprecedented flutter of anxiety, prompting her to hurriedly retreat and fetch a simple chair. The fish soup was delectable, and the roasted meat fragrant, although merely seasoned with coarse salt and wild greens. It paled in comparison to the culinary finesse of Zhuiyang, yet Guhan found it even more delightful in flavor. Throughout this time, several villagers had brought portions of the meat they had received as a gesture of gratitude for Guhan's earlier assistance in safeguarding them. This time, Guhan did not refuse, storing the meat alongside the coarse grains he had previously collected, and specifically instructed them to return home and enjoy their meal, assuring them that he would handle the remaining matters. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had gradually darkened. Although the old man had regained considerable health, his advanced age left him lacking in energy, leading him to retire early. As for Yuan, her full absorption of the extraordinary substances would require a lengthy period. She would not awaken in the near future. At this moment, only the two remained in the courtyard. Shall we go? The sorceress was keenly aware of Guhan's thoughts. Yes, he affirmed. That sword gives me an odd sensation. It appears to be a weapon for mortals, yet possesses qualities that rival spiritual artifacts, which surely harbors a mystery. I shall accompany you. The sorceress gently approached his side. Instinctively, Guhan intended to embrace her as he had in the Tianlu mountain range. But his movement froze as he recalled the old man's incessant reminders regarding betrothal gifts. It's nothing. The sorceress lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Grandfather is asleep. Guhan exhaled in relief, but soon realized the absurdity of the situation. So what if he wasn't asleep? I, the illustrious Gu de Jianxian, shall embrace her if I wish. Would I fear a mere mortal elder? Embrace. What could you do about it? He secretly scoffed, wrapping his arm around the delicate waist of the enchanting figure beside him. Though separated by coarse fabric, he could still feel her slender form quiver slightly. Coughing softly, his heart stirred. Suddenly, he recalled the scene from the underground cavern that day, hastily suppressing the lingering thoughts, and quietly exited the small courtyard. In this moment, the situation mirrored that of star-crossed lovers clandestinely meeting without the consent of their elders. As the night deepened, the mountain path became rugged. Yet, for the two of them, it felt as easy as walking on flat ground. The journey of several miles passed swiftly, and they soon arrived at their destination. Amidst the half-man-high weeds, a cave entrance loomed, approximately 10 feet in height. However, it had collapsed significantly, appearing dark and somewhat foreboding. The cave was not deep. Merely a dozen paces led to its end. Nothing. Guhan furrowed his brow. Though his eyesight was far from its former clarity, the cave was not extensive. After a thorough inspection, he found no trace of anything. Here, suddenly, the witch pointed to a side of the stone wall. This area is hollow. Guhan's heart stirred, and after a moment of careful observation, He noticed that this section of the wall was 3 feet wide and 10 feet high. Its color markedly darker and its texture noticeably harder than the surrounding stone, resembling a door. Although he had lost his cultivation, wielding a sharp sword would make it easy to break through the wall. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Instinctively, he slightly closed his eyes, once again immersing himself in that inexplicable state. The small courtyard, the rising smoke, the thatched cottage, and her. Suddenly, the sword trembled lightly, falling silently to the ground, accompanied by a surge of the residual spiritual energy within him. This strike possessed far greater power than before. With a soft sound, the stone wall before him shattered as if made of paper, revealing a stone chamber measuring approximately 3 feet in diameter. On one side of the chamber, a fist-sized pearl was embedded in the wall, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the interior. In the center, a simple stone bed cradled a skeleton, sitting cross-legged, its death a mystery lost to time. On the wall beside the skeleton, several rows of crooked, small characters were inscribed, with nothing else present. My name is Qing Yuan. In life, I adored the sword, consumed by my passion for it. Alas, the heavens have dealt me an unjust hand. I was born with a severed meridian, unable to cultivate. Yet, though my life is as insignificant as an ant, I aspire to the heights of a swan. My life may be as fragile as paper, yet my spirit remains unyielding. What of mere mortals? A spark can ignite a vast inferno, and a trickle of water can wear away stone. With this mortal form, I practice the martial arts of the common man, delving into the swordsmanship of humanity, and when the day of reckoning comes, I shall transcend my limits and slay the 9th-level condensation practitioner, Fu Wan, on cold mountains. I leave behind 3 sword techniques for those fortunate enough to find them. Beneath this declaration lay the 3 sword techniques, accompanied by annotations. Guang glanced once more at the skeleton, a complex expression crossing his face. The sword in Uncle Wang's hand was undoubtedly that of Qing Yuan. Remarkable. He sighed softly. The 3 sword techniques held no secrets for him. Their effects were strikingly similar to that of the blood spirit art, relying entirely on the path of self-immolation, fighting life for life, and leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Yet even so, the notion of a mere mortal slaying a 9th-level chi condensation practitioner was almost unimaginable, a challenge akin to an unarmed human defeating a mountain lord. It was a pity. The sorceress felt a twinge of regret. If this person were to cultivate, regardless of their innate talent, they would undoubtedly shine brightly. Indeed, Guhan wholeheartedly agreed. Given Qing Yuan's disposition, if he were to cultivate, possessing even half the talent of the sword young master and wielding the azure sword against him, he would undoubtedly find himself in a fierce battle, perhaps even to the death. His admiration was not directed at the 3 sword techniques, but rather at Qing Yuan's indomitable will. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, and a trickle of water can penetrate stone. Mortals, the essence of humanity, he murmured incessantly, as if he were descending into a profound epiphany, the seed within him growing significantly. The trivialities of human existence were inconsequential, yet a multitude of flickering lights could obscure the clouds and shield the moon. Should there be even more? Suddenly regaining his senses, he found the sorceress gazing intently at him, her eyes unblinking. What transpired? I have glimpsed a path. A path? The sorceress appeared unsurprised. If others were to learn that you could perceive the existence of a path, even while facing a personal tribulation, they would surely be envious. How so? Those who can perceive a path are exceedingly rare, each one a paragon among paragons, yet the essence of your path resonates with strength and uniqueness. Guhan fell silent for a moment. Because that path contains you. Because of you, the path of humanity is imbued with color. Volume 1. Chapter 401. Your entire family is fated with the Buddha. The sorceress felt a tremor within her heart. Let us return. She bit her lip. Grandfather, not seeing us, will undoubtedly believe that we ahem. Guhan felt a flicker of unease and glanced outside. The dawn had yet to break. The old man was still asleep. You have stood here for an entire day and night. What? Guhan was taken aback. Has it been so long? He had thought only a brief moment had passed. Let us go. Considering that the blood spirit sect members would soon arrive, he felt no desire to linger. Before departing, he solemnly bowed to the skeleton. Mortals, too, deserve respect. Upon stepping outside, the sky began to lighten. After a moment's contemplation, Guhan struck the cave entrance with his sword once more, the force of the blow significantly greater than before. Amidst the rising dust, The entrance was completely buried under endless earth and stone, effectively preventing any ferocious beasts from stumbling upon this place and desecrating Qing Yuan's remains. Roar! The pair had not ventured far when a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. A colossal creature leaped forth, blocking their path. A ferocious beast. It resembled a mountain lord, albeit smaller by 2 sizes, its hide adorned with spots rather than stripes. It fixated its gaze upon Guhan, its eyes filled with ferocity, saliva dripping from its sharp teeth. Guhan stared back at it, swallowing hard. Hungry. A bond exists between one person and one beast, both regarding each other as their own cherished companion. A roar echoes through the air, swiftly transforming into a mournful wail. Return. Guhan gently waved his sword. Let us feast upon meat. While on the way back, they fortuitously encountered Uncle Wang leading a hunting party in search of the two, as their disappearance for a day and night was indeed a significant concern. Despite their awareness of Guhan's capabilities, anxiety lingered. Uncle Wang recalled Guhan's previous words and had specifically searched in this direction. Upon returning to the village, Guhan felt a twinge of guilt under the scrutinizing gaze of the elder. Elder, he patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity. The elder shook his head, sighing, muttering about propriety and wedding gifts, which caused the witch's face to flush with embarrassment. Upon seeing the corpse of the fierce beast, the villagers were filled with mixed emotions, joy for the prospect of meat and worry that the immortals would soon arrive. The previous day, the people from Shiwan village had already located this place. However, in accordance with Guhan's instructions, Uncle Wang revealed the truth and sent a message back with them. Calculating the time, the others should be arriving soon. After advising the villagers to remain indoors, Guhan took his sword and stationed himself in an open area outside the village. Within less than an hour, the witch arrived, bringing him a generous supply of roasted meat. Guhan, indifferent to his appetite, had previously eaten the roasted dishes made by Zuyang primarily to enhance his cultivation, with flavor being a secondary concern. Yet now, he found himself genuinely savoring the experience. The witch gazed at him intently, and then suddenly burst into laughter. What is it? Guhan inquired, perplexed. Nothing, she replied softly. I merely think you are becoming more human. Guhan responded, more like a mortal. The witch clarified. The aura of a cultivator around you diminishes with each passing moment. I have lost my cultivation, he admitted. Not the same, she shook her head. Though you were devoid of cultivation before, you were still a cultivator. But what are you now? You are a good little brother to me. Guhan's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced around nervously. The elder isn't here, is he? Hundreds of miles away, in midair, several figures flew swiftly. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his face a mass of flesh, fierce and menacing, draped in a black robe. It was the blood soul ancestor. Are you certain? He asked a trembling youth beside him. Dare to deceive the ancestor, and he will annihilate your entire family. Ancestor. The youth, terrified, grit his teeth and replied. I swear on the lives of my entire clan of 136 souls. He truly said so. Earlier, he had returned to the village, having learned of his father's and brother's demise, and had also heard the message Guhan instructed him to relay. The blood soul ancestor, both grotesque and cowardly, questioned how he could still exist in this world. Those who know the name of the blood spirit ancestor are undoubtedly cultivators. He is merely an outer disciple of the blood spirit sect, with a cultivation level limited to the meridian opening stage. Though he may harbor thoughts of vengeance, he is apprehensive of his opponent's formidable strength. Now, with this statement, it conveniently brings forth the blood spirit ancestor, allowing him to seek revenge while simultaneously achieving merit. Truly a win-win situation. Am I unattractive? The blood spirit ancestor cast a fierce glare at the elder on his left. Not unattractive at all. The ancestor possesses striking features. Am I cowardly? Not cowardly in the slightest. The ancestor's presence is imposing. The two elders stifled their discomfort, conjuring a multitude of flattering words despite their better judgment. Damn it! The blood spirit ancestor gritted his teeth. Enduring humiliation from that little bald donkey was one thing. But now an unknown wretch dares to insult me? Should he remain here, the ancestor would surely make him experience the torment of blood and heartache. There are two things he despises most, being called ugly and being labeled a coward. Ancestor, the young man, overwhelmed with sorrow, exclaimed. My family has been loyal to the sect. That spiritual mine was discovered and offered to the sect by my father. My father was kind-hearted, and my brother, simple-minded. Never sought trouble. Yet, they were ruthlessly slain by that man. I hope the ancestor will uphold justice. Deep within the cold mountains lies a small, spiritual mine. It is through this merit that he successfully entered the Blood Spirit sect, becoming an outer disciple. What is your name? The Blood Spirit ancestor glanced at him. He had some recollection of this spiritual mine. Although it contained few elemental crystals, it was a gesture of goodwill, and he felt a newfound fondness for this young man. Reporting to the ancestor, the young man rejoiced. My name is Hekuan. Upon returning, you shall become an inner disciple. Thank you, ancestor. The pain of losing his father and brother vanished without a trace, as he felt it was an incredible bargain to exchange them for the title of inner disciple. Are there any? The journey of several hundred miles was not considered far for a few individuals, and it wasn't long before they arrived outside Wanxiang village, where they encountered Guhan and his companion. In an instant, they landed before Guhan, just as the Blood Spirit ancestor and the two elders were about to speak. They were taken aback upon seeing his appearance. Isn't he the harbinger of calamity? What is he doing here? Caution. The witch silently prepared herself. While this may indeed be the territory of the Holy Demon sect, only a limited number of people knew Guhan, and she feared that this individual might act without hesitation. It's fine. Guhan smiled. The Blood Spirit ancestor? An old acquaintance. Greetings, everyone. He took a bite of the beast meat in his hand and casually offered it. Care for a bite? The Blood Spirit ancestor, unsure of his intentions, hesitated to respond. Don't like meat? Guhan raised an eyebrow. It seems my esteemed friends have a connection with the Buddha? Hiss. That statement caused the expressions of several individuals to change dramatically as they recalled their recent experiences. You are the one with a connection to the Buddha. Your entire family is connected to the Buddha. Volume 1, Chapter 402. Existing in the mortal realm, every action is cultivation. Wretched creature. He, with his mind consumed by thoughts of the inner sect disciples, failed to notice the expression of the blood soul ancestor. Seeing Guhan merely as an ordinary mortal, he immediately expressed his impatience, exclaiming, You insignificant mortal, upon encountering the ancestor, why do you not kneel in reverence? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to the ancestor in such a manner? Furthermore, he fixed his gaze upon Guhan, his countenance chillingly resolute. You are from this village, are you not? Who was responsible for the deaths at Shiwan village the other day? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the witch, solidifying his intent. Once he discovered the true culprit, he would eliminate them and stealthily return to slaughter all the villagers, leaving only this woman of some beauty alive. It was I, Guhan replied with a cheerful smile. I was the one who did it all. It was you. He, filled with hatred, cried out, Father, second brother. Tears welled in his eyes, his voice filled with anguish. Today, I shall avenge you. Whether or not Guhan had indeed committed the murders mattered little to him. He merely sought to leave a favorable impression on the Blood Soul ancestor. What are you doing? The Blood Soul ancestor was taken aback. Ancestor, he stammered. Did you hear? He killed my father. I must seek vengeance for him. Get away. The Blood Soul ancestor glared fiercely at him before turning his gaze back to Guhan, his expression a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. How are you here? Suddenly recalling something, Guhan mused. This is also the territory of your Blood Soul sect. Since I have absorbed the spiritual essence here, should I not pay a fee? And no, the Blood Soul ancestor chuckled awkwardly. My friend, you jest. With your abilities, you could easily annihilate my Blood Soul sect with a mere flick of your wrist. Do I look foolish enough to demand payment from you? He was acutely aware of Guhan's strength. The terrifying unintentional had caused him to cough up blood, and he felt that even 10 of himself would not withstand a single strike from him. My friend, he spoke cautiously, your cultivation level. He could see that Guhan was currently just a mortal. Hee, Guhan chuckled softly. You have discerning eyes. I am indeed merely a mortal now, unable to wield a sword. As he spoke, he lifted his long sword, gently swiping it, and it fell silently. Buzz. The long sword trembled slightly, and a stone nearly 10 feet away suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Hiss. The Blood Soul ancestor's scalp prickled. Though the sword's power seemed minimal and the fluctuation of spiritual energy nearly non-existent, Guhan's method of attack and the strange aura surrounding him were utterly incomprehensible to him. Not understanding was what truly terrified him. Bah! He cursed inwardly. What mortal? What inability to wield a sword? It is all a ruse. He is merely fishing. He, left dumbfounded, recognized at that moment that he might have provoked someone he could not afford to cross. Senior. He was adaptable. Before the Blood Soul ancestor could erupt in anger, he fell to his knees before Guhan with a resounding thud. I was blind to my own folly and have offended you. Please forgive me. Guhan wore a benevolent expression. I am your father's archenemy. Our fates are intertwined. Are you not seeking revenge against me? And no. He shook his head vigorously. My father, by his numerous transgressions, is destined to meet his demise. He has committed countless malevolent acts, and my foolish brother has desecrated the dignity of untold women in our villages. If you, esteemed elder, were to eliminate him, it would be a service to the people, a source of great satisfaction. Guhan stared in disbelief. After all, he is your biological father. No longer. With a swift motion, Hequan severed a lock of his hair. With such a father, both Hequan and I feel deeply humiliated. From this day forth, I sever all ties with him, renouncing our father-son relationship. I shall change my surname on the spot. The Blood Soul ancestor and his companions were utterly taken aback. Even as practitioners of the demonic arts, encountering such an extraordinary scenario was unprecedented. For a moment, they were at a loss as to whether to blame him. Guhan sighed, then suddenly glanced at the enchantress. Are you enamored with her? The enchantress's mood lightened considerably. What? Hequan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Fellow cultivator. Guhan turned to the Blood Soul ancestor with an expression of contemplation. How can one who disowns his own father dare to enter the sect? Indeed. The Blood Soul ancestor instantly grasped his implication. Even among practitioners of the demonic path, there are none so abominable as this. Earlier, he sought to sow discord between me and my fellow cultivator. He truly deserves death. Boom. As he spoke, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from his being, aimed directly at Hequan. Hequan glared resentfully at Guhan. After all I have endured, why do you not spare me? Ancestor. As the ominous energy approached, he completely broke down. Spare me. He has called you ugly and cowardly. You must not let him escape. The Blood Soul ancestor's expression stiffened. I did not say that. Guhan replied earnestly. It was he who uttered those words. Yes. The Blood Soul ancestor suddenly found a way out, fixing a blood-red gaze upon Hequan. It was you who spoke such vile words, wretched being. I shall ensure your demise. With a piercing scream, Hequan was instantly consumed by the malevolent energy. Meanwhile, the two elders exchanged glances, filled with admiration for Guhan. His judgment is impeccable. Fellow cultivator, once the matter with Hequan is settled, the Blood Soul ancestor cautiously regarded Guhan. This entire affair was instigated by that wretch. It was merely a misunderstanding. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. You are not to blame. Guhan smiled. I simply prefer tranquility. I understand. The Blood Soul ancestor nodded in comprehension, silently resolving to enforce strict measures within the sect to prevent any further encounters with this harbinger of calamity, lest he draw unwanted trouble upon himself. Thank you. Guhan tossed a vial of body-refining pills casually. Such a trivial potion will surely be of use to you. Hiss. Upon receiving the vial, the Blood Soul ancestor's eyes brightened instantly. A treasure. Undoubtedly a treasure. Just a few of these pills are worth more than half the assets of the Blood Soul sect. With these, I could potentially transcend the heavenly tribulation years in advance and reach the earthly tribulation realm. Fellow cultivator, may I inquire your esteemed name? He pondered. The ability to effortlessly procure such elixirs and possess such formidable strength undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary origin, one that is far beyond my capacity to provoke. Thus, it is essential to cultivate a favorable relationship. In Zhongzhou, Guhan pondered, Fu Yulin, a splendid name. He humbly waved his hand, asserting that should an opportunity arise to visit Zhongzhou, simply proclaiming his name would suffice to navigate with ease. Thank you. The Blood Soul ancestor was elated. What of appearances? What of cowardice? Ultimately, fortune had favored him, allowing him to latch onto a substantial ally. Subsequently, he refrained from further disturbing Guhan and departed with profound gratitude. En route, he transformed once more into the formidable Blood Soul ancestor. This scoundrel deceived me, plotting the demise of my entire family. He had nearly been ensnared by Hequan, and naturally, he harbored a seething animosity towards him. An elder hesitated momentarily. The master decreed that we must not act against mortals without cause. Is it not foolish to extinguish a few mortals when a cultivator need not intervene? Indeed. The ancestor is wise. Outside the village, as she observed several individuals depart, the demoness smiled knowingly. This one harbors ill intentions towards you. He must perish. Guhan regarded her. Moreover, this is your home. You have painstakingly reclaimed your identity as Mo. Do not revert to being the demoness. I shall safeguard this beauty on your behalf. And what will you do? This is my path of cultivation. Does consuming meat count? It does, Guhan replied earnestly. Chopping wood, hunting, eating meat, and drinking soup all constitute part of it. With you here, it is indeed a slice of the mortal realm. Since we are amidst humanity, every moment and every action is a form of cultivation. In Volume 1, Chapter 403, Extraordinary Beings Abound. The sacred realm is inferior to a chicken. In the Fu family of Zhongzhou, within a tranquil chamber, Fu Dahai held a jade box and gazed at the respectfully standing Fu Changhe, stating, with these 3 sacred herbs, your chances of entering the ascendant realm have increased to 50%. Should you successfully break through, my Fu family will face no further concerns. And there will be no need for Yulin to deliberately suppress his realm to vie for the longevity fruit. Great-grandfather. Fu Changhe felt a pang of sorrow. What troubles you? Fu Dahai sighed softly. I am acutely aware of my limitations. Had I not discovered that artifact in my youth, I would not have endured until now. Not just myself, but even those in the ascendant realm, who among them can genuinely attain longevity. Your grandfather, your father, and your uncles have witnessed enough partings and farewells to have long come to terms with it. In terms of lineage, Fu Changhe was Fu Dahai's great-grandson and the highest in rank within the Fu family, aside from him. As for the plump one, he belonged to the generation of great-grandsons. The survival of the Fu family was not solely due to Fu Dahai. It was rooted in our unity. Should I no longer be present, you must remember this principle. Yes, and Yulin. Upon mentioning the plump one, Fu Dahai's eyes brightened. Once, the old sage of destiny prophesied that should he survive his human tribulation, his future would be boundless. He is the true hope of the Fu family, though his temperament is rather. He wished to express shameless, yet refrained, recognizing that this was also his own bloodline. Ancestor. Suddenly, the voice of Fu Yud echoed from outside. Something has happened. What is it? A chicken has arrived at our home. A chicken? Fu Dahai was momentarily taken aback. What kind of chicken? It's possibly the one from the forbidden area. Is it that one? Fu Dahai suddenly understood. He handed the jade box to Fu Changhe, and with a swift motion, he was already outside. Observing the bruises on Fu Yud's face, his brows furrowing deeply. What happened to you? I was beaten by it. Fu Dahai was left speechless. Considering Zhongming's power, it was hardly surprising that he could overpower someone like Fu Yud, who was a sage. In the Fu family's courtyard, the family members gazed at the magnificent rooster standing proudly, its eyes narrowed, exuding an air of confidence. Is this really just a chicken? How can a chicken be so formidable? Even the sage-level head of the family was bested by it, and the reason is so absurd? Simply because it wouldn't let us call it Chicken Master? Beside Zhongming, Li Diyin stood trembling, not daring to utter a word. Central Continent is truly terrifying. Extraordinary beings are everywhere. Sages are outmatched by a mere chicken. In comparison, I, Li Sun, am but an inconspicuous little shrimp. At that moment, Fu Dahai and his companion landed before Zhongming. Fellow Taoist, Fu Dahai remarked, looking at the imposing rooster before him, feeling utterly speechless. After many years apart, its charisma remained unchanged. As a being of the feather transformation realm, he was naturally familiar with Zhongming's identity. Enough of the pleasantries. Call me Chicken Master, Zhongming declared. Impatience etched across his face. Do not go too far, Fu Yud retorted, his temper flaring. My ancestor is already 9,000 years old. Why should I call you that? Zhongming scoffed derisively. Impressive? Even a brief nap for Chicken Master exceeds that duration. Chicken Master, Fu Dahai offered a respectful bow, feeling that Zhongming spoke the truth. This chicken was shrouded in mystery. Although it appeared to be of the extraordinary realm, it could unleash the power of a peak sage. More importantly, after a millennium, even those in the Ascension realm would bear traces of time. Yet Zhongming appeared exactly as he did 1,000 years ago, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Its age could very well surpass all imagination. Thus, calling it Chicken Master seemed entirely reasonable. You are quite perceptive. With a flap of a wing, Zhongming cut to the chase. I ask you, where has that lad Guhan gone? I do not know, Fu Dahai replied with a wry smile. Human calamities can take countless forms. Not everyone is as straightforward and brutal as Tua Jun, where a single battle determines life or death. If I were aware of Guhan's tribulation location, and even provided covert support, it would undoubtedly introduce variables, perhaps even leading Guang to be trapped in his calamity for life. This was also the reason the chubby one ventured alone to the eastern wilderness for his tribulation. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out from afar. "Friend Yanqi, I was correct, was I not? Your Highness, your foresight is remarkable. Indeed, when humans are at their worst, they will only remember Jiaolong Yanqi, not the human cultivator Yanqi. But your Highness, why must you always stand above me? It feels rather uncomfortable. Yanqi, we are partners. If I stand above you, you can stand above me too." No. Yanqi felt a twinge of embarrassment. The prince was right. We are partners, and Yanqi had been narrow-minded. Moreover, given Yanqi's considerable size, it felt peculiar to stand atop the prince's head. Amidst a flurry of conversation, a serpentine creature, stretching over 10 zhong, materialized before everyone. Upon the creature's head stood the portly figure, hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing. The azure garment clung tightly to him, revealing a rather snug fit. He cast a glance at the crowd below, filled with satisfaction. "I, Fu Yulin, returned today riding the dragon." Suddenly, Yanqi exclaimed, his body tilting dangerously, leading him to topple downwards. "Oh no!" The portly fellow's expression shifted dramatically. "My dragon, Fu Yulin, has flipped." Zhongming shot a glance at Yanqi, a flicker of confusion flashing across his face. The aura of a small creature? For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhongming, Yanqi seemed to instinctively shrink back, trembling uncontrollably, burying his large head deeply, daring not to utter a word. "Yanqi," the portly figure expressed his dissatisfaction. "As a dragon, how can you wait? Where did that chicken come from?" It was then that he noticed Zhongming's presence. Could it be that bastard mentioned the talking chicken? "Little fatty." Zhongming cast a sidelong glance at him. "Address me as Chicken Master." "Huh." The portly figure was unfazed. "You first call me Fat Master, let us see." Zhongming fell silent for a moment. Great might extermination sword. Boom. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. A divine radiance spreading forth as 5-colored divine light perpetually swirled around him, accentuating his extraordinary presence. Suddenly, the 5-colored divine light coalesced into a cascade of vibrant sword energy, descending upon the portly figure. What the? The portly figure was momentarily taken aback. A divine chicken? Bang! With a resounding crash, he let out a cry of despair as his body was propelled away. Fu Dahai, Fu Yud, and even the rest of the Fu clan showed no inclination to intervene. Rather, they felt a sense of satisfaction. In the Fu family, the portly young master was quite unique. Unlike the likes of Sword Young Master and Wu Sheng, whom the clan members revered, many secretly longed to give the portly fellow a good thrashing. Had they not been unable to breach his defenses, they would have acted long ago. Bah! Soon, the portly figure soared back, his body radiating golden light, nearly solidifying. Is that all? Is that truly all? Fat Master's defense is second to none. Dream on if you think you can break through it. Just wait. Fat Master will stew you one day. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhongming had vanished, reappearing atop the portly fellow's head. Great might, King of King's seal. The voice carried an almost sacred resonance. Before the sound faded, he folded his wings, and the 5-colored divine light converged, transforming into an ancient, ethereal 5-colored seal that crashed down upon the portly fellow's head. "Ancestor, save me." Boom. A deafening roar resonated, shaking the very foundations of the Fu family. Bang, bang. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the radiant wings of the phoenix unfurled, striking the portly figure's head repeatedly. "The second in the world? Have you dared to offend the esteemed chicken lord? I shall smite you." Li Dajuan shrank his neck, suddenly reminded of some unsavory past. Yanqi was so frightened that he wished to burrow into the ground, sighing deeply in his heart. "Your Highness, it is not that Yanqi lacks loyalty. Rather, it is for your own well-being." Volume 1. Chapter 404. Do you think you are worthy to compare yourself to Guhan? "Oh, chicken lord, do cease. I was wrong." The portly man surrendered outright, and thus, the phoenix relented. The dust gradually settled, revealing the battered head of the portly man, bruised and swollen, nearly twice its original size, with his nose twitching and blood continually dripping. As for the lower half of his body, it remained buried in the earth. "Have you had enough? I admit defeat. Call me Chicken Lord. Chicken Lord, Chicken Lord. The second in the world? With you here, Yulin would only dare to claim the second position." "Huh." The phoenix, puffed up with pride, acknowledged his perceptiveness. Fu Dahai could not bear to watch, feeling utterly humiliated. How could you have produced such a creature? He shot a discontented glare at Fu Yud. Fu Yud felt wronged. What does this have to do with me? All members of the Fu family are your kin. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon you. Chicken Lord inquires of you. The phoenix shook its feathers, feeling exhilarated after delivering the thrashing. Where has Guhan gone? To cross the tribulation. The portly man, trembling with fear, quickly sold out Guhan. Chicken Lord, if you wish to find him, I shall lead the way. Even if it requires digging 300 fathoms into the earth, I shall unearth him for you. Led what? He cursed inwardly. As long as you agree, the portly gentleman will not let you down. I swear by my surname Fu. Human tribulation? The phoenix paused for a moment, surprised. This lad is quite audacious, daring to cross the human tribulation? Very well, since he is crossing the tribulation, I shall refrain from seeking him for the time being. The portly man wore a disappointed expression. Chicken Lord, he was somewhat reluctant to let go. Why do you seek that rascal? Has he offended you? Not quite. The phoenix contemplated. I intend to bestow upon him a grand opportunity. Opportunity? The portly man's eyes brightened as he sniffed back the blood, saying, Chicken Lord, I am bound to Guhan through life and death, akin to brothers. What belongs to him is mine. Why not grant the opportunity to me, and when he returns, I shall pass it on to him. You? The phoenix eyed him with disdain. Are you also a natural sword seed? Chicken Lord, must you resort to insults? I am merely paying you a compliment. The portly man, Fu Dahai's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Had it not been for his self-assured demeanor, he might have struck the phoenix directly. Enough. The phoenix sighed. Since he is not present, I shall take my leave. Chicken Lord. The portly man remained fixated on that grand opportunity. Why not wait a little longer? Once he has crossed the human tribulation, he will surely return. It must be tiring for you to come and go. A valid point, the phoenix pondered. But what if he perishes? The portly man fell into an unprecedented silence for a moment. He will not die? He bore an unprecedented seriousness upon his countenance. No matter who perished, he would remain unscathed. In the outskirts of Zhongzhou, within a certain moderately influential family, a young man of distinguished demeanor gazed upon the assembled guests. His face aglow with the warmth of spring. It is my great fortune, he declared, to have invited the renowned King Xianzi and Xianzi. To behold the beauty of Xianzi and to hear the ethereal melodies of King Xianzi is indeed a stroke of luck for us all. Xianzi truly possesses a breathtaking beauty. He continued, chuckling. And King Xianzi's mastery of the zither is unparalleled. How enviable it is for my brother he to have encountered such enchanting ladies. Nearby, 5 or 6 young men showered him with compliments, their tones laced with envy. Their admiration was genuine. Xiaomingjia, with her flawless, crystalline form, was a rare beauty among mortals. Though Shuiyu's looks were somewhat inferior, her enchanting zither melodies had the power to help others transcend their limitations, subtly hinting at a path towards enlightenment through music, naturally earning her the adoration of many. The three had journeyed to Zhongzhou, their renown having soared remarkably. In this present day, young talents from similar middling factions regarded the chance to encounter or even invite the two ladies as a matter of great pride. You're too kind, Xiaomingjia replied coolly. In the past, such adulation would have been her desire, yet now it stirred not the slightest interest within her. She even felt a faint distaste for such gatherings. As for Shuiyu, she merely nodded, uttering not a word. The crowd paid her silence no mind. Ah, the fair ones surely possessed their privileges, muttered Yundigu, discontented, casting a sidelong glance at the young master he. And what of me? Shouldn't it be considered an honor to meet someone like me? Naturally. In the presence of the ladies, young master he, unwilling to lose his composure, momentarily froze before responding with a smile. To make the acquaintance of young brother Yun is indeed a privilege for me. Yet inwardly, he cursed vehemently. Pah, what nonsense. Who knows who this Yun is? I cannot fathom why the two ladies would allow you to linger beside them. I would be far more deserving. A young master of the Wang clan looked at Shuiyu and said with a smile, We have long admired the celestial beings. Might we request a display of your zither skills to enlighten our senses? After a brief hesitation, Shuiyu nodded, retrieving a jade-colored guqin. The excessive eagerness of the crowd made her feel somewhat compelled. Upon witnessing this, the assembly erupted with delight. Cut it out. Yundigu rolled his eyes. What a gaggle of sycophants. Young master he, feeling quite pleased with himself, relished in the attention. As individuals from the eastern wastelands, The two ladies were infinitely superior to that fellow named Guhan. Guhan, what is he really? He scoffed, relying on a bit of strength to act tyrannically, all while being utterly dismissive. He shall soon face dire consequences. They were well aware that the two ladies hailed from the eastern wastelands, yet they held no disdain. To them, beauty transcended all boundaries. In contrast, Guhan had brought shame upon the young elites of Zhongzhou, and thus, they would have no kind words for him. The adoration for the two women was matched only by the disdain directed at him. Upon hearing these words, Shui Yu's expression darkened instantly. She promptly put away her guqin and rose to leave. Farewell. With her temperament, such a display indicated genuine anger. Huh. He Xiaozhu was taken aback. Qin Xinzi. You. Before he could finish, Zhao Mingyu also stood up. You think you have the right to compare yourselves to him? Do you even deserve it? With that, she cast a scornful glance at the crowd and swiftly followed Shui Yu out of his residence, vanishing in an instant. The rudeness of her words left the onlookers feeling as if they had been dealt a stinging slap to the face. TSK. Yun Fan strolled over leisurely. A bunch of mindless fools speaking ill of Brother Gu before them. Infuriating. As the three departed, He Xiaozhu's face turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly. How dare they? Another individual scoffed. If we don't teach them a lesson, they think we have no temper. Have you all lost your minds? Wang Xiaozhu's expression shifted slightly. Have you forgotten what the Qianghua Saint Master said? At these words, the crowd's countenance changed. The Qianghua Holy Land held a reputation in Zhongzhou far surpassing that of the Luoheng Holy Land. Renowned not only for its profound heritage, but also for being entirely composed of female disciples, it had no male presence whatsoever. A month prior, the Qianghua Saint Master had fortuitously learned of Shui Yu's uniqueness and made an exception to personally seek her out to take her as a disciple. Yet for reasons unknown, Shui Yu had politely declined. The Saint Master did not press the matter but issued a warning. Should anyone in Zhongzhou dare to harm Shui Yu, she would personally intervene. A threat from a being at the ascendant stage was not to be taken lightly, even by the most formidable powers, let alone by them. Previously, Zhao Mingyu had glanced at the still fuming Shui Yu and sighed. Why didn't you accept the Qianghua Saint Master's offer? There will never be a better opportunity for you. Shui Yu remained silent. The Saint Master had made it clear that entering the Qianghua Holy Land meant severing romantic ties, cultivating a pure heart, and dedicating oneself to the path of cultivation. However, she had no desire to sever those ties. Sigh. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply. I wonder how he is faring now. Zhao Mingyu fell silent as well. Shui Yu could not let go of her feelings, and neither could she. Fear not. Yun Degulii waved his hand. Are you not aware of Brother Gu's capabilities? Even if he were to lose his cultivation and become an ordinary man, he would still thrive. Be quiet. Zhao Mingyu shot him a fierce glare. Little prince. Shui Yu expressed her discontent. Cursing him like that could very well bring misfortune. Yun Degulii sighed. The two women exchanged glances, a hint of worry clouding their faces. When we see him again, will it be long from now? Volume 1. Chapter 405. 10 Years, Part 1. In comparison to cultivators, a mortal's life spans only several decades, naturally lacking the grandiose splendor and instead embracing a more unadorned simplicity. This holds true for rural life as well. After repelling the blood spirit ancestor, Guhan resolutely constructed a thatched cottage beside the witch's quaint courtyard, thus settling down. Apart from Anan, the remaining villagers lacked any aptitude for cultivation. Yet, he infused a trace of extraordinary essence into the water, cleansing their bodies of impurities daily, which rendered the villagers vigorous and robust, free from ailments. They had long shed their former frail appearances, with the most notable transformation observed among the hunting team. Each member possessed immense strength, often able to slay a fearsome beast of the cold mountains with the combined efforts of just one or two individuals. For them, the greatest happiness lay in having sufficient food, warm clothing, and a life free from the uncertainties of the past. Everyone could surmise that this was attributable to Guhan, and thus their gratitude towards him deepened considerably. Guhan, for his part, seemed to have wholly embraced the life of a mortal, gradually relinquishing the sharpness that once defined him. Chopping wood, hunting, feasting, and teaching Anan to cultivate had become his daily existence, which he approached with utmost sincerity, continuously nurturing the seed of intention within his heart. The witch, in turn, devoted herself to washing, mending, cleaning, and preparing meals for Guhan. This constituted her entire life. The villagers found it curious that even a blind person could perceive the affection between the two, yet neither had ever expressed their feelings. The most persistent of them all was the elderly man, who would occasionally meander in front of Guhan, deliberately mentioning the bride price for a girl of 3 years his junior, leaving both Guhan and the witch in a state of bemusement. Seasons came and went, and before long, a year had passed. Wangxiang village emerged as the most formidable settlement within the cold mountains. Under Uncle Wang's guidance, the strength of all villages united in support of one another, significantly improving everyone's lives. On this particular day, De Zhuang and Er Zhuang were wed, marrying a pair of sisters from a village several dozen miles away. The bride price consisted of the complete carcass of a formidable beast, which naturally elicited profound gratitude from the bride's family and left Uncle Wang feeling elated for quite some time. Following the wedding, the elderly man became somewhat obsessed, lingering in front of Guhan's door for nearly half an hour, rambling on until his energy was spent before he finally returned to rest, leaving Guda Jianxian nearly too frightened to venture outside. As night fell, two figures ascended the mountain together, reaching the summit of the cold mountains. The moonlight, like a gentle stream, delicately illuminated the world below, casting a soft glow upon the two figures. Guhan had long since donned the coarse robe sewn by the witch, appearing increasingly humble and unremarkable. The old man, still haunted by earlier events, felt a lingering fear. How terrifying, he thought, with a soft chuckle. The witch leaned gently against his shoulder, their shadows merging seamlessly behind them. Those of advanced years often behave in such a manner. Guhan fell silent for a moment, observing her diminished strength. Compared to a year ago, although her outward appearance had not changed much, he understood that the essence of the witch was still disintegrating, destined to eventually vanish from this world entirely. What do you think? She inquired, diverting the conversation by posing a question of her own. Is your adoptive father strong? Very strong, Guhan replied, nodding in affirmation. The speed and ferocity of Gu Tian's cultivation have transcended the realm of ordinary practitioners, manifesting a strength that is utterly incomprehensible. Can he revert to his former self? The demoness inquired. Guhan fell silent. Though Gu Tian retained a fragment of his rationality upon embarking on the path of true demons, the prospect of returning to his previous state had never been broached by Qianyi, and it was abundantly clear that such a reversal was altogether impossible. To forcibly turn back would yield catastrophic consequences. Similarly, the demoness sighed softly. True demons, illusionary demons, heavenly demons, those of us who have traversed these extraordinary paths inherently wield powers beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Correspondingly, we find ourselves unable to turn back. This is a road of no return. However, in a sudden moment, she gently caressed Guhan's cheek, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant light. Sister is not afraid of death. The moment my grandfather's lingering soul was destroyed by Lingya, Mo Chun-in ceased to exist. Yet, encountering you, Mo Chun-in has been reborn. She now has a grandfather, a home, villagers who cherish her, and you, she murmured incessantly. She possessed a beauty she had never dared to dream of before, even if she could only live for a few years. It was far superior to existing as a mere shell of a demoness for countless years. There is hope. Guhan grasped her hand tightly. I will slay that Lingya for you. He is formidable, but I dare to provoke the Tao. What is Lingya to me? The demoness couldn't help but laugh, playfully flicking his forehead. You boast. Guhan felt puzzled, for he had indeed faced trouble with Lingya more than once. Gazing up at her steadfast visage, the demoness appeared momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, Sister knows you must endure tribulations and cultivate strength to find her. Perhaps you cannot delay your journey for a few more years. Will you indulge your sister just this once? As a form of recompense, I shall present you with a gift to compensate for the years you have sacrificed. This sentiment, however, she refrained from voicing. All right. Seeing the look in her eyes, Guhan's heart trembled. Actually, the demoness appeared perplexed. The last time I saw her, she possessed the power to confront me, even to kill me. Yet she refrained from taking action. I know Guhan sighed. He had heard this from Murongyan, yet he had never been able to comprehend it. On that fateful day, when a Shah had descended into chaos, the capabilities of the broken illusion I had greatly intensified. What had it truly revealed? Mo Chenyan's past? Or perhaps a glimpse of the future? In the ancient realm of Kanglan, within the core territory of the Yu clan, a tremendous sound erupted as a force of annihilation instantaneously burst forth, reducing several exquisitely designed pavilions to mere dust. The members of the Yu clan gasped in astonishment. Had the young master erupted in fury again? Amidst the ruins, a young girl stood there, scratching her head in exasperation. Oh dear, this is driving me mad. The young maiden, though still in her tender years, possessed strikingly bright eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty seemingly bestowed by the heavens. Though not fully blossomed, she already exhibited a hint of enchanting allure, embodying the essence of a true beauty. Adorned in a resplendent white gown that glimmered with ethereal light, she appeared almost otherworldly, yet at this moment, her hair was somewhat disheveled, adding a touch of playful charm and innocence. In silence, an elderly man gracefully descended beside her, his face radiating warmth and affection. "Did you have another nightmare?" he inquired softly. This elder was the steward of the Moon clan, and the girl was none other than the beloved Asha of the Moon family. "Leave me alone." Asha waved her delicate hand, a hint of impatience in her tone. "I want to speak with the steward." "Yes, yes." A group of Moon clan members nodded submissively, hastily abandoning their attempts to tidy up and retreating at once. It was curious. Upon awakening, Asha recognized only the steward, remaining indifferent to the rest of her kin, including her cousins and even the esteemed ancestors of the Moon clan. Despite their kindness and attentiveness, she never graced them with a favorable expression. To the Moon family, Asha had become their little matriarch. Whatever she declared was regarded as truth. "My dear," the steward sighed, "what did you dream of this time?" "A woman," Asha replied indignantly. "She wants to steal my man." The steward's eyelids flickered. "My dear, such words should not be uttered lightly. You are still quite young." However, Asha disregarded his caution and sighed deeply. "That woman is so pitiful and tragic. I initially despised her, but then I felt such sympathy that I simply cannot bring myself to hate her." "Oh, what a predicament." "My dear," the steward inquired cautiously, "do you recall who she is?" "I do not remember," she admitted. "What about the man?" "The young master." Asha responded without a moment's hesitation. "I remember him very clearly. He has treated me exceedingly well, far better than all of you." Yet she scratched her head, a look of distress crossing her face. "Aside from that, I have forgotten everything else." The steward remained silent for a moment, casting a discreet glance into the distance, a smile of relief gracing his features. "My dear, remembering these details is already sufficient." The elder reflected inwardly. "You have miscalculated. The young master is not merely a suitor, and she is no ordinary miss. They will not be easily swayed, and the events of the past shall not repeat themselves." In the first volume, Chapter 406, 10 Years, Part 2. Mo Li's expression was grave, his demeanor solemn, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "Brother Zhua," he spoke with a hint of tension, "how much longer must we wait?" "Do not speak," Zhuiyang replied earnestly. "Just hold on a little longer. We are almost there." He quickly retrieved an assortment of jade vials from his storage ring. Varying in size and color, their contents a mystery. "Done," he suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising. Before them, the unassuming large black pot illuminated with intricate divine patterns. As a captivating aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in its delightful essence. "Delicious." Mo Li's face lit up with ecstasy. "This is the most exquisite fragrance in 3 years. How wonderful." Zhuiyang felt a mix of nostalgia and excitement. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. At that moment, the Lord of Luo Hung landed beside them with an expression of exhilaration. "Zhuiyang, have you truly broken through?" "Indeed." Zhuiyang nodded earnestly. "Yes. My culinary skills have reached new heights." The Lord of Luo Hung suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. A breakthrough in culinary skills? What a frivolous cause for celebration. "Mo Xiong," Zhuiyang acknowledged with a respectful nod, his sincerity evident. "If it weren't for your assistance over the past 3 years, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken me to achieve this breakthrough." "You are too modest," Zhuixiong, Mo Li replied with equal gravity. "This merely reflects your accumulated talent. My contributions were merely embellishments. Considering your culinary prowess, you are a rarity in this world. If only there were more individuals like you. It would be the greatest fortune for those of us who delight in exquisite cuisine." The corner of the Lord of Luo Hang's mouth twitched at the thought of a world where all cultivators became chefs. Bickering over resources while burdened with large pots and wielding cleavers, a rather absurd image. "What you say is true," Gu Xiong, Mo Li sighed. "Zhua Xiong is indeed a person worthy of friendship." "No, that is not quite right," Zhuiyang corrected. "Mo Xiong, you are my confidant." In that moment, A sense of mutual admiration blossomed between the two. 3 years ago, Mo Li, having heeded Guhan's advice, visited the holy land of Luohong to meet Zuyang. He had two great passions, engaging in friendly duels and indulging in fine cuisine, with a particular penchant for quality. It was only natural that a discerning gourmet would resonate with a meticulous chef, leading them to recognize one another as kindred spirits. Quickly, Zuyang urged, pointing to the black pot. Mo Xiong, do sample the flavor. Certainly. Mo Li hesitated for a moment, then graciously offered, Senior Luohong. Perhaps you would like to go first? No need, the Lord of Luohong replied, feeling even more weary. He empathized with the old fellows back at the palace. At that moment, a faint aura of sanctity emanated from a cave. Wang Yong had stepped into the sacred realm. He had been on the cusp of this achievement, having garnered significant insights from the War King and Elder Xing due to his relationship with Guhan. Zuyang had grown quite close to him, and upon returning to the Holy Land, he had acquired numerous valuable resources. After 3 years of seclusion, he had finally broken through. Splendid. Inside the cave, Wang Yong reveled in the overwhelming power that transcended the extraordinary realm, unable to contain his joy and excitement. Zhou Yi, you rascal. I, Wang Yong, have finally surpassed you. In that instant, his foremost thought was to rush to the western desert and revel in his triumph before Zhou Yi, eager to witness the expression of begrudging acceptance on his rival's face. Wang Yong, you scoundrel. I, Zhou Yi, have finally outpaced you. On the same day, within the sacred demon sect of the western extremes, Zhou Yi also achieved a breakthrough into the sacred realm. The circumstances of their cultivation, opportunities, and resources were nearly indistinguishable. Thus, it was not mere coincidence that they both advanced on the same day. After his breakthrough, his first thought was, he had ventured to the sacred land of Luohong in Zhongzhou, eager to humiliate his lifelong rival, Wang Yong. After exiting his dwelling, he promptly sought an audience with Yin Xinjue. Excellent. Yin Xinjue was indeed pleased, affirming that his years of nurturing had not been in vain. Though the holy demon sect was formidable, the number of those at the holy realm was scant. With Zhou Yi's presence, their strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Just as Zhou Yi was about to express his loyalty, he noticed Yu Miao entering with an air of calmness. Father, I need to go out for a while. Where to? Yin Xinjue's heart tightened instantaneously, dismissing Zhou Yi's breakthrough from his thoughts. No matter how many at the Holy Realm there were, nothing was more important than his daughter. In Zhongzhou, Yu Miao considered for a moment, choosing not to conceal her intentions. I am going to find my second senior brother. It has been too long since I savored his roasted meat. Yin Xinjue hesitated. He had come to a realization. He had misjudged the threat. The one he should have been wary of was not Guhan, but rather the unremarkable chef who often took the blame and wandered about. No way. Absolutely not. He wanted to assert his authority as a formidable figure in the demon path, delivering this stern message to Yu Miao, but as the words formed on his lips, they transformed. What if I accompany you instead? No need. Yu Miao declined, glancing at Zhou Yi. Elder Zhou can accompany me. Given his regard for Guhan, he naturally held Zhou Yi in higher esteem. Certainly. Zhou Yi exclaimed joyfully, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. Wang Yong, oh Wang Yong, this is fate. Clean your face and await my arrival. 3 years had passed since Guhan faced tribulations, and Yu Miao ventured to the sacred land of Luohong to seek out Zuyang, while Zhou Yi and Wang Yong once again faced their fated encounter. Simultaneously, within the Phoenix Shi Palace, a melodious chime resonated, and a resplendent phantom of a heavenly phoenix materialized for a fleeting moment before vanishing. Feng Xi had broken into the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. The barriers of the quiet chamber silently withdrew, and Feng Xi, donned in a flowing red gown, emerged, her fiery essence gradually consolidating, revealing her exquisitely enchanting visage that could captivate all. Unbeknownst to her, the figure of the Flame Emperor descended into the courtyard. Compared to his form after the battle, he appeared much more solid, yet still far from fully restored. Here are your extraordinary materials, he remarked, casting a glance at Feng Xi, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Why do you not utilize them? They are more in need than I, she replied, referring to the border troops of the Great Yin. Extraordinary materials were exceedingly rare divine substances, even more so for the Great Yin dynasty. Thus, she had never relied on them during her cultivation. In terms of cultivation speed, she was more than qualified to make such a statement. For a moment, both father and daughter fell into silence. Do you wish to know who you truly are? After a long pause, the Flame Emperor spoke again. Ask away. I will reveal everything you wish to know. My mother. Feng Xing did not inquire about her lineage, but instead brought up another matter, her expression somewhat distant. I have never seen her. What kind of person was she? The Flame Emperor fell silent for a moment. She is exquisite, and your beauty is derived from her. For she is indeed a rare embodiment of the profound and shadowy essence. The primordial phoenix possesses an unparalleled spirit, capable of incinerating all existence even with the slightest remnant of its power, a force beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. Only she, with her exceptionally unique Yin constitution, could tenuously contain the torment of the blazing flames that threatened to consume, thus allowing for your emergence. Your birth coincided with her demise. In the 407th chapter of the first volume, 10 years have passed. Thus, Feng Xing's expression is tinged with bewilderment. Am I the one responsible for her death? Although resurrecting you is one of my clan's missions, the Flame Emperor shook his head. This was not a task I intended for her. It was her own volition, and she was well aware of the consequences. In my lifetime, I have only felt remorse towards one person, her. I have loved but one, and that is also her. This sentiment, however, remained unspoken. The ancestral dragon undergoes 9 transformations, rendering it immortal. The primordial phoenix may die 9 times, yet its true spirit remains eternal. These phrases resonate closely with what Yun Ao once expressed. Forgetting, Feng Xing smiled with understanding. The past holds no memory for me. I am simply Feng Xing, the daughter of you and my mother. The Flame Emperor remained silent, feeling a sense of comfort. Not only does she resemble you in appearance, but her temperament mirrors yours as well. Should you wish to venture outside, no? A flicker of determination flashed in Feng Xing's eyes. I shall continue my seclusion, dedicating myself to breaking through to the sacred realm, seeking vengeance for 7th brother. Previously, due to the ongoing war, she was unable to act and had to entrust this matter to Guang. Now that the conflict has ended, she is eager to exact revenge with her own hands. For cultivators, several years pass in the blink of an eye. In the span of moments, it has been 9 years since Guang faced the tribulation. This year, Feng Xing successfully broke through to the sacred realm and subsequently departed from the great Yin Empire in search of Yin Tu's whereabouts. Concurrently, at the borders of the great Yin, under the protection of Elder Sun, a man diligently followed Guang's instructions, heading to the northern region to gain experience, while also striving to restore the honor of Qi Yao and reclaim the War God Palace. The longevity fruit is nearing maturation. At the invitation of Mo Li, Zuiyang and Yu Miao traveled together to the central Dao Palace, inciting a furious outburst from Yin Qianjue in the western desert, nearly provoking a confrontation with the Saint Lord of Luo Hong. In the central plains, the Fu family is in a state of chaos. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dazzling display of multicolored sword energy, the rotund figure once again found himself relentlessly pursued and beaten by Chongming. First, it was said to be a matter of months. Then 3 years. After 3 years, another 3 years, and now, it has been 9 years. Where is he? The great majesty of the Ming King's seal. With a resounding boom, the rotund figure was once more thrust underground, though aside from a slight bruise around his eyes, he fared much better than in previous times. The greatest contributor to this outcome is undoubtedly Chongming, who relentlessly pounced upon him, causing his formless golden body to progress at an alarming rate. Master Chicken, the rotund figure managed to barely poke his head out. Do not rush. Shall we wait another 3 bang? Chongming, enraged, struck down with a single wing, sending his head back underground. Over these years, under the beguiling words of the rotund figure, it lingered in the Fu family for 9 long years, during which it was deceived into becoming a henchman, unknowingly stirring up countless troubles. Now, in the outer realms of Zhongzhou, the name Fu Yulin resonates with a foul reputation, far surpassing even that of Guang, the pride of the eastern wilderness. In the distance, Yanqi couldn't help but reflect on this. Only a prince could endure such torment from the likes of Ji Yi. For anyone else would have crumbled under such relentless assault. Sighing softly, Li Sun felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yanqi, perceptive as ever, inquired. Could it be that the esteemed Dean Li is yearning for his homeland? Indeed, I find myself missing a man as well. Upon hearing the mention of home, tears nearly welled in Li Sun's eyes. 9 years. It has been 9 years. Old Morong has likely long since transcended the extraordinary realm. Even if I were to return, I would find it impossible to confront him. Suddenly, Ming retracted his wings, exhaling a sigh of his own. Could it be that fellow has truly perished? Impossible. The portly figure, covered in dirt, emerged from the ground. Gee, trust me. That scoundrel has a tenacious life force. He won't perish easily. How can you be so sure? The rotund figure fell silent. When the bell tolls 10 times, even the great Tao cannot extinguish him, let alone mere mortal tribulations. If he does not return soon, a flicker of concern crossed Ming's eyes. Little Yun, we may not be able to withstand it any longer. At the forbidden ground, the ancient path, which seemed to exist in a state of liminality, led to a portal swirling in a vortex, its presence wavering between existence and non-existence. Before this portal, Luo Wushuang stood, enveloped in an ethereal glow, continuously merging into the portal. The surrounding eerie mist seemed to possess sentience, instinctively retreating, unwilling to touch the celestial light. As the celestial glow dwindled, the portal shifted from ethereal to substantial, gradually stabilizing. Time passed, and with a gentle tremor, the portal solidified, no longer resembling its previous state of ambiguity. Devoid of celestial light, Luo Wushuang appeared considerably weakened, yet his eyes shone with greater clarity. The heavens have lost their way. Why then should one adhere to the celestial mandate? He gazed upward, seemingly piercing through layers of mist, confronting the celestial tapestry with a light laugh. Oh, Father, even a forsaken son can upend the game board. With that declaration, he turned and stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. As he disappeared, the endless mist surged once more, gradually obscuring the portal from view. Kill. Time passed again, and a thunderous roar filled with rage erupted. Amidst the churning mist, a figure suffused with demonic energy stumbled near the portal, nearly losing its footing. Covered in horrific wounds, blood dripped incessantly. Had it not been for the demonic energy enveloping him, he would have surely been torn asunder. It was Gu Tian. It had been merely a decade since he departed from the capital of Dian, yet his aura now radiated a ferocity far beyond his previous self. Suddenly, 2 inhuman roars pierced the air. A surge of demonic energy emanated from his being, instantaneously manifesting into 2 pitch-black shadows, devoid of any shred of reason or humanity. In every aspect, from their form to their aura, they mirrored him perfectly. As a roar echoed, the 2 figures exchanged glances, exhibiting a tendency to detach from Gu Tian and exist independently. There, a thunderous shout erupted. Pain flickered in Gu Tian's eyes as his demonic might surged, and with a swift motion, he grasped the 2 shadows firmly in his hands, refusing to relinquish his grip despite their fierce roars and struggles. Stay away from me, he muttered incessantly, his form staggering as he clutched the shadows and instinctively stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. In a quaint village, before a thatched cottage, Guhan, donned in a coarse robe, lowered his black sword gently, striking the round log before him. With a soft crack, the log splintered into 5 pieces, tumbling to the side. He paused, gathering the firewood and arranging it neatly in a corner. Chopping wood and stacking it, he repetitively engaged in the same task, yet his demeanor remained solemn, devoid of any hint of impatience. In Chapter 408 of the first volume, visitors from beyond, a young girl, around 13 or 14, sighed nearby. Though her complexion was slightly darker and her appearance not particularly striking, her eyes shone with exceptional brightness. Brother Gu, the firewood at Sister A Yin's house has piled up like a mountain. The girl, a Nan, although not endowed with exceptional talent for cultivation, possessed an inherent tenacity and determination, reminiscent of her past obsession with that piece of meat. With Guhan's unwavering support, she had already ascended into the spirit-profound realm. And had it not been for Guhan's deliberate restraint, she might have advanced even further. You don't understand. Guhan smiled in response to Anan's words. This is part of my cultivation. Chopping wood counts as cultivation? Of course, Guhan continued his task. Chopping wood, cooking, and embroidery all constitute forms of cultivation. After nearly a decade of living as a mortal, he had completely shed his former brilliance, his aura becoming increasingly humble and restrained, making him appear as an utterly ordinary man to anyone who beheld him. Brother Gu, Anan, not quite comprehending, asked, were you also a cultivator? Under Guhan's guidance, she had evolved from the naive girl she once was, gaining a certain understanding of the cultivation world and realizing that true immortals did not exist, only cultivators. Yes. Guhan nodded. Are you very powerful? I suppose so. How powerful? Anan's interest was piqued. Throughout her life, Guhan had been her sole idol. Do you remember? Guhan pondered. I once spoke to you about those prodigies and geniuses. Wow. Anan exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Brother Gu, you are also a genius. That's amazing. No, Guhan shook his head. I specialize in eliminating geniuses. Anan let out a soft laugh, the sound brightening the atmosphere. The witch stepped out of the cottage, casting a reproachful glance at Guhan before approaching him with a gentle expression. With practiced care, she brushed the dust from his clothes and presented him with a newly crafted robe. Although it was still made from coarse fabric, the stitching was fine and the tailoring impeccable, clearly the result of thoughtful effort. Hmph. Anan is somewhat dissatisfied. Sister, Ain is so biased. She made one for you too, she giggled. In an instant, Anan's expression transformed, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, Sister Ain. I knew you cared for me the most. At that moment, an elderly man entered, carrying a fish basket. In the past, whenever he saw Guhan, he would always bring up the dowry, to the point where Guhan became accustomed to it, feeling that something was amiss if he didn't hear it for a day. However, today the old man behaved unusually, not only refraining from his usual reminders, but also remaining silent. He set down the fish basket and sat on a wooden stump, gazing affectionately at the witch. Ain, today is the last time your grandfather will catch fish for you. Upon hearing this, a pallor suddenly crossed the witch's face. Is this day truly upon us? Why? Anan, somewhat puzzled, asked. The old man sighed. Grandfather is leaving. Those who are nearing the end of their lives inevitably sense the approach of their time. And I am no exception. Over the years, with the clandestine assistance of the witch and Guhan, he had remained robust and healthy despite lacking any cultivation aptitude. Yet, the limit of his lifespan remained unchanged. Even a powerful figure like Fu Dahai, a transcendent being, could do nothing but hope for a longevity fruit, let alone a mere mortal like him. Leaving? Where to? Anan asked, perplexed. The old man smiled without answering, instead directing his gaze toward Guhan. How long have you been in Wangxiang village? Over 9 years, Guhan replied, his tone somewhat somber. He had experienced it personally. No one understood that sense of impending mortality better than he. 9 years, the witch murmured softly, 7 months and 3 days. Ain, this child. The old man seemed lost in thought. She has suffered since childhood, her parents are long gone, and she nearly lost her life to a serious illness. In the past, I, this old fool, could still look after her, but now that I am leaving, who will care for her? Guhan momentarily fell into a daze. On that day, in that vision, Mo Chun Yin's grandfather had uttered the same words. In truth, a Yuan and Mo Chun Yin's experiences bore striking similarities. He looked directly at the old man. I will take care of her. You rascal. The old man chided with a smile. Don't think I'm unaware. You sneak off with my Ain to admire the moon now and then. Is that really moon gazing? I merely turn a blind eye. Do you truly believe I'm oblivious? Guhan felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. This old man was far more perceptive than he appeared. Today, the elder slowly rose, taking the witch's hand and placing it in Guhan's. I entrust Ain to you. Grandfather, the witch felt a wave of emotion swell within her. Though she had long anticipated this day, she still found it difficult to accept. Rest assured. Guhan tightly grasped her hand. I will take good care of her. What about the items? The elder expressed some dissatisfaction. I have been whispering in your ear for a decade, and you are still unprepared? The betrothal gift. He had harped on it for 10 years, and it had become an obsession in his heart, indeed, his only obsession. Grandfather. The enchantress glanced at Guhan. Actually, there is. Guhan suddenly nodded. He did not wish for the elder to depart with regrets. A long sword would be inappropriate, and elixirs were also not quite suitable. After pondering, he retrieved a yellow-brown Bodhi seed from his pocket and presented it to the elder. Old sir, what do you think of this Bodhi seed? He had taken it out long ago, but, after nearly a decade of study, still discerned nothing conclusive, often doubting if he had been deceived by that old monk. Excellent. The elder chuckled heartily. As long as you have this intention. You rascal, why didn't you present it sooner? As he spoke, he snatched the Bodhi seed and passed it to the enchantress. All right, no more regrets. Without me, you two can freely enjoy the moonlight. After accomplishing this, he appeared somewhat fatigued, returning to his wooden stool. He cast a glance at the fish basket, looked at the enchantress, and gently advised, while it's fresh, eat quickly. With that, his eyes gently closed, and he departed from this world. With a cry, Aingyang burst into tears. She had grasped the reality of the situation. Witnessing the elderly man, who had been like a grandfather to her, leave this life, and she could no longer suppress her sorrow. A flicker of sadness crossed Guhan's eyes. Life is but a fleeting moment, and the hardest part is the separation of the living. The bitterest is the farewell of the dead. For the first time, he experienced the anguish and helplessness of being mortal. Within his thoughts, the seed he had polished for 10 years quietly cracked open, sprouting a tender shoot. In the forbidden grounds, before the thatched cottage, the elder held the wooden staff, remaining utterly still. Upon his departure, he maintained this posture, unyielding. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His head tilted slightly, gazing into the depths of the forbidden area. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from his being, obliterating everything within 100 feet, cottage, eerie mist, and bones, reducing them all to powder. Not enough, he murmured, then turned his attention away from the distant happenings. Deep within the forbidden grounds, following Luo Wushuang and Gu Tian's departure, the swirling portal had remained tranquil for several months. Yet now, it began to tremble violently, as figures emerged one after another from the roiling mist, stepping onto this continent. Volume 1, Chapter 409, Great Power. Terrifying. The first to emerge from the portal were two young individuals, their cultivation hovering around the third stage of the extraordinary. Sensing their presence, the endless eerie mist surged forth. As the two individuals stepped away from the portal, they were immediately enveloped by a dense and eerie fog, scarcely able to discern their surroundings. Oh no, what is this? Lu, be cautious. This entity can devour flesh and blood. The sinister mist clung to them, bringing with it a chilling, inexplicable force of consumption that seemed intent on siphoning their very essence. Alarmed, the duo hastily conjured a protective aura to shield themselves, barely managing to fend off the mist's encroachment. However, they found themselves deep within a forbidden area, where the fog was several times thicker than on the periphery. Despite their extraordinary cultivation, they struggled against its oppressive weight. We must leave at once. They dared not linger, swiftly darting toward the direction where the mist seemed less dense. Lu, this place is anything but ordinary. Indeed, such bizarre phenomena are not found in the common lands. That information must be true. We have arrived at the right place. If fortune smiles upon us, we shall seize this opportunity and turn our fates around. Their initial fear was replaced by exhilaration, and they quickened their pace. At that moment, amidst the swirling fog, two shadowy figures emerged silently behind them. With a swift and fearsome snap of their jaws, they revealed rows of menacing teeth and lunged at the two. Their piercing screams echoed, yet they had no chance to resist. In an instant, they were reduced to lifeless husks, their bodies severed into several pieces upon the ground. The shadows dissipated, vanishing back into the mist. Before half an hour had passed, the portal trembled once more, and two new figures stepped through, a young man and an elderly gentleman. The young man's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, while the elder was a formidable presence of the ascendant realm. Qian Lao, the youth exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the fog. Something feels amiss here. Indeed, young master, Qian Lao replied, his expression grave. Though this is merely a landmass and not even a realm in its own right, it is shrouded in profound secrecy. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that ancient path, it is likely no one would have sensed its existence. Even the perilous areas of our Gutsong realm, while dangerous, do not exhibit such strangeness. The young man's excitement grew. It seems the Golden List may indeed be real. Not long ago, news of the Golden List's emergence had reached the Gutsong realm. To have one's name inscribed upon it would invite the favor of the great Tao, bestowing unparalleled opportunities and fortunes. Many had scoffed at the notion, dismissing such lists as mere fabrications of powerful factions, martial lists, talented prodigy lists, special bloodline lists, and so forth. The idea of a list established by the Tao was unheard of. How could this be possible? The Tao is merciless. If a golden list truly exists, why would it manifest here exclusively? If that were the case, it would imply favoritism from the Tao, and chaos would ensue across the myriad realms. Nevertheless, regardless of belief, many, like the young man, ventured here in search of fortune, viewing it as an opportunity for exploration, with little risk of loss. As they conversed, several shadowy figures coalesced once more, exuding a menacing aura as they lunged toward the youth. Be careful. Qian Lao's expression turned icy as he swung his sleeve with force, scattering the malevolent shadows. Second young master, we must depart swiftly. In the fleeting moment when the shadow of the demon was dispelled, several malevolent gazes from the depths of the forbidden land fell upon him. Despite being a cultivator of the feather transformation realm, he felt a chilling dread coursing through him, rendering him utterly incapable of even the slightest thought of resistance. It was overwhelmingly powerful and eerily strange. He dared not glance back even once. Hastily leading the young man away, time slipped away unnoticed. Only upon sensing the gazes had vanished did he quietly exhale in relief, and at that moment, the two had reached the periphery of the forbidden land. Master Qian, the young man inquired, perplexed. What was that just now? Who was it? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed a figure standing not far ahead, its face weathered and hunched, holding an impeccably smooth wooden staff. Standing still like a statue, as if sensing his gaze, the old man's form trembled, and in an instant, a formidable, unparalleled sword intent surged forth. Run! Master Qian's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing once more as he grasped the young man's arm, fleeing from the spot, as if pursued. It was terrifyingly strong. After an indeterminate time, they had long since escaped the bounds of the forbidden land, arriving at the foot of a rather desolate mountain. Master Qian, the young man said, still shaken. That person. I couldn't see through him. Master Qian chuckled wryly. His strength far exceeds my imagination. How peculiar, the young man remarked, still apprehensive. Why is this place? Before he could complete his thought, he spotted a stone tablet not far ahead. Phoenix Wu Yuan? As soon as he spoke, a stunning woman clad in a red gown emerged gracefully from a thatched cottage halfway up the mountain, taking a sip from a wine flask at her waist. Her beauty was captivating, her elegance unparalleled. The young man was momentarily struck by these 8 words. Miss, he exclaimed, his expression brightening as he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I am Xiao Yang from the ancient Song realm. May I inquire where this place is? The woman cast a fleeting glance at him, a flicker of intensity flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. The coldness on her face intertwined with the fiery aura surrounding her, shattering the young man's heart into fragments. She then averted her gaze, her red dress swirling as an ethereal phoenix appeared in her eyes, and in an instant, she was gone. Exquisite, so aloof. Long after the woman had disappeared from view, Xiao Yang remained transfixed, unwilling to shift his gaze from the direction she had departed. Second young master, Master Qian said with a somewhat complex expression, she is a saintly realm cultivator. Indeed, she is truly beautiful, Xiao Yang replied, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Young master, in my opinion, her age seems comparable to yours. The young man's eyes brightened as if a thought had struck him. That's perfect. I was referring to her strength. Master Qian's lips twitched. She is a saintly realm cultivator. Even your elder brother did not evoke such a feeling in me at that realm. What? The young man finally grasped the implication, his face displaying shock. Are you suggesting she is even stronger than my elder brother at the same level? No one understood better than he how remarkably talented his elder brother was in the ancient Song realm. Second young master, the old man hesitated for a moment. We must proceed with greater discretion from now on. Initially, in such a realm, he had encountered similar circumstances before. For thousands of years, no one had ascended to the transcendent state. The ethereal realm represented the pinnacle of power, capable of summoning winds and rains. Arriving in such a place, he naturally adopted a transcendent mindset. However, now faced with the forbidden grounds, the blind sage, and the astonishing prodigy Fang Xing, any sense of superiority he once held dissipated. The notion of summoning winds and rains transformed into a cautious demeanor, even instilling within him a sense akin to a rustic individual seeking to pay homage. Discretion. The young man's expression grew serious. It was imperative to remain low-key. He must not offend the enchanting presence. Old Qian cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. Old Qian, do you think I will meet her again? Old Qian appeared speechless, internally lamenting that with the young lady's disposition, it was improbable she would ever take notice of him. Those who came from outside were certainly not limited to just a few. After Old Qian and Xiao Yang departed, a steady stream of individuals began to arrive. Some possessed formidable strength, unperturbed by the encroaching shadows, while others were escorted by guardians and departed safely from this place. Moreover, some arrived in grand entourages, their guardians plentiful enough to intimidate the lurking shadows into submission. The forbidden grounds were vast, and as the crowd moved in various directions, their fates diverged accordingly. For Old Qian and Xiao Yang, having been startled 3 times in succession, they belonged to a unique category, leaving one to ponder whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate. As the first volume reaches chapter 410, accompany me to admire the moon. One last time, shall we? Amidst these prodigies, many others, reminiscent of the initial two, arrived with aspirations to seize opportunities. Naturally, they became the favored prey of the shadows. Visibly, the area surrounding the portal was littered with various grotesquely perished corpses. As time elapsed, the portal trembled momentarily, and two figures emerged, a man and a woman. The man's aura was shrouded in obscurity, revealing him to be a practitioner of the transcendent state. The woman, with her enchanting beauty clad in a delicate pink lace gown, exposed vast swathes of her snow-white skin. With every movement, more exquisite features tantalizingly revealed themselves, igniting a spark of untamed desire within the man. Her cultivation was unmistakably at the saintly level. Oh my! She feigned surprise upon witnessing the corpses, suddenly leaping into the man's embrace, a glimmer of allure flashing in her eyes as her voice dripped with seductive charm. Senior brother. How terrifying. Little enchantress. The man silently cursed, gently holding her close, his throat suddenly parched. With your senior brother here, there's no need to fear. As he spoke, his hands began to wander, exploring the contours of her body with a boldness that belied his caution, though he dared not go too far. For she was a natural temptress and the forbidden treasure of his master. He could only indulge in superficial pleasures. Patience. Feeling her deliberately soft and twisting form against him, he took a deep breath. Once his master claimed her essence, he would certainly savor the opportunity to cultivate her further. Senior sister. With this thought lingering, he glanced around a few times, his brow slightly furrowed, and quickly retrieved the items, prioritizing the task assigned by his master while setting aside the rest for the moment. Understood. The woman nodded, a barely perceptible glimmer of jealousy flickering in her eyes as she took out a pale blue, translucent orb. Within the orb, a wisp of ethereal energy lay quietly dormant, motionless. Senior brother, she spoke with a hint of bitterness, her tone laced with seduction. How could Sister Mo possibly still be alive after all these years? You don't understand, the man replied with a smile. Master has stated that Sister Mo is the Xian celestial demon. Ordinary methods could never harm her. Then, the woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Who is more beautiful, Sister Mo or I? Ha ha. He laughed heartily. Each possesses her own merits. They are equally matched. Yet, inwardly, he cursed her. Bah! How dare you compare yourself to Sister Mo? You are nothing more than a vessel for Master to heal, and not even worthy of being compared to the likes of Sister Long, who has just entered the fold. With this thought, a flicker of hope crossed his eyes. He swiftly cast a spell upon the orb. Before his very eyes, the dormant, ethereal energy began to slowly swirl. Wonderful, wonderful, he exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Sister Mo is indeed still alive. How I have yearned for her after a millennium. Alas, Master was gravely wounded back then, and could not come himself, otherwise. A reunion after 1,000 years would be truly momentous. But it is equally significant for me, as the senior brother, to bring her back. As he spoke, he delicately sensed the orb for a moment. There, he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he tightly embraced the woman, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. Outside the village, before a newly erected grave, the sorceress clad in white knelt silently, her gaze dimmed, without uttering a word. 3 days had passed since the elder's burial, and she had knelt in mourning for the same duration. After sending everyone else away, Guang quietly kept her company for 3 days. He was just like my grandfather, the sorceress murmured suddenly, her tone and concern mirroring those of the elder. Yet she had deceived him for a decade. She was not a Yuan at all. That matters not, Guang sighed. Even if a Yuan were to be reborn, she could not surpass what you have done. Meeting the old man was your fortune, and similarly, meeting you was also his fortune. Without the sorceress, the elder would have passed away a decade ago, burdened with illness and despair. For him, that was the true cruelty. Grandfather, the sorceress gently caressed the Bodhi seed in her hand, bringing it to completion. As she spoke, her form trembled slightly, and her body grew somewhat transparent. Her visage is subtly shifting from that of a willow warbler to that of Mo Chun-in, using her last vestiges of power. Guang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, fully aware of the implications. Without hesitation, he swiftly caught the faltering sorceress in his arms, holding her tightly. The sorceress gently rested her head on his shoulder, tightly clutching the Bodhi seed, her face adorned with a blissful smile. I could no longer bear it. Yet I was reluctant to part with my grandfather, even more so with you. Now that my grandfather has found peace, I too feel fulfilled. As her words faded, her figure became increasingly translucent. Suddenly, Guhan, his eyes bloodshot and silent, embraced her and strode away. What are you doing? I need to find Elder Yin. It's futile. Yet I must try? Foolish brother. The sorceress tenderly caressed his cheek. You still have to ferry souls. To hell with that. Guhan's eyes were crimson, his expression somewhat ferocious. I will not ferry any longer. The holy medicine, the elixir to replenish soul power. It must be found, even if it grants her a few more days of life. His heart raced with anxiety and fear. In the face of Zheng Ning, the barbarian clan, or even the formidable Yunao, he had always felt rage and defiance, never fear. But at this moment, he was truly frightened. Without her, his world would no longer be complete. He desperately called for Qianyi, yet as always, it seemed that Qianyi was either too drained or engaged in ferrying souls, leaving him without a single response. Will you accompany me to admire the moon? The sorceress's expression appeared somewhat dazed. Guhan hesitated. It was daytime. How foolish. Won't you wait for the night? Didn't grandfather say he would no longer monitor us, that we need not be secretive? No, promise me. She looked at Guhan, her tone infused with pleading. This is my last wish. Guhan fell silent for a moment. All right. He gently turned, leading her once more to the summit of Han Mountain. The same location, the same people. Yet the sky was clear and bright, lacking the full moon. The sorceress lay in Guhan's embrace, gazing up at the heavens, her tone light-hearted. Tonight's moonlight will surely be exquisite. Guhan remained silent, his fists clenched so tightly that blood nearly oozed from them. Without you, what beauty can the moonlight possess? Noticing his silence, the sorceress smiled gently. Am I beautiful, sister? Yes. Guhan's heart ached as he nodded emphatically. So beautiful, truly wonderful. The sorceress's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. This is the perfect ending. At Tianlong Temple, in a mysterious space on the back mountain, an old monk sat cross-legged on the blood-red crystalline ground, reciting Buddhist scriptures, his body emanating a faint light that repelled the encroaching red mist. Above, a colossal head, over 1,000 feet long, hovered silently, its 3 eyes tightly shut, bound by several thick chains of order. Below, Wuxin stared intently at the head, his eyes filled with curiosity, naivety, and a hint of provocation. Suddenly, the old monk seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. What is it, master? The old monk paused for a moment. It is nothing. With that, he closed his eyes once more. At the summit of Han Mountain, 2 figures appeared silently behind Guhan, a man and a woman. Gazing at the enchanting sorceress nestled in Guhan's embrace, a flicker of excitement flashed in the man's eyes. Junior sister, it has been over 1,000 years. We meet again. In chapter 411 of volume 1, one glance at you, and my eyes shall decay. Who is it? Guhan felt an unsettling familiarity in the voice, alertness surging within him. Turning around, he beheld the man not far off, along with the alluring woman in his arms. It was him. Guhan's expression turned cold. This man, whom he had encountered in an illusion, was none other than Mo Chanin's seemingly righteous senior brother. The sorceress let out a soft sigh. At that moment, she comprehended everything, realizing why she was entangled in Guhan's tribulation. A personal calamity, also a murderous one. She was the embodiment of Guhan's tribulation, and this impending doom was brought forth by her. She understood, as did Guhan. Junior sister. The instant the sorceress turned, a glimmer of infatuation and excitement crossed the man's gaze. You truly are alive. You cannot imagine how much joy has faded from our forgetting emotion sect since your departure. Alas, how dearly our fellow disciples and master miss you. Indeed, after a millennium, you remain as resplendent as ever. And Lingya? The sorceress's expression was devoid of emotion. Why hasn't he come? Has he perished? Junior sister, do not speak like that, the man sighed. Regardless of circumstances, he looked at the sorceress earnestly. You are cherished above all as our beloved junior sister. Senior brother. The woman beside him could no longer contain herself. Now she is indeed your junior sister. Upon witnessing the sorceress's beauty, she understood that although she too was a rare beauty with an innate allure in comparison to the sorceress, she was utterly eclipsed in both appearance and grace. Coupled with the man's demeanor, her jealousy ignited, and she longed to strike the sorceress down. The man remained silent, allowing her to cling to him, yet he felt no desire stirring within. You are not even a substitute. If a substitute were to be named, it would be cold junior sister. Giggling, The woman covered her mouth in laughter. Sister Imo, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am Hong Luan, a disciple of Master for merely a century. By the timeline of our initiation, you may refer to me as junior sister. Her jealousy and acidity rendered her words notably aggressive. I have heard that Master regards you with utmost affection, almost as if you were his own daughter, bestowing upon you all the finest treasures. How could you harbor such hatred towards him? It is quite inappropriate. Now that Master is gravely injured, he urgently requires your profound energy for healing. Sister Imo, your moment to repay his kindness has arrived. Indeed, junior sister, the man smiled. Master needs you now more than ever. You should return with me swiftly. The sorceress paid her no mind, instead casting an apologetic glance at Guhan. I am sorry. It has nothing to do with you. Guhan shook his head. This is my own choice. He must undergo the tribulation, thus facing this impending calamity. There is no evading it, nor escaping. This matter is of no concern to anyone but his own choice. Hong Luan glanced at Guhan, realizing how ruthless Sister Imo truly was, even forsaking her master to engage in romantic entanglements with a mortal. Alas, she feigned a gasp, momentarily forgetting that Sister Imo, being a celestial demon, was adept at manipulating human emotions. This mortal must surely serve as her sustenance. Nonetheless, merely a mortal. Sister, your choices seem rather indiscriminate in your hunger. Neither of the two cared for Guhan. The path of cultivation for celestial demons is unique, thriving on emotional exploitation, deftly manipulating the hearts of others. Where the distinction of being a practitioner is trivial, what truly matters is evoking profound affection, a glimmer of genuine sentiment. Naturally, they perceived Guhan as mere nourishment for the evolution of a demoness. You do not comprehend, the man mused, as a cultivator of ascended realms. His vision transcended hers tenfold. A mortal capable of prompting his junior sister to consciously suppress her cultivation was hardly an ordinary being. He discerned the current vulnerability of the demoness, mistakenly believing it to be a deliberate act. After all, the enigmatic aura surrounding Guhan was perplexing even to him. Correspondingly, in his eyes, Guhan transformed from an insignificant insect into one deserving of his attention. Unfounded jealousy stirred within him. Although he understood that the demoness, engaged in her cultivation, could not genuinely develop feelings for a mortal, seeing them stand so close ignited a faint desire within him to take his place. In response, Guhan tenderly embraced the demoness, who naturally leaned her head upon his shoulder. The man remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sister Imo, Hong Luan's envy intensified. At such a moment, the charade seemed unnecessary. She felt like a transparent figure before the demoness. This young man, she begrudged the situation, casting a sultry glance at Guhan, her eyes shimmering with allure, all the while concealing her deceit and manipulation of his affections, was of no concern to him. Guhan retorted bluntly. Hong Luan's expression froze. She suddenly stepped forward, gently lifting her sheer veil to reveal her fair skin, her voice dripping with seduction, transforming into wisps of pink mist that assailed Guhan's senses. Young man, would you like to see what lies beneath? Not interested, Guhan replied impassively, unaffected in the slightest. A glance would be repulsive. Furthermore, he remarked incredulously, what confidence do you possess, comparing yourself to her? And please, spare me your voice. It makes me want to retch. A light laugh escaped the demoness, and she shot Guhan a playful glare. Her smile was enchanting, rendering the world around them a shade dimmer and utterly shattering Hong Luan's pride. Junior sister, the man observed, a glimmer of infatuation flickering in his eyes. You are truly exquisite, a beauty beyond compare. If it were possible, my dear senior brother would sincerely wish for your survival. Yet, alas, duty to the master cannot be defied, and the master's wounds cannot be neglected any longer. Please, return with me. I am aware of your formidable celestial demon physique and your cunning abilities, but do not entertain thoughts of resistance, for it would place me in a most challenging position. As he spoke, he produced a jade talisman of deep azure. Your defiance would be futile. The master has already devised contingencies. The enchantress seemed oblivious to his words, instead turning her gaze to Guhan and softly declaring, I do not wish to return. Then do not return. Very well. The enchantress nodded. I shall heed your words. The man furrowed his brows, sensing an underlying discord. Senior brother. Hong Luan cast a venomous glance at Guhan and his companion, her heart wavering for but a moment before addressing the man. Can the Xian energy truly heal the master's injuries? Naturally. With that, she swayed her waist and approached the man, wrapping her arms tightly around him, seemingly unbothered by the exposure of her alluring figure. Instead, her focus was on the jade talisman, a peculiar glint dancing in her eyes. What if we do not deliver the Xian energy to the master? Volume 1, Chapter 412, Dusty Echoes. Let us make an agreement, shall we? Junior sister. The man's pupils constricted. What do you mean? I desire the Xian energy. You are mad. That belongs to the master. But the master is not present. Hong Wan's radiance intensified, her tone urgent. He is gravely injured, unable to even come here himself. Whatever we have done or said here, he cannot possibly know. Senior brother, this is an incredible opportunity. If we seize the Xian energy, we shall split it equally. Have you not been trapped in the Ascension realm for far too long? With the Xian energy, you could finally break through. Such words rendered the man's tone dry. I shall pretend you never spoke. Are you afraid? You do not understand. The master, and what of it? Hong Wan persisted. Without the Xian energy, whether the master survives remains uncertain. How could he possibly have the strength to confront us? Once we acquire the Xian energy, we shall depart from here, far away. Not just the Xian energy. Even I am yours. Have you not desired me for so long? As she spoke, she seized the man's hand, placing it against her soft, ample bosom, her eyes shimmering with allure. Her voice sweet and tantalizing, like a feather stirring the depths of his desires. Feel me. My body, my heart, my everything can be yours, all of it. The man remained silent, his breaths growing rapid, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his features. Ha! Guhan scoffed. This is the esteemed disciple of Lingya. Giggle. Hong Wan fixed her gaze upon him, licking her lips. Await your retribution for humiliating me. Before Sister Mo, I shall savor the pleasure of ending your life. Piece by piece. But fear not, it shall not be painful. Rather, it will be a delightful experience, the kind that teeters on the brink of ecstasy and death. Consider it a generous gift to you, a mere insect. With that, she provocatively glanced at the enchantress, seemingly seeking to reclaim a semblance of dignity before her. He shall not die, the enchantress retorted, her tone tinged with mockery. The one destined to perish is you. Guhan seemed to sense something ominous, and her heart sank heavily. Just as she was about to speak, she was silenced by a glance from the woman beside her, casting a wary look at Hong Wan. Do you really think he would dare to betray Lingya? Junior sister. At that moment, clarity returned to the man's eyes as he gazed intently at Hong Wan. My master has bestowed upon me immense kindness. I cannot betray him with a guilty conscience. I cannot comply with your request. Why not? Hong Wan questioned, somewhat perplexed. What nonsense about immense kindness. You simply lack the courage. Indeed, I lack the courage. I cannot fathom your reasoning. Her emotions spiraled out of control as she pointed at the enchantress and exclaimed, this is a splendid opportunity. The Xian energy is right here. Why do you not seize it? Before even killing her, you could have done anything to her. Is this not what you have longed for? The man struggled to suppress the turmoil within him. My loyalty to my master is unwavering. You lack the courage, but I shall take action. Hong Wan lost all composure. Once I acquire the Xian energy, there will be no turning back for you. Before she could finish her sentence, a surge of azure light erupted from the jade talisman in the man's hand, striking her forehead in an instant. In that moment, Hong Wan screamed in agony. Master! Her once alluring features twisted grotesquely, revealing a terrifying visage as fear and calmness flickered in her eyes. She pleaded incessantly, I shall never dare again. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream, her body shuddering, ceasing to struggle. Sinful disciple. Moments later, her expression had returned to tranquility as she spoke slowly. Though it was still Hong Wan's voice, her tone was devoid of emotion, appearing to have transformed completely into another person. At that moment, not a trace of lasciviousness remained. Instead, she exuded an aura of serenity and composure. Thud! The man trembled and fell to his knees. Master! He realized then that the talisman concealed a fragment of Lingya's consciousness. Zhongyu. Yinya glanced at him calmly. Why did you not heed her earlier? My master has shown me immense kindness. How could I dare to commit such a despicable act? Enough, rise. Yes. Zhongyu understood he had narrowly escaped disaster. Secretly relieved as he stood respectfully behind Lingya, no longer daring to cast a glance at the enchantress. This fragment of Lingya possessed only the cultivation of the holy realm, yet he felt no inclination of discontent. No one understood better than he the terrifying and ruthless methods of his master. Chenine. Lingya's gaze shifted to the enchantress, his tone gentle. After so many years apart, have you missed me? Of course. The enchantress smiled, though her smile was laced with boundless hatred. Every year, every moment, every second. I wish for your demise. Indeed. A flicker of appreciation crossed Lingya's eyes. Your obstinate nature is most suited for the path of the celestial demon, which is what I admire most about you. However, there is one thing I find perplexing. As a celestial demon, he gazed steadily at the enchantress. You tread the path of ruthlessness. In addition to your beauty, no one can resist your allure. Over the millennia, had you devoted yourself to cultivation, you should have reached unparalleled strength. Yet, why do you appear so feeble now? Even that profound energy has diminished significantly in your possession. Thus sound. You are fully aware that the heavenly demons are merciless. Those who become emotionally entangled are destined for demise. Yet, his tone remained indifferent. Why then do you seek your own destruction? What? Beside them, Zhongyu was struck with astonishment. He had presumed the enchantress's frailty was merely a facade, only to discover that she was genuinely weakened. Had she truly experienced real emotions? He cast another glance at Guang, feeling a swell of resentment. This mere mortal? Why? In his mind, the enchantress epitomized perfection, an unblemished and sacred being. Yet now, she has succumbed to feelings for Guang, a notion he could not fathom. You think? The enchantress fixed her gaze on Lingya. Am I still afraid of death? Indeed. Lingya nodded, then turned to Guang. Who are you? And what merit do you possess that has stirred such emotions in dust sound? That is of no concern to you. Guang's expression remained impassive. After all, you are not her father. Such audacity. Lingya did not express anger. Instead, he regarded Guang with a hint of admiration. Not afraid of death. Indeed, I am. Guang raised an eyebrow. Yet, I must still say, go to hell. Excellent. Lingya's admiration deepened. With such defiance, there is a possibility that dust sound might indeed develop feelings for you. Do not think it a mere compliment. Even I, an old man, have felt a twinge of appreciation. If you were to become my disciple, your future achievements would surely surpass Zhongyu's tenfold. Zhongyu remained silent, not daring to reveal even a hint of discontent. What a pity. Lingya's tone shifted. You should not have allowed dust sound to become emotionally attached to you. Our fates are not intertwined. Dust sound. He cast another glance at the enchantress. I am quite disappointed. This profound energy is essential for my healing and breakthrough. Why have you squandered it so carelessly, losing so much? Do you realize the effort I expended to locate you? The old blind man's sword is certainly not to be trifled with. Although he had merely struck out with a single sword strike years ago, it had nonetheless severely injured Lingya at his core. Over the years, despite his myriad attempts, his condition had not improved and had, in fact, worsened. The more dire his situation became, the more unwilling he was to accept it. Consumed by the desire to find the enchantress and reclaim that thread of profound energy. However, upon returning to that desolate expanse, he could no longer sense the location of this continent. In despair, he was left with no choice but to heal while sending others to monitor the movements of that void. Until recently, when the ancient path of this continent reopened, he had intended to come in person, but his injuries were too severe, and for certain special reasons, it was inadvisable to act recklessly. Thus, he dispatched a fragment of his spirit and sent Zhongyu to this place. This thread of profound energy. He pondered momentarily. It is insufficient for my needs. Very well, let us make a pact, shall we? Within a century, he regarded the enchantress with a calm demeanor. I shall not lay a hand upon you. Should you require it, I can provide countless seeds of infatuation to nourish your cultivation. Within this century, you may strike at me. If you possess the skill to slay me, then so be it. Does this condition stir your heart? Zhongyu's heart leapt. What he feared most about Lingya was precisely this. Not only the act of killing, but also the tormenting of the heart. For countless years, those ensnared by Lingya seldom met their end by his own hands. Rather, they were driven to despair and self-destruction by his various machinations. Utterly terrifying and insidiously malicious. He was convinced that as long as the enchantress returned, she would remain trapped in Lingya's grasp even after a century. Lingya cast a glance at Guang, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Before you return, you must personally slay him, sever the ties of affection, tread the path of indifference anew, and restore your true form as a heavenly demon. Guang was momentarily taken aback. So this was the method that could save him? Indeed. Lingya replied with a smile, the simplest and the only way. Guhan fell silent, yet within his heart, he now comprehended why he had persistently inquired of the enchantress regarding her salvation, while she had never divulged it, simply because of this reason. How naive, the enchantress chuckled softly. If you were to kill your sister, would you be able to do it? Guhan remained silent. It was beyond his capacity. Thus, the enchantress gleaned her answer from his countenance, feeling a sense of elation. Her sister was equally incapable. She was his world, and was he not her one and only? Chnyn, Lingya expressed profound disappointment. I am attempting to save you. I have promised him. The enchantress gazed at Guhan with longing. I shall remain Mochnyn and not become the enchantress. Guhan felt a pang in his heart and held her tighter. Lingya appeared unsurprised by her reaction, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. The heavenly demon is heartless, yet you are so deeply entrenched in emotion. It is truly beyond redemption. But Chnyn, do you truly not wish to avenge your grandfather, your parents, or even your entire clan? The enchantress trembled. What did you say? Last time was somewhat hasty. Lingya sighed, not having the opportunity to reveal the truth. Mochnyn. Is that a name that mere mortals could conjure? The enchantress's complexion paled. She instinctively sensed that Lingya's words concealed another secret. Zhongyu, reveal the truth to her. Yes. Zhongyu bowed and gazed directly at the enchantress. A millennium ago, in our Tiannan realm, there existed a renowned cultivation family, the Mo clan. One day, the Mo clan welcomed the birth of a female infant, a rare and exceptional Xianin body. The Mo clan rejoiced and named her Mochnyn. This is you, little junior sister. It is evident that impoverished mortals, who scarcely recognize a few characters, could not possibly have bestowed upon you such a name. The enchantress remained speechless, yet the glimmer in her eyes, which had vanished for a decade, began to resurface. Subsequently, Zhongyu naturally comprehended what Lingya desired and continued. The Mo family was besieged by a mysterious assailant. From the venerable ancestors to the lowly servants, none survived. Leaving only you. My master took you, an infant at the time, and entrusted you to an elderly beggar, altering his memories. This beggar is the grandfather you believe in. Guhan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lingya. The depths of this person's cunning, the far-reaching nature of his schemes, and the viciousness of his methods surpassed his wildest imagination. Little junior sister, this matter is known only to my master and me. Originally, eliminating your so-called grandfather would have sufficed for you to tread the path of the celestial demon. Such secrets need not be divulged to you. But it seems that is far from adequate. You likely never considered that your entire life has been under my master's manipulation. There is no escape for you. By the way, after a brief pause, Zhongyu added, the mysterious individual who attacked the Mo family is none other than me. Lingya. This proclamation shattered the last remnants of the demoness sanity. A spectral glow flickered in her eyes, intensifying until a chilling aura erupted, sending Guhan reeling back a considerable distance. Chineen, Lingya chuckled softly. A millennium ago, I fortuitously acquired the secret tome of the 10,000 transformations celestial demon body. Yet, I struggled in vain to find a suitable candidate for its cultivation. Fortunately, the great Tao showed me mercy and led me to you. Now that you are aware of the truth, can you still relinquish your hatred? If you do not slay your master, will you be content? Boom. As her words fell, the spectral glow in the demoness' eyes surged to new heights. Master, Zhongyu cautiously remarked, if we allow the little junior sister to, that's of no concern, Lingya interjected with a smile. The path of the celestial demon, once traversed to its end, will be devoid of true compassion. Sentiments of vengeance will be discarded entirely. Of course, I shall not permit the demoness to grow to such a formidable stature. Chineen, he gestured towards Guhan. My previous words still stand. If you wish for vengeance, then slay him and reclaim your true celestial demon form. Proceed. With a swish, the demoness swiftly appeared beside Guhan. Poof! Before he could react, her hand had already pierced through his chest, sending him flying far away. Throughout it all, Guhan remained unresponsive, too stunned to react. Good. From a distance, Lingya nodded with satisfaction. Just so. Blood surged forth, instantly staining Guhan's robes crimson. Why did he feel no pain? He merely gazed at the demoness. His eyes filled with sorrow. Do you no longer wish for revenge? This strike, seemingly lethal, had deliberately spared all his vital points. The spectral glow flickered momentarily, revealing the misty depths of the demoness' eyes. Silly little brother, I deceived that old dog. Besides, I promised you I would not become a demoness, but rather Imo-Chineen. How could I go back on my word? She gently embraced Guhan, murmuring, "Thank you for accompanying me for 10 years. I no longer desire revenge, nor your fortune. I want nothing but for you to live." As she spoke, a mysterious and chilling aura slowly emanated from her, condensing entirely into the mist within her eyes. The mist quivered lightly, transforming into a solitary tear, seemingly imbued with boundless enigmas and the essence of creation. Suddenly, a barely audible sound emerged as if touched by this arcane breath. The Bodhi seed, which had remained unchanged for over a decade in her grasp, cracked open with a fissure as fine as a strand of hair. Simultaneously, at the back mountain of the heavenly dragon temple, within the god-slaying array, the recitation of scriptures came to an abrupt halt. The old monk opened his eyes, his countenance betraying a trace of gravity. "Master," Wuxing blinked. "What has happened now? Stay here for a moment. I will return shortly." As he spoke, he flicked his monk's robe, releasing a beam of Buddhist light that enveloped Wuxing, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Sighing, Wuxing paid little mind to the old monk, his gaze fixated on the colossal head above. Such an existence must be formidable. Yet it is unfortunate that you two have had your heads severed and sealed here. Truly a pitiable fate. Boom. Before he could finish, the order of the divine abruptly unraveled, causing the ground to tremble slightly as boundless crimson mist erupted violently. With a swift motion, the three eyes of the head opened simultaneously, fixating coldly on Wuxing, devoid of any emotional nuance, as if he were merely an insignificant insect. Pity. Wuxing appeared oblivious to its gaze, slowly rising to his feet, preparing to depart. "I shall not engage with you further. The beings of this world are steeped in sin, shackled by karma." His tone resonated with a sense of compassion, yet hidden deep within his eyes was an abyss of cruelty and madness. The young monk must guide each soul towards liberation from the ocean of suffering. This is his grand aspiration. Chapter 414. Forever residing in your heart. As calamity approaches, the specter of death looms. In times of tribulation, life and death are seldom within one's control. The portly man, Tuo Jun, and Guhan are no exceptions. Whether he can transcend this crisis lies solely in the whims of the demoness. On the summit of Cold Mountain, upon witnessing the transformation of the demoness, Lingya's previous composure and demeanor evaporated, his expression turning icy, a flicker of anger surfacing in his eyes. After achieving mastery of his cultivation, he seldom intervened, relying instead on his ability to manipulate human hearts, which had always proven successful. This darking energy was his grandest scheme over the millennia, his most cherished design. However, he had not anticipated that the demoness would choose not to seek revenge and would attempt to break free from his control, confronting him with an unfamiliar sense of defeat. "Master," Zhong Yu's heart quivered. "Do not move." The demoness did not turn back, but softly declared, "If you make a move, I shall self-destruct the dark Yin energy, rendering your scheme utterly void." Zhong Yu hesitated, knowing that against an ordinary cultivator, his ascended realm would render such threats inconsequential. Yet, against the dark Yin celestial demon, unless Lingya himself were to arrive, he possessed no certainty of subduing her. "Very well." Lingya's eyes instantaneously narrowed. "Chineen, you truly are a remarkable disciple, worthy of the immense effort I have invested in you and the lengthy schemes I have devised. However, the Xian Yinqi ultimately belongs to me. If you believe you can bestow it upon him, then by all means, give it a try." Nearby, Zhong Yu was entirely focused. The moment the Xian Yinqi manifested would be his opportunity to seize it. In the distance, the enchantress fixed her gaze upon Guhan. "The instant the Xian Yinqi appears, you must merge with it. That way, you need not fear them. You have accompanied your sister for 10 years. This is the only thing she can do for you, and it is your sole chance to survive this tribulation." "No, I refuse." Watching her increasingly ethereal form, Guhan felt as though something was slowly slipping away from him. His eyes reddened, desperately struggling against the control he was under. Yet, at this moment, he was firmly bound by the enchantress, unable to move even a fraction. "Don't be foolish," the enchantress sighed softly. "If you hesitate, your sister will fall into his grasp, and I am sure you do not wish for that." Guhan's voice faltered, his heart aching as if it were being wrenched. Everything about his sister resided within that single tear. The enchantress's gaze shifted, focusing on the wound on Guhan's chest, her voice becoming somewhat ethereal. Your sister wishes to place it within your heart. This way, it would be as if she resides here forever. Your sister truly is clever. As she spoke, the tear in her eyes quickly solidified, and her body became utterly transparent. At that moment, a vague shadow appeared behind her. Luing, on that fateful day, in pursuit of her own ambitions, she willingly surrendered her body to the enchantress, becoming one with two souls, sharing both glory and suffering. If the enchantress were to vanish, she too could not survive. You are destined to die with me, the enchantress sighed, seemingly addressing Luing. It matters not. Luing chuckled bitterly. This is my own choice. I can blame no one. She turned her gaze back to Guhan, her eyes filled with regret and complexity. In truth, I have liked you since childhood, yet you have always been so proud before me, evoking both love and resentment. I could never abandon everything for you as she did. Perhaps we were simply destined to walk different paths. As she spoke, her form began to dissolve rapidly. Guhan, she finally uttered, if you survive, visit my father in Tianwu City, consider it my plea. Before she could finish, she had completely vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, the enchantress gently placed the Bodhi seed she had been holding into Guhan's hand. A token of engagement, cherish it well. She then raised her eyes to the sky, a hint of regret evident in her expression. What a pity, why must it be daytime? With that, her form entirely dissipated. Without her control, Guhan regained his mobility. The crimson hue in his eyes nearly spilling forth as he lunged forward in a frenzy, but he grasped at nothingness. Gone. A moment of dazed disbelief washed over him. She's gone. The brilliance in his eyes swiftly faded. His complexion turned ashen and despondent, and the tender seedling that had sprouted within him due to her presence withered away. Without her, the essence of this earthly realm was rendered incomplete. Suddenly, a faint chant resonated from the horizon, and the clouds above rapidly coalesced, forming the ethereal silhouette of a Buddha. Master, the expression on Zhong Yu's face shifted. Someone had arrived to disrupt the scene, and they were at the ascendant stage. It seemed to be connected to that group of bald monks. Stop them, Lingya remarked coolly. Before my master acquires the profound Yin energy, no disturbances must occur. He cared not for the identity of the intruder nor their intentions. They must not approach the confines of the cold mountain. Understood. Zhong Yu bowed deeply, casting one last glance at Guhan before vanishing into the void. In that fleeting moment of his departure, a tear, radiant and filled with the essence of the mysterious and the transformative, hovered before Guhan. A gentle stream of profound energy descended, and the once barren cold mountain transformed instantly. Vegetation burgeoned uncontrollably. The spiritual vitality surged. Even the ferocious beasts of the cold mountain felt the influence of this tear's profound Yin energy, subtly hinting at their potential to break free from their shackles and evolve into demon beasts. Within the tear, amidst the swirling profound Yin energy, a figure with closed eyes, ethereal and faint, flickered into visibility. The visage unmistakably belonged to Hmph. As she had claimed, she had embedded everything she was within this drop of tear. Is she still here? The moment Guhan beheld the figure, a flicker of life reignited in her previously lifeless eyes. There was hope. She was still present. She had not completely vanished. However, Lingya felt a twinge of disappointment. The amount of profound Yin energy was far less than he had anticipated. Yet, even if only a fraction remained, he regarded it as his own and would never allow Guhan to claim it. Ultimately, he would not leave empty-handed. As he spoke, he began to reach for the tear. At that instant, the tear trembled and began to dissolve rapidly, causing the profound Yin energy in the vicinity to intensify tenfold. With over 90% converging upon Guhan, rebellious disciple, Lingya's expression darkened instantly. It dawned on him that the witch's previous words were half-truths and half-lies. Her desire to save Guhan was genuine, but her fear of being robbed was a ruse. She had foreseen their attempts to seize it and had prepared a contingency plan. The moment she transformed into profound Yin energy, she had designated Guhan as the recipient. Even if others intervened, they would gain nothing, only hastening her dissolution. Her words were merely meant to alleviate Guhan's psychological burden, encouraging her to willingly accept the profound Yin energy. A millennium of scheming, now dashed in a single moment. He had utilized Hongwan's body, and her once enchanting visage was now shrouded in gloom and coldness. At this moment, The shackles of the great Tao that had bound Guhan for a decade vanished in an instant. Her cultivation, the indestructible sword body, the immortal sword soul, were all restored. Under the mystical influence of the profound Yin energy, a remarkable transformation occurred within him in mere moments. The first drop of extraordinary substance coalesced within his being, propelling him into the threshold of the extraordinary realm, and he swiftly ascended to the third tier of transcendence. Simultaneously, within the confines of his consciousness, the scriptures of the great Yin Sword Sutra trembled momentarily, releasing a spark of ethereal light that erupted with a thunderous explosion, manifesting yet another sword technique. Chapter 415 of the first volume reads, "When you awaken, we shall admire the moon together. I cannot perish." Yet, amidst these tumultuous changes, Guhan remained oblivious, his visage devoid of any joy, instead reflecting sheer panic. He absolutely must not die. He perceived the transformation of that tear, as streams of profound Yin energy incessantly flowed into him, transmuting into extraordinary power, enhancing his cultivation, while simultaneously causing his essence to dissipate rapidly. Along with the shadow within the tear, the profound Yin demon, the essence of the profound Yin energy is fundamental, encompassing consciousness, soul, and memory. The disappearance of the profound Yin energy would inevitably lead to her complete dissolution, akin to the dispersal of the willow warbler into the ether. The golden seal, it must be able to save her. At this moment, Guhan was utterly lost. Even if the enchantress obtained the golden seal and fully transformed into a heartless demon, he could not bear to witness her demise before his very eyes. Alas, Lingya's expression remained impassive. "What I cannot possess, no one shall claim," he declared. Before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Guhan was about to retrieve the golden seal and Lingya was preparing to act, it seemed that the boundless, profound Yin energy had taken its toll. The slender crack upon the Bodhi seed instantaneously widened, followed by an ancient, eternal aura that radiated forth, descending upon that tear in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, the dissolution of the tear came to a halt, and the increasingly dim silhouette within stabilized. In the void, just as the old monk was nearing Han Mountain, a figure descended directly, positioning itself before him. "Zhongyu." The old monk regarded him with a cold glare. "This path is blocked. Retreat at once. Should you disturb my master's significant affairs, you shall regret it." "Our Buddha is merciful," the old monk chanted softly. "This benefactor is destined to be connected with our Buddha." "Nonsense," Zhongyu retorted with a scoff. "Spare me the useless chatter. If you dare to approach, I shall slay you." Boom. As he spoke, the dual hues of blue and red shimmered upon his form, coalescing above his head into a gigantic talisman spanning thousands of feet. The azure light shimmered, while the crimson hue bore a scent of blood. "You wretched old monk," Zhongyu sneered. "I have always despised your kind of hypocrites." Boom. The resonance of his voice echoed as the talisman spun momentarily, the dual energies cascading down, transforming into countless figures that surged towards the old monk. Hmph. Upon seeing the figures, the elderly monk furrowed his brow slightly, reciting a Buddhist chant once more. With hands clasped together, a radiant, milky white light of Buddha emanated from his frail, withered body, expanding rapidly until it enveloped an immense area. Under the convergence of the infinite Buddhist light, the void in which the two resided instantaneously transformed into a realm of enlightenment. Within this sacred space, the ethereal figures of 3,000 Buddhas flickered into existence. Among these, one Buddha bore a striking resemblance to the old monk, both in visage and in a more substantial form than the others. As a shadow approached, this figure stepped forth, positioning itself behind the monk, and softly uttered a sacred truth. In that instant, a beam of Buddhist light enveloped the approaching figure. As the light spread, the recitation of scriptures resonated once again. The countless figures of crimson and azure within the light momentarily displayed a hint of release, casting a grateful glance at the old monk before swiftly dissipating. "Old bald donkey," Zhongyu seethed with rage. "Do you dare to disrupt my divine powers?" "Sire," the monk sighed, "your hands are steeped in blood, tainted by boundless karma. Now, you are practicing this vile and treacherous divine power, drowning in an endless sea of suffering. Turn back, for there is salvation." Before he could finish, the Buddha figure uttered another sacred truth, and a colossal hand, formed from pure Buddhist intent, descended in a flash. In an instant, This hand collided with the azure and crimson talisman, instantly liberating the myriad figures concealed within. With a thunderous roar, the talisman exploded. You have been stripped of your divine powers. Zhan Yu's complexion paled, and he retreated swiftly, seemingly affected by the encounter. His cultivation was indeed a notch higher than the monk's, yet the monk's Buddhist essence was so pure that it subtly restrained him, leading to his disadvantage. At that moment, both men faintly sensed an ancient and immortal aura emanating from Cold Mountain. What is this? Zhan Yu's expression changed slightly. Despite being of the ascended realm, he had never encountered such an enigmatic presence. Even uninjured Ling Ye could not compare to it. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed the monk's eyes. Sire, you truly share a connection with the Buddha. He understood better than anyone the astonishing power hidden within the seemingly ordinary Bodhi seed. To activate it required not only cultivation and strength, but also the acknowledgement of the essence contained within the seed. This was the very reason he had abandoned his post to guard the god-slaying array and hastened here. Recognition signifies a bond. With a bond, he would naturally offer his utmost assistance. With this thought, he disregarded Zhan Yu and prepared to hasten towards Cold Mountain once more. Stop! Zhan Yu's expression turned icy. Old bald donkey, if you dare approach, I shall slaughter every mortal here. Are you not compassionate? If these lives are lost because of you, let us see if your Buddha will forgive you. His words were not merely threats. As long as he could delay the monk and prevent him from thwarting Ling Ye's grand design, he would not care if every mortal on this continent perished. Sire. The monk paused for a brief moment. Why such malevolence? Countless mortals have perished at my hands. I do not grieve for a few more. The monk fell silent for an instant. Boom. In an instant, as the radiance of the Buddha enveloped him in yet another layer, the essence of compassion dissipated, transforming entirely into solemnity and a flicker of wrath. The realm of Buddhism faded away, and the figure of the Buddha vanished. In its stead emerged a towering figure of a fierce Vajra, thousands of feet tall, with a furious gaze. Haha. Zhong Yu's tone dripped with mockery. What? Are you capable of anger too? Bang. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the Vajra took a step forward, its eyes wide with fury, and struck him with the demon-subduing pestle with tremendous force. Bang. Bang. Unlike the Buddha, each blow from the Vajra was more ferocious than the last, seemingly intent on crushing him right here and now. A transgression, the old monk sighed deeply. After so many years, I find myself harboring anger once more. My cultivation remains insufficient. However, it matters not. Vanquishing the demon is paramount. In an instant, his gray monk's robe fluttered lightly, merging seamlessly with the Vajra. With a single step, he reappeared before Zhong Yu, and 6 pestles illuminated by Buddha's light struck him fiercely. At the pinnacle of Cold Mountain, Ling Ye felt the ancient and immortal aura, a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty washing over him, marking the first moment of lost composure since arriving here. Immortal. This is the essence of immortality. He fixated intently on Guhan. How can you possess such a thing? Is true immortality even conceivable in this world? Suddenly, that aura retracted gently, directly lifting the tear and transporting it into the heart of the Bodhi seed, causing the fissure to close. Through the crevice, Guhan observed that, enveloped by this aura, both the tear and the figure within it began to exhibit a sense of timeless existence, no longer showing any signs of dissolution. And an uncontrollable joy surged within her. She lives. She is still alive. Regardless of whether it is the Xianyin energy, the remnant soul, or something else, as long as there is no complete dissipation, there remains a chance to revive her. Rest well, he said softly, his gaze gentle, his voice even more tender than his look, as if he feared waking the slumbering soul within the tear. When you awaken, we shall admire the moon together. As his words faded, the fissure sealed completely. Just before it closed, Guhan seemed to perceive the tear tremble momentarily, as if in response to his promise. In the first volume, chapter 416, as a sword cultivator, how is it that you do not even possess a sword? Are you attempting to ferry others through tribulations? In the distance, Ling Ye had regained some semblance of calm. Given his knowledge, he could surmise that Guhan was undergoing a human tribulation. What audacity! Yet alas, your tribulation is only halfway complete. Although Guhan had restored her cultivation, Ling Ye remained, and the murderous tribulation had not yet passed, meaning her human tribulation was far from resolved. Your only glimmer of hope, Ling Ye remarked, his gaze fixed on the Bodhi seed, an expression of intrigue crossing his face. It is she, but now she is lost. Just like the formless golden body technique of the corpulent one. The Xianing energy was one of the gifts from the Tao, a similar hope for overcoming human tribulations. If he could absorb even a third of it, his cultivation would undoubtedly break through the saint realm, and with Zhongyu hindered, he could easily navigate through today's murderous tribulation. However, in this moment, that tear was encapsulated within the Bodhi seed. Although the enchantress managed to preserve her final thread of existence, it came at the cost of Guhan's vitality. Lingyo awaited this very instant. Had he acted sooner, he feared triggering the enchantress's hidden traps, but now, with no concerns lingering, he felt a surge of elation. Not only had he safeguarded the profound Yin energy today, but he had also acquired such an extraordinary treasure. It seemed the heavens were indeed favorable towards him. The profound Yin energy and the Bodhi seed, both were essential to him. If his conjecture held true, the latter's worth was undoubtedly magnitudes greater than the former, perhaps by dozens or even hundreds of times. Lingya, Guhan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a ferocious, chilling intent to kill. The murderous intent within him had never burned so fiercely. Boom. As he spoke, his cultivation erupted in full force. Though he had only absorbed a wisp of profound Yin energy, he had ascended to the fifth realm of the extraordinary. The pinnacle? Lingya raised an eyebrow. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Alas, akin to Qianyin, individuals of your caliber are exceedingly difficult to control. To prevent any potential betrayal in the future, it would be prudent to eradicate you entirely. As he spoke, he took a step forward. A delicate, ivory arm shot out, enveloped in an unparalleled, domineering sanctity. Kill. At that very moment, Guhan moved. The sanguine sword aura swirled around him, swiftly erasing more than half a foot of the surrounding ground. As the sword aura shifted, it compacted to barely an inch outside his frame. With a powerful swing of his right fist, the sword aura morphed into the semblance of a long sword, crashing violently against Ling Ya's arm. Bang! As expected, Guhan's figure was sent flying, his arm shattering into countless fragments, blood pouring from his mouth. Drip, drip, drip. Lingya remained rooted in place, blood steadily dripping from his fist. Not dead. Such formidable flesh. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. Are you a body cultivator? No. You must be a sword cultivator. Yet, how is your physique so resilient? You differ from the ordinary, extraordinary realm practitioners. Coughing, Guhan struggled to rise, producing one exquisite jade vial after another, draining the extraordinary substances within. In an instant, his injuries began to mend at an astonishing pace. Even his cultivation surged once more. In the blink of an eye, he reached the sixth realm of the extraordinary. It seems you do not comprehend the chasm separating the extraordinary realm from the sacred realm. Even if you attain the ninth realm of the extraordinary, so what? Without reaching the sacred realm, you remain but an ant. Even if my disciple's body resides only in the second realm of the sacred, it is beyond your capacity to withstand. What a pity for your abilities. His tone was tinged with regret, yet his movements showed no sign of hesitation. With a flicker, he appeared before Guhan once again. The power of the second realm of the sacred realm erupting, summoning boundless celestial energy to descend upon Guhan's head. In an instant, the mountaintop of Cold Mountain, spanning several miles, was engulfed in tumultuous winds and stormy skies. Kill. In Guhan's eyes, a tempest of murderous intent surged forth, scattering even the remnants of his reason. His fists clenched, and the sword aura pressed down once more, morphing his form into a blood-red long sword that collided instantaneously with the overwhelming divine might. Crack! Crack! Despite having achieved the second tier of the indestructible sword body, he was still unable to withstand the grand forces of nature. His bones shattered, and flesh crumbled. Yet, having recently consumed an abundance of extraordinary substances, his injuries rapidly healed while his cultivation continuously ascended. Supernatural seventh realm. Lingya, damn it. The crimson light in his eyes flared intensely. Today, I shall avenge her. The killing sword, in defiance of the divine might. Boom, boom. A relentless cacophony echoed through the air. From a distance, one could see a blood-colored humanoid sword quivering as it ascended, clashing once more with Lingya's hand. Against the backdrop of cosmic power, a soft sound resonated. Lingya's palm was instantly lacerated, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood cascading forth, only to be swiftly shredded into fragments by the rampaging sword aura. Mere human strength. Lingya squinted slightly. How could it surpass the grand forces of nature? A flash of light flickered in his eyes, and he directly summoned a fragment of the rare power that transcended the holy realm, carried by this fragment of his soul. I shall be your calamity. Boom. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, all of Guhan's blood-red sword aura was obliterated by that surge of power, and the blood-soaked hand pressed down upon Guhan, driving him deep into the ground. Boom. As the energy scattered, Han Mountain could no longer bear the weight of their battle. The earth trembled and mountains swayed. Countless boulders and earth cascaded down. Deep, unfathomable cracks instantaneously spread outward, sending the creatures of this region fleeing in terror. The mountaintop was no more. In a pit several tens of feet wide, Guhan lay, his body battered and broken, while Lingya stood quietly before him. Having expended that power, a flicker of weakness crossed his gaze, and his right hand, used to suppress Guhan, was also bloodied and mangled, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Had it been Hong Luan, perhaps today you would have truly been vanquished by me. Alas. He slowly approached Guhan. I am Lingya, your calamity. Within Guhan, the extraordinary power continued to mend his injuries, yet despite the boundless, frenzied murderous intent fueling him, the killing sword might conquer the holy realm, but it could not prevail against Lingya in this moment. Monster. Lingya gazed at Guhan. You are indeed a true prodigy. Even in this star domain, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Moreover, you are a sword cultivator. Speaking of which, he found himself puzzled. As a sword cultivator, where is your sword? In the village of Wangxiang, the villagers had gathered outside, their faces pale as they watched the trembling Han Mountain in the distance. What is happening? Is the mountain god enraged? Brother Gu. Anan's eyes glimmered with concern. And Sister Ayin, I saw them ascend the mountain. I must go and check. At this moment, Uncle Wang, De Zhuang, and Heir Zhuang, along with their wives, children, and all the villagers, were enveloped in a veil of concern. Could calamity befall them? Within the village, in a modest courtyard, a neatly stacked pile of firewood leaned against a wall. Atop a wooden stump, which Guhan had used to chop wood for a decade, rested an old, dull black sword, its sheen all but faded, appearing utterly ordinary. Suddenly, the pile of firewood shimmered with tiny points of light. In an instant, villagers gazing at the village's every blade of grass and tree, and even each other, were illuminated by this celestial glow, though they remained oblivious, still preoccupied with their worries about Han Shan's peculiar transformations. Upon the wooden stump, the sword made contact with the light, vibrating gently and emitting a joyful ringing sound. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, its speed was astonishing, nearly imperceptible. In the sacred demon sect, Yan Qianjue raised his gaze toward the distant horizon, his expression tinged with gravity. Ascension Realm? Who was that old bald man fighting with to be so serious? Sectmaster. An elder of extraordinary rank spoke up from behind him. There has been an incident. What has occurred? At the edge of the sacred demon sect, a subordinate sect named Blood Soul Sect seemed to be in disarray, with a Saint Realm figure intervening. Is this your first day as an elder? Yan Qianjue scolded. Do you understand the rules? Such trivial matters should not warrant a report to me. You could simply handle it yourselves. Remember, every blade of grass and tree matters. Sect Master, the elder replied, a look of helplessness on his face. It appears this involves someone we all know. Someone. Who? Fu Yuan. Upon hearing this, the faces of several elders who had ventured to the borders of Daiyan twitched. Even Yan Qianjue displayed an unusual expression. Zhen Tianwang. Fu Yuan. He is indeed a name known to all. This little chubby fellow. Yan Qianjue grimaced. What is he doing here? Uncertain. The report indicated he has been here for 10 years. 10 years. Yan Qianjue was taken aback. Impossible. That little chubby fellow has stirred up considerable trouble in Zhongzhou over the years. Even I have heard rumors of calamities caused by him. Could it be him? 10 years. A certain individual instantly sprang to his mind. On that day, when he and Fu Dahai confronted the Wu family, he was aware of Guhan's tribulations. Yet the details of those tribulations were so peculiar that he hadn't even disclosed them to Yu Miao. Let us go. He vanished in an instant. Soaring into the sky, the others were puzzled. When did the sect master become so concerned about that fellow with the surname Fu? In Hanshan, within a deep pit, Lingya, a sword cultivator, felt a pang of disappointment. How could one be without a sword? From your appearance, you hardly seem unable to afford one. My sword? Guhan's expression momentarily blanked. The words seemed to resonate within him. In his mind, the once withered sprout suddenly flourished with vibrant life. She was not gone. His world still existed. I understand now. He gazed intently at Lingya, the crimson hue and murderous intent in his eyes dissipating in an instant. As his entire demeanor shifted, reverting to that of an unremarkable mortal once more. My sword resides among the mortals. What does it signify? Lingya furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. Would you like to see? Guhan fixed his gaze upon him and unexpectedly smiled. My sword? Forget it. Lingya's expression remained impassive. I believe it would be better if you were to perish. As he spoke, a divine aura once again surged around him, poised to descend upon Guhan once more. Boom. With a swift strike. Despite the remnants of extraordinary essence coursing through Guhan's being, he found himself teetering on the brink of death under the overwhelming pressure of that oppressive divine might. Cough, cough. My sword has arrived. Guhan coughed up blood, a peculiar aura subtly manifesting around him, plain and humble, yet resolute and unyielding, a stark contrast to the previous killing blade. What does this mean? A sense of alarm surged within Lingya. Instinctively, he understood that Guhan must not be allowed to wield the sword, lest the consequences be dire. Boom. The ground trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes flared, as he instantaneously gathered the entirety of his remaining power. This individual cannot be spared. The tribulations of death are not so easily traversed. As he spoke, he struck down with his palm. Puff! Yet before the action could fully manifest, a streak of light suddenly descended from the heavens, accompanied by a soft sound, severing the flow of energy enveloping Lingya. Simultaneously, a long sword appeared beside Guhan. Thrust into the ground, tattered and unsightly, yet the blade quivered continuously, exuding an extraordinary vitality. At that very moment, Lingya's arm was severed at the elbow, blood erupting forth. I remember now. Guhan's eyes momentarily closed. I possess another sword. This sword has been nurtured by her for a decade. Today, I bestow it upon you. Swish. As his words fell, the long sword sang out melodiously and instantly flew into his grasp, his power surging as it coalesced into a blade of energy at his side. Suddenly, the sword energy quivered, transforming from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, 49 streams of sword energy encircled Lingya. The great transformation, sword energy. This was the very first sword technique he had acquired from the great transformation sword canon, fundamentally the basis for all sword techniques. Beyond the indestructible sword body and the immortal sword soul, the killing sword and the extreme sword had all been derived from the great transformation, sword energy. According to the scripture, attaining 49 streams of great transformation sword energy was merely the threshold of understanding. Now that he had reached the extraordinary realm, he had, for the first time, simultaneously manifested 49 streams of great transformation sword energy, transforming the sword, a newly acquired technique from his recent breakthrough. The essence of transformation in swordsmanship is the ultimate evolution of the blade, forming a sword array, creating a sword domain, transforming 1 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into myriad, to the utmost degree, across the myriad realms. Wherever the sword energy reaches, there lies my sword domain. A sword array? Lingya, with his bloodied, severed arm, maintained a stoic expression. This bears no distinction from your earlier method of wielding the sword through killing. It is fundamentally weak. Boom. As the words left his lips, a divine might, far more ferocious than before, surged forth, disregarding the fundamental integrity of his vessel, unleashing a strike of unparalleled intensity. After this blow, regardless of its outcome, this body would undoubtedly shatter, and his consciousness would suffer grievous harm. Yet, he could not afford to be concerned with such matters any longer. Guhan must perish. The Bodhi seed and the Xianin energy must be obtained. With a resounding crash, Guhan was flung once more by the overwhelming divine might, yet the sword in his grasp was gently raised. In that fleeting moment, countless stars descended from the distance, converging upon the 49 strands of Da Yin sword energy. Boom. Concurrently, Lingya's most formidable strike followed suit. In mere transcendent realms, he dared to challenge the forces of heaven and earth. The visible Da Yin sword energies disintegrated, instantaneously transforming into an innumerable array of nearly invisible sword energies. However, this disintegration did not equate to collapse. Each newly formed subtle sword energy was imbued with a hint of starlight, enveloping Lingya's assault entirely. The The starlight continued to extinguish, yet it flowed endlessly, as if inexhaustible. Conversely, Lingya's violent offensive rapidly waned. Impossible. Lingya's pupils constricted. How could such a feeble sword intent shake my divine might? A spark can ignite a conflagration. Guhan once again consumed a vial of extraordinary substance. Though mortal strength may be feeble, it is boundless. The divine might may be potent, yet it is not the true might of the heavens. Lingya remained silent, his figure flickering as he attempted to depart from this place. He must leave. Setting aside the matter of Xianyin energy, only he, as this fragment of consciousness, was privy to the significance of the Bodhi seed, which was tenfold more crucial than the Xianyin energy. He had to convey this information, at the very least to let Zhongyu know. This strike was for her. Guhan's voice resonated once more. In silence, the long sword in his hand descended gently. Points of starlight began to coalesce once again, carrying countless faint sword intents, utterly annihilating Lingya's offensive. Subsequently, the starlight enveloped him entirely. You are mistaken. I too have erred. Guhan's gaze fell upon the direction of Wangxiang village. My vitality lies not solely within that Xianyin energy, but also within this sword. Unfathomable. Lingya struggled to turn around. With your strength, it is impossible for you to wield such a formidable strike. Guhan's sword had even wounded his fragment of the soul. No matter how monstrous or transcendent one may be, there are limits. This is Wangxiang village. Guhan's eyes settled upon the foothills, where he beheld Anan hastening towards him, and he smiled faintly. This is our home. Here, I am the strongest. Moreover, this sword is called Human Realm. Volume 1, Chapter 418. The old monk is a jealous man. Human Realm. The essence of humanity. Lingya fell silent for a moment. Indeed impressive. Puff. As he spoke, his form exploded instantaneously, transforming into a mist of blood that cascaded down. What a pity. Only a faint silhouette remained in the space. A fragment of his consciousness. He spoke with a hint of regret, expressing that had he known of your remarkable abilities earlier, he would have willingly borne any cost to confront you in person. This fragment of his essence, however, was far too weak. It was unexpected that after scheming for half a lifetime, he had fallen into your grasp. Not me, Guhan corrected him. It's us. Lingya. He gazed intently at the rapidly dissipating fragment of consciousness, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Wait for me. I shall find you. The suffering you inflicted upon her, I will repay 100-fold. Huh. Lingya remained unfazed by his threats. The Xianyin energy and the Bodhi seed are mine to possess. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Tell me your name. Don't ask. Guhan's sword fell once more. In any case, you are not her father. In an instant, innumerable strands of sword intent, shimmering like stars, fell upon him, utterly eradicating this fragment of consciousness. Once this task was completed, Guhan staggered, his body suddenly riven with numerous wounds, blood flowing relentlessly. In terms of power, the Hongluan possessed by Lingya was far more formidable than an ordinary Holy Realm entity. Yet, as Guhan had stated, this was Wangxiang village, the place where his earthly sentiments were most potent. Had they been elsewhere, relying solely on his slashing sword, he might have contended with an ordinary Holy Realm, but he could never hope to match Lingya. Even so, after slaying Lingya, his body once again faced the imminent threat of collapse. He consumed a vial of extraordinary substance and gently extracted the Bodhi seed, lost in thought. In the void, the wrathful Vajra once more uttered the truth, enveloped in a sea of Buddha's light, stepping forth to stand before Zhongyu. With 6 arms raised high, the demon-slaying pestle crashed down violently. With a resounding bang, cracks spread across the crimson and blue talisman. Under the illumination of boundless Buddha's light, the souls imprisoned within the talisman, held captive by Zhongyu, had likely been liberated in large numbers. Old bald donkey. Zhongyu cursed vehemently. The souls within the talisman had been refined by him for countless years. The sudden loss of so many caused him immense distress. Do you know who my master is? Hmph. The old monk clasped his hands together. Benefactor, please make way. Dream on. Zhongyu resolutely refused. He would not allow the old monk to pass until Lingya had concluded her affairs, even if it meant sacrificing himself. The old monk fell silent for a moment. Benefactor, why cling to delusion? As he spoke, the wrathful Vajra behind him instantly disintegrated, transforming once more into an endless expanse of Buddha's light. Are you afraid? Zhongyu scoffed. If you are frightened, you might as well flee. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise without a burial place. The old monk remained silent. His right palm slowly extended, moving at a glacial pace, an utterly unremarkable gesture devoid of any semblance of might. Zhong Yu's expression darkened. Suddenly, he sensed a pressure akin to a mountain descending from above. He looked up to see, above the void, a colossal hand, measuring 1,000 feet in circumference, emerged mysteriously, radiating a golden hue, shimmering with a celestial light. Gradually, it transformed into a swastika seal of Buddha. With a thunderous clap, it struck down fiercely upon Zhong Yu and the azure-red talisman, enveloping them in its might. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, the summit of Han Mountain was utterly transformed. Guhan stood quietly, his injuries nearly mended under the restorative powers of extraordinary substances. Yet, within him lingered not a trace of joy for having survived the tribulation. Instead, a profound sense of solitude and melancholy enveloped his heart. Brother Gu, at that moment, Anan finally arrived from the foot of the mountain. What happened? Brother Gu, did you get into a fight with someone? Instinctively, she sensed that Guhan was somewhat different from before. Where is Sister Ayin? Suddenly, she realized the absence of the witch, and recalling the previous commotion, her face blanched as tears welled in her eyes. Brother Gu, what happened to Sister Ayin? She is fine. A pang of pain shot through Guhan's heart. He gently patted her head and replied soothingly, she is just a bit tired and needs to rest for a while. Anan seemed to grasp this vaguely. Ha! What nonsense. Fu Yuan, indeed it is you. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated, and Yin Qianjue's figure descended before the two. Senior, Guhan greeted respectfully. Yin Qianjue glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Have you passed the tribulation? Yes. Guhan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yin Qianjue intended to commend him, but noticed his reluctance to discuss the matter further, thus refrained from probing deeper. Senior, how did you know I was here? Guhan suppressed his unease. Bring him up. Yin Qianjue waved his hand, and soon, a saintly elder approached, dragging along a terrified individual who dared not utter a sound. The blood soul ancestor. He has been utterly petrified. For the past decade, he had never ceased to monitor Han Mountain, but out of respect for Guhan's warning, he had remained hidden. However, today's battle had created such a ruckus, subtly involving saintly cultivators. Fearing for his safety, he reported the incident, inadvertently revealing Guhan's presence. Never could he have anticipated that it would summon Yin Qianjue. In his lifetime, he had encountered Yin Qianjue only thrice, including today. What happened? Observing the chaotic battlefield, Yin Qianjue appeared contemplative. What saintly presence could arise in such a place? Is it related to your tribulation? Yes, that saintly being. I dealt with him. Yin Qianjue was rendered speechless. He longed to advise Guhan that the term dealt with was quite fitting, but should not be used so casually in the future. The others exchanged glances. A transcendent realm? Slaying a saintly being? How is that possible? They had witnessed numerous instances of individuals crossing realms to defeat foes. Yet the chasm between the transcendent and saintly realms was insurmountable, and they could hardly believe anyone could achieve such a feat remarkable. Yin Qianjue marveled. Every action you take surpasses our understanding. Guhan's words were beyond doubt. The calamity of the human tribulation is fraught with peril, and the emergence of an adversary from the sacred realm is not an impossibility. After a moment of contemplation, the senior recounted the situation succinctly, deliberately omitting any mention of the sorceress, merely stating that these two individuals hailed from beyond the realms and fortuitously encountered him during his tribulation. It is now likely that the remaining one has become ensnared by the old monk. From another domain? Ascending realm? Yin Qianjue pondered thoughtfully. To my knowledge, that ancient path has been severed for many years. How did they manage to enter? With a chuckle, he began to revel in the misfortune of others. Offending the old bald monk, indeed, was a stroke of bad luck. Senior, why do you say that? What sort of person do you believe that old bald monk to be? The master, with a heart unburdened, replied without hesitation. He is a person of great compassion. His gratitude towards the old monk was genuine. The gift of the Bodhi seed and the entrapment of Zhong Yu were monumental acts of kindness towards him. The contents of the Bodhi seed were so enticing that even Lingya would covet them, possibly valuing them even more than the profound Yin energy. Clearly, its rarity surpassed his wildest imaginings. Such treasures, to be given so freely, especially to a stranger met for the first time. To be fair, if it were he in that situation, he could not have accomplished it. It is precisely due to his inability to do so that he held such admiration. You have been deceived. Yin Qianjue lamented with a heavy heart, displaying an expression of as expected. That old bald monk is indeed petty. Those who offend him never meet with good fortune. Volume 1, Chapter 419. The Devil's Embryo, Heartless. That cannot be right. Guhan furrowed his brow. This master does not seem to be of that ilk. Upon hearing this, the elders of the transcendent realm remained indifferent, while the elders of the sacred realm wore expressions that suggested he was too naive. A century ago, Yin Qianjue sighed deeply. I had a dispute with him over a matter, and then, he injured you? Yin Qianjue fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, his expression darkening. He recited scriptures beside me for 10 years. Guhan found himself at a loss for words. He now understood that the old monk was a practitioner of the ascending realm. Fleeing would be futile, fighting would be unwise. Listening to Buddhist scriptures daily must have been more torturous for Yin Qianjue than death itself. 10 years. Yin Qianjue gritted his teeth. A full decade. I fled from the western desert to the eastern wilderness, then to the central continent, ultimately hiding within the Tianyan Merchant Guild. Yet that old bald monk haunted me relentlessly for 10 years. Not a single day passed without his presence. Not only Guhan, but even the group of elders from the transcendent realm exchanged glances. They suddenly recalled that a century ago, Yin Qianjue had abruptly declared a closed-door retreat that lasted for 10 years. Was this the reason? And what happened thereafter? Guhan inquired. Afterward, Yin Qianjue spoke with a lingering trepidation. Were it not for that heartless, he might have pursued me for another decade. Heartless? Indeed. As Yin Qianjue mentioned heartless, a grave expression crossed his face. That is a devil's embryo. A century ago, it was born in a village of mortals. In merely 3 days since his birth, he had devoured his parents, relatives, and hundreds of villagers alive. Despite being a practitioner of dark arts, the gruesome imagery still unsettled him. The notion of a demonic fetus? Consumed raw? Guhan furrowed his brow, utterly astonished that anyone could commit such a heinous act. Years ago, Yin Qianjue continued. The monk Yongxin from Tianglong Temple and I both advocated for the complete eradication of this menace, yet the old monk refused. He claimed that if the demonic fetus were to lose its corporeal form, it would become even more unhinged and difficult to manage. Instead, he proposed to seal its malevolence with a secret treasure, keeping it close and attempting to educate it through Buddhist teachings. The old monk, despite his narrow-mindedness, possessed some skill. In the nearly 100 years since, that heartless being had not caused any further disturbances. Senior, Guhan expressed his confusion. That heartless one is merely in his teens. Why would he? Yin Qianjue sighed. With each year that the demonic fetus ages, its inherent malevolence intensifies. Have you encountered him? I saw him a decade ago. Guhan replied candidly. He attempted to help me attain enlightenment, but I injured him instead. Yin Qianjue fell silent, contemplating the implications. To injure a demonic fetus at the saintly severance level, what could Guhan not accomplish? Senior, Guhan spoke again, his tone tinged with apprehension. Have you ever heard of the Xianyin celestial demon? The Xianyin celestial demon? Yin Qianjue was taken aback. I possess some knowledge of celestial demons. Though my understanding is limited, the name suggests it is a variant, but why do you inquire? Guhan remained silent, a wave of disappointment washing over him. What a pity. Yin Qianjue gazed skyward. While the old monk is formidable, he ultimately refrains from taking lives. Were it not for friend Fu's dwindling lifespan preventing him from intervening, our combined strength would surely make the Ascension realm tremble. Senior Fu? Guhan suddenly recalled. It has been 10 years. The longevity fruit from the Dao Palace must be nearing maturation. How long until it ripens? Perhaps 2 or 3 months, Yin Qianjue sighed. His time is running out, and he cannot break through. Thus, he must rely on this fruit for survival. Feeling a kinship, Guhan reflected on his own situation. Though he possessed the longest lifespan among the 3 and his talent surpassed the others, he harbored no absolute confidence in breaking through to the Ascension realm. If he failed, today's Fu Dahai would be tomorrow's Yin Qianjue. Enough, he dismissed his musings. Since we are in the western desert, why not visit my holy demon sect for a few days? Afterward, we can journey together to the central Dao Palace, where many prodigies shall gather. A grand event indeed. With your prowess, you could effortlessly secure a longevity fruit for friend Fu. Coincidentally, your senior sister is also there. At this point, his expression darkened once more. No matter how many precautions one takes, one cannot guard against a chef. That wretched black pot managed to elope with my precious daughter for several years. Guhan suddenly realized he had not seen Yu Miao or Zhou Yi. They must have headed to the Central Plains. However, Senior, he pondered before declining the invitation. I wish to return to the Eastern Wilderness for a while. Fu Dahai treated him kindly, and with the influence of the stout man, he naturally could not remain indifferent. A journey to Zhongzhou was imperative. However, before venturing forth, he was fervently eager to discover a means to heal the witch. Previously, he had once more called out to Qinya in his heart, yet received no response, indicating that the last exertion had been too great, and Qinya had succumbed to a deep slumber. In terms of insight, the only one who could rival Qinya was the old blind man, severely injured. He had effortlessly severed Lingya to the brink of death, a being of extraordinary origins indeed. Brother Gu, Anan tugged at the corner of his clothing, tears welling in her eyes. Are you leaving? Yes, Guhan replied softly. You must diligently cultivate here. When I return, we will come back to see you. While we are away, take good care of the villagers, understand? As he spoke, he handed Anan a storage ring containing elixirs, extraordinary materials, and that half-saint herb he had yet to consume. Understood. Though reluctant, Anan bravely held back her tears and nodded obediently. Senior, Guhan turned to Yin Qianjue. I have spent 10 years here, and Anan is like a younger sister to me. In my absence, I kindly ask you to look after her and guide her cultivation. Also, please take care of this Han and Wangxiang village. A trivial matter. Yin Qianjue waved his hand dismissively, casting a few more glances at Anan. Alas, this little girl possesses a remarkable foundation. You truly are reluctant to part with her. As he gazed, he was reminded of a youthful Yu Miao, stirring a sudden desire to take on a disciple. Abruptly, he unleashed a surge of demonic might and bellowed at Anan, "Call me master," having never ventured beyond Wangxiang village. Anan was taken aback by such a display, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip, determined not to cry. The assembled elders exchanged glances, contemplating the impropriety of the leader's actions. To frighten a young girl was beneath his dignity. Ha! Yin Qianjue felt a surge of delight. Her obstinate nature resembled that of a younger version of himself. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my first disciple. Anan continued to purse her lips, finding Yin Qianjue fearsome and having no desire to become his apprentice. Senior, Guhan's heart warmed. He understood that Yin Qianjue's acceptance of Anan as a disciple was largely due to his own influence. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are all family here. Just be obedient. Guhan gently ruffled Anan's hair, his gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. I shall return to take another look. Chapter 420. Farewell, mortal realm. With that, he vanished in a flash. Yin Qianjue shifted his attention to the blood soul ancestor. Is this your domain? No. The blood soul ancestor trembled in fear. It all belongs to the master. Stop with the idle chatter. You will oversee this place from now on. Not a single blade of grass or tree must go missing, or else understood. The blood soul ancestor, feeling the weight of Yin Qianjue's disdain for his low cultivation, was eager to elevate his power to the extraordinary realm at the main hall. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The blood-fiend ancestor expressed boundless gratitude, nearly moved to tears. You little girl. Yin Qianjue abruptly turned his attention away from him, casting a sinister glance at Anan. Come, follow me to pay your respects to the master. No. Anan's face turned pale with fright. I refuse to be a disciple. Yin Qianjue burst into uproarious laughter. That is not for you to decide. Before his words could fully resonate, he flicked his sleeve and vanished with Anan. In the distance, one could still hear Anan's frantic cries. The onlookers were once again left in a daze. They had an inkling that Yin Qianjue might have suffered a setback in front of Yu Miao, and thus was deliberately seeking to regain his prestige in front of Anan. It was beyond human comprehension. Elder Zhao, witnessing Yin Qianjue's departure, cautiously lifted his gaze towards an elder. Who exactly is this young Master Fu, and what is his background? Young Master Fu? The elder shot him a glance. He does not bear the surname Fu. Does he know about the incident over a decade ago when our holy demon sect went to the great Yin dynasty to rescue the young Master's junior disciple? He knows. The elder sighed deeply. He is indeed the young Master's junior disciple. Thud. The blood-fiend ancestor collapsed onto the ground. Good heavens. Such a formidable figure. Han Mountain, Wangxiang village. He firmly etched these two names into his mind. From this day forth, he would reside here without leaving. Whoever dared to disturb even a blade of grass or a tree would face his wrath. Within Wangxiang village, Guhan stealthily returned to his small courtyard without alarming the villagers. 3 days prior, it had been filled with laughter and joy. 3 days later, it had turned desolate. He scanned the wooden stumps, dry firewood, picket fence, and thatched cottage, as if trying to engrave these sights deep within his heart. Suddenly, he spotted the fish basket placed in the corner. Inside, the fish remained, covered with a layer of spiritual energy that preserved its freshness. Guhan smiled. This spiritual energy belonged to Anan. He retrieved the fish, scaled it, removed its gills, and washed it before walking to the stove he had personally constructed, adding water and firewood to simmer a pot of fish soup. After ladling out the soup, he took a sip and sighed. How utterly dreadful. Indeed, compared to her culinary skills, his was vastly inferior. Lost in thought for a moment, he drained the coarse ceramic bowl in one gulp, carefully stowed away the tattered coarse robe in his storage ring, and donned a flowing robe of moonlight hue. Finally, he cast one last glance at the small courtyard. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the heavens. Farewell, mortal realm. Faintly, his voice echoed across the sky. Boom, boom. In the void, Zhongyu had been locked in a fierce battle with the old monk for a full half-day. Earlier, he had been caught off guard, struck by a colossal hand descending from the heavens, sustaining considerable injury. At this moment, standing behind the old monk was not Buddha, nor Vajra, but a bodhisattva, holding a flower in the left hand and a sword in the right, exuding an air of regal grandeur. Our Buddha is compassionate. The old monk, unaware of how many times he had recited the Buddha's name, suddenly pressed his palms together in prayer. In that instant, the bodhisattva's visage flickered, and with a mere flick of the left hand, a swastika-shaped Buddha seal was propelled forth. Initially, it was no larger than a palm, but upon reaching Zhongyu, it had transformed into a vast expanse of hundreds of feet. With a resounding crash, the Buddha seal struck him directly. In a fleeting moment, the bodhisattva's form shifted, appearing before him, wielding a divine sword that radiated with brilliant light and delivered a heavy slash. With a single stroke, Zhongyu was sent flying. Cursed monk. Zhongyu barely managed to halt his momentum, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkened. It was not that he was gravely injured, rather, he had lost the will to fight. With the strength of Ling Ye's avatar, subduing a mere practitioner undergoing tribulation would be as effortless as crushing an insect with a finger. Yet, it had been half a day, a full half-day. There was still no sign of movement. This was intolerable. He could no longer contain his impatience. I must return and check. I cannot allow even the slightest mishap. With that thought, he summoned his energy, forsaking further conflict with the old monk, and directly ascended towards the summit of Han Mountain. Observing this, the old monk refrained from pursuing him any further, yet continued to shadow him closely. In a brief moment, the two had swiftly reached the peak of Han Mountain. At this juncture, neither Guhan nor Yin Qianjue and the others remained. They had long since departed. Master, with Zhongyu's cultivation, he was naturally able to discern some clues. He did not know where Guhan had gone, but from the residual energy and bloodstains on the ground, it was evident that Ling Ye's avatar had been slain. Master, has he truly been defeated? Since he had joined Ling Ye's sect and witnessed his myriad strategies and schemes, a thought had taken root in his heart. Ling Ye would never falter. Yet, the scene before him shattered that belief. What a great virtue! The old monk secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the benefactor was indeed favored by destiny. Henceforth, he could proceed with confidence to vanquish the demons. Contemplating this, he settled into a meditative posture, and the bodhisattva's visage behind him vanished in an instant. As the Buddha's light circulated, it transformed once more into 3,000 Buddhas. In that moment, the 3,000 ethereal figures bore expressions of compassion, continuously chanting sacred verses. What are you doing? Zhongyu suddenly felt a surge of restlessness. Benefactor, the old monk's gaze lowered. Your sins are profound. I must guide you toward salvation. As he spoke, the Buddha's voice became exponentially clearer, merging into an extraordinary force that penetrated his physical form, cultivation, and soul, directly reaching the core of his thoughts, impervious to any resistance. Cursed monk. His expression was filled with rage. Just wait. When my master descends in his true form, I shall ensure your demise. With a resounding crash, he vanished once more. Half a day later, cursed monk. Zhongyu's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the old monk trailing behind him. What do you truly desire? Benefactor. The old monk pressed his palms together. I aim to guide you toward enlightenment. For the past half-day, he had closely followed Zhongyu, uttering nothing but sacred chants. Zhongyu was nearly driven to madness by the torment. Cursed this incessant chanting. His eyes had taken on a crimson hue, and his pace quickened significantly as he yearned to rid himself of this bothersome fly. 3 days later. Stop reciting. I command you to cease. Zhongyu's eyes burned with a fierce red, his expression bordering on madness. The old monk was extraordinarily persistent, unable to defeat him, unable to shake him off. For 3 days and nights, the incantations had not ceased for a single moment. Benefactor, the old monk sighed. Do you wish to rid yourself of the karma upon you? I do not. Zhongyu was about to respond, but the terror of the monk's chanting forced him to suppress the fury boiling within. What, then, shall we do? Listen to the old monk recite for a millennium, and it shall suffice. Zhongyu completely lost his temper. I will kill you. Time swiftly passed, and more than 10 days had elapsed. Guhan, now greatly advanced in cultivation, had no idea how much his speed had increased. He had already returned to the eastern wilderness. At Fengwu courtyard, amidst the mountainside, a figure clad in a moon-white robe gracefully descended. Guhan. Before seeking the old blind man, he had taken a detour to glance at this place. As he touched down, he was taken aback. By all accounts, it had been over a decade since anyone had returned here, yet the 3 thatched cottages were remarkably tidy, with not a single blade of grass left untrimmed. Who could have done this? He pondered. At that moment, a commotion arose from the foot of the mountain. In the first volume, Chapter 4:21, Fengwu Courtyard. The waters run deep. At the foot of the mountain, 6 individuals had gathered, 5 men and 1 woman, all young and striking, with an extraordinary air about them. The weakest among them already at the 6th stage of the extraordinary realm. Among them, 1 man clad in a blue robe, his face stern, was confronting the other 5. The quarrel emanated from them. Tut, tut. A young man in splendid attire surveyed his surroundings, a fleeting hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Why would young Master Xiao heir, of such noble status, venture to this desolate and obscure place? The blue-robed man was none other than Xiaoyang. For some time, Elder Qian had been probing the situation in this continent, and he had temporarily lingered in the northern region of the eastern wilderness. The others, like him, had arrived in this entirely unfamiliar realm and sought to ascertain the circumstances and distribution of power before proceeding with their plans. Today, Xiaoyang could not resist returning to Fengwu courtyard, eager to see if he might encounter the aloof red-clad fairy who had left a profound impression on him, only to find himself followed by these individuals. Could it be? One pondered. Is there some hidden opportunity here? Impossible. The woman scoffed. In such a place, the spiritual energy is so feeble that even my battle pet would refuse to dwell here. What opportunity could possibly exist? Precisely. Others chimed in. Only these natives would treasure this place. The woman, beautiful and graceful, with a significant background, naturally garnered the agreement of her companions. Bah! Obsequious fool! Xiaoyang silently cursed. He then recalled that the lady in red appeared to possess a demeanor that was both aloof and unapproachable, likely detesting any form of raucousness. Would the presence of these unsightly interlopers provoke her disdain, thereby implicating him as well? A word of caution for you all, he remarked, his expression darkening. Do not underestimate the inhabitants of this continent, or you shall find yourselves facing dire consequences. The previous speaker scoffed in derision. To be honest, it is merely the place we have come from that harbors some dangers. As for this location, the beastly combat pet my elder brother once captured, which claimed to be a paragon, turned out to be nothing of the sort. Neither my brother nor I, Chongjun, despite our lack of fame in the ancient Song realm, can be compared to this group of natives. Young Master Xiao? He turned to Xiaoyang and said, in 7 days, my brother will host a gathering that promises to be quite spectacular. I have no time for that. Xiaoyang replied, his face reflecting impatience. He was well aware of the gathering's intent, to flaunt the esteemed status of their extraterrestrial elites while simultaneously imposing their dominance over the people of this continent. Such affairs have always repulsed him, especially given that he no longer dared to underestimate those who dwell here. You. Chongjun's expression darkened instantaneously. Fengwu courtyard? Noticing Xiaoyang's unwavering gaze fixed upon a stone tablet, he suddenly sneered and stepped forward, exclaiming, what an audacious claim. Why not call it Dragon Rising Courtyard instead? Chongjun. Xiaoyang's countenance turned icy. Do not overstep your bounds. What bounds? Chongjun replied with a disdainful laugh. This group of natives is utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. If we were to stay away, they could continue living as frogs at the bottom of their well. But now that we are here, we must impose some order to ensure they understand. Remove your foot. A sudden, soft voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Who? Chang Jun was taken aback, only to discover that an unknown figure had materialized before him, clad in a robe of jade hue. The aura exuding from this individual was unremarkable, neither particularly high nor low in cultivation, rendering them almost invisible in a crowd. It was, of course, Guhan. Who are you? Chang Jun furrowed his brows. Remove your foot. Guhan repeated expressionlessly. Is that even a question? The woman frowned, her face marred by disdain. Undoubtedly one of those ignorant natives. Before she could finish her sentence, she was lifted high into the air, her body swirling incessantly, creating a tempest of winds that sent dust swirling around. In the blink of an eye, she spun 10 times before crashing to the ground, unconscious without uttering a sound. Gasp! Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. The woman possessed a cultivation at the 8th stage of the extraordinary, which he deemed neither too great nor too insignificant. Considering her a talent, he believed he could easily defeat her, yet he couldn't fathom Guhan's effortless and near-instantaneous dismissal of her. Looking again at Guhan, he found nothing remarkable about him. He simply could not discern any extraordinary qualities. The others were equally perplexed. Had they not caught a glimpse of Guhan's movement, they might have doubted if he was indeed the one who had acted. Impudent. One individual's face darkened ominously. Do you know the identity of the Lin Fairy? Do you dare to harm her? Just as the words were spoken, a brilliant light suddenly flashed. The man let out a horrific shriek as a terrifying wound appeared on his body, sending him flying backward to lie alongside the woman. Indigenous. Chang Jun glared fiercely at Guhan. You possess great audacity. You shall pay for your actions. Indigenous. Guhan frowned deeply. No need to use your feet. He did not respond. Instead, Guhan lightly pressed his palm forward. The speed was unhurried, and it appeared to lack any formidable power. Yet, it effortlessly shattered Chang Jun's protective aura, a mysterious and inexplicable force locking onto him, rendering him unable to evade or escape. In an instant, his palm struck before Chang Jun. With a thud, Chang Jun retreated over 10 paces, standing still with a pale complexion. You. He trembled, pointing at Guhan. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of wounds suddenly erupted on his body, transforming him into a bloodied figure. With a lurch, he collapsed to the ground. One strike. It rendered him utterly incapacitated. The remaining 2 dared not move. If they still failed to grasp the terrifying might of Guhan, they would be fools. Yet, they remained unwilling. Your Excellency's actions are rather ruthless. Merely a verbal exchange. Why resort to such harsh measures, crippling his cultivation? TSK. Xiao Yang wore a disdainful expression. Have you no shame? When you were unable to see this brother's strength, you called him indigenous, lofty, and arrogant. Now that he surpasses you in power, you have become the weak and accuse him of being too severe. Such cowardice, truly disgraceful for our ancient Song realm. The 2 were left speechless by his scorn. Guhan is weak. He is indigenous. Guhan is strong. He becomes your excellency. May I inquire, brother? Xiao Yang bowed slightly to Guhan. Are you from Fengwu Academy? Guhan glanced at the monument. Chief disciple. No wonder. Xiao Yang suddenly understood. Chang Fei's actions were a grave provocation against the sect, leading to an inevitable outcome of life and death. Guhan's act of merely crippling him was already a display of mercy. Who are you? Guhan looked at him. Are you not affiliated with them? I am not. Xiao Yang's expression turned serious, hastily distancing himself. I am Xiao Yang from the ancient Song realm. Here too. As he spoke, his demeanor grew somewhat awkward. Cough. May I ask, brother, do you know of a red-clad fairy? He believed that Feng Xi's appearance here must be related to Fengwu Academy, and Guhan was likely acquainted with her. Senior sister? Guhan was taken aback, finally realizing. No wonder this place seemed to have been tidied up. It turns out Feng Xi had visited over 10 days ago. Senior sister? Junior brother? Hiss. Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. First there was Feng Xi, then Guhan. He could not fathom how an ordinary, rather dilapidated Fengwu Academy could produce such prodigies. And 2 at that. If Fengwu Academy was thus, what of other places? How many more prodigies might exist across this vast continent? In an instant, he had also become humble, feeling that this continent was teeming with hidden talents and exceptional individuals, with depths far beyond comprehension. In Volume 1, Chapter 422. The foremost genius of the eastern wilderness returns. Gu Sangjia, lost in thought, inquired, "Are you also from outside?" "Indeed," came the response. "Just the few of you?" "Certainly not." Before Gu Sangjia, Xiao Yang was cautious, even adopting a mindset reminiscent of Yun Fan from the past. "There are many more individuals here, some I know, others I do not. Those remaining are but a small fraction, while many have ventured to other regions." "How did you arrive?" "Ancient roads," Xiao Yang replied, puzzled. "Each continent has its own smaller realms, all connected by ancient paths to the outside world. Surely, you must know this." "Oh, but your ancient road here seems to have been in disrepair for many years. It is unclear who has restored it. We, from Gu Sangjia, are the closest. So we hurried here, though I wonder if others from smaller realms have also arrived." "What brings you here?" "The Tao Golden List." Xiao Yang was further intrigued. "Word has spread that in 2 or 3 months, the Tao Golden List will descend here. Those whose names are inscribed will receive substantial rewards from the Tao." "As a local, is this news true?" "The Golden List?" Gu Sangjia was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being that the Tao was merely baiting them. "You are unaware?" "I am not informed." Gu Sangjia shook his head. "I have been in seclusion for a decade." "Alas." Xiao Yang sighed. "When Elder Qian returns, we shall know the truth of this news." Gu Sangjia fell silent. If the Golden List were indeed a reality, why had Yin Qianjue not mentioned it to him earlier? While outsiders were already aware. The restoration of the ancient road, the arrival of outsiders, the Tao Golden List. He sensed a mysterious connection among these events. Shaking off his thoughts, he recognized that he had other matters to attend to, leaving no time for such speculations. Before departing, he glanced at Xiao Yang and asked, "Do you harbor feelings for my senior sister?" Xiao Yang's face flushed crimson, mortified to the point of wishing for a crevice to hide within. "Does this brother speak so directly? Could you not spare me some dignity?" "Forget it." Gu Sangjia thought highly of Xiao Yang, offering a gentle reminder that his senior sister would never reciprocate his feelings. "Even a fleeting glance at you would be a loss for me." He refrained from voicing this piercing remark, leaving Xiao Yang's heart shattered. Ignoring him, Gu Sangjia swiftly vanished into the sky. At that moment, Chang Jun, supported by the two, gradually awakened, casting a venomous glance at the retreating Gu Sangjia. "He has ruined my cultivation. I shall ensure he meets a grim fate." Just as he spoke, Gu Sangjia returned, reappearing before him. "You." Chang Jun's pupils contracted sharply. "What do you intend?" "To kill you." With a flash of swordlight, Gu Sangjia darted into the sky once more, leaving no trace behind. Below, Chang Jun's eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. A line of blood quickly spreading across his neck. With a soft gurgle, his head rolled away. Is he truly dead? The remaining 2 individuals stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the swiftness and decisiveness of Gu Han's actions. He had struck with lethal intent at the slightest provocation. Observing Gu Han's retreating figure, Xiao Yang's expression turned complex. This, indeed, was the true prodigy hidden within this domain. Fools. He cast a disdainful glance at Chang Jun, feeling a sense of superiority. This was not the ancient Song realm. To act so arrogantly without grasping the situation was a fool's errand. Such arrogance warranted a fatal end. Within the wild forest, Gu Han soared through the air with remarkable speed. The landscape remained unchanged, teeming with ferocious beasts. The only difference lay in Gu Han's ascended cultivation. With a deliberate release of his aura, none of the beasts dared to obstruct his path. After a considerable passage of time, he had ventured deep into the wild forest, arriving at a place eerily tranquil. Gradually, he descended, and not far ahead, a pile of shattered bones lay forlornly. With the departure of the witch's true form, the strangeness of the area had vanished, leaving behind an aura of solitude and desolation. In a moment of reverie, Gu Han recalled the witch's disheveled appearance during their first encounter and smiled silently. He carefully collected the heap of bones, placing them alongside the Bodhi seed. Upon rising, he chose not to return, but instead continued to delve deeper into the forest. The forbidden land was vast, and he had no knowledge of the old blind man's whereabouts. In the present north, aside from the Tiansheng Palace and the Tianyao Valley, no one was privy to the old blind man's exact location. After another half-day of swift flight, he reached the innermost depths of the wild forest, the territory of the demon race. Suddenly, a dozen figures emerged from the side, blocking his path. Though they appeared humanoid, their auras were starkly different from human cultivators, revealing them to be members of the demon race. "Ha! The leader." A towering demon with horns and a mouthful of sharp teeth bellowed with laughter upon seeing Guhan. Human, how did you know this king was hungry? You have come to deliver yourself. Standing at an impressive height, he exuded an aura at the threshold of the extraordinary realm. The relationship between humans and demons had never been amicable. While they were not sworn enemies, an isolated human or demon would never escape unscathed upon encountering the other. Guhan, wishing to avoid entanglement and not seeking their lives, allowed his sword to gently descend, encircling the demon tribe with 49 strands of sword chi. As the sword energy quivered, the demon's thick mane was instantly severed, leaving behind a comically bald head with 2 protruding horns, a sight both ludicrous and bizarre. I will ask, and you shall answer. Guhan, needing assistance, endeavored to adopt a more amiable tone. Please, do tell. Sensing the sharpness of the sword chi, the demon quickly faltered. Do you know the way to Tianyao Valley? Yes. Could you kindly indicate the direction? It is over there. The demon tribe trembled as they pointed behind them. Approximately 1,000 miles ahead lay the heavenly demon valley. Thank you. Guhan casually tossed a vial of elixir to him. In a fleeting moment, his figure vanished without a trace. The demon scratched his bald head, holding the elixir in his hand, filled with emotion. This human was indeed quite courteous. Unlike that scoundrel encountered over a decade ago who insisted he guessed the elemental crystal's identity, threatening death for incorrect answers. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he guessed correctly. Meanwhile, within the central plains, a fire dragon, dozens of feet in length, soared forward, heading towards the eastern wasteland. It was none other than Yanqi. On Yanqi's head, the rotund figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes still billowing, though he had gained even more weight since 10 years prior. Today marks the return of the eastern wasteland's foremost prodigy, Guhan. My lord, Yanqi inquired, puzzled. Isn't your surname Fu? Ah, Yanqi, the rotund figure replied with a benevolent expression. You do not understand. Guhan and I have shared hardships and faced death together. He is like a brother to me, albeit of different parents. Upon returning to the eastern wasteland, I must naturally borrow a bit of his renown. My lord, Yanqi exclaimed, deeply moved. Such sincere friendship is truly enviable. Well, the rotund figure laughed heartily. Wait for it. Internally, he cursed vehemently. If I, the fatty of the assassins, do not tarnish your Guhan's reputation, then I am no longer a Fu. It was only a year ago that he had chanced upon a conversation with Li Sun about the past, learning that there was still a figure of such notoriety in the black market of the northern borders of the eastern wasteland. Li Sun was unaware of who it was, but he knew all too well. It was certainly the mischief of Guhan back in the day. On Yanqi's back, Chongming, the elder, remarked, little fatty. The chicken master had misjudged you. You are indeed quite suited for the path of the unscrupulous. Really? The rotund figure rejoiced. Master Chicken, is that true? Do I have potential as a sword cultivator? Of course. Chongming replied earnestly. You are undoubtedly a natural-born scoundrel. At the tip of Yanqi's tail, the solitary Li Dajuan chuckled, nearly unable to contain his mirth. I am back. After 10 years, I, Li Sun, have finally returned. Morong the Elder. Wu Da and Duan Ren may not be around, but it matters not. To be able to trample upon Morong the Elder is already a delightful affair. One must not be too greedy in life. Volume 1, Chapter 423. Entering the Forbidden Realm, Sword Intent Out of Control. Heavenly Demon Valley, located deep within the wilderness forest, is a significant gathering place for the demon race, far less prosperous than humanity. Aside from the inner regions of the Central Plains, this is the largest congregation of demons, with the edge of the Heavenly Demon Valley bordering the Forbidden Land. For Guhan, a journey of 1,000 miles was not particularly distant. Upon arriving at Heavenly Demon Valley, he was immediately surrounded by a multitude of demons. I seek Dian. To avoid conflict, Guhan announced his identity. Claiming to be Guhan from the Xiandan camp, an old acquaintance of Dian. In less than a moment, Dian did not emerge. Instead, the master of Heavenly Demon Valley appeared. Dian has been captured. The lord of the Heavenly Demon Valley appeared gravely injured, his complexion far from favorable. A group of individuals, claiming to be extraordinary talents from beyond the realm, had emerged, boasting even guardians of the ascended realm among their ranks. They declared their intent to seize Dian's bloodline of the Heavenly Demon, intending to make him their servant. Such audacity was an affront to the very fabric of demonkind. In his agitation, he inadvertently exacerbated his injuries, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Once a paragon of the sacred realm, the lord of the heavenly demon valley found himself not only grievously wounded, but also bereft of his most cherished direct descendants, taken away by these interlopers, leaving him steeped in humiliation and resentment. Guhan remained silent. Upon encountering Changjun, he discerned the true nature of these so-called extraordinary talents from beyond. In their eyes, the denizens of this continent were mere savages, uncivilized, harboring an inherent disdain and superiority complex. As for Dian, Guhan held a relatively favorable opinion of him. Yet, without any significant bond between them, he knew that even with the desire to assist, his own cultivation was insufficient to effect any change. It was rare for the lord of the heavenly demon valley to express such sentiments. Young friend, your loyalty is commendable. After all these years, you still remember Dian. Guhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. His purpose for being here was, in fact, to inquire about the whereabouts of the old blind man. Young friend, upon learning that Guhan intended to seek out the old blind man, the lord of the heavenly demon valley could not help but plead. I understand your profound connection with that esteemed friend. Might I implore you to beseech him to rescue Dian? If he were to intervene, Dian would surely be safe. The heavenly demon valley is willing to offer our treasured guardian artifact as gratitude. In a bid to assure Guhan of his sincerity, he produced a half-saint herb in the midst of evolution. He had initially intended to wait until it fully matured into a sacred herb for Dian's ascent, but now, the urgency of the situation rendered such concerns trivial. Guhan declined. Elder, why do you not visit him in person? The lord of the heavenly demon replied with a wry smile. I share no rapport with him, and there have been past grievances. You, however, have garnered his esteem, otherwise. He would not have intervened on your behalf years ago. If you were to speak, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. With a sigh, Guhan responded. The old man's health is precarious. Whether he can intervene remains uncertain. I cannot promise you anything. Should I encounter him, I will mention this matter in your name. But whether he chooses to act is beyond my influence. Very well, the lord of the heavenly demon valley replied. Somewhat disheartened, but understanding that Guhan's actions were already a significant gesture, given their lack of close ties to Dian, he revealed the old blind man's location. Intending to personally escort Guhan there, hoping to earn a personal favor in return, but Guhan politely declined. Sighing heavily after Guhan's departure, he lamented, Dian, I have done all I could. At the edge of the forbidden land, gazing into the swirling, ominous mist ahead, Guhan did not hesitate, stepping boldly into its depths. The howls of tormented spirits echoed around him, and the spectral shadows loomed menacingly. The mist seemed to possess a form of sentience, sensing a living being's intrusion, instantly transforming into grotesque and fearsome shapes, lunging towards him with ravenous intent. Even before they drew near, Guhan felt his vital energy surging ominously, as if on the verge of breaking free from his corporeal form. In that fleeting moment, an invisible sword chi barrier unfurled, standing guard outside. After all, it was merely the outermost layer. The menacing aura of the enigmatic mist was far less potent than that deeper within, and it was swiftly annihilated by the sword chi. Father, he could not help but glance toward the depths of the forbidden zone, uncertain of his well-being. It had been over a decade since he last saw Gu Tian, and recalling the eerie shadow that loomed behind Gu Tian on that fateful day, he felt an unsettling intuition that this forbidden land was indeed the most suitable place for Gu Tian's cultivation. Roar! Roar! Two ferocious roars suddenly erupted. The swirling mist intensified, and two grotesque demonic shadows materialized, their eyes filled with brutality and greed as they lunged at Guhan, intent on tearing him apart. Clang! Before Guhan could make a move, a resounding chime of a sword echoed. Following this, an unparalleled sword intent descended, effortlessly obliterating the two demonic shadows into nothingness. Old Master! A surge of joy welled up within Guhan. This sword intent was unmistakably that of the old blind man. Boom! After dispelling the demonic shadows, the sword intent showed no signs of dissipating. Rather, it erupted violently, sweeping away the surrounding mist for miles, and then converging upon him. Old Master! Guhan's expression shifted slightly. Even though it was merely a wisp of sword intent, he found himself utterly unable to withstand it. As a sword cultivator, he understood all too well that it was not the old blind man intending to harm him, but rather that the sword intent had spiraled out of control. Sigh. Just as the sword intent was a mere 10 feet away, an aged and weary sigh resonated, causing the raging sword intent to vanish instantaneously. The little one has arrived? Come forth. A sudden heaviness settled in Guhan's heart. The loss of control over the sword intent indicated that the old master might indeed be in grave peril. In recent days, the guardians of the extraordinary talents from beyond the realm had begun to return, bringing with them two pieces of news. Firstly, it was confirmed that this continent would indeed bestow gifts from the great Tao. For instance, a Tao bell had appeared over a decade ago, and the great Taoist golden list was over 90% authentic. Secondly, the longevity fruit from Zhongzhou was on the verge of ripening. Upon the revelation of this news, shock rippled through the crowd. The golden list was one matter, but what did the longevity fruit signify? To extend one's life, even by just a year, would indirectly alter the rules of the great Tao. Such a rare and miraculous entity was non-existent in the ancient Song realm. Yet it was astonishingly found on this seemingly inconspicuous continent. For those nearing the end of their lifespans and unable to break through, this fruit was a lifeline. Coincidentally, the emergence of the golden list and the ripening of the longevity fruit occurred almost simultaneously. In an instant, the extraordinary talents scattered across various locales found themselves united by a common destination, Zhongzhou, the central Tao Palace. However, within the eastern wilderness, a pall of gloom settled. The murder of Chang Jun had left two of his companions grievously injured, inciting the wrath of their guardians who vowed to hunt down the perpetrator. At Fengwu Academy, the chief disciple swiftly uncovered the truth with this information. The culprit was none other than Guhan. In just 2 or 3 days, the guardians of those few individuals nearly scoured the northern territory, even showing signs of venturing towards the southern territory. In chapter 424 of volume 1, it is exclaimed, "Your name is Guhan." On the fringes of the eastern wilderness, under the imposing presence of Chongming and the urgent encouragement of the rotund man, coupled with the earnest anticipation of Lord Li, Yin Qi, exhausted to the brink of collapse, relentlessly pressed on with his cultivation. Finally arriving within the boundaries of the eastern wilderness today, Chicken Lord, Yin Qi thought to himself, as the rotund man pondered, stroking his double chin. Do you not sense something amiss? Despite their constant journeying and lack of contact with those from foreign realms, they occasionally perceived waves of overwhelming auras, even that of ascension, which struck him as highly unusual. Such formidable experts numbered no more than a handful across the 5 domains. How could they be encountered so effortlessly now? Stop fretting. Chongming half squinted his eyes, dismissing the concern. What does it matter to Chicken Lord? The rotund man shrugged off the thought, attributing it perhaps to the impending ripening of the longevity fruit, causing those ancient beings to become restless. Looking down at the mountains and forests whizzing by below, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a profound expression on his face. Ah, how much I cherish the eastern wilderness. Behind him, Li Sun was even more exhilarated. We have returned. A long-cherished wish is finally within reach. Now, he had attained the extraordinary 5th realm of cultivation, not due to exceptional talent, but rather from the years spent alongside the rotund man, engaging in all manner of exploits in Zhongzhou, reaping numerous benefits despite the rough nature of their endeavors. Roar! Even Yin Qi had regained his spirits, emitting a clear dragon cry that resonated far and wide. Suddenly, 4 figures materialized, blocking Yin Qi's path. The rotund man was left astounded. When did the eastern wilderness have so many experts? Among the 4, 1 was in the ascension realm, and 3 were at the saint level. Fire Dragon, the Ascension Realm cultivator, upon seeing Yin Qi's form, was filled with ecstatic delight. How marvelous! I never expected to find such a naturally gifted creature in this desolate land. Who are you? Yin Qi trembled in fear. Why are you blocking my path? Haha. The Ascension Realm cultivator scarcely glanced at the rotund man, fixating instead on Yin Qi. My young master is in need of a mount, and you seem quite suitable. Yin Qi shuddered involuntarily. Chicken Lord, the rotund man swallowed hard, blinking his small eyes at Chongming. Can you handle this? Heh. Chongming cracked open his eyes a sliver, his tone unfazed. A trivial matter. Instantly, the rotund man felt reassured. Gentlemen, he cast a cold glance at the 4, announcing sternly, regardless of who you are, to demand my companion as a mount upon our first encounter is utterly excessive. Yin Qi felt deeply touched. Although the prince stood above him, he had always regarded him as a partner. These individuals, however, sought to treat him as a mere mount. How infuriating. What do you think you are? One of the saints shot a disdainful glance at the rotund man. Dare you meddle in our affairs? Heh. The rotund man held his ground, unperturbed. I am from Zhong, and he was cut off mid-sentence. He turned his gaze, abruptly changing his words. I am but a humble soul. The foremost genius of the eastern wilderness, Guhan. What? The eyes of several individuals instantly turned towards the rotund figure, brimming with malice and cold intent. Disregarding even Yanqi, you dare to call yourself Guhan. Guhan, the leader, a cultivator of the feathered ascendancy, narrowed his eyes. Fengwu Academy, the chief disciple. Is that you? The rotund figure's heart skipped a beat. Sensing something amiss, he glanced at Chongming. Is everything truly all right? A trivial matter. Chongming replied with an air of calm. The rotund figure felt completely at ease. Heh, he sneered at the group, declaring, I am Gu, the esteemed elder. I am the unparalleled genius of the eastern wilderness. From whence do you come, to have the audacity to investigate my origins? The others exchanged glances. Their appearances did not match, but the name and background were undeniably accurate. No matter. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Furthermore, this Guhan spoke with such irritating audacity. Seize him. Boom. At that moment, a saint-level cultivator's power surged, and with a single motion, an overwhelming aura descended upon the rotund figure. Yanqi and Li Sun could not withstand the pressure and fell away in disarray. Guhan. Boom. The rotund figure was enveloped in golden light, his expression one of exhilaration. Let us get them. Bang. Before he could finish his words, the immense aura struck him squarely, sending him hurtling away amidst a burst of golden light. The earth trembled, and a deep pit formed where he had stood. Your Highness. Yanqi and Li Sun were alarmed and rushed over to examine the situation. Spitting out dirt, the rotund figure emerged from the pit, looking somewhat disheveled and pale, yet unscathed. Impossible. The saint-level cultivator wore an expression of disbelief. How could his defense be so formidable? I am at the 3rd level of the saint realm, while this rotund fellow is merely at the 9th level of the extraordinary. Had it been anyone else, they would have been obliterated by my palm, yet he remains unscathed. Vibrant as ever. I even question if I am truly a saint-level cultivator. Guhan. The rotund figure expressed his indignation. You are quite the deceiver. Did you not say there was no problem? In the sky above, Chongming scratched his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What was that about a trivial matter? The rotund figure felt a wave of frustration, nearly choking on blood. Chongming seemed to be afflicted by some ailment, his mind occasionally sharp, yet at times bewildered. Over the years, he had witnessed this phenomenon numerous times, but never did he expect it to strike at such an inopportune moment. Li Sun and Yanqi trembled. Guhan. You are unreliable. Where did this chicken demon come from? A saint-level cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Chongming. With a flourish of his sleeve, another wave of saintly power descended upon Chongming. Boom. At that instant, a radiant 5-colored divine light erupted from Chongming, accentuating his resplendent plumage, rendering him all the more majestic. Do not move. The command rang out. The 5-colored divine light flowed incessantly, transforming into a radiant wheel of 5 hues that hovered behind it. Undeterred by the formidable sacred presence crashing upon it, it remained steadfast, shielded by the luminous wheel. The mighty rooster stood resolute. The rotund fellow let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had regained his spirit. Heading towards the forbidden zone, seeking out Xiao Yun, Chongming elegantly unfurled a wing, his divine feathers shimmering, so stunning that one might instinctively overlook his avian nature. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the plump man had already darted far ahead. Perched atop him was the shrunken figure of Yanqi, clutching a leg of the esteemed Li Doyan, his body radiating golden light as he dashed away, disappearing in a flash. Wait, he shouted as he ran, boasting with bravado. I am Guhan, the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness. Offending me, Grandfather Gu. You shall surely meet your demise. Chongming stood in astonishment. Though he had spent a decade with the rotund fellow and had come to terms with his low standards, at this moment, he felt he had underestimated him. This was not merely a lack of standards. This fatty possessed none at all. In this instant, the celestial being finally made his move, his aura surging dramatically as he conjured a colossal hand of 1,000 zhang in the air, seizing Chongming within his grasp. He then glanced in the direction the plump man had fled, a cold smirk on his face. Run? Can you truly escape? A saintly figure observed Chongming, perplexed. How has this chicken demon cultivated to such a state? Who cares? Another scoffed. Bring it back. It will make for a nourishing stew. Chongming fell silent for a moment. Chicken demon? Nourishing? These words ignited his fury. Boom. Thunderous roars erupted. In the midst of the conversation, the five-colored divine light surrounding him surged beyond a zhong. His aura shifting to embody a sense of divine majesty, his pupils splitting into two, transforming into dual orbs of power. Boom. With a powerful flap of his wings, the divine light erupted, obliterating the giant hand into mere fragments. The great divine sword of extermination. The voice resonated with authority, commanding respect. The divine light swirled, morphing into a myriad of five-colored divine swords, which then descended upon one of the saintly figures before him. You. The man barely had time to react. Boom. Boom. The divine swords exploded, enveloping him in a storm of divine light, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The great divine king seal. With a swift motion, Chongming did not spare him a glance. His divine feathers drifting as if teleporting, he appeared above the other figure, folding his wings to cast an intricate seal. Suppress. Boom. In an instant, an ethereal five-colored divine seal descended. Initially only 3 inches in diameter, it expanded to several zhong by the time it reached the man's head. Ah! A wretched scream erupted as the man was crushed, his bones shattering, plummeting downward in agony. The great divine flame. At the moment the seal descended, Zhongming directly fixed his gaze upon the final Saint Realm figure. As the five-colored divine light swirled, it transformed into vibrant flames that swiftly descended upon the individual, scorching his flesh with a sizzle. No matter how fervently he attempted to summon his cultivation, the divine flames showed no sign of abating. In an instant, 3 Saint Realm practitioners had been thoroughly wounded, barely affording them the time to react. The Ascending Realm cultivator was left dumbfounded. Was this truly a mere chicken? Could a chicken possess such ferocity? Without a hint of hesitation, he stood there in disbelief. Zhongming, however, remained undeterred. His dual pupils radiated authority and sanctity, and amidst the swirling five-colored divine light, he once again coalesced it into a five-colored halo, which, with a single flap of his wing, descended upon the Ascending Realm cultivator. Infuriated, the man quickly regained his composure. How could he, a dignified Ascending Realm cultivator, allow himself to be bullied by a mere chicken? The thought was intolerable. Break! He bellowed, summoning a colossal hand that transformed into a gigantic fist, crashing toward the halo. Boom! The halo erupted, and the massive hand dissipated. An overwhelming force cascaded downward, obliterating everything in its wake. In the forbidden ground, upon hearing a summons, Guang swayed slightly, arriving before the old blind man within mere breaths. Senior. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, Guang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The decay emanating from the old blind man had multiplied tenfold compared to a decade ago, and even the once smooth wooden staff in his hand had developed numerous fissures, revealing hints of a white sword hidden within. Coughing violently, the old blind man managed to say, "It's nothing, just an old ailment." As he spoke, his bony fingers gently caressed the cracks, smoothing them over one by one. Senior, that white sword body, Guang remarked, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet, he dared not linger his gaze, for despite having cultivated the second layer of the indestructible sword body, a single look was enough to cause his eyes immense pain. Unable to withstand the sharp intent inadvertently emanating from the sword body. "Is this your sword?" he inquired. "Indeed," the old blind man replied slowly. "Alas, it is broken." Broken? Guang was taken aback. In Mo Chenin's vision, he had clearly seen the sword intact. Could it have been shattered during the battle with that divine race? Was the old man's current state also a consequence of that divine being? Young one, the old blind man shifted his gaze to an empty space, his tone betraying unmasked admiration. Well, it's truly remarkable how much you have grown in these 10 years. More impressively, you have grasped the existence of intent. That is indeed extraordinary. Guang could only manage a bitter smile. Even now, he remained uncertain whether the old blind man was truly sightless or not. "Senior, you flatter me," he replied. A decade ago, he might have reveled in such praise from the old blind man, but now, his heart bore little fluctuation. "Compared to you, I still fall far short. 5 years of transcendence. 10 years to the Saint Realm." Zhongming's words echoed clearly in his mind. He even harbored doubts regarding the old blind man's past cultivation, pondering whether he ever relied on external aids, for had he done so, his progress would have undoubtedly been more formidable. The old blind man chuckled softly. At your age, I could not even fathom the existence of intention. Moreover, the intention you have grasped, though seemingly mundane, possesses an endless and profound essence. Once it surges forth, it can sweep across everything like a raging wildfire. It is indeed powerful. Should you fully comprehend this intention, you could become invincible in the world. He could perceive the subtleties of human intention. Guhan, naturally, was not surprised. Invincible? He inwardly sighed. What significance does being invincible hold when one stands alone? Speak. The old blind man shifted the conversation. Something must have occurred for you to seek me out. You are not here merely for idle chatter. He held a genuine fondness for Guhan. Were it not for the cataclysmic events of the past, Guhan would have been his most fitting choice for the next leader of the sword. Yet now, he did not wish to endanger Guhan. Senior, Guhan's gaze dimmed. Do you recall the girl you inadvertently saved during your battle with the divine clan a millennium ago? Ah, the old blind man pondered. Is she the girl who transformed into the heavenly demon? It is she. What has become of her? I wish to save her. He did not conceal his intentions. From their initial encounter with the enchantress, to being led in circles by her, to their lives entwined, to enduring calamities together. He recounted every detail of their 10 years spent in the mortal realm to the old blind man. Back then, the old blind man sighed. I merely thought that girl was not malevolent and helped her out of goodwill. I did not anticipate that. Sigh, that sword strike was too light. Upon hearing of Mo Chen-yin's past, he felt a twinge of regret for not having struck Lingya down with a single blow at that time. I remember. He reined in his sentiments and posed another question. Was that little girl called a Sha? Indeed, Guhan nodded. Once I have sufficient strength, I shall return for her. A Sha, Mo Chen-yin, the old blind man mused. One reliant on the other, inseparable, one enduring life and death, sharing trials and tribulations. Ah, how difficult it is to choose. Senior, Guhan inquired, perplexed. Why must one choose? The old man's face flushed, and he declared with conviction, I desire both. The old blind man was momentarily speechless. He suddenly felt he had underestimated Guhan's audacity. In the first volume, chapter 426, Senior, could you strike me with a sword? He chuckled, caressing the wooden staff in his hand, feeling somewhat nostalgic. In this regard, you are rather unlike me. Senior, Guhan pondered thoughtfully. Do you also have someone you cherish? The old blind man fell silent, tracing the staff, a hint of gentleness flickering in his expression. How could I not? She is a true beauty. Senior, without hesitation, Guhan presented the Bodhi seed before him. She is contained within this. Is there a way to save her? Though they had only met twice, his trust in the old blind surpassed that of anyone else. The old blind man's demeanor instantly turned grave. Snap! Snap! In the blink of an eye, the wooden staff once again erupted with numerous fissures, and the overwhelming sword intent seemed poised to surge forth anew. Sighing, the old blind man soothed the sword intent once more. Whence did this come? Guhan recounted his encounter with the old monk, who had bestowed upon him the Bodhi seed. The old blind man fell into a moment of silence. What a grand gesture! He marveled, contemplating the ease with which such a treasure could be given away. That Buddhist companion not only possesses an extraordinary background, but also an immeasurable breadth of character and magnanimity. After pondering for a moment, Guhan chose not to divulge that Yin Qianjue considered the old monk to be rather petty. Keep it safe. The old blind man urged with gravity. Above all, remember this. Until you have sufficient strength, you must never reveal this treasure, even in the presence of your dearest and most trusted individuals. For if you do, it will not only bring calamity upon you, but also upon them. Senior, Guhan replied, naturally trusting his words. What exactly is this Bodhi seed? The old blind man reflected. It carries a trace of the essence of immortality. Essence of immortality? Guhan mused, recalling that Lingya had mentioned the term before. What does it signify? For what purpose do cultivators pursue their path? To live longer. Indeed. The old blind man nodded. With each breakthrough in cultivation, the primary benefit is an extension of one's lifespan. But you must understand, the Tao is boundless. Yet human strength is finite. No matter how gifted you are or how favorable your circumstances, there will always come a day when you cannot surpass your limits, and your lifespan shall inevitably dwindle. Immortality is the lifelong pursuit of all practitioners. Those who attain it exist in harmony with the Tao. Guhan listened, bewildered. Do not ponder too deeply, the old blind man chuckled. Such matters are far beyond your reach for now. Although this Bodhi seed merely bears a whiff of the essence of immortality, it remains a coveted treasure for countless souls. Senior, Guhan's heart leaped with joy. Can this Bodhi seed save her? No, the old blind man shook his head. The essence of immortality can only prevent her from dissipating further. Saving her is a formidable challenge. Guhan's heart sank, and his expression turned ashen. Why? She is a celestial demon, the old blind man replied, shaking his head. If her physical form is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. If her soul is scattered, as long as a remnant remains, there is a chance for restoration, though difficult. It is possible. However, she is a celestial demon, treading the path of ruthlessness. Even if you manage to revive her, she will still be a celestial demon. A celestial demon, strictly speaking, is no longer a human cultivator. She is truly a fiend. And celestial demons are devoid of compassion, while Mo Chun In embodies emotions. They are inherently in conflict, like water and fire. Even if she were temporarily restored, she would once again face the threat of extinction due to her unwillingness to embrace the path of ruthlessness. To save her, this dilemma must be resolved. Yet, even with the old blind man's vast knowledge, he had never encountered a celestial demon, or any true fiend, who could revert to a normal human form. Nor had he ever heard of such a case. Is there truly no way? Guhan's gaze dimmed. Not entirely. The old blind man shook his head. In this vast universe, beneath the boundless path, countless mysteries and unknowns abound. My experiences are limited. I am only acquainted with a fragment, much like the true immortals. Who among us has witnessed such wonders with their own eyes? Different vantage points yield distinct vistas. Once one ascends high enough and wields sufficient power, the world reveals no secrets. You have time. His tone bore a hint of melancholy. She too possesses time. Take it slowly, for with time comes hope. Guhan fell silent. Time and hope, indeed. If a human can transform into a celestial demon, then surely a celestial demon can assume human form. The old man may remain oblivious. Perhaps Qian Yi is unaware too. Yet, there are those who know. And then there is Asha. Is the soul deficiency truly an insurmountable flaw? Ultimately, it is merely a reflection of one's own inadequacies, insufficient strength, and shallow understanding. As long as one continues to grow stronger, relentlessly pursuing strength, traversing the myriad realms, one must discover a remedy for them. My deepest gratitude to you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. With this thought, the long-held despondency within him dissipated, and he respectfully bowed to the old blind man. Such a rare occurrence. Seeing Guhan regain his confidence so swiftly, the elder praised. The tribulation of humanity over a decade, though it may have hindered your cultivation, has granted you treasures that 100 such decades could not procure. Guhan felt immense relief. Without this decade of tribulation, not only would he have missed the essence of human experience, but he might have never encountered Mo Chun In, losing his final opportunity to save her. Esteemed elder, he began once more. May I inquire about the ultimate principles of the sword path? Ultimate principles? Indeed. The immortal sword soul requires 9 supreme sword techniques. To this day, he has only glimpsed the sword intent within the great Yin sword classic, leaving him in utter ignorance of the others. Now, with a master of profound swordsmanship before him, he could not let this rare opportunity for enlightenment slip away. He promptly demonstrated the indestructible sword body, the immortal sword soul, and the 3 techniques of extremity, transformation, and slaughter. Remarkable, the elder remarked, a look of admiration gracing his features. The extremity sword embodies the pinnacle of speed, the slaughter sword encapsulates the zenith of lethality, and the transformation sword represents the ultimate in change. These 3 words encapsulate the true essence of swordsmanship in this world. The indestructible sword body and immortal sword soul are unparalleled pathways to the ultimate realm. 9 thunder body refinement. 9 sword soul forging. Once mastered, immortality is within reach. Esteemed elder, he hesitated, eager to divulge the specific techniques to the old blind man. There is no need. The elder seemingly anticipated his words, shaking his head in refusal. This is ultimately your own fortune. While they are indeed formidable, they may not necessarily suit me. Remember, you may draw inspiration from the paths of others. You may seek understanding, but you must never become entrapped in imitation. Otherwise, you risk falling to a lower tier, and your future path will be constrained. He held great admiration for Guhan, yet he refrained from imparting specific sword techniques, preferring to guide him instead. His sword is ultimately his own, not Guhan's. Guhan pondered deeply. Whether it be the three swords of extremity, transformation, and slaughter, or the indestructible sword body and soul, they are merely techniques, not the true path. If one were to truly contemplate, the understanding of the meaning of the mortal realm that he has grasped is indeed his path. The way and the law are in harmony, forming a complete journey. Senior, he pondered for a moment, is your sword the ultimate law? Upon hearing this, the old man paused in his caress of the wooden staff, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Whether it is the ultimate law, I cannot say, but my sword is formidable. Senior, Guhan hesitated for a moment. Could you strike me with your sword? If outsiders were to hear this, they would surely think Guhan was seeking death, his mind in disarray. Yet the old blind man understood his intent. Little fellow, he sighed, if my sword is not the ultimate law, you shall endure a trial in vain. The swordsmanship of the ultimate law refines the soul. If it is not the ultimate law, you will only experience the torment of soul disintegration without any enhancement. Senior, Guhan's expression grew solemn. Since this method speaks of seeking 9 types of ultimate sword laws, it proves that the path to the ultimate law in swordsmanship must encompass more than one. If your sword cannot be deemed the ultimate law, I can scarcely imagine anyone else deserving such a title. Please bestow upon me your sword. With that, he bowed deeply. The old blind man remained silent. The vestiges of pride buried within him for over 1,000 years surged forth once more. The Xiantian sword master, the cloud sword. A figure that rendered his peers despondent. A person who monopolized 70% of the world's swordsmanship fortune, an existence that left countless sword cultivators with no thoughts of rivalry. Only silent admiration. The rationale was simple. His sword was so powerful that it inspired despair. If his sword could not be deemed the ultimate law, then surely others could not claim such a title either. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. The wooden staff in his hand slowly lifted half an inch before gently striking the ground. Boom. In an instant, a strand of sword intent, thinner than a hair, yet overwhelmingly powerful, surged into Guhan's brow. Pain. An indescribable agony. Visible beads of sweat cascaded down. Guhan's complexion turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The torment of his soul being scattered was something few could endure. Alas, the old blind man sighed softly. What a pity. If only there were more time, I would truly like to see how far you could go. Moments later, Guhan's expression gradually regained its tranquility. In a swift motion, he reopened his eyes, an intangible sharpness flowing through him before retreating once more into a semblance of calmness and simplicity. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, the figure formed from his soul had solidified significantly, with a second sword mark distinctly appearing on his brow. The undying sword soul. The second transformation, accomplished. Senior. Guhan once again bowed, expressing, your sword is indeed the ultimate law of swordsmanship. In his youth, he had not comprehended this, but now it was clear to him. The old blind man's sword possessed 2 entirely different sword intents. One was unparalleled and exuberant, while the other was despondent and resigned. He understood fully that this was a reflection of the old blind man's experiences. He comprehended even more. To merge these 2 subtly conflicting sword intents is not entirely impossible. Yet the prospects remain exceedingly bleak. Remarkably, the old blind man has accomplished this feat. Moreover, the amalgamation is so seamless that there is not a trace of dissonance. As for the essence of the sword, it is beyond mere discussion. The old blind man shook his head. The path of the sword is boundless, and many surpass me in skill. What a pity. Guhan expressed a tinge of regret. Aside from the elders, he truly knew not where the ultimate swordsmanship could be found. If only time permitted, the old blind man hesitated for a moment. A visit to the Xiantian Great Domain would be beneficial. The Xiantian Great Domain? There, everyone is a sword cultivator, and prodigious talents abound. Should you engage in sparring with them, the benefits would be immense. Remember, once you arrive, by any means necessary, you must glimpse the monumental one-character sword steel. One-character sword? Guhan's heart stirred. Is that the character you inscribed for me years ago? It pales in comparison. The old blind man shook his head. The sword upon that steel represents the true one-character sword. It is the mightiest sword I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. Guhan's curiosity intensified. To provoke such an exalted description from the old blind man surely hints at its extraordinary nature. He pondered how it would measure against the sword intent of the master of the Dian Sword Classic. Indeed, he mused. The old blind man continued to advise, after your arrival, be absolutely certain not to mention my name. nor that of Chicken Lord, lest you invite dire consequences. Why? Guhan was taken aback. By the way, Elder, why have I not encountered Chicken Lord? Has he gone out for a reprieve? The old blind man sighed in resignation. He has been away for 10 years. Guhan remarked. Chicken Lord certainly enjoys his leisure. Suddenly, a series of violent tremors reverberated from a distance, interspersed with the raucous shouts of the heavy-set man. Xiao Yun, a band of ruffians, taking advantage of their numbers, is bullying Chicken Lord. Assist him. Guhan exchanged a glance with the old blind man, his lips twitching. Chicken Lord. The old blind man appeared somewhat helpless. His seniority is too great. Within the forbidden ground, the prince exclaimed, Your Highness, please slow down my face. Amidst the swirling mists, Li Diyun was dragged along the ground by the fatty, his face bruised and battered. Had he not achieved the extraordinary realm and possessed a thicker skin than most, he would have surely succumbed long ago. The fatty paid him no heed. A golden radiance enveloped him, nearly transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he rushed deeper into the forbidden ground. Above him, Yan Qi clung tightly to his hair, quietly reflecting on the situation. Usually, he was the one being ridden by the prince. Today, fortune had turned, and he found himself atop the prince for a change. Just as he reveled in this unexpected turn of events, a five-colored divine light streaked from the heavens, swiftly landing not far from the fatty, forcefully embedding itself into the ground. The earth trembled, and the surrounding mists were swept away, leaving only a singular, exquisite tail feather gently swaying. Oh, Yan Qi expressed surprise. Your Highness, that seems familiar. The fatty looked utterly speechless. How could it not be familiar? Is that not simply a chicken's rear? Chicken Lord. He swallowed hard, a flicker of unease creeping into his heart. Are you all right? Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a radiant flash of 5 colors illuminated the scene, and in an instant, Chongming emerged from the ground, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the rotund figure before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Fortunately, the plump man felt an immediate sense of relief. Master Chicken, you have not vanished. Just as he began to speak, he witnessed Chongming stretch his wings, enveloped in a resplendent glow, as he dashed away with remarkable speed. Master Chicken. The plump man stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining his senses. Why are you running? Wasn't it just a minor scene? Before he could ponder further, several figures appeared, swiftly approaching and landing before him. The foremost 3 were at the feather transformation realm, while the remaining figures were formidable experts at the holy realm. The plump man was utterly stunned. With a swift motion, Yan Qi decisively burrowed into the plump man's hair. The leader, Li Dian, faced downward, desperately rubbing the ground, burying his entire head in the earth. Guhan. With a thunderous crash, one of the feather transformation experts reached out, firmly grasping the plump man, a sinister expression on his face. Where do you think you're going? The plump man pondered his words carefully. If I say I am not Guhan, would you believe me? What do you think? The plump man thought, this is it. We are in serious trouble. Let's go? The man disregarded him, his gaze fixated on the depths of the forbidden area, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. That chicken demon possessed some intriguing abilities. If he could bring it, along with Guhan and that fiery serpent, back to the young master, it would surely be advantageous. A talking chicken, capable of holding its own against those at the feather transformation realm. By any measure, it was a rare breed. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated from a distance. Who goes there? A chill ran through them, and they instinctively turned to look. Amidst the swirling mist, 2 figures emerged, accompanied by an imposing rooster, exuding an air of superiority, completely shedding the earlier disarray. It was none other than Guhan and his companions. A blind man. The group was taken aback, observing the elderly figure who appeared somewhat unsteady, as if on the verge of collapsing. Their brows furrowed in confusion. What is a blind man doing in a place like this? You scoundrel. Upon seeing Guhan, the plump man's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? Guhan. It has been 10 years since we last met. His first instinct was to swiftly betray Guhan. He is Guhan. With a sudden movement, everyone's gaze shifted to Guhan. Judging by his appearance, he did seem to fit the description. You are Guhan. No. Guhan replied expressionlessly. I am Fu Yulin from Zhongzhou. The plump man nearly spat blood. You scoundrel. You fat fool. Exchanging a glance with Guhan, both harbored a mutual disdain for one another. What is this Guhan and Fu Yulin nonsense? The feather transformation expert let out a sinister laugh, fixating his gaze on Chongming. Take them all back. The rest shall be executed. Bastard. Chongming strode forward boldly, casting a sidelong glance at the group. You have bullied Master Chicken, and today, none of you shall leave. Indeed. The old blind man nodded in agreement. This matter cannot be let go unpunished. Although he had spent a decade with Chongming, the rotund fellow had gathered a modicum of understanding regarding the old blind man. Yet, witnessing the frail figure, trembling as if a gust of wind might topple him, he could not suppress his concern. Old sir, are you all right? A faint smile graced the old blind man's lips. A trivial matter. This only heightened the rotund fellow's apprehension. A native is still a native. Amidst the crowd, a Saint Realm practitioner scoffed, finding it absurd that a nearly deceased old blind man dared to be so arrogant. Is the pride of this continent boundless? Pride? The old blind man shook his head. Indeed, I am nearing death, yet I have never been a proud man. As he spoke, he slowly raised his wooden staff, gesturing towards an empty expanse. If you believe me to be an easy target, feel free to test that theory. Old sir, the rotund fellow was on the verge of tears. This way, over here. You're pointing the wrong direction. Upon hearing this, the old blind man adjusted his staff, but still failed to indicate anyone. The rotund fellow felt a pang of despair. Alas, this old man is even less reliable than the chicken elder. Boredom set in. Just then, a figure from the crowd, a Saint Realm practitioner, flashed behind the old blind man, wearing an expression of mockery and impatience. A nearly dead thing like you has so much to say? Allow me to expedite your journey. Boom. As he spoke, his large hand descended upon the old blind man's back. The overwhelming saintly might instantly dispelled the surrounding mist, causing Guang to stagger backward. The old blind man remained motionless. Just as the large hand was a mere 3 inches from his back, the Saint Realm practitioner suddenly froze, abruptly transforming into a mist of blood, staining the ground crimson. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Who struck? How did he die? They were utterly unable to detect even a trace of energy. Little one, the old blind man chuckled. Observe closely. All methods converge into one. The concepts of extremes, transformation, and slaughter need not be so distinctly separated. Guhan's spirit lifted. The old blind man was about to impart wisdom on swordsmanship. At that moment, the wooden staff in the old blind man's grasp gently touched the ground. In an instant, boundless mist coalesced above, forming a colossal gray sword of 100 feet in length, suspended overhead. Suddenly, the long sword trembled, splitting into a single sword shadow, which in turn multiplied, becoming 4 shadows. In the blink of an eye, it produced hundreds, even thousands of sword shadows, all connected at the ends, transforming into a sword wheel spanning thousands of feet. Guhan furrowed his brow. Despite its size, he sensed none of the prior unparalleled sword intent of the old blind man. It appeared to be merely a hollow shell. What is this? A feather transformation realm practitioner sneered. A mere charade. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sword wheel quivered, abruptly shrinking from 1,000 feet to a mere 3 inches, instantly appearing before him. Along its path, a visible black fissure emerged, a spatial rift, under extreme compression. Although the sword wheel lacked the coverage of sword intent, it was honed to an exquisite sharpness, easily capable of slicing through space. Just as the man prepared to make a move in an instant, the sword wheel vanished, leaving behind a blood red dot at his brow. What transpired? The crowd remained utterly bewildered. At that very moment, the sword wheel reappeared, beginning to split once more. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, and 100 became 1,000, all in the blink of an eye. The sky was soon filled with countless 3-inch sword wheels, which, interlinked, formed a colossal net of blades, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. Old master, the stout man trembled in fear as he sensed the razor-sharp sword aura, potent enough to slice through space itself. Please aim carefully. Do not cause any accidental harm. Rest assured, the old blind man comforted the empty air. I have it under control. The stout man was on the verge of tears. Having it under control is one thing. At least say something to me. At that moment, the onlookers began to comprehend the old blind man's formidable prowess. They could not fathom how such a terrifying force could be concealed within a seemingly small continent, eclipsing anyone they had ever encountered in the ancient Song realm. Let us go. The leader, a figure of the feather transformation realm, grasped the stout man, his voice trembling with fear. This old blind man is no trivial matter. Before he could finish, a soft sound echoed as the sword net rapidly contracted, piercing through the bodies of the crowd before transforming back into that diminutive sword wheel. The group remained frozen, their expressions and postures unchanged. Have you understood? A hint of fatigue flickered across the old blind man's face. Guhan pondered deeply. The sword will still harbored a trace of murderous intent, akin to a killing sword, and its high-speed rotation imbued it with characteristics of the ultimate blade. As for the sword net, it embodied the principle of the sword aura's division and union. Although lacking in sword intent, the fusion of the three elements endowed this seemingly inconspicuous sword wheel with unexpectedly formidable power. Guhan was profoundly impressed. He had not anticipated that after merely demonstrating it once, the old blind man had grasped the essence of these three swords and achieved their unification. Just this level of insight and precise control over the sword aura surpassed his own capabilities by far. It is good that you understand, the old blind man said with a tinge of satisfaction. No sooner had he spoken than the sword wheel erupted, morphing into an endless, eerie mist. Simultaneously, except for the stout man and two others, the bodies of the remaining individuals disintegrated completely. Humph. Chongming regained his confidence. With Xiao Yun around, who dares to bully Lord Ji? They must be courting death. Lord Ji, Guhan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They must have come for me, a few days ago. I killed their kin, and these individuals are likely their protectors. The stout man lamented, wishing he could slap himself. Indeed, the moment this scoundrel appears, he stirs up trouble. I was foolish to impersonate him. Now I see, the old blind man nodded. But what of your protector? Senior, Guhan replied with a wry smile. Where would I find a protector? Even the mightiest have their moments of vulnerability. In the vast expanse of the world, amidst prodigies and anomalies. Despite their extraordinary talents and exceptional fortuity, they remain devoid of self-preservation capabilities until they have matured. Their unique status exposes them to far more perils than the average individual, rendering them vulnerable to premature demise. The role of a guardian is to ensure their smooth development. Clearly, Guhan lacks such a protector, otherwise, he would not have found himself on the brink of death numerous times. The old blind man chuckled, observing, "You have a remarkable propensity for trouble." Indeed, old man. The stout fellow agreed wholeheartedly. Your insight is impeccable. If this rascal were anyone else, he would have perished 100 times over by now. Guhan shot him a fierce glare. Why not retreat? The old blind man suddenly inquired. Senior, Guhan's expression grew grave. There are matters from which one cannot retreat, even by half a step. In Tianwu City, retreating would ensure survival. In the royal capital, retreating would ensure survival. In the secret realm, within the Xindan Pavilion. And in Wangxiang village, a mere half-step back would spare him from the clutches of life and death, possibly leading to a promising future. Yet, he refuses to retreat, not even by a fraction. The old blind man fell silent for a moment. What do you think of me? What? Guhan was momentarily taken aback. Gently stroking his wooden staff, the old man's tone shifted from its earlier gentleness to one imbued with dominance and disdain. I, Yun Jinsheng, shall be your guardian. Little Yun. Zhongming was overjoyed. Have you come to a decision? Old man. The blind man shook his head. I shall serve solely as your guardian, without discussing anything else. A guardian is not merely a protector. There exists a vast chasm between the two roles. Old sir. Before Guhan could speak, the stout fellow had already rushed over. His expression solemn. I am Fu Yulin from Zhongzhou, renowned for causing trouble. Look, one protector is good, but two would be even better. Why not have them both? In chapter 429, the sword may break, but the sword's essence cannot. A guardian, akin to Li Lao by Zhao Menyo's side or Luan Ping beside Chu Kuang, solely ensures their safety, without delving into other matters. Though termed a guardian, in essence, they resemble high-ranking servants. Ranging from the likes of the Wan Hua sacred land to illustrious families like Xiao Yang, many can assign multiple guardians to their prodigies. Guardians differ significantly. Beyond ensuring the prodigy's safety, they are also entrusted with guiding their cultivation, imparting mystical arts, resolving doubts, and honing their resolve. Once chosen, such guardians are bound for life. Although there is no formal master-disciple relationship, the dynamics are akin to one. To enlighten and guide a prodigy, one's cultivation, strength, and character must be exemplary. Such individuals are rare. Even if found, they may not be inclined to serve as guardians. Thus, most prodigies must settle for a secondary choice, selecting a group of guardians to accompany them, which is still a commendable option. Guardians are a rare blessing. Guhan was unaware of this, nor was the stout fellow. Yet Zhongming, hailing from the Xintian Great Region, possessed insight into this reality. You foolish fat man. He shot a sidelong glance at the stout fellow. Stop causing trouble. This is not your concern. The stout fellow wore an expression of disbelief. Did you not claim that I am a natural sword seed? How can it be otherwise? The elder has yet to speak. A cold smile graced Chongming's lips. You are a base breed, while he is a sword seed. Can they truly be compared? The stout fellow appeared perplexed. Aren't they all sword seeds? What difference does it make? Guhan shared in the confusion. How does the chicken lord insult others? Chongming chose to disregard him, focusing intently on the old blind man. Have you made your decision? Let it be known that this is your final opportunity. The old blind man did not respond, but instead turned to Guhan. What say you? Am I, of the Yun sword clan, worthy to be your guardian? The stout fellow's eyes lit up. Elder, what is your connection to the great Yin Empire? Is the Flame Emperor your descendant? Truly, we are family then, for I am the king of the great Yin Empire. The old blind man shook his head. The Yun surname may not be a prominent one, but it is not uncommon either. It is merely a coincidence. The stout fellow's expression fell. What a letdown. No connection established. In Guhan's mind, aside from the master of the Dian Sword Classic, the old blind man was the most formidable sword practitioner he had ever encountered. Was there a question of worthiness for him to be a guardian? No. The real question should be whether he himself was worthy of being protected by him. Senior, he pondered, I tend to attract trouble. Indeed, those individuals will surely return to seek me out. And your health? Guhan expressed concern. Though the old blind man was powerful, he had previously struggled to control his own sword intent. If he were to exert himself repeatedly and falter, Guhan would feel a deep sense of regret. Fear not, the old blind man chuckled. Against them, I need not draw my sword. A mere glance, and they shall perish. Guhan raised an eyebrow in skepticism. You can kill with your gaze. I believe that. But, elder, does your aim truly hold such precision? Junior Guhan. Guhan's expression turned serious as he performed a deep bow to the old blind man. Thank you, senior, for your protection. The old blind man chuckled heartily and beckoned to the stout fellow. Come here, come here. Excellent. The stout fellow was overjoyed. Yet, before he could take a step, Chongming unfurled his wing, blocking his path with an unprecedented solemnity. Do not cause trouble. Guhan felt a touch of awkwardness as he approached the old blind man at a measured pace. Senior, as a sword cultivator. The old blind man's tone turned serious. A sword may sever, but the sword's essence must never be broken. Do you understand? Yes. Guhan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded affirmatively. The old blind man ceased speaking, trembling as he raised his hand, bringing two fingers together to gently tap Guhan's forehead. Go. With that command, a crack erupted from the wooden stick, unleashing an unparalleled, heaven-splitting sword intent that blossomed for an instant before retracting entirely into Guhan's forehead. Within the realm of consciousness, the sword intent coalesced once more, transforming into a 3-inch-long white miniature sword, extraordinary and ethereal. Coughing, after completing the task, the old blind man's visage appeared even more aged, his form staggering as if he might collapse at any moment. Senior, Guhan hurriedly supported him. Never mind. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. I am frail and unable to move with ease. Should anyone trouble you again, take this sword and slay them. The rotund fellow was clearly tempted. Yet the unwavering gaze of Chongming deterred him from speaking further. Guhan remained silent, suddenly regretting his decision to have the old blind man as his protector. After manifesting that sword intent, the old blind man appeared significantly weaker than before. Even the most gifted among us have moments of frailty, the old blind man sighed. I have experienced it, and so have you. Senior, Guhan's heart stirred. Did you also have a protector? I once did. Once. Chongming interjected, irritation evident in his tone. Gone missing long ago. Who can say if they are alive or dead? The old blind man sighed again, choosing not to elaborate. Senior, Guhan seemed to have an epiphany. The longevity fruit from the central Dao Palace is nearly ripe. I shall ensure to retrieve it for you on my next visit. He had devised a plan. If the old blind man's lifespan were indeed in jeopardy, he would persuade Mo Li to procure several of the longevity fruits, even if it meant resorting to theft, as the rotund fellow suggested. Longevity fruit? The old blind man expressed surprise. I had not anticipated the existence of such a miraculous item here. However, my issue does not stem from lifespan. That fruit holds no significance for me, so there is no need to expend effort on it. Where have you been for the past decade? The rotund fellow inquired slyly. A decade to transcend a personal tribulation? What kind of tribulation was it? Do you not know that Ji has been waiting for you? Cough. Before he could finish, Chongming interrupted, casting a guilty glance at the old blind man. Rotund fellow, Guhan shook his head. Do not inquire further. The rotund fellow was taken aback, suddenly recalling that when Yang Ying had perished, Guhan's expression had mirrored this one. He patted Guhan on the shoulder, opting not to press the matter further. Rotund fellow, Guhan stifled his sorrow and asked curiously, with the longevity fruit nearing maturation, why are you here instead of the Dao Palace? The rotund fellow looked exasperated. If this chicken does not proclaim that I am a natural sword seed, I must indeed be quite bored to come here. Be cautious. Guhan then proceeded to unveil the news about the opening of ancient paths, the arrival of prodigies from beyond, and the imminent emergence of the Grand Dao Golden List. Chongming tilted his head, contemplating for a long moment before exclaiming, the Grand Dao Golden List, is it perhaps a bait? Golden List? The rotund fellow paused in surprise. His immediate reaction was not one of joy, but rather a glance at Guhan. Could it be connected to that rascal? Conversely, he paid little mind to the matters from beyond. I, Fu Yulin, a brother to Guhan by different parents. His sword is essentially mine. What prodigies from beyond? What protectors? Anyone who offends me, the king of Jintian, shall be suppressed. As he pondered, a grin spread across his face, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Guhan's expression darkened. He could easily surmise the rotund fellow's mischievous intentions. At that moment, the old blind man turned his gaze toward Guhan and remarked, if I am not mistaken, you must have awakened that formless golden body. Guhan, old master. The rotund man raised his thumb, insincerely praising, your insight is unparalleled. Volume 1, Chapter 430, Return to Tianwu City. Hee. The old blind man chuckled softly. In those days, amidst the chaos of the great domain, there existed a formidable Wuxiang golden body. On one occasion, while I was journeying, I clashed with him, but unexpectedly, we forged a bond. Senior, Guhan inquired with curiosity. Did you emerge victorious? Victory is not quite the term, the old blind man replied, shaking his head. His golden body was nearly perfected, making it quite challenging to contend with. Guhan remarked, if even your sword struggles against him, how formidable must this perfected Wuxiang golden body be in defense? Old master. The rotund man's eye sparkled. Where is that esteemed predecessor? Is he in search of a disciple? I could serve as a pupil. I am uncertain. The old blind man replied, shaking his head. I have only encountered him once, and later, I heard he had offended a demon lord and was subsequently captured. Guhan blinked in surprise. Could it be? This Wuxiang golden body, is it the one that Qianya has been suspended in the abyss of demons for 3,000 years? What a pity, the rotund man sighed, filled with regret. To have a godfather of sorts would be quite splendid. Calm and composed. The old blind man's expression grew somewhat enigmatic. However, he silently chuckled, recalling that when he discussed the Wuxiang golden body with him, the latter had shared some insights and a particular divine ability. Would you like to hear about it? Yes, yes, yes. The rotund man's eyes lit up, nodding fervently as if pecking at rice. In the end, this journey was not in vain. Having arranged to meet again in 3 days to head to Zhongzhou, Guhan prepared to take his leave. Senior, he remembered the request from the Lord of Tianyao Valley. There is one more matter, should the occasion arise. Naturally, the old blind man did not harbor any lingering grudges from their past disputes. Assisting him would be effortless. Although the Valley Lord belonged to the demon race, he possessed a certain nobility. Indeed, Guhan bowed once more before departing. Accompanying him were Yin Qi and the head of the Li family. After enduring so much, both were still somewhat dazed. Along the journey, Yin Qi transformed into a diminutive form, cautiously perched upon Guhan's head. Senior, do you mind if I ride atop your head? Ride. Guhan was taken aback. Is this considered riding? Of course, I do not mind, he reassured. Yin Qi was immediately touched. What the prince said is true. You regard Yin Qi as a companion, allowing him to ride upon your head. One day, Yin Qi shall also permit you to ride atop him. Guhan felt that over the past decade, Yin Qi had been well trained by the rotund man, turning out quite splendidly. The head of the Li family sighed inwardly. Poor Yin Qi. Such an innocent Yin Qi, within the forbidden grounds. The rotund man had absorbed the old blind man's insights and sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the divine ability, his body radiating golden light, subtly taking the shape of a golden ancient bell. He would not refuse. Zhongming suddenly spoke up. If you were to speak, he would not hesitate for a moment. Thus, it was even more imperative not to divulge this information. Remember, Ji Zhongming rolled his eyes. The Xiantian sword master has always safeguarded only the next sword master, never offering protection to outsiders. The rules are immutable. The old blind man sighed. Moreover, the Xiantian sword sect has ceased to exist. Such obstinacy. There are matters from which one cannot retreat even a half step. The old blind man suddenly echoed Gu Han's earlier words. Master Ji, this young lad's sword is remarkably resilient, yet his sword spirit is even more unyielding. Talents such as he are exceedingly rare in this world, especially considering he is a natural prodigy of the sword path. To guard his path for a while longer, to ease his journey, is all that is required. He is this way, but are you not? Chongming felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Had you left directly back, then instead of shielding them, who in this world could have thwarted the sword of Yun Jianxing? Master Ji. The old blind man shook his head. There has never been a precedent for the Xiantian sword master to abandon his fellow disciples. Such obstinacy. Chongming cursed again. How long do you have left? He understood well. Under ordinary circumstances, given the old blind man's character, he would have gradually guided Gu Han, never demonstrating the unity of the three swords so explicitly. His actions indicated that time was not on his side. It no longer matters. The old blind man gently caressed his wooden staff. This sword, for now, cannot kill him. Master Ji, I will devote myself to nurturing the sword from this point onward. Alas, Chongming felt a pang of sorrow. If you were to pass away, what would Master Ji do? You can continue to guard his path, came the reply. Dream on. Chongming decisively rejected the notion. He and that rotund fellow were cut from the same cloth. If Master Ji were to protect him, it would surely lead to his ruin. Master Ji, the old blind man's tone bore an unusual hesitation. After this sword, if the mortal realm still exists, return it to Feiyu. Alas, Chongming sighed inwardly. She would surely be heartbroken. Outside Tianwu City, having exited the barbarian wilderness forest, Li Sun and Yin Qi parted ways with Gu Han, heading to Qixia courtyard to await his return, while Gu Han ventured alone to fulfill Lu Ying's final request. The enmity between the two was not as significant as it seemed. It was merely a clash of temperaments. When two proud individuals encounter one another, such outcomes are all too likely. The ancient city remained weathered, much like days of yore. Yet Gu Han was no longer the same Gu Han from over a decade ago. Despite changes in appearance, some still recognized him. A silent astonishment spread among the crowd. Years ago, he had stirred the winds and clouds in Tianwu City. Now, with presumably greater cultivation, his return was nothing short of momentous. In an instant, countless hearts trembled, fearing that Gu Han might seek them out. The Gu family, since being divided among several factions over a decade ago, could hardly be considered a third-rate power now. Many of their experts had perished, and clan members fled in droves, leaving fewer than a fifth to guard the last remnants of their estate. Upon seeing Gu Han once more, the gathered members of the Gu family displayed expressions of despair. Leading them was a middle-aged man, the current head of the Gu family, whose cultivation was merely at the third level of the opening vein stage. Gu Han recognized him. After his own downfall, this man had once spoken many unkind words. Gu Han, he exclaimed, terror etched across his face. With the Gu family in such dire straits, do you still intend to eradicate us? Everyone believed that Gu Han must be seeking vengeance. What other reason could there be? Surely not a desire to reminisce. In those days, could Gu Jia's treatment of him allow him to relinquish his hatred? Time has passed. Gu Han offered no further explanation. With a swift motion, he found himself in a dilapidated courtyard. This place was once the abode he shared with the Shah. A glance around ignited a spark in his eyes. In the corner, a brick was hollowed out. Upon removing the brick, he discovered three hand-in-hand, crooked clay figures lying quietly within. Yet, after a decade, these figures were now riddled with cracks, their features indistinct. One represented a middle-aged man, another a youth bearing a sword, and the last, a small child with a single braid, still clutching something. Though its nature was obscured, Gu Han recognized it as a chicken leg. In a fleeting memory, he envisioned a Shah, covered in mud, carefully presenting the crooked clay figures to him with a dazed yet earnest expression, imploring, "Let us always be together, never depart, shall we?" He smiled silently. With great care, he utilized his spiritual energy to reshape the three clay figures, placing them alongside the Bodhi seat. Venturing into the outer chamber, he was met once more by the despondent faces of the Gu family. Beneath their despair lay a veneer of indifference and estrangement. Everything had changed, yet paradoxically, nothing felt altered. Ignoring them entirely, Guhan moved with a slight shift, vanishing from sight, having taken the clay figures. Here, no ties remained. As he arrived outside the city lord's residence, he encountered an elderly man with grizzled hair who had been awaiting him for some time. City Lord Lu. Guhan announced his return. As the city lord, he was among the first to be informed. Though aged considerably, his authority as the city lord remained intact. Proceed, he urged, seemingly anticipating Guhan's intentions, offering no resistance. I have awaited this day for many years. In the past, he had obstructed Guhan's quest for vengeance for the sake of his own interests. Although stopped by Manager Li, their enmity had nonetheless been sealed. City Lord Lu. Guhan shook his head. I am not here to seek revenge. I come at Lu Ying's behest to inquire about your well-being. Inga? The city lord's countenance shifted dramatically, losing all semblance of composure, replaced by a visage of anxiety and concern. Where is she? Why has she not returned? As the city lord, he was also a father. For over a decade, he had ventured to the royal capital annually in search of news, yet he had received naught. His heart harbored suspicions, but he clung to the last flicker of hope. She, Guhan inhaled deeply, has passed away. At this revelation, the city lord staggered back, as if struck by lightning, aging a decade in an instant. Dead? How could this be? My daughter is so intelligent, so exceptional. Guhan sighed, handing him a storage ring. This is what she left for you. The city lord stared vacantly at the ring, his hands trembling, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. In this world, the one who cared most for Lu Ying remained her father. The treasures within the storage ring are of considerable value. Yet Guhan offered them without a hint of hesitation. This was not due to any other reason, but solely because Lord Lu is a commendable father. After departing from Tianwu City, Guhan returned to the royal capital, where he met with Murong Chuan. Following a nostalgic exchange, he bestowed upon him a generous supply of elixirs as a token of gratitude for his past assistance, and then proceeded directly to Yuqing's sect. 5 years prior, the profoundly enigmatic sect leader, who had never shown his face, ultimately succumbed to fate. A year later, both Wu Da and Duan Rinshou completely exhausted their lives. At this juncture, only Murong Yuan remained to uphold the sect. Upon entering the sect, Guhan sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Fear and sorrow were etched upon the faces of all, and the presence of female disciples seemed notably scarce. Brother Jiang. Upon encountering Jiang Feng, he found him alone, lost in despondency. What has transpired? Brother Gu? Jiang Feng's countenance brightened at the sight of Guhan, whom he had not seen for over a decade. You have returned. His talents were not lacking, and with the support of a celestial-level cultivation technique, coupled with the ample elixirs Guhan had left for Yanglan, he had comfortably advanced into the realm of divine enlightenment. And what of Brother Shun and the others? Guhan's brow furrowed deeply. And Yanglan? Where are they? The joy on Jiang Feng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a heavy sigh. The origins of this plight are, of course, tied to those outsiders. Previously, a group of foreign prodigies arrived in the northern realm, seizing control of Yuanshan City as their temporary refuge. These individuals, seeking fortune, naturally did not bring handmaidens with them, and thus gathered all the reasonably attractive female cultivators within the northern realm to serve as their makeshift attendants. Yanglan, along with other promising female disciples of the sect, could not escape this fate. Not only them, but the entire northern realm is now enveloped in trepidation. Most are unaware of the existence of the ancient paths. They have no inkling of where these so-called indigenous outsiders have emerged from. Guhan remained silent, his eyes narrowing slowly. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng sighed ruefully. These individuals are exceedingly domineering and possess formidable strength. Even when senior sister Morong attempted to reason with them, she was injured. Had it not been for the quick thinking of the elder, who offered substantial compensation, it could have been much worse. Let us go. Guhan's expression remained impassive. To the Morong residence. Arriving at the Morong household, he found a similarly somber ambience. Upon witnessing Guhan's return, Morong Yin and Shun Xian were naturally overjoyed, their worries somewhat alleviated. With the presence of physician Shui, they had not been lacking in elixirs. After 10 years apart, Morong Yin had barely crossed the tribulation threshold, poised to advance into the realm of semi-transcendence, while Shun Xian had successfully navigated through the 4th tier of the tribulation, making remarkable progress. A group of scoundrels. The mention of Yanglan ignited Morong Yan's fury, shaking the very foundations of the Morong household. A pack of blind wretches. Guhan frowned. Morong Yan's reaction struck him as peculiar. Brother Gu, Shun Xian discreetly transmitted an explanation. Originally, the junior disciple intended to replace Yang. But the group, led by Coco, remarked on her delicate appearance and gentle nature. Concerned for her well-being, Morong Yan offered to take her place. However, the outsiders dismissed her as too unattractive, which naturally infuriated her. In a moment of conflict, she was injured by an assailant. Had it not been for Morong Yuan's intervention, compensating for all the resources of the Morong family, Morong Yan's life would have been in grave peril. Upon hearing this, a palpable killing intent crystallized within Guhan's gaze. No one understood the nature of these so-called prodigies from foreign realms better than he did. In the city of Yu Mountain, his expression remained stoic. I must go at once, he declared. Don't act impulsively. Morong Yuan quickly interjected. You must not appear now. Those individuals are frantically searching for you. Your appearance would be akin to walking into a trap. They possess experts of the sacred realm, and even beyond that, far too many. The entirety of our eastern wilderness would not suffice as mere fodder for them. Nearby, Yang's mother wept silently. On one hand, she feared for Yanglan's safety amidst the reckless actions of the outsiders. On the other hand, she wished to shield Guhan from peril. Aunt, Guhan reassured her. Rest assured, I will bring Yanglan back. You must not go. Yang's mother discerned the gravity of the situation. We owe you too much already. We cannot afford to provoke them. Aunt. Guhan's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Yangying is my brother. His sister is my sister too. This is a promise I made to him long ago. If a single hair on Yanglan's head is harmed, I shall ensure they all perish here. At that moment, an impatient voice echoed from outside. Old Morong, come out. Morong Yuan's expression grew cold. It is these wretches again. Upon stepping outside, they encountered a haughty cultivator standing there. His cultivation merely at the spirit-profound realm, yet his demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Old Morong, today, the young Master Chang and his group of prodigies are gathering in Yu Mountain City. This is a rare event in the northern region of the eastern wilderness. Where are the congratulatory gifts from your Morong family? Hurry up and present them, lest you incur their displeasure and face dire consequences. The arrival of these foreign prodigies naturally led many to seek their favor, eagerly aligning themselves with them. Understanding the local dynamics, the outsiders easily garnered support from these sycophants. For the foreign elites, even the finest treasures of the entire northern region were beneath their notice. The gifts were nothing but a facade, a scheme to enrich themselves under the guise of these outsiders. With such tactics, they had recently amassed substantial wealth. The individual radiated confidence. Morong Yuan, transcendent realm? There was a time I respected you, feared you, but now, it is all nonsense. You shall bow before me. In an instant, he felt immense satisfaction with his astute decision to align with the outsiders. Humph. Morong Yen was livid. You wretched cur. Do you not remember that you are a citizen of the eastern wilderness? Hold. The man's demeanor darkened. Morong Yen, have you forgotten? Suddenly, before him appeared a shadow. Who are you? The individual possessed an audacity that seemed unperturbed by the heavens or the earth. Step aside. Guhan, he declared, revealing his identity. Did you just mention that those prodigies are gathering in Yu Mountain City? You are Guhan. A sudden shock coursed through the man's mind, swiftly transforming into overwhelming joy. These days, those from the outer realms searching for Guhan were nearly driven to madness. Quick, prepare a congratulatory gift. The man maintained an outward calm. I shall return shortly. Aware of his own limitations, he intended to sneak back and relay the news. No need, Guhan said, placing a hand on his shoulder. The back and forth is quite arduous. I will present myself willingly. With that, he flickered briefly and vanished without a trace. Boom. Simultaneously, the man erupted into a crimson mist. Volume 1, Chapter 432. Life, Fire Serpent, Choose One. Morong Yuan's pupils contracted. He had not discerned how Guhan struck, nor could he comprehend how Guhan departed. Was the gap already this vast? Brother, Morong Yen was about to pursue him directly. Do not go. Morong Yuan intercepted her. His current cultivation far exceeds my understanding. Your presence would only complicate matters. Moreover, he seemingly possesses hidden trump cards. Predecessor, Yang Mu expressed her concern. Why did you not stop him? Morong Yuan sighed inwardly. I cannot even discern his shadow. How could I possibly obstruct him? Yu Mountain City, in stark contrast to a decade prior, had completely lost its vibrancy and liveliness. Each cultivator who arrived was exceedingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently offending certain individuals from the outer realms or their sycophants, for such a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Within the city, towards the northeast, a gathering of individuals could be seen, with faint sounds of pleading and arguments echoing. In front of a shop, 3 young men adorned in luxurious robes stood before Li Sun, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Is that truly a fire serpent? I never anticipated such a rare species in this remote locale. Brother Wang, Brother Zhou, once we meet with young Master Chong, presenting this creature would surely be advantageous. The other two's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. Today, the 3 had initially intended to attend a gathering of prodigies from the outer realms. But along their journey, they fortuitously encountered Li Sun and Yen Qi returning, hailing from the ancient Song realm. Their status was significantly inferior to that of Xiao Yang and young Master Chong. A fire serpent was an exceedingly rare species. Offering Yen Qi would not only elevate their status, but also win the favor of those from prominent families. Esteemed friends, Li Sun stammered, his calves trembling as he blurted out, Yen Qi is not my pet. He is my friend. He had just returned from Zhongzhou and was blissfully unaware that the prodigies from the outer realms were convening in Yu Mountain City. During his return journey, wishing to showcase the northern landscape to Yen Qi, he had deliberately traversed through Yu Mountain City, only to unexpectedly encounter these individuals upon entering. What nonsense! Scoffed the Wang youth. Whether friend or pet, treasures of nature rightfully belong to the worthy. Rare creatures and extraordinary species are no different. What merit or capability does a mere native like you possess to claim such a being? Enough with the idle chatter. The young man of the Zhou surname wore an expression of impatience. Choose, your life or the fire flood dragon. In the distance, among the onlookers, many recognized Li Sun's identity, including several disciples from the Qixia Academy. Witnessing the dignified head of the Qixia Academy being bullied to such a state, a sense of sorrow filled their hearts, reminiscent of the lamentation for a fallen comrade. Today it was Li Sun. Who would it be next? Would they be next in line? If this were 10 years ago, the head of the academy would have surely cowered, perhaps even offering Yen Qi's hands in a bid for personal gain. However, the more time he spent with Guhan, the less daring he became. Guhan, a prodigy from beyond the realm, was formidable in every sense, not to mention the terrifying protector, the old blind man. At this thought, he gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve. Friend Yen Qi is dear to me. I shall never surrender him to you. I am a man of principles. Why must you outsiders be so unreasonable? He decided to take a gamble. If he won, he could secure a bright future with Gu Xianfeng. If he lost, he would not lose. I, Li Sun, have always enjoyed good fortune and have never lost a bet. Li Sun. Yen Qi's eyes grew moist, nearly spilling tears. You are the most loyal friend I have ever known. I will certainly cherish our friendship. With a bitter smile, Li Sun replied, had I not brought you to Yu Mountain City, none of this would have transpired. His words were sincere. At that moment, the young man of the Zhou surname could no longer contain himself. His extraordinary cultivation erupted, unleashing a powerful aura that forced Li Sun to pale and retreat. Brother Zhou, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by the initial young man, Chun, who stepped in. There is no need for such hostility. We hail from the ancient Song realm. It would not reflect well on us if we were labeled as unreasonable by a group of natives. Turning to Li Sun, he asked, do you believe I am unreasonable? Indeed. Chen chuckled. I have purchased this fire flood dragon. Li Sun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for his intentions, and instinctively retorted, I am not selling. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared before him. It was the young man Chun, with cultivation at the extraordinary 7th level. In an instant, he waved his left hand, sending a powerful force towards Li Sun. Li Sun, caught off guard, prepared to defend himself, only to realize that the strike was a feint. With a flick of his right hand, Chun delivered a drop of liquid into Li Sun's mouth. Li Sun froze. Was that extraordinary substance? Though it was but a drop, it was undoubtedly extraordinary material. 100 drops of extraordinary substance. Chen smiled. How about this for your fire flood dragon? Is that a fair price? Indeed. The young man of the Zhou nodded. For someone like you, a native with mediocre talent, 100 drops of extraordinary substance would take you a lifetime to refine. Today, you have stumbled upon a great bargain, and yet you do not express gratitude? Li Sun's face flushed crimson. There are not 100 drops. There isn't even a single drop. Humph. Chen's expression darkened. You claim there are none, do you? The extraordinary substance has already been consumed by you. How can you prove there are not 100 drops? The items have been provided. The reasoning has been articulated. Yet how could a mere native dare to create such turmoil? My cultivation. Li Sun seethed with indignation. There has been no change. I have a solution. The young man of the Guang clan spoke leisurely. Let us dissect your flesh and soul, every inch of your being, so we may thoroughly inspect whether you have concealed the extraordinary substance without refining it. If you have not hidden it, then perhaps Brother Chen has misjudged. And the three of us shall apologize to you, and we shall no longer demand the fire flood dragon. He fixed his gaze intently upon Li Sun. Do you dare? Dissect my body. Yan Qi's voice was filled with fury. How could Taoist Li survive such an ordeal? I care not. The young man of the Guang clan chuckled softly. To prove your innocence, one must naturally pay a price. Are you toying with me? Li Sun trembled with rage. He realized he had been manipulated throughout the entire affair. Disgusting. Shameless. A pack of miscreants. He cursed within. He considered himself not one to be overly concerned with reputation. And he had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Yet compared to these three, he felt like a model of purity and goodness. What of it? The young man of the Chun clan chuckled. We are strong. You are weak. Weakness is a sin. Should you be stronger than us, you could easily toy with us. 3 options. The young man of the Guang clan smiled broadly. Either compensate us with 100 drops of extraordinary substance, or surrender the fire flood dragon to us, or dissect your own flesh to prove your innocence. In truth, there was a trace of cruelty lurking in his gaze. I am quite eager to see whether you truly possess 100 drops of extraordinary substance within your flesh. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. Some disciples of the Qixia Academy tightened their fists, their faces etched with indignation. Li Sun was tormented by conflicting thoughts. Compensation? He could not afford it. Innocence? What use is that? They merely wish for his demise. Should he feign submission? Yet, it seemed that Gu Xianfeng did not favor the indecisive. Taoistly, just as he was in turmoil, Yan Qi slowly ascended from his head, his voice somewhat choked. You are a friend of Yan Qi. I shall not allow you to perish. I will go with them. You must seek out a senior or the Guang prince. Yan Qi's innocence caused a tremor in Li Sun's heart, and he found it difficult to look at him. Seeing Yan Qi volunteer, the young man of the Chen clan was immensely satisfied, casting another glance at Li Sun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You insignificant native, how dare you oppose me? Since I have grown weary of this farce, it is unnecessary to leave you alive. Boom. With this thought, he sneered coldly, his aura surging in an instant. Poised to eliminate Li Sun on the spot. What are you doing? Yan Qi's eyes reddened in an instant. You are not keeping your word. I have already agreed to go with you. Why must you still attack Taoist Li? Humph. The young man of the Guang clan scoffed. When did we say we would let him go? Did anyone hear that? It's over. A chill washed over Li Sun's heart. These rascals do not follow the rules. Everything is at an end. This is too much. And at that moment, a sudden rebuke rang out. Volume 1, Chapter 433, Apologies. I am merely toying with you. Who is it? The crowd was taken aback. Following the voice, they beheld a young man clad in blue, striding forth with a somber expression. It was none other than Xiaoyang. He had no interest in the gathering whatsoever. After being slighted by Guhan, he decided against visiting the Fengwu courtyard. While wandering the city today, he chanced upon this scene. Unfamiliar with Li Sun, and even less so with Yan Qi, he felt a profound disdain for the trio's behavior, compelling him to step forward. Master Xiao? The expressions of the three shifted slightly. What brings you here? Killing is but a mere nod of the head. Xiaoyang glared coldly at them. Do you find it amusing to humiliate and toy with him? You have brought shame upon our ancient Song realm. If one were unaware, they might assume we are nothing but a band of thieves and ruffians. His scathing words left the trio looking somewhat sullen, yet they dared not retort. Master Xiao, the young man of the Chun clan, forced a smile. Why speak on behalf of a native? I simply cannot stand it. If you seek the fire flood dragon, we can. If I desire it, Xiaoyang interjected sharply. Do I need your assistance? The Chun youth, repeatedly interrupted, grew increasingly irate. Master Xiao, you have heard. This man has taken our 100 drops of extraordinary material. A considerable treasure, even for us. This matter is far from over. The youth of the Guang clan chimed in. If Master Xiao insists on meddling in our affairs, we will have no choice but to summon young Master Chong to seek justice. Damn it. Xiaoyang was incensed. It is precisely because of your ilk that the red-clad fairy must have the worst impression of our Tsang realm. We had little chance to begin with. And now it is utterly diminished. 100 drops? He had completely forgotten about Li Sun and Yin Qi, directly confronting the three. I will repay him, if you dare to demand it. Humph. The Qin youth's expression darkened. Since Master Shao is willing to stand for a lowly native, we have no qualms about demanding what is rightfully ours. At that moment, a faint voice resonated once more. Predecessor. Yin Qi's eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Xianfeng. Li Dayuan was overjoyed, instantly revitalized. Li Sun. May fortune favor the bold. With a swish, as the words fell, a figure appeared before them in an instant. It was Guhan. It is you? Xiaoyang was taken aback, his expression shifting as he hastily transmitted a message. Brother, why do you still dare to show yourself? If I do not reveal myself, Guhan narrowed his eyes. Should I let them bully you to death? Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. Was this individual, along with the dragon, allied with this brother surnamed Gu? Perhaps they ought to invite Qian Lao to intervene and protect this Gu brother. This might leave a favorable impression on the red-clad fairy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Humph. The Qin youth cast a disdainful glance at Guhan, muttering about yet another impudent native. Speak then. Guhan paid him no heed. What is the situation? The combat prowess of Master Li was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Ascended Realm. With great fervor, he recounted the events without omitting a single detail. So that was it, Guhan realized. They intended to dissect your flesh to ascertain whether you possessed extraordinary substances? Senior. Yin Qi cried out in despair. Their actions were utterly excessive and despicable. Indeed, Master Li, now brimming with energy, leapt joyously, exclaiming, They want to see me perish. This is no trifling matter. Although ensnared in a dire predicament, Master Li had never contemplated betraying his companion Yin Qi. Not to dissect the flesh? The young man, surnamed Qin's gaze darkened. How would he prove his innocence? No need for proof, Guhan suddenly chuckled. Isn't it merely 100 drops of extraordinary substance? I shall return it to you. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and tossed a jade vial to the young man surnamed Chun. During the fierce battle with Lingya, he had sustained severe injuries and broken through, depleting much of his extraordinary substance, while also reserving a considerable amount for Anan. At that moment, he had merely a little over 100 drops left, just enough to settle his debts. What? Master Li was taken aback. Li Sun, the renowned opportunist, hadn't he flinched. Yet Guhan had shown signs of yielding first. Gu Xiang, his heart bled profusely. Is he truly offering it? Indeed, Guhan's expression was earnest. He was indeed offering it. Master Li instantly deflated, utterly devoid of spirit. It was indeed so. On the opposite side, the trio cast a glance at the jade vial, which contained over 100 drops of extraordinary substance, more than they had demanded. Merely a native, how could he possess such a bounty of extraordinary substance? Doubts swirled within the trio's hearts. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang sensed that Guhan's reaction was peculiar, but upon contemplating his current predicament, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he wished to resolve matters amicably? You lot. He deemed it necessary to lend Guhan a hand, to salvage at least his own reputation in Fengxi's eyes. Having acquired the goods, why not depart? The trio hesitated. Extraordinary substances were indeed valuable, yet they paled in comparison to what Yin Qi possessed. However, with Xiaoyang present, they were reluctant to completely sever ties. Let us go. Exchanging glances, the trio swiftly reached a consensus. They would seek out young Master Chang. How could they allow the fire dragon, this aberration, to escape unscathed? Halt. At that moment, Guhan spoke once more. Robbery. What? Everyone was taken aback. Could you repeat that? The young man, surnamed Chun, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Guhan as if he hadn't quite comprehended. Robbery. Guhan fixed his gaze upon him, reiterating, hand over all valuable items, starting with the extraordinary substances, half-saint medicines, and saint medicines. Are you toying with us? Indeed, Guhan nodded, his expression one of utter nonchalance. I am strong. You are weak. Weakness is a transgression. If you were stronger than I, you could surely toy with me. This very phrase had been uttered by the young man, surnamed Qin, moments earlier, yet now Guhan returned it to him verbatim. Xiaoyang was left speechless, astonished at this unexpected turn of events. Truly, Master Li was once again invigorated. The familiar Gu Xianfeng has returned. The native, the young man with the surname Qin, fixated his gaze intently on Guhan. You shall pay for. But before he could finish his sentence, The space trembled for an instant, and a flash of light coursed through, revealing a gaping wound of blood on the Qin youth's body. He stared blankly at the wound. Disbelief etched across his face. Am I injured? Who did this to me? Hurry up. Guhan's expression remained impassive. My patience is limited. If you refuse, you shall perish. This native is no ordinary individual. The young man surnamed Wang immediately sensed something amiss. He has concealed his cultivation, he began to say, but before he could complete his thought, he too let out a shriek as yet another flash of light appeared, and a blood hole manifested on his own body. You. Guhan turned his gaze toward the young man surnamed Zhou. I will comply. The Zhou youth, witnessing the gaping wounds on his companions, realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. He quickly prepared to appease. Whatever you desire, I shall. Yet before he could finish, a blood hole appeared on him as well. I told you. He gritted his teeth against the pain, glaring fiercely at Guhan. I will give you what you seek. This is more equitable. Guhan elaborated. I am merely being fair. Hiss. Xiaoyang inhaled sharply. This familiar style has returned. The Zhou youth glanced at the wound on his body, nearly bursting into a tirade. Fair? You dare call this fair? You deserve it. This is the consequence of your arrogance. The spectators found immense satisfaction in witnessing their plight. Boom, boom. At that moment, 5 overwhelmingly powerful auras subtly descended upon the crowd's awareness, 5 figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Even before their arrival, the sheer pressure of their presence left everyone gasping for breath. The 3 individuals felt a surge of elation. Their protector had come. Chapter 434. I enjoy debating with the dead. Let us see how you perish. Casting a glance at Guhan, their eyes brimmed with resentment and cruelty. In their hearts, Guhan was merely a native, and being harmed by a native was an unbearable humiliation, the most unacceptable fate. Capture Guhan. He must endure a fate worse than death. A protector? Guhan gazed toward the horizon, slowly closing his eyes. I have one too. The 3 scoffed derisively. What nonsense. A mere native, deserving of a protector? Xiaoyang's expression shifted slightly. He promptly sent a message to Elderly. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures had reached the sky above, and simultaneously, the small white sword within Guhan's consciousness trembled momentarily, exuding an unparalleled sharpness that flashed through the air. Old native. Young master, do not panic. What is this? Who is this master? 5 simultaneous cries of anguish rang out. The 5 had scarcely revealed half their faces, not uttering a single word, before they completely vanished, transforming into a downpour of blood that rained down upon the earth. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Xiaoyang was bewildered. The 3, pale-faced, stared blankly at the crimson rain from above, their minds swirling with questions. Where are they? Where is my protector? Although not hailing from a prestigious lineage, yet even the least skilled of the 5 guardians possesses a formidable 5th level of the sacred realm, while the most accomplished among them stands at the pinnacle of that realm. Guardianship. Their faces were barely revealed, and yet they vanished? Was it all for naught? Ha ha. The esteemed lordly chuckled heartily within. This is precisely it. Truly, if not for the presence of several disciples from the Qixia Academy around, he might have disregarded decorum and leapt up in joy. At that moment, however, the figure of Elder Qian descended beside Xiaoyang. Second young master, this. He cast a glance at Guhan, his face filled with astonishment. Though it was but a fleeting instant, as a master of the Ascension realm, he could sense that overwhelming sword intent more acutely than anyone else. Moreover, he was quite familiar with it. It belonged to that old blind man from the forbidden area. He had encountered it before and remembered it vividly. Upon voicing his speculation, Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This brother Gu is actually connected to that individual? Within the realm of consciousness, the small white sword vanished for merely a moment before reappearing, poised in the air and effortlessly dispatching the 5 guardians of the sacred realm. Remarkably, Guhan felt no diminishment in the sword intent. Indeed, he mused inwardly, the old man was correct. When confronting foes of this caliber, to engage personally would be beneath his dignity. Regrettably, he glanced at the blood rain. The old man's sword was far too powerful, leaving nothing in its wake. Continuing, he withdrew his gaze and turned back to the 3. Where were we? Fairness. Lordly, ever perceptive, aptly reminded them. And what follows fairness? Robbery. Lordly astutely guessed Guhan's thoughts. Guhan regarded him with approval. This man was exceedingly adept. Surrender your belongings. Encouraged by Guhan's endorsement, Lordly invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, began to take the lead, eager to avoid giving Gu Xianfeng further opportunity to speak, lest it lead to their doom. Elder Qian fixed his gaze upon Li Sun, blinking in disbelief. Where did such a gem come from? Taking a deep breath, the three of them dared not resist further, each one presenting their storage rings. They had no choice but to comply. With the guardians absent, how could they continue to play? Absent. Guhan glanced at the trio. Everything is within. The fire of resentment and bitterness ignited in their eyes, their hearts seething with unfulfilled vengeance as they silently vowed that once they escaped this peril, they would ensure Guhan paid dearly. Very well. Guhan nodded. Gentlemen, let us proceed. What? The three were momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Guhan provided no time for their reactions. With a subtle shift of his form, he appeared beside the young man of the Wang clan, extending his right hand to grasp the air. In that fleeting moment, 49 strands of grand sword chi coalesced in his hand, forming an ethereal long sword. Kill! With a thunderous shout, the sword, faintly glimmering with bloodlight, descended instantaneously. You, uft! The young man of the Wang clan barely managed to utter a syllable before his body was cleaved in twain. Though the man was dead, the long sword, its momentum unabated, in an instant surged forth with a swifter velocity, arriving before the young man of the Zhou clan, where it erupted, transforming into 49 streams of sword energy. Before he could even react, they pierced through him, rendering him akin to a sieve. With a sweeping motion, Guhan leisurely approached the Qin youth. Streams of grand sword energy coalesced in his grasp, and as he stood merely 3 feet from the Qin youth, the sword in his hand had nearly materialized into a solid form. With a subtle lift of his arm, the sword's tip pointed directly at the center of his forehead. In the interest of fairness, Guhan offered an explanation. You must join them. You lack integrity. The Qin youth exclaimed, his eyes aflame with rage. We agreed that if we presented our storage rings, we would be released. Did I ever utter such a promise? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Gu Xianfeng. Li Sun's countenance turned stern. I swear by my honor that you have never spoken such words. Yen Qi, the honest little dragon, pondered and shook his head, replying, Senior, you indeed did not say that. The Qin man was utterly shattered. These words were merely echoes of what they had just conveyed to Li Sun. Enough. Guhan chuckled softly. Let us not keep them waiting too long. As his words fell, the long sword in his hand compressed to its utmost. A flash of crimson light erupted, and a sword mark suddenly appeared on the Qin man's forehead. Thud! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Gulp! Xiaoyang swallowed hard. So powerful. So terrifying. Second young master, Qian Lao's gaze was much more discerning than his, and his expression was somewhat complex. This individual is remarkable, judging by his demeanor. He should be a sword cultivator, yet he has not wielded a sword at all. Xiaoyang was struck with awe. He suddenly recalled that whether during the last encounter or this one, he had never seen Guhan's sword. How formidable would he be if he possessed one? Remarkable. Qian Lao chuckled ruefully. His cultivation is merely at the 7th stage of the extraordinary realm. Yet even if the eldest young master were to arrive and engage him in combat within the same realm, it would likely be unfavorable. Indeed, Xiaoyang feigned comprehension. Most likely, my elder brother would be defeated. No. Qian Lao glanced at him, inwardly questioning the source of his confidence. He will perish. Xiao brother at this moment. Guhan approached him. I have a favor to ask of you. How courteous. In the presence of Guhan, Xiaoyang appeared so humble that even Qian Lao felt a pang of sympathy. Second young master, this is not the occasion for your presence. Xiao brother. The gathering you mentioned that day is today, correct? Indeed. I would trouble you, Xiao brother, to guide me, so this native may properly admire the talents of these extraordinary beings from beyond the realms? Gu brother, Xiaoyang blinked. What is this? My sister has been captured by them to serve as a maid. Her disposition is gentle, and I intend to keep an eye on her to prevent her from being bullied. A sudden jolt raced through Xiaoyang's heart. Gu brother, you need not worry. Guhan's smile was warm. I am not one to relish slaughter. I prefer to engage in reasoned discourse. Yen Qi secretly shook his head. After 10 years, the senior remains as charming as ever. Reasoned discourse? Xiaoyang instinctively glanced at the 3 corpses not far away, a bitter smile gracing his lips. They may not be very receptive. No matter. Guhan's smile grew even more gentle. In truth, I prefer reasoning with the deceased. They do not challenge me. Xiaoyang. Volume 1, Chapter 435. Whom does who rely upon? Rui Building. as the most renowned edifice in Yu Mountain City, had long been occupied by those extraordinary beings from beyond the realms, becoming a temporary refuge. Due to their presence, Rui Building had already closed its doors, no longer bustling with the lively scenes of yore. Even the surroundings of Rui Building had turned desolate, with few daring to pass by. Boom, boom. Inside the 9th floor, roars, howls, and cheers resounded incessantly, accompanied by tremors that made the entire Rui Building quiver, as if on the verge of collapse. On the 6th floor, in a tranquil chamber typically reserved for guests, the various managers and overseers wore expressions of deep concern. Alas, the conflict rages on. If this continues, our Rui Building will be utterly ruined. I truly wonder where these extraordinary beings hail from. They are tolerable enough. One manager scowled with great resentment. Our modest resources are beneath their notice. Yet those sycophants have already drained a significant portion from Rui Building. While speaking, a voice from a nearby attendant interrupted. The rascals on the 7th floor are once again demanding spiritual medicine resources. Infuriating. The manager cursed vehemently. They are insatiable. The last 3 floors of Rui Building had long been claimed by outsiders. The 9th floor was occupied by those prodigies, the 8th by their followers, and the 7th by local cultivators who had defected to the foreign realms. Just like that rogue heading to the Morong family, these outsiders disdained such trifles. Yet here they are, coveting them. In recent times, they have made requests for resources under various pretenses, each demand growing more extravagant and precious than the last. Give it. At the main seat, Wei Fang's expression remained impassive. Whatever they desire, grant it to them. The master waved dismissively. After today, these extraordinary beings will likely depart for Zhongzhou. Resources can be replenished. We must not provoke them over trivial matters and invite calamity upon Rui Building. Sighs of resignation echoed among the crowd. It appears we have no choice. Master. Before long, another individual came to report. An outsider has arrived, and his status seems rather significant. He is accompanied by Dean Li. Li Sun. Wei Fang furrowed his brow, a hint of mockery in his tone. He has returned? This fence-sitter, if he does not ally with the foreign realms. That would be truly unusual. Let us go greet him. And remember, Li Sun values his dignity. Whatever he says or does, we must endure. A moment's patience will lead to calm. This turmoil shall surely pass. As a half-demon, his position was indeed precarious. The demon race did not acknowledge him, nor did the human race regard him as one of their own. Even though he had allied himself with the Wanhua sacred land in the past, he was never truly respected. He had long cultivated a disposition capable of bending and yielding. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he instantly donned a cheerful countenance, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Ha! Before even seeing the person, he let out 3 hearty laughs. Unbeknownst to me, which extraordinary talent from beyond has graced my humble abode, elevating it to newfound brilliance? Before I could finish my thoughts, 3 individuals entered, among whom was Guhan. He paused for a moment, internally lamenting. The once unruly and audacious figure who dared to confront the likes of Chu Guang and challenge the sacred land, fearless and defiant, has now sought refuge in foreign realms? Yet, contemplating Guhan's circumstances, I found solace in understanding. He is merely a victim of circumstance. The backbone of our northern territory has been completely shattered. While I lament, my smile grows more gracious. Might I inquire your esteemed name, illustrious one? I am Wei Fang, here to pay my respects. No need for that. Xiaoyang dismissed him with indifference. Humph. Such sycophantic flattery is beneath me. Wei Luzhu. Guhan instead paused to return the gesture. It has been many years. Yet you remain as impressive as ever. Not at all, Wei Fang quickly reciprocated. You too, young brother. Oh, Xiaoyang was taken aback. Gu, do you know him? Indeed. Guhan nodded. Wei Luzhu is a man of great integrity. He once rendered me significant assistance. The pill he procured, though acquired through the blood and flesh of a great demon, was obtained during a time when his own cultivation was still modest. Wei Fang did not impose on him nor leverage this matter for coercion, leaving him with a favorable impression. Wei Luzhu, I see. Xiaoyang's demeanor transformed dramatically. No need for formality. My brother Gu and I shall ascend alone. TSK. I misjudged the situation. If Gu speaks highly of his integrity, then he must truly possess it. I have always held such individuals in high regard. Gu. He gestured, lowering his stance. After you. From his actions, Wei Fang even detected a hint of humility. Gasp. A sudden realization struck him. Something is amiss. who truly hails from the foreign realms. Wei Luzhu. Li Deyuan approached him, exuding an air of detachment. I did not expect that you would forge a bond with Vanguard Gu in your earlier years. Huh. Today, having encountered him, your Rue-Yi Lu is assuredly preserved. You. Wei Fang was perplexed. You did not seek refuge in foreign lands? Who do you look down upon? Li Deyuan was incensed. I, Li Sun, am steadfast and unyielding. How could I ever commit such an act of betrayal against my dignity? Vanguard Gu, wait for me. He began to speak, but saw Guhan moving away. He hurriedly followed, then turned back to warn Wei Fang. Such slanderous words should not escape your lips again. Wei Fang, in his heart, cursed. Damn it. What reputation do you, Li Sun, possess? Within the 9th chamber, a resounding roar erupted. Within a 100-foot radius of the barrier, a fearsome, scaled behemoth of the demon race bellowed, bloodlust flashing in his eyes as a colossal crocodile-esque phantom loomed behind him, lunging ferociously at a golden-haired figure opposite him. Ah! The figure shouted in anger, crossing his arms to shield himself. However, he was merely at the 3rd level of extraordinary cultivation, while the barbarian towered at the 8th level. With the impact of the phantom crocodile, he coughed up blood, his form crashing violently against the barrier, causing the earth to tremble. The entire Rue-Yi building trembled. Dian. Outside the barrier, a young girl from the ape clan, round-faced and radiant as a full moon, cried out in despair, her eyes filled with worry and concern. Worthless. Not far away, a young man suddenly spoke, his tone laced with fury and darkness. Truly useless. He sat upon a jade chair, his stature towering over others, with tight-fitting garments that emphasized his muscular physique. Behind him stood several young men and women, along with their followers. Changwei. Nearby, a young man with a refined appearance chuckled, a look of self-satisfaction upon his face. Is this the so-called celestial bloodline you spoke of? It is nothing remarkable. That semi-sacred herb of yours, I am certain to claim it. Brother Hua, what do you think? As he spoke, he cast a glance at another young man of calm demeanor. Boring. The Hua youth remained expressionless. We are here today to discuss how to vie for the longevity fruit in the matter of the golden list of the Great Path, not for your duel. Do you not realize that those truly formidable individuals have long gone to that so-called Central Dao Palace? We can hardly compare to them. Like Chang Wei, these two also sat on jade chairs, with many people standing behind them. The 3 chairs formed a triangular formation. Aside from them, a group of maidens stood at a distance by the entrance of the 9th floor, too intimidated to utter a word. Worthless. Chang Wei appeared oblivious. His eyes filled with cruelty and murderous intent, fixated on Dian, who was severely injured within the barrier. If you dare cause me to lose, you know the consequences. In the midst of his words, he impatiently glared at the ape clan girl. Behind him, a follower immediately understood, sneering as he swiftly approached the ape clan girl and struck her with a vicious blow. A scream pierced the air. The ape clan girl was sent flying, blood spewing forth, her life hanging by a thread. Xiaoro. Within the barrier, Dian's eyes widened in rage, unable to even focus on the bald giant's assault. His gaze locked on Chang Wei. If he loses, she will perish. Chang Wei suppressed the turmoil within him. Do you remember? His agitation stemmed not solely from the duel. His brother, Chang Jun, had been slain by Guhan, and for days now, he and the young men and women behind him had been searching for Guhan. Yet today, there was still no news, as if he had vanished into thin air. Each time he thought of this, his anger and murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Volume 1. Chapter 436. Chang Wei, born with divine strength. Roar. Inside the barrier, the bald giant, seeing Dian distracted, felt a surge of joy and lunged at him once more. Die. Without hesitation, Dian ignited a trace of his celestial bloodline. His hatred for Chang Wei was undeniable. Yet his concern for the safety of the ape clan girl overshadowed it. In an instant, a phantom began to rise behind him, taking on a human form, exuding an aura of ancient power. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided once more. With great determination, the youth bearing the surname Hua cast a glance at Dian, a look of astonishment crossing his features. To ignite this bloodline could result in grievous injury at best, or even a fatal outcome at worst. It seemed that although the people here were somewhat weakened, they possessed a fierce spirit. Bang! Bang! The resounding clamor reverberated continuously, causing the Rui Tower to tremble increasingly. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. It was Dian, bloodied, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, teetering on the brink of madness. He clung desperately to the bald man, while the ethereal shadow behind him relentlessly gnawed at the colossal crocodile's apparition, voraciously consuming it. Indeed, a flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the youth bearing the surname Hua. Fortuitously, disaster had brought unexpected fortune. Humph. The brutality within Chong Wei slightly receded as he cast a sidelong glance at the youth who had wagered against him. Gao Su, your triumph is premature. Ultimately, I shall prevail. At that moment, the ethereal shadow devoured the last remnants of the crocodile's apparition, sending the bald man crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes wide with terror and despair. Master, save me, he cried out. You wretch. A cold glint flickered in Gao Su's eyes as he waved his sleeve, directly undoing the restraints. Is your life worth as much as a half-saint herb? As he spoke, he produced a jade talisman, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and crushed it with force. Master, no. With the shattering of the talisman, the bald man exploded into a mist of blood. Well done. Chong Wei regarded the blood-soaked Di and with a frigid tone. It appears you are not entirely worthless. I will kill you. Dian's eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty light as he lunged at Chong Wei in a frenzy. True to his nature, he would rather die than be anyone's servant. However, since Chong Wei had captured the ape clan maiden, Xiao Rou, he had reluctantly acquiesced. Now, witnessing the beloved on the brink of death, he could no longer restrain himself. Consumed by a singular desire to slay Chong Wei. Impudent. A follower behind Chong Wei prepared to intervene. Stay back. A flicker of savagery crossed Chong Wei's eyes. As the pent-up fury accumulated over days erupted in full force. Let me stretch my muscles. Boom. The air crackled as he spoke. His profound cultivation at the 9th level exploded forth, his muscles swelling rapidly, tearing his garments asunder. You fool. Gao Su glanced at Dian, a look of disdain upon his face. Chong Wei is endowed with divine strength. How could a mere creature of your ilk possibly contend with him? No sooner had the words left his lips than Chong Wei's fist expanded, growing to 3 or 4 times the size of a normal man, imbued with boundless might. And it struck Dian, who was hurtling towards him. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. The ethereal shadow behind Di and shattered instantaneously, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Dare to defy your master? Chong Wei coldly regarded Dian, who was coughing up blood. Soon, you shall experience what it means to wish for death. You have lost. He then turned his gaze to Gao Su. Where is the half-saint herb? Present it. Chong Wei. Gao Su shook his head. I have a suggestion. Would you care to listen? What? Unable to bear the loss. Not at all. Gao Su smiled. Your brother, Chong Jun, was murdered by someone named Guhan. So many days have passed, and have you yet to locate his whereabouts? This is none of your concern. I shall assist you. Gao Su glanced behind him, his gaze piercing. Our guardians can also be mobilized to aid you in the search for Guhan's trail. Moreover, we can offer a substantial reward for anyone who can provide information regarding him. Indeed, under the lure of generous rewards, brave souls shall emerge. Relying on our efforts may prove less effective than enlisting the help of these locals. A commendable plan, Chong Wei pondered. If we can find him, this wager will be rendered null and void. Suddenly, from among the distant line of maidens, a strikingly beautiful woman stepped forward, gathering her courage to speak. Is the promised reward truly legitimate? Oh, Gao Su raised an eyebrow. Do you possess information about Guhan? I do. Speak. Chong Wei fixed his gaze upon her. If you can provide useful information, whatever you desire shall be granted. That woman hesitated for a moment, then, biting her lip, pointed to someone beside her. Her name is Yang Lan. She shares a close bond with Guhan. He has taken great care of her. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan's complexion turned ashen. Senior sister, why, junior sister? Another female cultivator expressed disbelief. You and Yang junior sister are like sisters. She has helped you immensely and even saved your life during trials. How could you betray her? Among the maidens, the majority hailed from the Yuqing sect and looked down upon the woman's actions. I did not wish for this. She cried. Why should senior sister Moro, senior brother shun, and even the grand elder favor her, indulging her? Why must I toil endlessly to earn resources while she enjoys such privileges? I want to rise above. I want to grow stronger. Jealousy flickered in her eyes as she bit her lip. This is my only chance. You. The female cultivator's expression turned to one of indignation. To betray your own sect is utterly shameless. Get away, Chong Wei roared, causing the female cultivator to spit blood repeatedly before fainting. He then fixed his gaze fiercely on Yang Lan. Where is Guhan? I do not know. Yang Lan shook her head. I do not know him at all. With a swift motion, a pale-faced female cultivator appeared before her, gripping her neck with a vengeful glint in her eyes. Speak quickly, or I shall kill you. This female cultivator was the one who had been gravely injured by Guhan's slap that day, and naturally, she harbored deep resentment. Yang Lan's face flushed crimson. I truly do not know him. She lies. The woman who betrayed Yang Lan seemed to have made up her mind. She told me herself that her brother is dead, and Guhan treats her like a sister. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan closed her eyes in despair. Wretched woman. The female cultivator tightened her grip. If you do not speak, I shall make your existence a living hell. Not far away, a youth of the Hua family frowned slightly, yet he remained silent. Damn those locals. Seeing Yang Lan's resolute silence, the malice in the female cultivator's eyes intensified. Do you really think I am powerless? Before she could finish her words, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped her. A murderous intent. Who is it? Chang Wei and the others' expressions changed as they swiftly turned toward the entrance of the 9th level. At that moment, a figure darted past, so swift that the three could scarcely discern it, and landed directly before the female cultivator. It was Guhan. Cough, cough. From a distance, Dian caught sight of Guhan, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He has arrived. You are all in for a calamity. Is it you? The female cultivator's expression brightened. How dare you show yourself? Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Guhan had already seized her by the throat, lifting her slowly. Elder brother Chang. A flicker of terror crossed her eyes as she struggled to speak. Save me. Who are you? Chang Wei's expression turned cold. Release her. Guhan cast an impassive glance at him, tightening his grip slightly. Poof. In an instant, countless tiny sword energies whirled incessantly, and the female cultivator was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 437. With me here, do not fear. He then shifted his gaze directly to the traitorous female cultivator who had betrayed Yang Lan. Great sir. Under Guhan's piercing gaze, the cultivator's face turned ashen, and she staggered backward. He is, poof. A flash of light surged forth. Her head, rife with a blend of elation and terror, was instantly severed. Brother Gu. Yang Lan was left in a state of shock. With me here, do not fear. Guhan glanced at her, his eyes, once filled with chilling intent, now softened with a hint of warmth. Yes, in Yang Lan's view, Guhan at this moment seemed to merge with Yang Ying, reminiscent of her childhood when. Whenever she was bullied by members of the Yang clan, Yang Ying would always stand before her, uttering the same reassuring words, do not fear. With me here. Though Yang Ying was gone, Guhan remained. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart. She fought back tears and gently assisted the female cultivator who had bravely spoken up for her. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Li Sun also arrived at the 9th level. Upon witnessing Guhan, Xiao Yang's heart trembled. So powerful, so terrifying. Oh, Li Sun sighed. While Yin Qi lamented, the last time the senior was this furious was when he was with that fairy. He is that Guhan. Behind Chang Wei, the remaining 2 survivors from that day spoke in unison. It is him. He killed Chang Jun. What audacity. He has come to our doorstep. The others echoed, gazing at Guhan as if he were a dead man. Is it you? Chang Wei glared fiercely at Guhan. You killed my brother? Swish. Guhan remained silent, the warmth in his eyes transforming once more into a frigid, killing intent. His figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared among the crowd. What do you intend to do? Poof. Poof. In an instant, 49 streams of grand sword energy erupted forth, exuding an unparalleled sharpness, and descended upon the assembly. An indiscriminate attack. Whether followers or celestial prodigies from beyond the realm, none would be spared. Pierced completely into a sieve by the sword energy, this individual possesses a formidable killing intent. The young man of the Hua clan narrowed his pupils, realizing the overwhelming strength exhibited. He is doomed. Gao Su's eyes narrowed coldly as he gazed at Guhan. A mere native daring to slay a person from the ancient Song realm, no one could save him. Even if he sought refuge with Xiao Yang, it would be futile. Huh. Xiao Yang cast a disdainful glance at him. Who does he think he is? Seeking my protection? Does my stature accommodate such a request? He couldn't be bothered to elaborate. Damn it. Boom. Boom. The muscles on Chang Wei's body visibly swelled once more, his garments shredding into strips hanging from him. His explosive physique gleaming a bronzed hue, with flickers of red light coursing through. Brother Gu. Xiao Yang couldn't help but remind him. This Chang Wei has awakened the bloodline of the ancient giants, possessing innate divine strength. Xiao Yang. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chong Wei's eyes. You, a member of the ancient Song realm, dare to ally with this native. Once I deal with him, I will settle the score with you. Very well. Xiao Yang responded nonchalantly. Survive first, then we shall see. Native. Chong Wei turned his gaze towards Guhan, his eyes brimming with ferocity. You killed Chong Jun. I will make you regret being born into this world. Boom. As he spoke, he stomped heavily, causing the 9-story Ru-E tower to tremble, collapsing significantly. His right fist swelled to nearly 5 or 6 times its original size, distorting the space around him as it descended violently towards Guhan's head. At that moment, Guhan suddenly produced a pitch-black longsword. Hiss! Xiao Yang and Li Sun exchanged glances, swallowing hard. He is wielding a sword. Flash! A thunderous roar erupted. Guhan remained motionless as an invisible layer of sword energy enveloped him, the longsword cleaving towards Chong Wei. In an instant, the once empty longsword surged forth, manifesting an exceptionally solid sword aura, extending several zhang, its edge sharp enough to nearly rend space itself. What? Chong Wei's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he brought his fists together, guarding tightly before him. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword aura collided with his arms. Boom! Under the immense force, the ground beneath Chong Wei suddenly caved in, plunging him down to the 8th floor. Boom! Boom! With each resounding crash, his figure continued to descend, plummeting to the 7th floor, then the 6th, as he faltered. Guhan's form subsequently vanished. On the 1st floor, Wei Fang remained standing, utterly perplexed. Perhaps this extraordinary talent from beyond the realm possesses a disposition unlike others, a humble individual who treats others with respect, thus his courtesy towards Guhan? Yes, it must be so. Bang! Just as he believed he had uncovered the rationale, the ground shook violently with a tremendous noise, causing the entirety of Ru-E Tower to tremble. Looking up, he beheld a youth, his body brimming with explosive muscles, standing amidst the chaos, his arms trembling. Blood dripping incessantly, nearly half of his form submerged into the ground. Oh! A shiver ran through him. Is this not the extraordinary talent from beyond, Chong Wei? Why boom! Rumbling thunderously. As I pondered upon this scene, I beheld the fierce glint in Chong Wei's eyes. With a surge of crimson energy enveloping him, he abruptly ascended into the air. Bang! Just as he soared 3 zhang into the sky, a sword aura, solidified to its utmost degree, descended from above, striking him once more. Accompanied by a cry of anguished fury, Chong Wei's figure was completely engulfed by the ground, wide fissures spreading outwards. And the entire Ru-E Tower could no longer withstand the strain, beginning to collapse in an instant. At that moment, Guhan landed at the edge of the deep pit, his sword flashing as he pointed it at Chong Wei. Innate divine strength? My little brother, he said, as Wei Fang's face turned pale with shock. He never anticipated that all this commotion was the result of a battle between Guhan and Chong Wei. Master Wei, Guhan said impassively, I apologize. I will compensate you for the losses incurred by Ru-E Tower. Wei Fang could only manage a bitter smile. Whether you'll compensate or not, given that strike just now, I would need the courage to demand it. Rumbling. At that moment, Ru-E Tower completely crumbled. Li Sun safeguarded Yang Lan and the other women, while Dian struggled to carry the fainted young girl of the ape tribe. The figures of the young man surnamed Hua and Gao Su emerged one after another. Coughing in the pit, Chong Wei spat blood, his wrath replaced by a flicker of terror. He could not comprehend how an indigenous person could possess such formidable strength that filled him with despair. 2 strikes had directly robbed him of more than half his combat prowess. He suddenly regretted sending all his guardians away, leaving him utterly unprotected now. As the dust gradually settled, upon witnessing Chong Wei's state, Xiao Yang could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, old Qian had spoken the truth. If his elder brother were to engage Guhan on equal ground, he would surely perish. Coughing Gao Su. At that moment, Chong Wei turned his gaze toward Gao Su in the distance. Help me, consider it a debt of gratitude. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Su agreed. Not only was Chong Wei's favor immensely valuable, but he also harbored a particular disdain for Guhan, a native he had always looked down upon, only to discover that this very individual was far stronger than he. This realization left him with a profound sense of disparity, akin to believing someone to be a beggar, only to find out they were considerably wealthier, a most uncomfortable and humiliating feeling. Enough. He glared at Guhan, his expression devoid of emotion. You have slain so many. It is time to cease. Guhan cast him a sidelong glance. And you are? You need not concern yourself. Gao Su retained his haughty demeanor as one of the extraordinary talents from beyond the realms. I command you to halt. Otherwise, your demise will be exceedingly gruesome. From the sidelines, the young man surnamed Hua glanced at Guhan, hesitating for a moment, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Do not speak. Xiaoyang silently conveyed. Trust me, this matter is not for you to meddle in. Otherwise, your end will be most tragic. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded, swallowing back the persuasive words he had prepared in his mind. Xiaoyang had some rapport with him, and he was confident that the other would not act without reason. Guhan fell into a momentary silence, casting a glance at Yang Lan, who stood beside Li Sun, and at the crimson mark adorning her neck. He furrowed his brow slightly. She was his sister, his most beloved sister, and she was also my sister. She is alive. Gao Su could not comprehend his words. Your demeanor is excessively aggressive. Indeed, she is thriving. What of your sister? You have slain her brother, a mere native, incapable of discerning right from wrong. Should you dare to act further, your sister may indeed meet her demise. Observing this, those behind Gao Su began to voice their thoughts. They were filled with confidence. What of Guhan's strength? They had their protector. A single command could render this Yueshan city, and even the entire northern wilderness of Dongwang, devoid of life. Suddenly, Guhan laughed. His smile grew ever more radiant, yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He cast a glance at Chong Wei, lying at the bottom of the pit. Indeed, it is far easier to reason with the dead. Boom, as the sound echoed. The invisible sword energy surrounding him condensed to half an inch, the blade's light flickering ominously, taking on a faint crimson hue. Simultaneously, a formidable aura of killing intent firmly locked onto Chong Wei. Gao Su. Chong Wei's heart sank in terror. Quickly, save me. Eliminate him. Without hesitation, Gao Su and his companions swiftly communicated with their protector, then commanded the death of his sister. Finally, cleanse this place. Previously, we had shown too much mercy to these natives. Boom, boom. At the sound's conclusion, waves of overwhelming power surged forth, racing towards this location. It is over. Wei Fang felt a chill run through him. We are doomed. Kill. Meanwhile, Guhan's long sword had already reached Chong Wei. Chong Wei appeared frenzied, his muscles swelling once more under the shadow of death, instantly unleashing a strength far exceeding his previous limits, gripping Guhan's long sword tightly. You dare to kill me? Thud. The light of the sword's tip surged forth, piercing directly into his brow. Crack. The spark of life vanished from Chong Wei's eyes as his robust arms fell limply to his sides. At this moment, the protectors of Gao Su and the others had all arrived. 4 in the Ascension realm, 8 in the Saint realm. Slaughter them. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Gao Su's eyes. None shall be spared, save for those from the ancient Song realm. I desire this place to become a desolate wasteland. This is excessive. The young man of the Hua clan furrowed his brow deeply. We have come to seek opportunities, not to engage in slaughter. There are so many living beings here. Gao Su sneered. Brother Hua, you are being excessively compassionate. These mere natives can hardly be considered living beings. Disobedience must be met with death. Today, we establish the rules. Xiaoyang contemplated for a moment, then pulled the Hua youth aside at a distance. What are you doing? You are standing too close. You might get splattered with blood. Suddenly, the sky above Yueshan City shifted in hue as wind and thunder clashed. A formidable and overwhelming sword intent enveloped all present, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. What is this? In an instant, whether it is Gao Su or the group of guardians about to take action, they all gaze upward. Yet, there is nothing in the sky. The origin of the anomaly lies within Guhan. His expression remains serene as he gradually approaches Gao Su and his companions. A small white sword, merely 3 inches in length, hovers at his brow. Though diminutive, the sword radiates an aura of despairing sword intent. Alas, Yan Qi casts a glance at the dazed Yang Lan, filled with deep sentiment. Having an elder brother is truly a blessing. Unfortunately, I, Yan Qi, am the sole inheritor of the Yan lineage and lack such fortune. Yan Qi, my friend, muses Li Dian, I, Li Sun, have lost my parents at an early age and have always been alone, devoid of kin. If you do not mind, I would like to forge a bond as sworn brothers. Absolutely, I would be delighted. Yan Qi exclaims, overwhelmed with joy, swiftly bending before Li Sun. To be able to form a brotherly pact with you, Li Dao Yu, is indeed a privilege for me. Second brother, big brother. The two share a glance, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Xiaoyang feels no envy. Brother? What a joke. My brother has never cared for me, nor has he ever stood up for me. And he often beats me. At this moment, one of the feathered ascendants speaks, his tone dry, hinting at potential misunderstandings. Today, Guhan glances at Gao Su. Let us establish the rules. Buzz. As his words resonate, the small white sword quivers momentarily, appearing to move, yet seemingly remaining still. In an instant, the guardians find themselves frozen in place. Poof! Without a sound, their forms disintegrate, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that drenches Gao Su and his companions. Did you see that? Xiaoyang glances at the youth with the surname Hua. If I had not intervened, wouldn't you be drenched in blood? The Hua youth remains silent, yet a similar thought arises within him. Too powerful. Too terrifying. Boom. Not far away, Guhan's figure flickers again, landing beside Gao Su and his companions, as 49 strands of grand sword energy descend once more, swiftly reaping their lives. In the blink of an eye, only Gao Su remains, his heart filled with profound regret for his earlier rashness. Apart from Xiaoyang, no one could have anticipated the overwhelming sword intent Guhan possessed. One should always leave a thread of mercy. Who knows what the future holds? Poof! The long sword descends instantaneously. The 49 strands of blood-tinged grand sword energy converge at a single point, piercing through his brow. Thud! The lifeless body collapses to the ground. Among the onlookers, those local cultivators who had allied with the outer realms turn ashen. It's over. Their pillar of support has fallen. Guhan gently closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, the crimson light has vanished. He pays no heed to the others. Without their support, the glory they once basked in will soon turn into desolation. Thank you. At this moment, the severely injured Dian approaches, cradling the young ape girl, his face imbued with gratitude. I, Dian, owe you a life. Had it not been for Guhan today, my fate would have been dire. Instinctively, Guhan glances at the ape girl. Her fur is indeed lush. What are you doing? Dian becomes alert. I acknowledge that Xiao Rou is indeed beautiful, and you have saved me, yet matters must be distinguished clearly. I would willingly give my life for you, but you must not harbor any intentions toward Xiao Rou. Guhan's expression darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Dian with his sword. Brother Gu, Xiaoyang approached cautiously. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual, Hua Xing, a true disciple of the Jiuxuan sect from the ancient Song realm, unlike Chong Wei and the others. Hua Xing's brows furrowed. Xiaoyang, have you no backbone? Just because he is powerful, must you stoop so low? A true disciple? Guhan glanced at Hua Xing. Are you also a prodigy? Not at all. Hua Xing trembled slightly, feeling diminished. In the presence of Brother Gu, how could I claim to be a prodigy? You are the true prodigy. TSK, Xiaoyang scoffed. Hua Xing, it seems you are also one who flatters others. I, Xiaoyang, hold you in disdain. Guhan chose to ignore him, casting a sidelong glance at the deeply bonded Li de Yuanzhu, who, in an instant, understood and hurried off to gather the spoils of battle. These outsiders were indeed extravagantly affluent. Brother Gu, Yang Lan approached, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you. For what? Guhan's brow furrowed. In his absence, you are like my own sister. No one shall bully you. Moreover, this situation arose due to my actions. So do not speak such words again. Indeed. Yang Lan nodded. Brother Gu, will you remain in the northern realm? Not for long. Guhan shook his head. I will soon journey to the central continent. But do not worry. The northern realm is temporarily safe. Focus on your cultivation within the sect until I return. Before he could finish, a fragmented chant suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Huh. Everyone instinctively looked up. Who is reciting scriptures? Chapter 439, Master. Is it too late for me to take refuge? In the desolate border of the northern realm, the radiance of the Buddha illuminated the sky, with the sound of Buddhist incantations swirling around. 3,000 ethereal Buddhas, their faces adorned with compassion, chanted the scriptures harmoniously. What was once a desolate land now radiated a sense of tranquility and serenity under the Buddha's light. Old bald donkey. Suddenly, a voice filled with frustration and a hint of despair interrupted the peaceful atmosphere. Stop reciting. Gazing at the composed old monk across from him, hands clasped in prayer. Zhong Yu's eyes burned red, teetering on the brink of collapse. For over half a month, he had traversed from the western desert into the forbidden grounds. only to be sent back to the eastern wilderness by the old monk. Throughout this ordeal, the chanting had not ceased for a moment. Run, but I cannot escape. Fight, yet I am no match. He felt as if he were being driven to madness by the relentless monk. Master, he implored, looking at the softly chanting monk. A flicker of desperation in his gaze. Could you cease the recitation? Upon hearing this, the old monk uttered a single Buddhist chant, and the chanting paused momentarily. Mph, you are burdened with deep sins. Then kill me. Zhong Yu's eyes were crimson. Master, a monk does not take life, the old monk replied. What should I do? I will heed your every word. Zhong Yu's eyes blazed with desperation. Do you acknowledge your wrongs? The old monk inquired. I was wrong. Zhong Yu admitted fervently. Would you be willing to repent? I am willing. I am willing. The old monk remained silent for a moment. The monk does not believe you. With that, the chanting resumed once more. Zhong Yu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Damn that old bald donkey. I am utterly at my wit's end. Even if I were to perish today, I shall ensure your demise. With a thunderous roar, the dual-hued light of crimson and azure erupted anew from his form, coalescing into a more substantial talisman than ever before, as if fueled by desperation. Old bald donkey, he growled, his face contorted with fury, hands raised in defiance, teeth clenched. I will annihilate you. The very fabric of space began to shatter under the force of his wrath. The talisman descended swiftly upon the head of the old monk. Mph, the monk murmured, invoking the sacred name. Among the 3,000 illusory Buddhas, one likeness resembling the old monk stepped forth, lifting its hands with grace. And an overwhelming radiance of Buddha light surged forth, cradling the talisman with unwavering strength. The chant of scripture continued uninterrupted. Benefactor. The monk pondered for a moment before offering a few words of explanation. There is no need for such urgency. To us, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. You need only endure for another 999 years, 11 months, and 9 days. Silence. Zhong Yu, driven to madness, retaliated fiercely. I command you to be silent. With explosive force, the air resonated with deafening booms, and the talisman, now riddled with cracks, shattered completely beneath the overwhelming Buddha light. Zhong Yu's complexion turned pale, the vigor in his stance faltering. The monk hesitated for a fleeting instant before delivering the most piercing blow. You must also account for an additional 7 hours. Old bald donkey. Zhong Yu's madness intensified, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. You wish to save me? Dream on. I shall slaughter every being in this realm. Let us see how you will save them. With that, he vanished in a flash, the dual energies of crimson and azure swirling around him, temporarily dispelling the encroaching Buddha light as he raced toward the heart of the northern territories, where humanity thrived. Alas, the monk lamented, shaking his head. The benefactor has delved too deeply into madness. A millennium may not suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance. As the chant grew clearer, the distant horizon revealed ethereal figures of Buddhas. Though far away, the resonant sounds of their teachings swiftly calmed the turbulent emotions within the hearts of the people, fostering tranquility and peace. Old bald donkey, watch me obliterate them all. Suddenly, a voice filled with madness and brutality rang out. Boom. In the next instant, a figure wreathed in the dual luminescence of crimson and azure emerged into view. Zhong Yu himself. Yet, even before he approached, an immense and oppressive aura descended upon the crowd, suffocating them with its weight. In silence, two figures materialized behind Xiao Yang and Hua Xing, guardians of the two. Elder Qian and a middle-aged man stood resolutely. Ascended realm. The two exchanged glances, their expressions grave. In such a remote location, where even extraordinary beings were scarce, the emergence of two ascended, especially one being a rare practitioner of the Buddha's teachings, was astonishing. Boom. At that moment, the tension escalated. The invisible sword aura emanating from Guhan suddenly erupted, a wave of overwhelming murderous intent flashing across his previously tranquil gaze. In an instant, he surged skyward. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, sensing that Guhan's current state was somewhat amiss. It was not only him. Even Yin Qi and Li Sun detected a hint of abnormality. Having spent considerable time with Guhan, they had never witnessed him so unhinged. Evidently, that middle-aged man seemed to harbor some grudge against him. He chuckled softly. What misfortune for that man to have incurred Guhan's wrath. The middle-aged man wholeheartedly agreed. Guhan's sword intent had transcended their comprehension. It was beyond mere ascension realms. Even the most powerful in the ancient Song realm would likely perish beneath that sword intent. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at Hua Xing, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, his true disciple was not one to act with such arrogance. Being humble was far preferable to becoming embroiled in a bloodbath. His thoughts were remarkably clear, perhaps clearer than anyone else's. It was him, Zhongyu, that wretched creature. Guhan's heart brimmed with murderous intent, his cultivation surging to full capacity. Within mere breaths, he beheld Zhongyu's figure across from him, closely followed by the elderly monk. That wretched creature, that little beast. Naturally, Zhongyu had long since recognized him. It was indeed him. Were it not for that little beast, how could Master's plan have failed? How could he have endured the incessant chanting of that fly behind him for over half a month? In this moment, his murderous intent was no less than Guhan's. I shall slay you. Boom. In an instant, a whirlwind of dual-colored light, red and blue, spiraled from him, coalescing into that very symbol, ready to descend upon Guhan. Master. The monk's voice was tinged with urgency. Quickly dodge. As he spoke, a spectral figure of a Buddha, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him, stepped forth, its holy light surging forth to intercept the symbol with unwavering resolve. Old bald donkey. Zhongyu's expression twisted into a snarl. This little beast shall die today. No one can save him. Zhongyu proclaimed. Boom. As he spoke, the dual-colored symbol solidified further. Damn you. With the thought of Mo Chun-in's soul still ensconced within the Bodhi seed, without any means to rescue her. Guhan's eyes blazed crimson, his murderous intent boiling over, nearly erasing all rationality. I will exterminate you first. Boom. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a tiny white sword, merely 3 inches in length, manifested just above his brow. Buzz. As if sensing the murderous intent within him, the small sword quivered lightly, its blade taking on a faint hue of crimson. In that instant, Zhongyu's dual-colored symbol shattered into countless fragments, no longer to exist. You. He glared fiercely at Guhan. Where did this sword intent of yours come from? You will die before I tell you. As Guhan's murderous intent intensified, the red hue on the small sword grew ever more pronounced. Master. Zhongyu's expression shifted abruptly as he turned to face the old monk. His hands clasped together in a gesture of sincerity and humility. I, Zhongyu, fully recognize the weight of my sins. Today, I wish to embrace the path of Buddhism. Is it too late? In the first volume, chapter 440, Fate and Fortune, only the old monk decides. The old monk glanced at Guhan and softly recited a Buddhist phrase. Benefactor, do not allow murderous intent to dominate your mind. It will hinder your future cultivation. As the sound of the Dharma resonated, the crimson hue in Guhan's eyes gradually faded, and the small sword regained its pristine whiteness. Master. Guhan's voice was somewhat hoarse. You wish to protect him? Zhongyu will undoubtedly kill. Even the Buddha cannot stop him. However, the old monk had a debt of gratitude towards him, a profound one. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment, and naturally did not wish to drag the monk into this murky situation. Master. With keen insight, Zhongyu discerned the significance of the old monk in Guhan's heart. His expression grew even more sincere. Master, the Buddha said, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Today, I wish to turn back. As a venerable monk, would you accept this lost soul? The old monk cast a glance at Guhan. Pausing in silence for a moment. The Buddha only saves those with fate. Zhongyu was overjoyed. Fate, indeed. I have a special connection with the Buddha. You have pursued me, chanting scriptures for over half a month, striving to guide me. This is not fate? Master. He secretly sighed with relief. What keen insight. I truly have a connection with the Buddha? Where lies this connection? Zhongyu was momentarily taken aback, not quite comprehending. Master, what do you mean? If you claim to have a connection with the Buddha, present it for the old monk to see. The old monk fixed his gaze upon him, his expression tranquil. Zhongyu was bewildered. Present it? How can I present that? How the hell can I do that? It seemed the old monk expressed regret. Benefactor, you are fated with the Buddha no more. The Buddha does not save those without fate. Zhongyu was utterly dumbfounded. You say there is fate, and so there is? You say there is no fate, and thus there is none? The Buddha is yours, but you act this way. Does it befit your status as a transcendent cultivator? Old bald donkey, old rogue, old scoundrel. He inwardly cursed the old monk profusely. Predecessor, Guhan, now fully aware of the old monk's intent, took a deep breath. Gratitude evident on his face. "Thank you." With that, the white small sword trembled slightly, and a subtle, yet overwhelming sword intent instantly locked onto Zhong Yu. The old blind man's power was unfathomable. As he said, "Here, no one had the right to compel him to draw his sword. Merely a glance at another could seal their fate, even if it was just a wisp of sword intent." And even though Guhan had not truly drawn his sword, Zhong Yu's physical form could no longer withstand it and began to slowly crumble. "Master." His face pale, he looked toward the old monk, his eyes filled with desperation. "I have understood. I repent. I truly have a profound connection with the Buddha." "Benefactor," the old monk reiterated. "Words alone hold no proof. Present it for the old monk to see." Zhong Yu fell silent for a moment, utterly broken. "Damn it, old bald donkey. Are you toying with me? You have followed closely behind me for over half a month, like a fly incessantly reciting scriptures, and now you dare to claim there is no fate? Beside me." Guhan gradually urged forth his sword intent. He could have taken Zhong Yu's life in an instant, yet he refrained. He had vowed to repay the despair and suffering endured by Mo Chen 100-fold. This was merely the beginning. Alas! The old monk cast a glance at Guhan, silently sighing. Zhong Yu possessed formidable cultivation, yet his resolve was lacking. To watch oneself slowly descend into death, powerless to resist, was a torment far greater than the agony of a swift demise. It was tenfold, 100-fold more painful. I was wrong. With a thud, the esteemed ascendant cultivator knelt in an instant. "Please, spare me. I too mourn for junior sister Mo. Those actions were commanded by my master. I did not wish for them." Throughout it all, Guhan merely channeled his sword intent, remaining silent. Gradually, Zhong Yu lost his feet, his legs, and ultimately his torso, leaving only his head. "Is it painful?" Guhan suddenly inquired. Zhong Yu instinctively nodded. "Her suffering," Guhan sighed, "is your 100-fold." As his words fell, Zhong Yu's head was instantly obliterated by the sword intent, leaving behind a mere 3-inch figure trembling in midair. When a cultivator reaches the sacred realm, they can transform their soul into a divine spirit. The divine spirit is indestructible, thus it cannot be deemed true death. Guhan observed him, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his gaze. "It should be resilient enough to withstand torment, shouldn't it?" The small figure shuddered. He suddenly felt that the ordeal he had just endured was nothing compared to what was to come. Despair and suffering had only just begun. Indeed, Guhan's subsequent words plunged him into utter hopelessness. There are many methods for soul refinement. Senior Yan, a master of the demonic path, should be well versed in this art. I must seek his counsel later. "No." The small figure wept bitterly. "Just kill me. Grant me a swift end. I beg you. In return, I shall reveal a secret. A secret regarding Lingya. Not interested. Truly." The small figure swore earnestly. "This is the greatest secret of the old thief Lingya, and his most significant scheme. It is 10 times more vital than his plans concerning junior sister. You must believe me. If you wish to avenge junior sister, this is the way to proceed." Guhan paused in silence for a moment. "Speak, and if it proves useful, I shall grant you a swift release. You must first promise me." "Enough." Guhan's expression remained impassive. "I shall seek Senior Yin instead. I shall speak." The small figure had no choice but to comply, and upon hearing this, he dared not conceal anything further. "I am not actually the master's eldest disciple. Before me, he had taken several disciples, all of whom mysteriously vanished for unknown reasons. On one occasion, I inadvertently uncovered his secret. What you see is Lingya." As he spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his expression. Yet it was merely the surface. A fleeting shadow of anguish and struggle suddenly crossed his eyes, and his very spirit began to crumble at an alarming rate. The old monk sighed, for the man had long been ensnared by a binding within his soul. "Master," Guhan exclaimed with urgency, realizing that what Zhong Yu spoke of likely pertained to the most profound secrets of Lingya, secrets of greater significance than even the mysterious Yin energy. Alas! The old monk sighed once more, reciting the name of the Buddha. A soft, milky light of Buddhist radiance instantly enveloped Zhong Yu's spirit. "Master, you are truly cruel." Even so, the pace of Zhong Yu's spiritual disintegration only slowed marginally. Under the weight of that malevolent binding, he remained destined for complete annihilation of both body and spirit. The ancient Song realm seemed to comprehend that his time was nearly up. With great difficulty, he turned to fix his gaze intently on Guhan. "Tai Hao's secret," he uttered, and with those final words, his spirit shattered entirely. Yet, in that moment of dissolution, his eyes suddenly calmed, casting a profound glance at Guhan. That gaze was unmistakably from Lingya, familiar to Guhan. In the next instant, Zhong Yu's essence vanished without a trace, never to return. Volume 1, Chapter 441, Master, a Skillful Fisher. Meanwhile, in the outer realm, within the forgetting emotion sect of the southern sky, a serene and elegant stone chamber held a man and a woman seated opposite each other, engaged in earnest conversation. The man, in his middle years, possessed a refined appearance, exuding grace and a gentle demeanor, his gaze imbued with a hint of fondness. The woman, aged around 18 or 19, rivaled even Feng Xing and Mo Chun-in in beauty, particularly with her pair of eyes, which sparkled like crystal-clear springs, devoid of any impurities, radiating an unparalleled purity that dissuaded anyone from harboring deceitful thoughts. Suddenly, the man paused, casting a glance into the distance. "Master?" The woman spoke softly, her voice like the tinkling of spring water, clear and enchanting. "What is it?" "Nothing of consequence," he replied, withdrawing his gaze and looking at her with affection. "Just a minor incident. It is of no importance. Do not let it distract you. Focus on solidifying your cultivation." "Yes, master," she responded, her eyes flickering momentarily before she obediently nodded. The man seemed oblivious to her subtle reaction, maintaining his gentle expression, though a hint of peculiarity flashed in his eyes. Over half a month prior, a fragment of his soul had been severed, and just now, Zhong Yu had triggered the hidden bindings he had left behind. Who could it be? He glanced at the woman engrossed in her cultivation and suppressed his impulse to investigate personally. The cost would be too great, and the matters at hand were of utmost priority. Donghuang, ancient Song realm? Guhan furrowed his brow, pondering the connection between Tai Hao and Lingya. Soon, he dismissed the thought. Regarding matters of the ancient Song realm, he could inquire with Xiao Yang for clarity. "Master," he respectfully performed a deep bow. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance." His expression of thanks was genuine. "Benefactor," the old monk clasped his hands together. "Did that Bodhi seed prove beneficial to you?" "Without it, I would have lost the most precious of treasures," Guhan replied. "Indeed," the old monk smiled. "This object is indeed fated with you, and you share a connection with the Buddha, who has the Bodhi seed truly aided. The process is of little concern. What matters is the outcome. If it can assist others, that is the finest result." Sigh. Immediately, he let out a light sigh. The old monk lamented his insufficient cultivation, realizing he had momentarily succumbed to anger and ignorance, even speaking untruths. What a transgression. "Master," Guhan expressed a hint of curiosity. "Were you initially planning to guide him?" "Indeed." "Then why does it take a millennium to enlighten that benefactor?" Guhan suddenly grasped the implication. Did that mean he believed guiding Zhong Yu was a waste of time? "Master," after pondering, he inquired further, "I sense he cannot truly contend with you." "Alas." The old monk's expression grew solemn. "Benefactor, do not speak recklessly. As a monk, I am sworn against taking life." Guhan was momentarily stunned. "Does this mean you cannot take a life, so you handed him over to me?" The master is indeed a person of sentiment. He harbored doubts. Had the old monk not taken refuge in Buddhism, he would surely be a person of bold and straightforward resolve. "I understand now," Guhan sighed in resignation. "You were deliberately saying that just now?" "Benefactor," the old monk replied earnestly, "it is not I who declares this. He is indeed without connection to the Buddha. If the Buddha does not guide him, I am also powerless." "Alas, what a transgression." Guhan's lips twitched. "Is it not you who determines connections, or lack thereof? After all, the Buddha belongs to you. Master, you truly cast your line skillfully." The old monk glanced westward and chose not to elaborate further, refraining from inquiring about the origin of the sword intent. "I have pressing matters, and may we meet again if fate allows." "Master," Guhan felt a stirring in his heart. "I wish to pose a question for your guidance." "Please, benefactor, speak." "The celestial demon is naturally devoid of emotion. Is there a chance for it to transform into a sentient being?" The old monk gazed deeply at him. "There is indeed such a possibility. Please teach me, master." Guhan was overjoyed, bowing once more. He had not anticipated that a solution to what even the old blind man did not know would emerge from the monk's lips simply by chance. "Fate." The old monk uttered a single word. Guhan was left bewildered. "Master, could you elucidate your meaning further?" "I do not comprehend." "Ha ha." The old monk chuckled, his robe swaying as he strode away, leaving behind a phrase that seemed to harbor profound mystery, yet bore no practical utility. When the law of fate manifests, all things become possible. Upon speaking, he gently swayed and vanished from sight. Guhan's face had darkened considerably. Communicating normally with this master was far too laborious. Upon returning to Mountain City, Master Li excitedly presented over 10 storage rings, having already counted their contents. Aside from some peculiar resources, what truly captured Guhan's attention were over 900 droplets of extraordinary material and 7 stalks of semi-holy medicine. It was somewhat lacking. Guhan expressed his dissatisfaction. Are the celestial prodigies from beyond the realm so impoverished? Not even a single stalk of holy medicine? Brother Gu. Xiaoyang felt insulted and made a point to explain. Our primary purpose for coming this time was the matter of the golden list, so naturally, we did not bring an abundance of resources. Indeed, Hua Xing nodded in agreement. Moreover, the sacred elixir contains fragments of the Tao, which are exceedingly precious even to us. Naturally, no one would dare to bring them out. Guhan nodded, no longer entangled in this matter. After some contemplation, he presented a portion of extraordinary materials to Wei Fang as compensation for the losses incurred by his Rui Tower, while also expressing gratitude for the matter concerning the pill from years past. Wei Fang was elated. To him, the value of 10 Rui Towers could not compare to these extraordinary materials. Pondering further, Guhan also bestowed 3 storage rings upon Li's son. The meaning was clear. After his departure, Li, the courtyard master, was to discreetly deliver them to Yang Lan and the Murong family. As for the remaining ring, it could serve as a reward for Li's diligent efforts. Beside them, Xiaoyang and Hua Xing were left dumbfounded. The method of distributing spoils was executed with such finesse and ease. Could he be a habitual offender? Brother Gu, Xiaoyang cautiously inquired, are your usual cultivation resources, acquired in such a manner? Not entirely. Guhan shook his head. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he may have misjudged Guhan. After all, who could rely solely on theft for their cultivation resources? Perhaps about 90%. Guhan offered a more moderate estimate. Hiss. Xiaoyang and Hua Xing exchanged glances, instinctively drawing back the hand that bore the storage ring. Indeed, it was theft. He must have engaged in this practice numerous times. How could he possibly compare himself to such a person? Brother Xiao, recalling the words of Zhongyu before his demise, Guhan felt a stir within. You hail from the ancient Song realm. Are you aware of a sect known as the Taihao Ancient Sect? Xiaoyang blurted out, in the ancient Song realm. The Taihao Ancient Sect is the sole superpower. Brother Gu, how did you come to know of it? Just something I overheard, Guhan replied vaguely. Is the Taihao sect truly that formidable? Just overheard? The two exchanged skeptical glances, yet deemed it inappropriate to press further. Brother Gu, Hua Xing mused. It is not merely formidable. The Taihao Ancient Sect's status in the ancient Song realm is akin to that of your central Dao Palace here, perhaps even surpassing it. Moreover, the sect leader, Gu Chun, is the only one in the ancient Song realm to have reached the realm of freedom, transcending the sacred, ascending to flight. And embracing freedom represents 6 levels of cultivation. The ascension realm signifies that a cultivator can break through the barriers of the world and transcend constraints. As for the freedom realm, as the name suggests, it implies that a cultivator can navigate through perilous voids without restriction. Regarding the realm of freedom, it grants the ability to traverse the void independently, crossing from one realm to another without reliance on ancient paths or portals, though the distance between realms must not be too great. Upon hearing this explanation regarding the Taihao sect leader, Guhan appeared contemplative. Surely, he must possess extraordinary capabilities? Naturally. Xiaoyang nodded in affirmation. In our ancient Song realm, a master of the freedom realm is an absolute sovereign. Moreover, this venerable leader of the ancient sect harbors an intense aversion to evil, embodying unwavering integrity, and can scarcely tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in his eyes. Amusingly, it is precisely due to this resolute nature that he has cultivated a sworn nemesis, with whom he is destined to clash to the death. A sworn nemesis? Guhan faintly sensed he had grasped something significant. Who might it be? From the southern sky realm. It is the sage of Lingya. The sage of Lingya? Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is he? Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before responding. The sage of Lingya is also one of the formidable beings of the Xianyao realm, the leader of the emotionless sect in the southern sky realm, and furthermore, one of the 7 elders of the 7 Realms Alliance. He is known for his low profile and enigmatic nature, and very little is known about him. Ironically, his most infamous reputation stems from his discord with the ancient sect leader. However, the reasons remain obscure. It must stem from conflicting ideologies. Not far away, Elder Qian suddenly interjected. When one reaches their realm of cultivation, it is often a singular pursuit of the great path, aside from ideological disputes. I cannot fathom any other reasons. Not entirely so, the middle-aged man shook his head. I have heard that it appears the sage of Lingya provoked the ancient sect leader through some action, leading to an irreconcilable enmity between the two. However, for individuals of their stature, who seldom reveal themselves for centuries, the true cause is known only to them. Guhan furrowed his brow in silence. According to Zhongyu's words while he was alive, the secrets of Lingya are undoubtedly profound. Could it be that the conflict escalated to such lethal extremes simply because the leader of Taihao possessed knowledge of Lingya's secrets? Brother Gu, Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Why are you so intrigued by these matters? Because I wish to obliterate Lingya. Such candid thoughts Guhan would never utter, fearing it might alarm him. When there is time, I shall venture out to observe and comprehend the external circumstances. By the way, what exactly is this Seven Realms alliance you just mentioned? Xiao Yang proceeded to elucidate. The continent is, in essence, a nascent form of realms, yet to undergo complete evolution. Above the realms lies the domain, which is further categorized into large, medium, and small distinctions. The domain where the ancient Song realm resides is but a small domain, which also encompasses the southern sky, Mukin, Yuanling, and several other realms, along with numerous remote continents. For countless years, the Seven Realms have been embroiled in ceaseless conflict, with tensions continually rising, each seeking to subjugate the others, resulting in innumerable casualties. Over 10,000 years ago, Xiao Yang lamented, this situation underwent a transformation. Indeed, Hua Xing interjected eagerly. A powerful figure arrived in our humble domain, single-handedly resolving the strife, facilitating a truce among the Seven Realms, and establishing the Seven Realms Alliance. Along with a solemn vow to never engage in warfare again, this venerable elder subsequently became the leader of the Seven Realms Alliance. And the most formidable beings in the realms are now the elders of this alliance. The leader? Guhan expressed surprise. What might the strength of someone capable of commanding those of the Xianyao realm be? I do not know, Hua Xing replied, shaking his head. That leader remained for less than a millennium before vanishing into the void, never to return. However, the principles he established have endured to this day. Although there have been minor conflicts among the Seven Realms over the years, the alliance persists, and due to the vow of the Great Path, they have maintained a semblance of peace. By the way, he seemed to recall something. The esteemed leader seemingly possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon bloodline. Guhan felt a stir within. May I inquire, what is the name of that esteemed elder? It seems to be Yin Qi. Yin Qi. Guhan's heart fluttered. A descendant of the ancestral dragon, Yin Qi. Although he had never met him, he felt a strange familiarity. In the dragon mirror, the phantasmic demon he encountered was precisely the one that Yin Qi had captured long ago. Ah, indeed. He inquired further. How did your ancient Song realm come to know about the matter of the golden list of the great Tao? I am uncertain. Xiao Yang shook his head. A few months prior, the news suddenly emerged, making its source difficult to trace. Regardless, Hua Xing was unconcerned. As long as the information is true, that suffices. Fortunately, our ancient Song realm is the closest to this continent. By the time the other realms receive the news, they will be unable to arrive in time. Alas, my senior brother is away on business, thus missing this opportunity. Brother Gu, Xiao Yang mischievously added, you are unaware that Hua's senior brother is a renowned prodigy in our ancient Song realm. He even boasts an undefeated reputation among his peers. He regarded Guhan as somewhat exceptional. Whether it be Chong Wei or Gao Su, none of the prodigies he had focused on ended well. They were either vanquished or met with dire fates. Nonsense. Hua Xing's expression shifted, clearly contemplating this aspect as well. My third senior brother has never made such a claim. Yet your elder brother Xiaolang, does he not call himself Xiao Invincible? Aptly named. Invincible? Undefeated? Indeed. Guhan raised an eyebrow, piqued with interest. Hiss. The two felt a shiver, fearing their elder brothers and senior brothers would be targeted, leading to a heated argument. Bah. Your brother is the true invincible one. Bah. Your senior brother is the one who is undefeated. Qian Lao and the middle-aged man exchanged glances before turning their heads away. How could one be so cowardly? Such shame. Ha ha. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would dare proclaim themselves undefeated? Suddenly, a hearty laugh resounded. A flamboyant golden light approached rapidly from the distant horizon. Beside the golden light, there was also a five-colored divine radiance. Your Highness, Lord Chicken, Li Sun and Yin Qi spoke with immense delight. Ha ha! The plump fellow's boisterous laughter echoed once more. Hearing that the first prodigy of the eastern wilderness, Guhan, was present, I, Fu Yulin from the central continent, have come to seek counsel from Brother Gu, to see if your esteemed title of prodigy is truly deserved. As he spoke, he had already arrived within 100 zhang of Guhan. You fat fool. A twitch appeared at the corner of Guhan's mouth as he drew his sword to strike. Boom. In an instant, an unmatched sword aura surged down upon the plump fellow. Golden bell. Unfazed, the fat man joyfully bellowed. As a resonant bell toll echoed, a magnificent golden ancient bell, towering nearly 10 feet, enveloped him in an instant. Dong. The bell tolled again. The sword aura clashed continuously against the surface of the ancient bell's golden light, and the energies of both sides instantly dispersed. Even Li Sun and Wei Fang, who were of extraordinary caliber, found themselves compelled to retreat under the pressure of this energy. Visibly, the golden light of the ancient bell wavered, showing signs of imminent collapse. As they wore each other down, the sword aura, though still sharp, had lost much of its initial ferocity. A tremendous crash resounded. Both the ancient bell and the sword aura shattered in a display of formidable might. Standing 100 paces apart, one remained expressionless, while the other, with an impenetrable demeanor, was unreadable. Indeed, the portly figure nodded with feigned nonchalance, affirming the prowess of this first-rate prodigy. Guhan, however, could not be bothered with him. Hiss! Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside their quarrel. Who exactly was this rotund individual? To be able to contend evenly with Brother Gu was astonishing. The Wuxiang golden body, Qian Lao and the middle-aged man's pupils contracted, both displaying looks of profound shock. Such a physique, thought to exist only in ancient texts. It was utterly unexpected to witness it manifest on this modest continent, confirming that this truly was a realm teeming with hidden talents. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing dared not underestimate the situation. May I inquire who this Brother Fu is? Yin Qi suddenly spoke. He is none other than the King of Heaven from the great Yin dynasty, renowned for his unmatched prowess, and a man of great integrity and chivalry, a close comrade to Elder Gu. These words were heartfelt. In his Na'vi perspective, the portly figure embodied a grand and noble image. A string of illustrious titles rendered Xiao Yang and Hua Xing utterly speechless. Forgive our ignorance, they stammered. Merely commonplace. The portly fellow waved his hand nonchalantly, though inwardly he was elated. How delightful. These two fools were remarkably easy to engage with. In a brief span, the portly figure had already forged a lively rapport with Xiao Yang and the others, or more accurately, had left them in a daze. Alas, the two sighed inwardly. This Brother Fu's strength was unfathomable, yet he was so approachable and devoid of arrogance, a stark contrast to Brother Gu, who was ever so prone to violence. How they lamented not having met him sooner. At that moment, both harbored the same sentiment. Guhan, disinterested, approached Yang Lan and offered her meticulous advice. Then cast a glance at Li Dayuan. Yin Qi's simplicity was matched by Li Dayuan's astuteness. At this juncture, how could he not comprehend Yang Lan's esteemed position in Guhan's heart? Captain Gu, he declared, thumping his chest and swearing an oath, rest assured. From this day forth, I, Li Sun, shall follow Miss Yang's lead. Guhan naturally trusted him, to a certain extent. Entrusting Yang Lan to Li Sun's care was more reassuring than to Mu Rongyuan, for although Li Dayuan was indecisive, he was genuinely capable. Had he been present that day, employing various means, it was highly probable that Yang Lan would not have been taken as a maid. Portly one, let us go. With that, Guhan signaled his intent to depart. Noticing his departure, Xiao Yang and Hua Xing eagerly expressed their desire to accompany him. For with Qian Lao and the two guardians present, the journey to Zhongzhou would be swift and much safer. Guhan nodded as he shared this inclination. Very well. The portly fellow laughed heartily. In that case, I must impose upon you two suddenly silent until now. The enigmatic Zhongming finally spoke, fixating his gaze on Guhan with an unprecedented seriousness. Youngster, there are matters of import I must discuss with you, but the presence of outsiders complicates things. Understood. Guhan nodded, taken aback by Zhongming's earnest demeanor, a sight he had never witnessed before. A chicken demon? Quite rare. Brother Fu, is this your pet? Xiao Yang and his companion were momentarily stunned. Earlier, the plump fellow had stolen the limelight, causing them to unconsciously overlook Zhongming's presence. Now, hearing him speak, they were naturally astonished. Address me as Chicken Lord. Zhongming glanced at them, a hint of menace in his tone, or bear the consequences. Dream on. That's impossible. The two were filled with indignation, feeling a tinge of humiliation. This is outrageous. We hail from the ancient Song realm. We can accept being bullied, but now even a mere chicken wishes to belittle us? If this news gets back, how shall we show our faces? Do they truly believe we lack dignity? Gentlemen, Guhan interjected, appreciating their spirit. The elder who bestowed upon me the sword intent must also be addressed as Chicken Lord. Whether you choose to comply is entirely up to you. Chicken Lord. In an instant, both men shuddered, bowing deeply. What concern is dignity? A true man knows when to yield. Preserving one's life is paramount. Fortunately, our elder brother did not accompany us. Zhongming rolled his eyes, dismissing their presence. Let us depart. In a heartbeat, Yan Qi transformed into a majestic length of over 10 zhong, cradling the three of them, 2 men and 1 chicken, reluctantly casting a tearful glance at Master Li. Take care, elder brother. Take care, second brother. Master Li's eyes glistened with moisture, struggling to suppress his tears, though his lips quivered in a barely contained smile. After 10 long years, the opportunity has finally arrived. Though Wu Da and Duan Run are gone, it is still satisfying to strike the old man Morong and trample on Wei Fang. Ahem, Miss Yang. He recalled his mission, nearly letting slip the affectionate title Granny Yang. Shall I escort you back? Thank you, Master Li. Yang Lan was somewhat taken aback. In her heart, the significance of the Qixia courtyard remained substantial. You're too kind. Master Li replied with a sigh. Though my surname is Li, I was born in a place called Yang Family Village, so we may consider ourselves somewhat kin. If you do not mind, simply call me Brother Li. Yang Lan. Wei Fang's lips twitched violently. Indeed, there was a reason why others thrived better than himself. In the distance, Dian remained silent, perhaps regretting, like Zhao Mengyu, that he had not aided Guhan in the past. In stark contrast to the turmoil of the northern realm, the southern realm remained tranquil, with no foreign entities causing disturbances within the great Yin dynasty. As for the northern domain, the situation mirrored that of the south. Friend Yun, outside the War God Hall, a group of Feather Transformation Realm protectors and foreign prodigies politely bowed to Yun Zhan. Today, we shall proceed to Zhongzhou. If there are any updates regarding the alliance leader, please do inform us. Esteemed friends, Yun Zhan returned the gesture. I must apologize for not seeing you off further. Sir, he addressed as the crowd departed. Behind him, a tall and robust young barbarian observed with curiosity. These outsiders seemed rather agreeable, devoid of any airs. Yet, a decade had passed, and he had grown into adulthood. Under the protection of Elder Tsin and the War King, he had fully seized control of the War God Palace and the barbarians in the northern region. The name Qi Yao was already known to countless barbarians. As for them, the War King shook his head, expressing that they merely feared his clan uncle. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon was exceedingly rare. Upon encountering Yun Zhan, they naturally associated him with the leader, who was also a descendant of the ancestral dragon. After some inquiries, they learned that Yun Qi was Yun Zhan's uncle, whose influence over the 7 realms was immense. Even though he had disappeared for a millennium, his lingering power remained, causing everyone to tread carefully. Where's that elder? Yun Zhan remained silent, his expression tinged with sorrow. Yun Qi was the previous master of the Dragon Mirror. Whether it was the Dragon Seal or the Dragon Mirror, once a master was recognized. Unless the master willingly relinquished it, the two would remain irrevocably bound together. Throughout their existence, no descendant of the ancestral dragon had ever voluntarily surrendered this bond. Except through death. I do not know. He sighed softly. Has the Phoenix Girl found him? In the capital of the great Yin dynasty, a few days prior, the Flame Emperor looked at Phoenix She before him and remarked with a smile. Friend, Yin has sent word that the young man has successfully weathered the tribulation of humanity and returned to the northern region. Huh. This lad has managed to keep it all under wraps. Spending 10 years to overcome the tribulation is indeed remarkable. I did not misjudge him. Mentioning Guhan brought a gentle softness to Phoenix She's face, though it was soon overshadowed by a hint of worry. I have not found him. She referred to Yin Tuesday. Over the years, she had traversed the 5 regions, yet she had not even caught a glimpse of Yin Tuesday. Do not worry. The Flame Emperor was not the least bit surprised. He has taken your seventh brother's hidden dragon physique. If he does not make an appearance, even with the dragon seal's sensing ability, it would be nearly impossible to locate him. My dear girl, you have done your utmost. Let this matter rest. But you, the Flame Emperor sighed, being burdened with the dragon seal, I must confront the curse within. However, whether he kills me or I kill him, this dragon seal will never fall into Yuneo's hands. A trace of sadness flickered in Phoenix Shi's eyes. She could discern the resoluteness in the Flame Emperor's words. In the depths of the southern wilderness, compared to over a decade ago, that mountain gate had fallen into even greater disrepair. Before the archway, Yuntu stood, hands tucked in his sleeves, maintaining a languid demeanor day in and day out. Without a sound, a figure clad in green descended before him. Yuneo. Yuntu lazily cast a glance at him. Have you restored your cultivation? About that. Good. The moment the words left his mouth, Yuntu's demeanor shifted. The languid expression vanished, replaced by boundless fervor. The opportunity has arrived. Do not rejoice too soon. Yuneo shook his head. Do not think that just because you have regained some cultivation, you could withstand an attack from the old blind man. Are you not afraid of him seeking retribution? Indeed. I am. Yuntu conceded candidly. However, time is of the essence. I have received a divine revelation. The old blind man is nearing death, and before he departs, he will undoubtedly act recklessly once more. By then, it will be too late. Now, with the golden list unveiled, visitors from beyond the realms have arrived, and the longevity fruit has ripened. This is the finest opportunity, indeed the only opportunity. As he spoke, he cast a glance into the distance, and in an instant, his third eye opened wide. In that fleeting moment, dozens of figures descended before him. At the forefront were several cultivators of the Ascension realm. Except for two hailing from the southern wilderness, the rest were all from the outer realms. Unexpectedly, Yuneo felt a pang of emotion. His clan uncle had passed away many years ago, yet his reputation remains formidable. With his own strength, he could hardly contend with so many. However, both he and Yuntu are descendants of the ancestor dragon, and by leveraging Yun Chi's name, they effortlessly lured these individuals into the divine extermination array, capturing them with minimal effort. At this moment, those protectors and celestial prodigies from beyond were transformed into the purest servants of the divine. Esteemed guests, Yuntu's gaze swept over the crowd. The deity is on the verge of revival. Your bodies, souls, and wills, all that you are, will be sacrificed to the divine. Henceforth, you shall dwell alongside the deity. This is the greatest honor. Our God, glory. In an instant, everyone knelt upon the ground, faces alight with fervor. Voices raised in ecstatic chants. And you? Yuneo's tone bore a hint of mockery. Are you also willing to sacrifice everything for your God? Of course. Yuntu replied earnestly. Everything I possess comes from the divine. If the deity demands, I willingly offer all. You may doubt anything, but you cannot question my loyalty to the divine. Yuneo raised an eyebrow. One day, I shall kill you. Your presence is the greatest defilement to the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. Likewise, Yuntu responded unfazed. I believe you lack the qualifications to collaborate with the divine. Tread carefully. When you lose your usefulness, I shall take your life as well. Upon uttering these words, the two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter, their smiles rife with unmasked malice. In the western desert, amidst swirling yellow sands, a resounding boom echoed as the earth trembled violently. A towering, six-armed Vajra wielding a demon-subduing pestle, exuding an aura of malevolence, faced numerous celestial prodigies from beyond, driving them into retreat without any capacity for resistance. Esteemed patrons. Within the Vajra, Wuxin's features contorted slightly, his eyes partially transformed into a deep black hue, as an ancient will began to awaken within him. If you do not wish to become Buddhas, then this little monk shall ferry you into demonhood. Though the western desert did not heed the cold, Wuxin was present. Initially, they reveled in their power, but soon Wuxin found them. Believing in the equality of all beings, he felt that even the celestial prodigies from beyond must be enlightened. In contrast, the celestial prodigies deemed this little bald monk to be deranged, determined to teach him a harsh lesson about his indigenous identity. What began as one-on-one confrontations soon escalated to two-on-one encounters. Subsequently, the scene transformed into one where all the celestial prodigies joined forces to besiege the unyielding figure. Yet, despite their collective might, they remained no match for him. With each strike, the unyielding one grew increasingly frenzied, his strength surging to the point where it seemed he might transcend them all entirely. Hmph. At last, a protector of the path could no longer bear to witness this. The audacity of this little monk was astonishing. With these thoughts, he prepared to act decisively, intent on erasing the unyielding one from existence. Suddenly sensing the murderous intent, the golden-headed figure turned, his eyes brimming with malice and brutality. "You too shall be transformed," he proclaimed, invoking Hmph. In an instant, a resounding chant reverberated through the air, clear as day to all present. Crack, crack. The visible manifestation of the unyielding one began to shatter, disintegrating completely. Simultaneously, the old monk materialized before the crowd. Ascended realm. The protectors felt a chill in their hearts, immediately refraining from any further actions. Master, the unyielding one displayed a flicker of struggle in his eyes. Although he had regained his wits, traces of malevolence lingered within his gaze. In a mere span of days, he had transformed from a child into a youth of approximately 13 or 14 years, and correspondingly, his fear of the old monk had diminished significantly. Unyielding. The old monk called out sharply. A spectral image of the Buddha flickered and swiftly entered the unyielding one's body. He trembled momentarily, and the malevolence in his eyes was instantly purged. With a look of remorse, he said, "Master, I apologize." It expressed a great yearning to emerge and see the world, and I could not refuse. The old monk shook his head. "Come back with me." Reluctantly, the unyielding one cast a final glance at the celestial prodigies from beyond the realm, but dared not defy the old monk's command any further. "Yes, master." Throughout the entire exchange, the old monk had paid no heed to the beings from beyond. Upon witnessing the departure of the unyielding one, the celestial prodigies collectively exhaled in relief. How bizarre! How terrifying! Although they hailed from the ancient Song realm, encountering an entity like the unyielding one was unprecedented. They had narrowly escaped complete transformation. Infuriating. One exclaimed bitterly, "Had I known, I would have preferred to remain in that place called the Eastern Wilderness." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, there could not possibly be such eerie and fearsome beings there. "Enough," one protector sighed. "Considering the time, we should set forth to that so-called Central Tao Palace. The longevity fruit is a divine treasure, unworthy of consumption by mere natives." At this, the group felt a slight alleviation of their grievances. Indeed, the golden list and the longevity fruit are not meant for mere natives. In the central region, within the Valley of Heavenly Secrets, the Master of Heavenly Secrets slowly opened his eyes and sighed. So this is the scheme of the beings from beyond. What purpose does it truly serve? No one understood better than he the origins of these celestial prodigies. They were the handiwork of Luo Wuxuang. Truly, it is real. Day in and day out, the inquiries are incessant. Just then, an enraged roar echoed from outside. During this period, many individuals came forth to verify the authenticity of the esteemed golden list, yet the enigmatic Master Tianji, feeling disinclined to make an appearance, entrusted this significant task to his capable hands. "This is Mei Yun." Master Tianji shook his head, instinctively beginning his calculations. Has his temperament become increasingly vexatious over the years? He had managed to barely restore his cultivation to the saint realm, just enough to withstand the influence of Mei Yun's abilities, and was finally able to utilize the heavenly mechanics technique to some extent. After a series of deductions, he seemed to glimpse a sliver of heavenly insight. In a flash, he materialized in the outer chamber. "Mei Yun, you may depart." "What?" Mei Yun was taken aback, his gaze dimming. "Old man, are you sending me away?" He let out a sorrowful laugh. "Indeed, it is true. I, Mei Yun, am destined to be a pariah. In this vast world, is there truly no place for me? Never mind, I shall return to guard my master's tomb." "Nonsense." Master Tianji laughed in exasperation. "If I wished to send you away, I would have done so a decade ago. Why wait until now? Then you. I have just discerned that you have an opportunity presenting itself shortly. Go forth and seek it. You are bound to reap great rewards." "Me?" Mei Yun looked utterly bewildered. "Do I truly have an opportunity? Old man, do not deceive me. I have been so unfortunate." "Huh." Master Tianji silently cursed. "Have you any idea of your own worth? Unfortunate? With your meager abilities, it is others who suffer misfortune, not you. What I say is true." Recalling the days when he was incessantly struck by lightning, Master Tianji's expression darkened. "Believe it or not, I believe. Seeing the old man's earnestness, Mei Yun's spirits lifted. I shall go seek it out immediately. I have longed to explore the world. These years have confined me. Suddenly, he remembered something. I must first visit that little chubby fellow. He hasn't come by in ages, and I rather miss him. Hee. I must give him a surprise. Chapter 445. My surname is Hao. My name is Hao Yun. Upon mentioning the chubby boy, Master Tianji felt a surge of irritation and urged Mei Yun on. Yes, you must see him. Checking the time. That lad should be at the central Dao Palace. You will surely find him there. As he spoke, fearing that Mei Yun might lose his way, he handed him a jade talisman. I cannot ascertain where your opportunity lies. Go wherever you wish without constraint. When the time is right, the opportunity will reveal itself. Very well. Mei Yun accepted the talisman, just as he was about to leave. He seemed to recall something and shouted into the distance. Han Jiaoshi, why don't we, do not come back. Wait, I shall certainly return. After 10 years, Mei Yun had transformed from an exterior of darkness to an interior of turmoil. With this thought, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he exited the Tianji Valley. Ha! Just as he departed, Han Fu rushed out in disarray, laughing maniacally. He gone. That calamity has finally left. I can finally cultivate in peace. Despite his laughter, tears glimmered in his eyes. These past 10 years, due to the enhancement of Mei Yun's abilities, he dared not engage in full-fledged cultivation. And it was only now that he barely attained the first level of the heavenly tribulation, surpassed by Mei Yun, whose talent was inferior. Cultivation, crossing the tribulation. Before the return of the plague deity, he must seize the time wisely. He muttered incessantly, as if Mei Yun's departure represented his greatest opportunity. Alas, Tianji sighed quietly. Unwilling to disturb him, he harbored doubts. If Mei Yun did not depart soon, Han Fu might truly descend into madness. 10 years. At last, I, Mei Yun, have seen the light of day again. Outside, Mei Yun felt invigorated, gazing at the most ordinary scenery with a look of sheer ecstasy. Rotund fool. Just wait. I am coming for you. The darkened version of himself certainly did not forget to take advantage of the fat man once more. With this thought, he unleashed the full power of his 5th level of heavenly tribulation and instantly soared toward the central Dao Palace. At the border of Dongwang and Zhongzhou, Yan Qi remained silent, carrying 2 individuals and a chicken, swiftly advancing, his eyes still reflecting sorrow and reluctance. Above him, the fat man stood with hands clasped behind his back, continuously offering comfort. A true man cannot display such a fragile demeanor. Today's parting is for the sake of tomorrow's reunion. You must not be so despondent, lest you tarnish your future identity as a true dragon. Thank you for your guidance, my lord, Yan Qi replied, feeling somewhat ashamed. However, after years of solitude without siblings, it was only natural for him to develop a bond with an elder brother. Leading to such emotional involvements, he worried it might amuse the lord. His nature was simple, genuinely considering Li Sun as a true older brother. Bah! The fat man inwardly cursed. That Li fellow is truly insufferable. Before leaving, he nearly succumbed to laughter, truly amusing to behold. Just as he was about to share this with Yan Qi, his body shuddered, a chill running down his spine. My lord, what is wrong? It's nothing, the fat man replied, puzzled. Just a bit cold. After some contemplation, he decided against revealing Li Sun's matter to Yan Qi, wishing to preserve the innocence and beauty in his heart, not out of kindness, but from fear of retribution. Rooster Lord, Yan Qi asked, perplexed. What exactly do you wish to tell me? Earlier, Chongming had informed him of something important to discuss, yet along the way, he remained silent, with a hint of hesitation and struggle in his eyes, which had never occurred before. Young one, after a moment, he seemed to have made a firm decision and suddenly spoke. Do you desire an opportunity? A truly grand opportunity, the kind that countless sword cultivators yearn for. Yes. Guhan did not speak, yet the fat man was already salivating, having guessed the nature of it. Chongming had waited for Guhan for 10 years, solely for this opportunity. Rooster Lord, Guhan inquired, what kind of opportunity is it? A stone, came the reply. Rooster Lord, Guhan felt a stir in his heart. Are you referring to the one-character sword steel? Chongming was taken aback. How do you know? It is that very object, inscribed with the profound principles of swordsmanship. As a practitioner of the sword, this relic is the utmost boon for you. Master Ji has bestowed it upon you. What say you? Bestow? The rotund fellow curled his lip. Master Ji, it is not that I harbor doubts about you, but where is this object? Even if it truly exists, can it simply be given as you say? Would the owner of the sword still acquiesce? Nonsense. Zhou Ming retorted furiously. It is Master Ji's possession. He can gift it to whomever he pleases without needing anyone's consent. Master Ji. Guhan was momentarily taken aback. That sword still belongs to you. Indeed. Zhou Ming replied with irritation. Years ago, Master Ji slumbered upon that wretched stone, oblivious to the fact that a fool came along and took both him and the stone away. Ahem. Now tell me, do you wish for it or not? Such a splendid opportunity. Master Ji speaks of it but once. Countless have sought it in vain. Sleeping? Guhan and the rotund man exchanged glances. Is that not merely a chicken coop? Master Ji. The rotund fellow blinked. Who is that fool? Forgotten. Zhou Ming scratched his head with a single wing. That lad later established a sect. By lineage, little Yun should address him as ancestor. Hiss. The two gasped in astonishment. Master Ji's lineage is unfathomably illustrious. Within the borders of Zhongzhou, Mei Yun flew swiftly for several hours, feeling neither fatigue nor weariness. Rather, he felt increasingly invigorated. Fortune? He was immensely excited within. I, Mei Yun, have finally encountered a stroke of fortune. Could it be the spirit of my master watching over me from above? Halt. Just as he was delightfully envisioning the possibilities, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. Immediately, a dozen figures descended, blocking his path entirely, their auras impressively dense. He could not perceive a single one. Gulp. He swallowed hard, nearly plummeting from the air. Natives. A young man cast a disdainful glance at him. I ask you, do you know the way to the central Dao Palace? I, Mei Yun, was about to deny it when he noticed a glint of cold light in the young man's eyes, suggesting that a poor response might cost him his life. I do know. His heart trembled, and he quickly changed his answer. Perfect. Another young woman, exuding an air of aloofness and arrogance, stepped forward. Let us. Upon completion of this task, there will be ample rewards. At this moment, Mei Yun understood all too well that these individuals were the celestial prodigies from beyond. Bah! Old Tianji, this is not a worthy offering. Is this what you call fortune handed to me? He cursed inwardly, wishing to confront Tianji directly. What? The young man, seeing him dazed and confused, had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. You insignificant native, are you still unwilling to lead the way? I shall. Mei Yun, with no choice, could only acquiesce. Let us proceed. The young woman wore a face of disdain. Look at how timid you appear. It is truly repulsive. Natives will forever remain inconsequential. Damn it. Externally, Mei Yun feigned compliance while internally he raged. You are the native. You are the repulsive one. To demand I lead while showing such disrespect. Bah. A pack of wretched creatures. By the way, the young man shot him a glance. What is your name? Why do you ask? The female cultivator scoffed, finding the native's name utterly repugnant to her ears. Mei Yunqi trembled with indignation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. My surname is Hao, with a single character for my given name, Yun. Good fortune? The young man raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the name with a hint of approval. Very well, lead the way, and I shall ensure you, as a native, reap your rewards. Humiliated beyond measure. Even a clay figurine would feel rage, let alone Mei Yun. Indeed. His level of resentment soared. His face adorned with a forced smile, while his thoughts seethed with curses. You look down on others. Just wait, Mei Yunqi. If I don't bring ruin upon you, I shall not honor the name my master bestowed upon me. In Volume 1, Chapter 446, The Past of Xiantian, Part 1, throughout the 5 domains. Those facing the end of their lifespans were not limited to just Fu Dahai. With the longevity fruit nearing maturity, despite its scarcity, many still harbored a glimmer of hope to reach the central Dao Palace and stake their claim. Coupled with the influx of visitors from beyond the realm, the already vibrant Central Province became even more animated. Within the boundaries of Central Province, atop Yanqi's back, Guhan and the plump fellow were utterly astonished. Even the old blind man's master appeared as a junior in the presence of Chongming. Just how significant was its origin? This was no mere chicken, but rather a chicken ancestor. Chicken elder, the plump fellow exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Pray tell, what is this supreme swordsmanship inscribed on the sword steel? This opportunity had occupied his thoughts for a decade, even more so than Guhan. Such nonsense. Chongming rolled his eyes. What others spoke of was merely their own interpretation. Only through witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp its essence. See it firsthand? Guhan's heart stirred. He recalled the old blind man's previous words, suggesting he might have a chance to behold the sword steel. Chicken elder, what truly lies upon that steel? A sword mark. A sword mark? Guhan was taken aback, never having anticipated that the legendary strongest sword, as described by the old blind man, was merely a mark. Who left the sword mark? How should I know? Then from where did this sword steel originate? It was also found. And where was it found? I've forgotten. Guhan found himself speechless. Asking was akin to not asking at all. Indeed, the chicken elder was utterly unreliable. Chicken elder, he pondered before inquiring further. Did you discover this sword steel solely due to the sword mark? Not exactly, Chongming reflected. The stone was cool and provided a comfortable place to rest. To it. Whether a sword steel or supreme swordsmanship, it was merely a chicken coop. Simple. Unpretentious. Guhan and the plump fellow felt a wave of inadequacy wash over them. Truly, the chicken elder's level was beyond their reach. The more so, the greater Guhan's curiosity grew regarding that sword steel. The sword steel. The great yin sword classic. He suddenly wondered whose swordsmanship was superior, that of the owner of the great yin sword classic or the one who left that sword mark upon the steel. Ahem. Chongming glanced sidelong at Guhan, feeling a touch of guilt. Kid, it's merely that the chicken elder takes a liking to you. Such a grand fortune. Heh. He then shot a glance at the plump fellow. For others, it's but a dream. The plump fellow's face darkened. It is often said that a dog's gaze looks down upon people, but a chicken's gaze looks even lower. Guhan wore a perplexed expression. He felt that Zhongming's tone mirrored that of the old monk, and it was likely, no, certainly, a ploy to lure him in. Master Chicken, isn't that sword steel located in the Xiantian domain? Did Xiao Yun inform you? Indeed, Guhan nodded. He also mentioned that if I ever have the opportunity to go there, I must not utter his name or yours, lest I meet with disaster. For a rare moment, Zhongming fell silent. Forget it. Suddenly, he sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Since he had stated so decisively, it was clear he was adamant about keeping you from wading into this murky water. Why should Master Chicken complicate matters further? Master Chicken, Guhan was utterly confounded. What is really going on? Young man, Zhongming did not answer directly, but instead inquired, do you know the distinction between a guardian and a protector? There is a difference? Of course. Zhongming proceeded to illuminate the disparities between the two roles for Guhan. Comparatively, a guardian bears a completely different significance than a protector. No wonder. The plump boy exclaimed, dawning realization spreading across his face. You were trying to stop me earlier. Need I even say it? Zhongming shot him a glance. A guardian observes fate. You have no connection whatsoever with Xiao Yun. I too am a sword seed. Indeed, a wretched seed. The boy suddenly recognized he had been rebuked once again. Guhan fell into a contemplative silence, as he had never fathomed the profound implications of being a guardian. There are 3 encounters. The first, to transmit the sword. The second, to save him. The third, to protect him. Master Chicken, after a lengthy pause, he took a deep breath and regarded Zhongming earnestly. Please enlighten me about what transpired back then, and why the senior has become this way. Well, this is a long story. Zhongming's eyes gleamed with nostalgia. It all began with that fool. The fool he referred to was none other than the Grandmaster of Xiantian. Before discovering the sword steel, he was merely an inconspicuous loose cultivator among countless practitioners in the Xiantian domain, dull, taciturn, and solitary, devoid of any friends or acquaintances. After gaining insights from the sword steel, he boldly established a sect centered around the sword, self-styling as the Xiantian sword sect. This name was bestowed by Master Chicken, Zhongming emphasized. Naturally, it had to be named thus in the Xiantian domain. How melodious, how imposing. Yet that fool deemed it inappropriate. What does he know? Guhan and the plump boy exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Appropriate it may be, but in the Xiantian domain, such a name is a bit ostentatious, making one prone to trouble. As expected, Zhongming's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. I don't know what happened. He scratched his head with one wing. When the sect was first established, troublemakers flocked to challenge us, insisting Master Chicken change the name. But Master Chicken refused, infuriating them. And what happened next? What happened next? Zhongming rolled his eyes. If they couldn't argue, they fought. 1 came, we fought 1. 10 came, we fought 10. For the first few hundred years. That fool was never idle, constantly embroiled in brawls. The corners of their mouths twitched. Do you not have any inkling? With that ridiculous name you chose. Being idle would indeed be a rarity. Master G, he engages in fights, and you? Sleeping, of course. Chongming, with an expression of utter nonchalance, remarks that upon awakening, he merely observes foolish battles, and when he grows weary, he resumes his slumber. How pitiable. How tragic. The two suddenly found themselves sympathizing with the esteemed Xiantian ancestor. And then, Chongming scratched his head with one wing. The fool, having become bothersome by blocking the door, simply took on a disciple to fight in his stead. This fool is rather lacking in substance. His memory is disordered. At times, he speaks in riddles, yet Guhan manages to grasp the general meaning. After accepting a disciple, the Xiantian ancestor established a unique position to ensure his apprentice could effectively fight on his behalf. The Xiantian sword sovereign. He deceived his disciple by claiming that the Xiantian sword sovereign oversees external combat affairs, asserting that only the strongest, most lethal, and most gifted sword cultivators could assume this role, ungoverned by any authority, with power surpassing even that of the sect leader, serving as a symbol of the Xiantian sword sect's prestige. Strictly speaking, Chongming felt a tinge of melancholy. This lad can be regarded as the first Xiantian sword sovereign. The first? Guhan felt a stir within. That elder Yun, he is the ninth sword sovereign. Upon mentioning the old blind man, Chongming's tone shifted. He was indeed the most prodigious and exceptional sword sovereign in history. In Volume 1, Chapter 447, Xuantian's Past, Part 2, the first Xiantian sword sovereign, though his talents may not have been the most remarkable, possessed far-reaching vision and grand demeanor. Upon assuming his position, he implemented various measures to address the predicaments at hand. On the surface, he adeptly dealt with numerous provocations from rival factions. In private, he traversed the vast Xiantian domain, forging numerous friendships and secretly allying with many mid-sized powers. Ultimately, he revealed the sword steel, proclaiming that all sword cultivators, regardless of strength, background, or innate talent, would have an opportunity to comprehend the steel. Guhan regarded him with profound respect. Setting forth such a treasured artifact for others to ponder, this act alone surpassed that of countless individuals. Alas, the stout fellow sighed deeply. This esteemed predecessor was rather foolish, since this item held such significance for sword cultivators. Charging a sacred herb for a single opportunity to comprehend it was an immense loss. Indeed, a significant loss. Guhan concurred, while admiration was due. He too believed such a financially disadvantageous transaction was unwise. Sacred herbs were out of the question, but semi-sacred herbs or extraordinary materials would suffice. Hmph. Chongming dismissed the two money-minded individuals and continued his narration. Under these initiatives, gradually, the number of provocateurs dwindled, and due to the allure of the sword steel, countless sword cultivators flocked to it, eager to witness the swordsmanship inscribed upon the steel. Among these, a considerable number ultimately chose to remain, culminating in over 70% of the cultivators within the Xiantian domain being sword cultivators. Witnessing this situation, the sword sovereign established exceedingly stringent admission regulations. Quality over quantity for disciples. What a shame. A glimmer of regret flickered in Chongming's eyes. On one occasion, while venturing out, he encountered misfortune and perished outside. It was not until decades later, when a youth bearing the seal of the sword sovereign arrived in the Xiantian domain, that his demise was revealed. This child was the second sword sovereign, personally chosen by him. The precise circumstances of his death remain unknown. Only that young man brought back his two final words. First, he requested the Grandmaster Xiantian to guard the path for a millennium on his behalf. Second, the next swordmaster could only be chosen by the previous swordmaster himself. With no interference from others, simultaneously, the chosen one must also serve as his protector. Guhan's expression was complex. At this moment, he truly comprehended the profound significance of the old blind man becoming his guardian. The disciple had perished. Chongming lamented. That foolish boy was heartbroken. After safeguarding that young lad's path for a millennium, he casually discarded the position of the sect leader to investigate the cause of his demise, and he never returned. Upon hearing this, both Guhan and the fatty felt a weight in their hearts. And what happened afterward? Chongming pondered. There was not much to say. Although the Xiantian sword sect was not numerous, each swordsman that emerged was a formidable force, naturally growing stronger. They governed 36 minor domains and presided over the sword duel grand assembly held every millennium, becoming a sacred place in the hearts of countless individuals, exuding immense power. As for the Xiantian swordmaster, it was initially merely a fade, yet it truly became the emblem of the Xiantian sword sect. One could assert that the Xiantian sword sect could survive without a sect leader, but it could not exist without a swordmaster. However, It took a turn when the 8th Sword Master encountered a problem. What kind of problem? He became obsessed with deciphering the origins of a sword mark on the sword monument, ultimately driving himself mad. Mad. The two blinked in surprise, suddenly recalling the old blind man as protector. Could it be him? Ming retorted, that lad is utterly irresponsible. He could have gone mad at any time, but he chose just before the sword duel assembly, and in the end, he vanished completely. At that time, Xiao Yun had only been cultivating for less than a century, far from maturing or being ready to assume the role of swordmaster. Naturally, those from the lower sects began to harbor ulterior motives. The Xiantian swordmaster was the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Xiantian domain, arguably the future's foremost swordsman. Countless sword cultivators and prodigious talents existed in the Xiantian domain. Before that, Yun Jianxing had been engrossed in his cultivation, rarely appearing in public, and had never struck out, leading to skepticism about his capabilities. And then, the fatty was a bit excited. What was the old man's reaction? No reaction. Huh. What would you do if a mortal questioned your talent? Fight him. The fatty answered without hesitation. Guhan, Ming, even Yin Qi, soaring gracefully, nearly faltered and fell. This style of action is remarkably akin to Tai Fu Yuan. In Xiao Yun's eyes, Ming could not be bothered to engage with him further. The existence of these individuals was inconsequential. No matter how high or astonishing their talents were, compared to him, they were no different from mortals. There are two types of geniuses in the world. One is Yun Jiansheng, and the other, he glanced at the fatty and Guhan, is everyone else. The fatty looked quite aggrieved. Am I, the esteemed Dao Zhong Jiu Xiang Fu Yuan, not even worthy of a name in front of the old man? Guhan did not laugh at him. Instead, he patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I too have not remained unscathed. The sword duel conference. Ming once again found himself lost in reminiscence. It was one of the grand events of the Xiantian domain. Numerous ancient and secretive sects from the surrounding areas gathered to witness this occasion, marking the first encounter between the two. Who? Her name is Shi Feiyu. This particular memory is etched deeply in Ming's mind. Shi Feiyu, the newly appointed saintess of the Xuanji ancient sacred path, possesses unparalleled talent seldom seen in a millennium and a beauty that is simply transcendent, unmatched by any. Although it was their first meeting, the two felt as if they had known each other for ages, engaging in light-hearted banter without a trace of awkwardness. From that moment on, the roots of affection took hold, becoming impossible to untangle. Love at first sight? The plump fellow stroked his double chin, expressing disbelief. Besides, with that appearance of yours, Chicken Master, your words lack persuasion. You know nothing. Ming retorted with great ire. In her youth, Xiao Yun was 10 times more handsome. Guhan, regarding you. He cast another disdainful glance at the plump man, deciding to cease his words. The plump man exclaimed, is such insult truly necessary? The young lady was indifferent to everyone but Xiao Yun, naturally inciting jealousy among her peers. At the onset of the conference, they sought to provoke him, masquerading their intentions under the guise of sparring and wishing to see him humiliated in public. The Xiantian sword master, should he be bested by his contemporaries in plain view, even if it were merely a draw, would suffer a tremendous loss of face. Chicken Master, the plump man incessantly protested. I am not the instigator here. If it were me, I would not endure such treatment. Guhan wholeheartedly agreed. He too would not tolerate it. Does one truly believe Xiao Yun lacks temper? Ming rolled his eyes. It was rare to encounter a girl he admired, and being interrupted had indeed ruffled his spirits. Did he retaliate? Yes. Ming pondered for a moment. He had given a stern lesson to the masters and elders of those prodigies, reprimanding them for their lax discipline and instructing them to reflect deeply upon their shortcomings. Guhan, the plump man? By the way, Ming added, he did not wield a sword. Guhan and the plump man exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that before the old blind man, they truly did not deserve to bear names. The absence of a sword was not due to arrogance, Ming clarified, but rather a result of his inability to find a suitable one. Chapter 448 of Volume 1. Those who place among the top 3 on the golden list may obtain the longevity fruit. Guhan was somewhat perplexed. He distinctly recalled having seen the old blind man's sword. That sword, Ming sighed, was forged over a century by Shi Feiyu, who had sought out master craftsmen and array masters using a piece of extraordinary metal from the Xuanji ancient sacred path. A Xuanji saintess of extraordinary beauty and a Xiantian sword master of striking elegance, perfectly matched, as if heaven had crafted them for one another. Although the Xuanji ancient path was a super ancient force, it paled in comparison to the immensely prosperous Xiantian sword sect. Their love blossomed, much to the delight of both parties. As for the ancient decree forbidding the Xuanji saintess from engaging in romance, it was conveniently overlooked by the members of the ancient sacred path. Rules are immutable, yet humanity is vibrant. These are the original words of the revered Sioux, New Jersey ancient master. Guhan was somewhat taken aback. This master is surprisingly open-minded. Of course, open-minded, replied Chong Ming with a dismissive sneer. If you were pointed at by the swords of several former sword masters of the Sioux, Intai, and sword sect, anyone would be open-minded. Guhan inquired, what is the name of the old man's sword? Chong Ming paused for a moment. Hong Chun, the sword. Hong Chun Fei Yu Yun Jian, was a testament to their pact from years past, where they roamed the mortal realm accompanied by the gentle breeze and the bright moon. At this juncture, the atmosphere turned somber. Even the jovial fatty ceased his playful demeanor. Chong Ming remained silent, but they all understood. This love, which began so perfectly, was destined to end in sorrow. Chong Ming spoke again, his tone heavy, revealing that after so much time together, they could not let go of each other. They had even set a wedding date, but on the eve of their grand nuptials, that cursed divine clan had arrived. No one knew how they came or from where. Their purpose seemed solely to annihilate the Sioux, Intai, and sword sect. Guhan fell into silence, sensing that the style of the divine clan's actions was somewhat different from what he had witnessed in the Sioux Indian camp. Master Ji. Fatty seemed to recall something. The one in the extermination array is the same as back then. Not just him, Chong Ming replied, glancing at Guhan. How strong is the sword intent that Xiao Yun bestowed upon you? Incredibly strong, Guhan replied. But do you know how formidable he was at his peak? Chong Ming continued. At that time, his cultivation had reached its zenith, far surpassing the other 8 sword masters, making him the undisputed leader of the Sioux, Intai, and domain. Given a little more time, he might have successfully taken that final step. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes. When the divine clan descended, there were not 1 but 6 of them. The one in the extermination array was merely the weakest. 6. Guhan's heart jolted. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper their understanding. He mused that even if his current cultivation had reached the transcendence realm, he would still possess no resistance against that arm in the extermination array. Such a being was merely the weakest? What kind of power did the 5 stronger ones possess? They are dead, all dead. Chong Ming's expression turned mournful. In that battle, aside from Xiao Yun, the previous sword masters, the sect leader, and those ordinary disciples, 137 in total, perished. No one flinched, no one retreated, and no one feared death. At the cost of all their lives, they succeeded in slaying one divine being. The remaining ones were killed by Xiao Yun, Chong Ming sighed. In truth, when those divine beings first arrived, if Xiao Yun had chosen to leave, no one could have stopped him. In a daze, he seemed to recall that scene from years ago. Within the void, a towering figure stood with his sword in hand. Even though the blade was riddled with cracks and his white robe was stained with blood, he steadfastly protected the mere 10 disciples left behind. Are you foolish or what? Not far away, a majestic rooster's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Why did you not leave? Meanwhile, behind him, more than 10 figures knelt on one knee, their voices heavy with sorrow. Swordmaster, please, leave swiftly, they implored. Yun Jiansheng glanced at the sword in his hand and softly inquired. What does it mean to be a sword cultivator? To advance unflinchingly, to live through death. The gathered crowd suppressed their grief and responded in unison. Indeed, Yun Jiansheng nodded. As sword cultivators, we fear not life or death. As the sword master of Xintian, it is my duty to protect our sect and safeguard my fellow disciples. How can I flee alone and cling to life? The sword may break, but the spirit of the sword must not. Before them, for towering giants loomed in the emptiness, each 6-armed and 3-eyed, surrounded by a swirling crimson light, their faces cold and indifferent to the world. Today, the central giant intoned slowly, devoid of any emotion. Xintian shall perish. My fellow disciples. Yun Jianxing seemed undeterred as he slowly raised the red dust sword. Follow me into battle. We shall heed the swordmaster's command. Determination gleamed in the eyes of the dozen or so individuals as they dragged their battered bodies forward, igniting their very essence in a fearless charge towards the remaining 4 divine beings. Boom, boom. The sword intent surged forth, reverberating with divine power. Swordmaster, I go? One cried out. To have met the sword master is worth a lifetime. Fellow disciples, we shall meet again on the road to the netherworld. In their final explosion of energy, they successfully tore open a breach in the overwhelming divine power enveloping the void. In an instant, a figure wielding a sword surged forth. Small in stature, in the eyes of the colossal divine beings, he appeared no larger than a speck of dust. Yet, this speck emanated an unparalleled sword intent, as if capable of cleaving the heavens and extinguishing the earth. A roar echoed. The figure instantly plunged into the third eye of a divine being. As the sword intent scattered, the divine beings formed disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into a swirling crimson mist that enveloped the figure completely. For the human race, the death of a companion evoked no trace of emotion from the divine being in the center. Its voice remained cold and unfeeling. You have done your best. Boom. Its massive hand descended with ferocity. In an instant, the boundless crimson mist churned violently, compressing into a mere 3 feet, akin to a mountain, pressing down upon the precarious Yun Jianxing. Bang! Bang! The red dust sword visibly began to crumble inch by inch. Yun Jianxing remained silent. His arm trembled slightly. Yet he resolutely raised it, the sword intent around him surging with greater ferocity, causing the crimson mist not only to halt its descent, but also to hint at a potential collapse. The sword intent enveloped the void. With a mere gesture, it shook the divine might. For the first time, a hint of gravity appeared in the eyes of the divine being. Your name is Yun Jianxing, sword master of Xiantian. Boom. As the words fell, a sword light soared to 10,000 feet, illuminating the void and dispelling the halo that shrouded the divine beings. With a single sword strike, it shook the heavens and the earth. On Yen Qi's back, Chongming sighed softly. After that explosion, he was exhausted, and having chased the last divine being here. You should all know what happened next. Master Ji, Yen Qi replied, somewhat puzzled. What of the subordinate sects of the Xiantian sword sect? They? Chongming sneered. A significant portion took the opportunity to strike while the divine clan was assaulting, directly seizing the sword steel. Meanwhile, some remained neutral and observant, with only a scant few willing to stand alongside the Xiantian sword sect, yet they were hindered by Xiaoyan. For their meager strength would mean certain death against the divine clan, regardless of their numbers. Guhan felt a heaviness in his heart. The Xiandian camp. The Xiantian sword cultivators. Though separated by millions of years, even longer, the essence they bore in the face of the divine clan was remarkably similar. Resist to the end. 9 deaths without regret. Lord Chicken. He inhaled deeply. That sword steel, enough. Chongming suddenly shook his head, interrupting him. This matter is one I have not contemplated thoroughly. Let us not speak of it again. Guhan remained silent. Yet, he secretly resolved that after assisting Fu Dahai in obtaining the longevity fruit, he would venture into the forbidden land once more. Alas, the chubby man sighed. He misjudged. Lord Chicken's fishing techniques are more refined, and those willing shall take the bait. In the central Dao Palace, within a serene and elegant quiet chamber, 2 elderly men clad in dark robes sat cross-legged, their eyes closed. Suddenly, a respectful voice resonated from outside. Esteemed elders, there remains half a day until the longevity fruit matures. How shall we allocate it? The 2 opened their eyes. Those who are named on the golden list and rank among the top 3 shall receive the longevity fruit. Chapter 449. The Intentions of Luo Wushuang. Within the Forbidden Land. As a multitude of outsiders surged into this territory, the ancient path regained its tranquility, once more veiled in endless eerie fog. Suddenly, amidst the swirling fog, the vortex-like portal trembled slightly, and from within emerged a figure, clad in immaculate white. With a gentle smile upon his face, it was none other than Luo Wushuang. Upon exiting, he did not linger but swiftly made his way out of the Forbidden Land, heading towards the central continent. Outside Tiangue Valley, the news of the imminent emergence of the Golden List had nearly permeated the entire continent, leading to no further disturbances for Tiangue. Silently, Luo Wushuang descended, his footsteps carrying him into the grand formation of Tiangue. In the small courtyard, old man Hmph, having taken over the management of the Tiangue grand formation from Mei Yun, naturally sensed the changes and turned to the calm-faced Tiangue not far away, saying, "This." The words were left unfinished. Tiangue waved his hand dismissively, causing Hmph to faint instantly. Just after this deed was accomplished, Luo Wushuang appeared before him. "Friend." He clasped his hands in greeting, a warm smile gracing his lips. We meet again. Is this your scheme? Tianguizi frowned deeply, addressing the matter directly. To draw the outsiders here to share in the opportunity of the golden list? Beyond causing a few disturbances, what significance does this hold? If this truly is your intent, it would be far more effective for you to act alone rather than letting them come here. Friend, Luo Wushuang chuckled, offering no explanation, instead posing a seemingly nonsensical question. I wish to inquire about something. Speak. What, then, are opportunity and fortune? Tianguizi looked on in bewilderment. Your mastery of celestial mechanics is not inferior to mine. Why pose such questions? The forces of destiny, akin to calamities, arise from the essence of the Tao. Indeed. Luo Wushuang nodded. Sacred artifacts and forbidden techniques may not hold excessive value, yet the Tao Bell and the Golden List are exceptional. Such treasures emerge once every 100 millennia, making their presence here, merely a few thousand years apart, truly remarkable. The Tao Bell and the Golden List appeared within a mere decade of each other. Opportunities and fortunes are finite. An abundance here means a scarcity elsewhere. In other words, Luo Wushuang gazed skyward, his tone light. He forcibly relocated what rightfully belonged to others here. Hence, I assert that the heavens are unjust. Tianshuzi fell silent. Luo Wushuang's words had never crossed his mind before. Who are you really? I. Luo Wushuang continued. You should comprehend that his actions are merely a pursuit of something. I am, in fact, his eyes, born solely to facilitate his observation of this realm. A simple explanation struck Tianshuzi's heart like a bolt of lightning. He finally grasped why Luo Wushuang had previously prevented him from deducing his origins. You actually. Do not worry. Luo Wushuang smiled. His vision has nearly been blinded by me, so he cannot see. Consequently, he can only incessantly bestow opportunities, akin to quenching thirst with poison. How did you manage that? Unprecedented. Yet, Luo Wushuang fell silent, the smile on his face gradually fading. Quite simple. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. A human tribulation. A human tribulation? The Tao is vast, and what he can control amounts to less than 1%. He may bestow opportunities, but he cannot prevent cultivators from breaking through and ascending. Nor can he obstruct my crossing of the human tribulation. Your human tribulation. Do not inquire further. Luo Wushuang sighed. Asking too many questions could lead to dire consequences. What do you intend to do? Nearly blind. Luo Wushuang shook his head. It does not necessarily mean I am blind. I need to cover his eyes with a cloth. Relying on these outsiders? That suffices. Luo Wushuang chuckled. I do not seek to overthrow him. This meager backlash is temporarily sufficient. I do not comprehend. Tianshuzi shook his head. What is your ultimate goal? Fairness, freedom. A rare glimmer of desire flickered in Luo Wushuang's eyes. And transcendence from control. These are things he cannot grant me, so I shall seize them for myself. By the way, at this juncture, he turned to Tianshuzi. I am a person of fairness. You bestowed upon me celestial mechanics, and I shall offer you a piece of advice. What? These opportunities and fortunes do not inherently belong here, yet he forcibly relocated them, which constitutes theft. Under the Taoist backlash, a catastrophic calamity is inevitable. If you wish to evade it, depart swiftly and head to the outer realms. Calamity? Tianshuzi closed his eyes and began to deduce fervently. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his recently stabilized cultivation showed signs of decline once more. What is this calamity? He could not deduce it, yet he perceived an ominous aura, an almost boundless malevolence that enveloped the entirety of this continent, with the central region being the most pronounced. Just as he was about to inquire further, the figure of Luo Wushuang had vanished from sight. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, rousing Hmph from his stupor, and casually tossed him a storage ring. You must leave, he urged. Leave? To where? Do I also have a fortuitous opportunity? Nonsense. Tianjizi retorted. Hurry and depart to a desolate place, far from human habitation, and do not show your face for a time. However, Hmph hesitated, feeling a pang of attachment. Over the span of several years, apart from Mei Yun, he had developed a fondness for this place. Not leaving? Tianjizi sneered. I will summon Mei Yun back at once. With a darkened expression, Hmph felt all remnants of longing dissipate, and he turned to leave. Alas, Tianjizi sighed softly. What truly is this cataclysmic disaster? Could it be connected to beings from beyond our realm? Within the borders of the central region, atop Yin Qi's back, Guhan suddenly opened his eyes. Although his demeanor remained unremarkable, it subtly emanated an ethereal and transcendent quality. He had reached the transcendent ninth layer. In the recent battle against Lingya, despite possessing a multitude of extraordinary materials, his profound foundation had been a double-edged sword, and the injuries he sustained had drained a significant portion of his extraordinary resources. By the time the confrontation concluded, the remaining materials were insufficient to propel him into the ninth layer. Fortunately, he encountered Chong Wei, who helped him gather the necessary resources for his breakthrough. "Wow," the plump companion exclaimed, a hint of envy and bitterness in his voice. Their paths had both led them to the transcendent ninth layer, yet Guhan's consumption of extraordinary materials during his breakthrough was nearly double that of his own, not accounting for the strand of mysterious energy absorbed in the earlier layers. This disparity was not merely a matter of talent. Guhan possessed the formidable Four Extremes realm, his foundation so profound that it was beyond the comprehension of others. Even the plump one, blessed with serendipitous opportunities, could only barely compare. Were it not for the likes of Xiao Yang, they would not even qualify to trail in his wake. Having reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, Guhan could now faintly sense the boundless sea of primordial energy that lay all around him. Between him and this vast ocean was but a thin veil, tantalizingly close yet perpetually out of reach. He understood that this primordial sea represented the very force of the universe. That veil was the final barrier between the transcendent realm and the sacred realm. Once breached, it would be akin to a bird soaring into the azure sky or a fish plunging into the ocean, shattering the shackles of mortality and elevating the essence of life to an entirely new plane, free from any constraints. With a mere thought, a thread of profound and elusive energy, imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos, coursed into his being, seamlessly absorbed by the depths of his consciousness. From the grand cycle of creation and destruction to the minutiae of flora and fauna, all lay within the operational domain of the great Tao. The complexities of the Tao's rules were intricate beyond measure, manifesting as myriad laws. These energies were but a fraction of the essence emitted during the operation of countless laws, heralding his ascension into the sacred realm. The process involves continuously absorbing the ethereal essence of the laws until one can coalesce it into a fragment of the law, fully merging with their soul. This signifies the entry into the first tier of the sacred realm. As time progresses, Guhan's soul gradually emanates a subtle yet inexplicable aura of authority, reminiscent of heavenly might, albeit significantly weaker. He instinctively realizes that this is the nascent form of the sacred might unique to practitioners of the sacred realm. Concurrently, the barrier that separates him from this realm thins slightly. Once he truly steps into the sacred realm, he will be able to breach this barrier, thereby harnessing the power of heaven and earth, allowing him to surpass the capabilities of those in the extraordinary realm who are nearby. His progress feels sluggish, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Having attained the Four Extremities realm, the depth of his foundation means that even without rest, it would take a full decade to absorb the essence needed to form his first fragment of the law and genuinely enter the sacred realm. This is under the condition of his formidable soul power and the clarity with which he perceives the essence of the laws, a feat that would take others even longer. Be grateful, the chubby one scoffed, rolling his eyes. Consider how many cultivators there are in the 5 domains. How few have reached the sacred realm. At most, there are only a few dozen. Even if others wish to dedicate time to breaking through, they lack the opportunity. Guhan pondered for a moment. I recall that a few of my sacred herbs are still at your place, right? Previously, he had inquired about certain matters. Sacred herbs are so named because, in addition to their medicinal properties, they contain a fragment of the law, making them invaluable for cultivators. If one possesses a sacred herb, and their innate talent and fortune are not excessively poor, they are guaranteed to ascend to the sacred realm. However, even when considering the entirety of the 5 domains, the number of sacred herbs is scant. Very few have truly broken through thanks to these herbs. Most, like Zhou and the other, have painstakingly worn down the barrier between the extraordinary and sacred realms through relentless effort. Let us not dwell on that, the chubby one interjected, his eyes darting. You are in the Four Extremities realm, right? Your foundation is exceedingly solid. Even if I were to give you a sacred herb, the enhancement would not be as substantial as you might envision. How dare you, you glutton? Guhan's expression darkened, unable to contain himself. Do you have no shame? Are you coveting my sacred herbs as well? Coughing slightly, the chubby one appeared somewhat flustered. What nonsense is this? You are my brother. Even if I have no limits, I would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Guhan smirked inwardly. How many times have you done exactly that? Do not be angry, the chubby one said, attempting to placate him with a smile. Aren't you following the path of the extremities? Allow me to share that even within the sacred realm, there are extremities. Extremities? Guhan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard the chubby one mention it. How does one cultivate that? I have no idea. The chubby one replied, shaking his head. Even though there are always a few who can attain the human tribulation, no one has ever been known to achieve the extremities of the sacred realm, not even our ancestors who have lived for nearly 10,000 years. The 10th level of the sacred realm, a voice interjected. It was Chongming. It can be referred to as the ultimate sacred. Since that day, its demeanor had been somewhat subdued, often remaining silent for days. Ultimate sacred? Guhan was taken aback. You even know this, Chicken Lord? Of course. Chongming rolled its eyes. Isn't this common knowledge? You are merely a group of naive individuals, easily startled. Guhan, fatty, it's rather disheartening to be scorned by a mere chicken every day. The youth, Zhongming, cast a sidelong glance at Guhan. Do not entertain such thoughts. You cannot attain the realm of the most holy. Why not? To achieve the most holy, one must possess a fragment of an innate law, an ancient principle that existed before the birth of all living beings at the dawn of creation. Only by integrating this fragment as the 10th law into one's soul can one truly achieve the most holy. Oh, esteemed chicken. Fatty blinked. Since you are aware of such a thing, where can it be found? Find it. Nonsense. Zhongming replied curtly. This item appears at unpredictable times and places. Even after many years in the Xintian domain, I have only encountered it once. You've seen it? Indeed, Zhongming nodded. Over 10,000 years ago, when the 8th Sword Master had not yet lost his mind, he seized that fragment of the law and left it for Xiao Yun. A predecessor? Guhan was taken aback. Was he also in the extreme realm? Not exactly, Zhongming pondered. He did not follow the path of the extreme realm. He merely focused on the most holy. Attaining it brings only benefits, but can one not cultivate without pursuing the extreme realm? Fatty wholeheartedly agreed. He may not have pursued the extreme realm, yet he faced his own tribulations and acquired formidable abilities. The golden bell? Images flooded his mind. To envelop oneself within it? Perhaps it should be called the golden bell shield. Majestic and imposing. Such things, Zhongming's expression turned serious, appear at unpredictable times and places. Xiao Yun was merely fortunate. Can you wait 10,000 years? You may not even live that long. Moreover, even if such an item were to appear, who would assist you in seizing it? Rely on yourself? Do you truly believe your extraordinary realm is impressive? The youth seemed to feel the gravity of his words and sighed. As for the extreme realm, I am not well versed, but the most holy realm is entirely different. It depends solely on your luck. His words effectively deflated Guhan's spirits. Sometimes, matters reliant purely on luck are the most arduous. He did not believe his fortune could defy the heavens. Was there truly no opportunity at all? Just as he pondered, Fatty's voice suddenly rang out. We have arrived. Guhan reined in his thoughts, his gaze sweeping across the landscape, soon spotting Yanqi soaring over an endless expanse of towering mountains. Arriving in another region where the spiritual energy was nearly doubled compared to the previous areas. This is the inner circle. Fatty instantly perked up. Not far ahead lies the central Dao Palace. Yanqi, give it your all. All right. Yanqi's spirit surged, and his cultivation surged to its fullest. Your Highness, hold on tight. Suddenly, a pained howl escaped its mouth as its serpentine body swayed violently. At that moment, Zhongming opened his eyes once more. His pupils gradually splitting in two, and a five-colored radiance began to rise around him. What is happening? The plump man seemed somewhat taken aback. Prince Yanqi hummed, feeling a tad embarrassed. Apologies, but it appears Yanqi's cultivation has encountered some issues, inadvertently injuring himself. Guhan and the plump man exchanged glances. Injuring oneself? This ailment sounded oddly familiar. Boom. At that moment, resplendent five-colored light erupted from Chongming, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he gazed into the distance. Where did this evil spirit come from? Swish, swish. No sooner had he spoken than numerous figures descended nearby. Fire Flood Dragon. The young man at the forefront looked delighted. Excellent. It's mine. Ha ha. Upon seeing Yanqi, his spirit soared, and he could not help but pat the shoulder of the individual beside him. Not bad. Very commendable. You are Hao Yun, indeed capable of bringing me good fortune. Chapter 451 of Volume 1. Master Mei, Boundless Magic. Where did this evil spirit arise? Chongming glared at Mei Yun. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Old rooster. Just as he was about to take action, Guhan hastily intervened. We are on the same side. Pa. Chongming fumed. He is not human. You are the one who is not human. Mei Yun retorted, angered. You are not human. Nor is your entire family. Feeling belittled, looked down upon by spirit beasts, and now even scorned by a mere chicken? Silence. The woman beside the young man shot Mei Yun a disdainful glance. Do you know them? That. Mei Yun pointed at Guhan. He is my enough? The woman impatiently interrupted, fixing her gaze on Guhan. In light of his acquaintance with you, hand over the fire flood dragon, and then get lost. Guhan remained silent, his eyes narrowing. This group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Their accompanying protectors included only one in the feather transformation realm, while the rest were all of the sacred realm. Are you deaf? The remaining young man's expression turned cold. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the fire flood dragon, abandon your cultivation, and spare your lives. Absolutely not. Mei Yun's complexion changed drastically. They are all mine. You? The young man who had initially praised Mei Yun cast him a sidelong glance. Do you truly believe that a few compliments would cause you to forget your place? You wish to protect them? Very well. He turned to Guhan. The dragon must remain, but the humans shall perish. Guhan suddenly smiled. Indeed. It seems that being with Master Mei has not favored these individuals. To hell with you. Just as he was about to reply, a furious curse rang out. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then turned towards the source of the voice. Disbelief etched on his face. Are you insulting me? To hell with you. Mei Yun clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. You cannot bully us like this. Why should I be afraid? Now, I am not even worthy of being called human. You scoundrels, each and every one of you, are nothing but scum, failures, and scourges. Fear me. Despise me. I have endured it all, for my abilities have caused others much trouble. But you cannot regard me as a beast. I am human. He grew more fervent with every word. I possess dignity. I have my self-worth. To hell with your outer realms. To hell with your so-called prodigies. Lousy berated you all. How do you feel about it? Throughout his life, he has always been honest and diligent, yet due to his limitations, he harbored a sense of inferiority. However, when an honest man becomes agitated, his outburst can be more fervent than that of others. Astonished, Guhan and the rotund companion stared in disbelief. This was their first encounter with such fervor from Mei Yun. Sighing, Yin Shi mused, it seems this fellow cultivator has a story to tell. Among the crowd, the female cultivator's face turned pale with rage. Throughout her life, no one had dared to insult her so brazenly. You. She quivered, pointing a trembling finger at Mei Yun. Damn it, come on. Mei Yun, undeterred, spat vehemently, growing even more fervent. I stand here. One-on-one, let us duel. You wretched creature, if you manage to kill me, I shall concede your prowess. I shall slay you. Boom. The female cultivator, driven nearly to madness, surged her cultivation to its zenith, ready to crush Mei Yun into pulp with a single palm strike. However, before she could act, she felt her cultivation spiral out of control, erupting within her. Uffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, having sustained considerable injury. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Even the nearby guardians were bewildered, utterly unsure of what had transpired. What is happening? Who is striking from the shadows? Wretched creature. Mei Yun continued to provoke. Are you not an extraordinary talent from beyond the realm? Go on. If I move even slightly, you shall not stand a chance. The female cultivator was nearly driven mad with fury. Her cultivation surged once more. Wishing to dismember Mei Yun, yet again, before she could make a move, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her injuries compounding, nearly preventing her from maintaining her flight. Hiss! A wave of unease rippled through the hearts of the guardians. Something was amiss. There is a hidden force at play. A practitioner of the feather transformation realm, with a grave expression, gazed skyward. We mean no offense. If we have disturbed your presence, please forgive us. Smack. Before he could finish his words, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Seizing the moment of distraction, Mei Yun delivered a resounding slap to the female cultivator's face. Come on. If I fear death, I must seize this opportunity to express my grievances. Continuing, the clearly visible handprint appeared on her fair face as she stared at Mei Yun in disbelief. You struck me. Uffed. Mei Yun retorted vehemently. You have such thick skin. Wounded and humiliated by Mei Yun, the female cultivator's rage surged. and she rolled her eyes, fainting instantly. Li family's young lady. A young man seized the moment to catch her in his arms. Scoundrel! Another young man could no longer contain himself, a mere native. A wretched creature, dares to touch the countenance of Lady Li. Uft! Mei Yun stood resolute, unafraid. What a farcical countenance. It resembles a pig's face. I shall slay you. Boom. His cultivation surged instantaneously. Uft! His power erupted, and he spat out blood anew. The situation mirrored that of earlier. Who? The young man's face turned ashen. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, bewildered. Who struck? This is dire. The two cultivators, having undergone transformation, were utterly astounded. A master. An unequivocal master. From beginning to end, they could not perceive even the faintest trace of his aura. The disparity was insurmountable. They were clearly not of the same caliber. To their astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous land concealed such a formidable being. We humbly beg your pardon for our transgressions, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave at once, and hope you hold no grudge against us. Boom. As they spoke, the duo exchanged glances with the crowd, ascending rapidly with the two men and a woman in tow. As for Mei Yun, no one dared to make a move. To continue acting rashly would surely invoke the elder's ire. They were no match for even a mere flick of his finger. Mei Yun was left in bewilderment. Huh, where did they go? Why are they fleeing? Weren't they intent on killing me? I was prepared to meet my demise with grace. And yet, this is what I get? What a bunch of cowards. Posing as celestial prodigies. On the opposite side, Guang and the stout fellow exchanged knowing glances, sincerely reflecting. Mei, the great instructor, boundless in power. In the distance, the crowd fled at a rapid pace, secretly relieved to find no further pursuit behind them. Thankfully, this ancient being appeared to be rather reasonable and harbored no murderous intent. Boom. Just as this thought crossed their minds, an overwhelming and profound sword intent descended. The crowd did not even have the chance to cry out before they were consumed entirely by a mist of blood. Take it easy. The stout man shot a fierce glare at Guang. If the old man's sword can be spared, it should be. He even severed the storage ring. Little money. Guang replied nonchalantly. I still have a lucrative path ahead. Indeed. The stout man understood instantly, casting a knowing look at the still bewildered Mei Yun, fully agreeing. A significant endeavor is indeed in order. Volume 1, Chapter 452, The Return of an Old Friend. In the heart of the central continent, deep within the inner circle, a towering solitary peak loomed. At the base of the peak, a winding path of azure stone steps ascended, flanked by elegant and ancient structures. Although their exteriors lacked ostentation, they exuded an air of grandeur and majesty, revealing the profound heritage of the power that resided here. This was none other than the central Dao Palace. Without mentioning the golden list, the mere allure of the longevity fruit had already drawn a multitude of outsiders to this place. Earlier, news had spread from the Dao Palace that those ranking among the top 3 on the golden list would be granted the longevity fruit. However, this promise failed to satisfy the outsiders. In their eyes, while the longevity fruit was certainly valuable, the most coveted treasure remained the divine root. With it in hand, a steady supply of longevity fruits would naturally follow. Though a single fruit could extend one's life by a century, what if one were to consume 10, 100, or even devour the divine root itself? Admittedly, the effects would diminish significantly in the end, but the lifespan extended would undoubtedly surpass a mere century. Once the matter concluded, they would bring their forces to seize the divine root. This was the shared ambition of most outsiders. At the peak, within a tranquil chamber, the thoughts of the outsiders were laid bare. The two esteemed individuals were acutely aware of the situation, while the guardians at the ascension stage were manageable. The arrival of a cultivator above that realm could easily annihilate their central Dao Palace with a mere flick of a hand. Sighing, one lamented that this golden list would only afford them a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, the divine root could not be preserved. No matter. The other replied with a sense of acceptance. Our lifespans are sufficient, and we have accumulated a fair share of longevity fruits. In our hands, they serve as little more than a hindrance, fraught with more risks than benefits. It would be wiser to bestow them upon others. Not only could we cultivate goodwill, but we might also avert a catastrophe. However, the first individual hesitated. With so many factions involved, bestowing such gifts could incite resentment from others. A candidate has already been identified, said the second. Who? Gu Chun from the ancient Song realm. The other chuckled. I have inquired about him. He is the strongest in the ancient Song realm. By giving the divine root to him, others would likely refrain from harboring any grievances. Moreover, I have heard he is a man of integrity, who abhors evil and would undoubtedly treat us fairly. Most importantly, his young disciple has also arrived here. At the mountainside, within an unassuming pavilion, a young man sat cross-legged. His demeanor was unremarkable, yet anyone who cast a glance upon him would find it impossible to forget his visage. A deep scar ran from his left eye to his right lip, lending a fierce aspect to an otherwise ordinary countenance. Look at him, not far away. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing stood facing each other, both visibly impressed. Truly one of the 7 sons of Taihao. Indeed, Hua Xing mused. To dare venture here alone, without even a guardian, is something only the disciple of the ancient sect leader could accomplish. Unlike us. Enough, Xiao Yang shook his head. Let us not belittle ourselves. He is, after all, a saint. Besides, we have brought only one guardian ourselves. Observe how those less capable tend to bring more companions. Why don't they just mobilize their entire backing? Hua Xing nodded in agreement. One can always find someone better or worse. Strange, though. Why hasn't Brother Gu arrived yet? At his pace, he should have been here by now. At the mention of Gu Han, Xiao Yang sighed, a twinge of melancholy gripping his heart. When would he have the chance to see that enchanting figure in red again? Just as he was lost in thought, a melodious sound of a guqin drifted from afar, its notes flowing like a mountain spring, cleansing their minds of distractions. The music held an enchanting rhythm, and after only a brief moment, the two found themselves utterly entranced, as if the previously elusive and difficult to perceive laws of the universe had suddenly become strikingly clear. Unconsciously, their soul energy dispersed and began to coalesce into fragments of law, their speed increasing threefold compared to before. In the pavilion, the scarred youth slowly turned, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. The path of the guqin? Quite rare indeed. Approaching the peak, within a simple and pristine courtyard, Shuiyu gently closed her eyes, her delicate fingers gliding over the strings of the guqin, each note harmoniously intertwined, flowing forth like the music of the celestial realms. Outside the courtyard, a dozen figures stood in this place. At the forefront were Fu Dahai and his 2 companions. The qin is exquisite, Fu Dahai praised. The individual is commendable as well. Lord Luo Hong stroked his beard. Both the qin and the person are remarkable. Yen Qianjue nodded repeatedly. The 3 exchanged trivial remarks, then shared a knowing glance and smiled at one another. Indeed, even after a decade apart, the unspoken understanding among the Iron Triangle remained intact. Behind them, Wang Yong and the others exchanged glances. It was their first encounter with someone who could articulate banalities so refreshingly. Friend Fu, Yen Qianjue sighed as he observed Fu Dahai. Now more aged than a decade prior, rest assured, that lad has assured us he will come. With his abilities, even with the presence of these outsiders, he will surely procure a longevity fruit for you. Indeed, Lord Luo Hong nodded. With Zui Yang and the others, our chances of success are greatly enhanced. No matter. Fu Dahai smiled. Now that Changhe has fortuitously entered the Ascension realm, the presence of the longevity fruit has become less significant for me. If I can extend my life by a century, that would be splendid. If not, I shall accept it as it comes. 6 months prior, Fu Changhe had lived up to expectations and finally broke into the Ascension realm. With him at the helm, Fu Dahai felt no further anxieties. At that moment, the group suddenly furrowed their brows as if they had perceived something. In the small courtyard, as Shuiyu became increasingly immersed in her performance, the unique essence within her melodies grew ever clearer. Indeed, Emoli remarked seriously to Zuyang beside him, Brother Zua, Miss Shui's prowess in qin artistry is no less than your culinary skills. Truly splendid. Zuyang wholeheartedly agreed, then turned to his companion Yu Miao. Junior sister, are you hungry? Not particularly, Yu Miao pondered, but I do crave some meat. Very well. With that, Zuyang retrieved a large black pot. Excellent. Mo Li's eyes sparkled. Thanks to Miss Yu. Under such celestial melodies, the delicacies crafted by Brother Zua are bound to surpass previous creations. Indeed. Meanwhile, a young man gazed intently at the large black pot, wiping his mouth. Sister Shui's qin music and Brother Zua's roasted meat. One is endlessly delightful to the ears, the other to the palate. This young man was, of course, the long-absent Yun Daogo. Over the decade, his appearance had changed considerably, yet his temperament remained unchanged. No ambition. Beside him, the divine maiden Zhao rolled her eyes, secretly swallowing her saliva. The qin is truly enchanting. The meat is undeniably fragrant. Several months prior, the trio had traveled to the inner circle of Zhongzhou, fortuitously encountering Zui Yang and his companions while they were foraging for ingredients. Naturally, with Mo Li, the Taoist, in their midst, no one dared to obstruct or trouble them. What a pity, Yu Miao expressed with a hint of regret. If only junior brother, senior sister, and Ah Shao were here. Indeed, Zui Yang paused momentarily. That would be a family reunion. Brother Gu, Yin Daogo sighed wistfully. So ungrateful. The divine maiden Zhao bit her lip, scolding outwardly while secretly missing them in her heart. The young master, even Shui Yu, paused in his playing, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, with a loud bang, the courtyard door was forcefully pushed open, accompanied by a voice of admiration. What a splendid instrument. The sentence was left unfinished as he suddenly caught sight of the divine figure Zhao, his eyes brightening. Such beauty in both the music and the person. The melody ceased abruptly. In chapter 453 of volume 1, the voice had barely faded when the newcomer strode confidently into the courtyard, followed closely by a dozen or so young men and women, filling the small space to capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, Emoli furrowed his brow. Is it not rather excessive to intrude upon someone else's dwelling without permission? Indeed. The leader of the group paid no heed to him, lost in his own musings. These two are none other than the renowned King Xianzi and Zhao Xianzi, who have risen to prominence in our central state in recent years. One is unmatched in musical skill, while the other is breathtakingly beautiful. What do you think, young Master Liang? Excellent. Young Master Liang nodded enthusiastically. Very well, consider this a merit. Thank you, young Master Liang. The young man felt a surge of joy and cast a triumphant glance at the two maidens. Ladies, this is Liang Lo, the son of the city lord of Shuafang in the ancient Song realm. Despite his youth, he has already attained the sacred realm, truly a prodigy among prodigies. You two must not treat him lightly. Liang Lu was deliberately brought here by him. He too was the heir of a prominent family in Central State, with masters of the feathered transformation realm in his clan. A few months prior, he had encountered the two maidens and was awestruck by their beauty. Yet, upon attempting to draw near, he was rebuffed, thanks in part to Mo Li's presence. Unable to act forcefully or recklessly, he harbored resentment. With the arrival of exceptional talents from beyond the realm, he sought to curry favor with Liang Lu and, having discerned his character, was now looking for an opportunity for revenge. Today was the perfect occasion. You scoundrel. Yun Fan recognized him instantly, fuming. There's always someone like you, a treacherous rat. The young man's expression turned icy, ready to retort, but was halted by Liang Lo. Enough. A mere native. It's beneath my dignity to stoop to his level. Indeed. The young man bowed respectfully and stepped back. In his mind, allying with outsiders offered a chance to ascend to the ancient Song realm, and thus he could not be considered merely a native. Ladies and gentlemen, Mo Li's brow was deeply furrowed. I shall reiterate, this is my residence. I kindly ask you to leave. His demeanor revealed his mounting anger. Silence. Liang Lu waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing in Mo Li's direction. His tone was domineering. I am aware of your status as some sort of Taoist. For the sake of those two old fellows, I shall refrain from holding it against you for now. However, should you dare to spoil my enjoyment again. The commotion naturally attracted a number of onlookers. Within moments, several dozen young men and women arrived, most from outside the realm, with a few hailing from the 5 domains. Among them were Xiao Yang and Hua Xing. This is bad. Those two maidens are in grave danger. The two exchanged glances, subtly shaking their heads. Liang Li's background was significant, far exceeding that of Chang Wei and his companions. And the Shuafang city was a top-tier force, on par with the families and sects behind them. As the crowd swelled, the brilliance in Liang Li's eyes intensified. The golden list had yet to reveal itself. Remaining idle here held little appeal. Instead, why not invite everyone to enjoy some entertainment? Thank you, young Master Liang. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Ha. With young Master Liang present, there is surely no dull moment. Behind him, a dozen individuals lavished praise upon him. They were well aware of Liang Li's preferences. First, his fondness for beauty, and second, his desire for prestige. With a hearty laugh, Liang Lu turned his gaze to Shui Yu. I implore the fairy to play a tune. He then looked at Zhao Mengyu. Without dance, the music loses its charm. I request the fairy to perform. Should I find it pleasing, there will be benefits for you. His words implicitly relegated the two women to the roles of musicians and dancers. I am weary. Shui Yu frowned, promptly putting away her jade zither. I have no time. Zhao Mingyo's expression darkened, her refusal even more direct. Liang Li's brow furrowed. Are you refusing to show respect? Many have sought the opportunity to play and dance for young Master Liang, yet you turn it down? Such a lack of appreciation. These indigenous women likely did not comprehend that the dancers accompanying young Master Liang were of far greater status than their original positions. The onlookers wore expressions of derision. Dignity? Pride? Surely, these are qualities you ought to possess? Though Liang Lu laughed, the smile on his face gradually diminished. In Shuafang City, within the realm of Gutsong, it was permissible for some to disregard Liang Lu, but not you. I shall say this once more. You will play, you will dance, then obediently return with me. There will naturally be rewards for you. Otherwise, he sighed, his demeanor turning serious. Trust me, the consequences of disrespecting me are dire. Not far away. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing inwardly cursed. My brother, senior, dares to disregard you. Let us see you say that to them. Though they mocked, they had no intention of stepping forward. Unlike Chong Wei, they were unwilling to offend Shuafang City for the sake of a few strangers, knowing full well the punishment that awaited upon return. Make a decision swiftly. Liang Li's impatience was palpable. I have a flaw. My patience is quite limited. With a swift motion, Zui Yang and Mo Li stepped forward, while Yu Miao pulled Shui Yu and Zhao Mingyu closer to her side. Without uttering a word, their expressions conveyed their stance. Good. Liang Li's eyes narrowed. Since you refuse to grant me respect, do not blame me before he could finish. A dozen figures suddenly appeared before them. It was none other than Fu Dahai and his companions. Saint, Father, Senior. They all spoke in unison, except for Mo Li, who glanced back and sighed softly. At the central Dao Palace, not a single person stepped forward. Oh, Liang Li chuckled. Do we have someone backing us? TSK. It seems the people of the Gutsong realm have not been regarded by these locals at all. What a disgrace, utterly shameful. Among the gathered crowd, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A significant portion of the faces present bore an unmistakable air of mockery. Suddenly, in a silent flurry, dozens of figures materialized in the sky, most of whom had summoned their guardians. Their motivations were irrelevant. It was merely the insidious nature of their superiority complex at play. Among them, there were no fewer than 20 or 30 masters of the feathered transformation realm, yet the elder standing foremost among them was none other than Liang Li's guardian, boasting the formidable cultivation of the ascended realm. In an instant, the figures of Fu Dahai and his companions trembled visibly, while the opposing crowd, seemingly reveling in their power, united their energies and exerted immense pressure upon them. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly stark. Everyone, hold your horses. At that moment, 5 figures approached swiftly, descending onto the scene. Master? Mo Li's expression brightened. These 5 were the esteemed masters of the central Dao Palace, and among them stood an elder who was none other than Mo Li's own mentor. Esteemed ones, the elder sighed. 2 revered ones have advised that the golden list may manifest at any moment. Why complicate matters further? It would be wise for all to take a step back. Step back? Liang Lu interjected. What if I refuse? The elder fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Mo Li. Come back with me. Do not involve yourself in this matter any further. Mo Li was taken aback, but soon comprehended his mentor's intentions. With the formidable strength of those 2 revered figures, had they chosen to intervene directly, these individuals would not dare to be so arrogant. However, they were wary of the forces backing these outsiders and feared retaliation, thus opting for caution. Master, Mo Li replied with a calm demeanor, the position of Daozi holds little significance for me. I can understand your decision, but understanding does not equate to acceptance. You, his mentor urged, I cultivate in alignment with my heart's desires. If I retreat today, my thoughts will be obstructed, and my intentions will falter. Furthermore, he glanced at Zui Yang. In this lifetime, finding a kindred spirit is a rare blessing. How could I forsake this precious connection merely to survive? Not far away, Zhou Yi and Wang Yong exchanged glances, both inwardly cursing their misfortune. Bah! A kindred spirit is hard to find. An archenemy even harder. Why must I be so unfortunate as to possibly perish alongside this shameless wretch? It's utterly cursed. Chapter 454. In my eyes, all are great figures. With the arrival of the 5, the other local forces from the 5 domains also revealed themselves. Among them 2 or 3 masters of the feathered transformation realm. However, fearing the wrath of Liang Lu, they kept their distance, wary of inciting his ire. At that moment, A lean elder of the feathered transformation realm swiftly appeared behind Liang Lu. Young Master Liang, I extend my greetings. You are a young master. And this is our ancestral legacy. The young man bowed his head and hastily introduced the identity of the elder. Indeed, Liang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. I have never been stingy towards those who pledge their loyalty to me. Upon returning to the ancient Song realm, substantial rewards await. Thank you, young master. The elder and the youth exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. The ancestral wisdom shines brightly. Truly, he is my descendant. Each silently praised the other, settling in to witness the grand spectacle. At that moment, the 5 members of the central Dao Palace appeared to have received some command, their expressions shifting subtly. From this day forth, M.O. Li's master spoke with a strained demeanor. The status of M.O. Li as a disciple is hereby revoked. From now on, he shall have no ties with my central Dao Palace. With that declaration, the other 4 sighed, their figures vanishing in an instant. In the distance, the members of the central Dao Palace were utterly astonished. However, once the shock subsided, apart from a few who expressed regret, the majority, young and old alike, were filled with exhilaration. M.O. Li's absence presented them with an opportunity. Alas, among the 5, 4 sighed, and their figures promptly disappeared. Master. M.O. Li smiled at the remaining elder. You should leave as well. Humph. The elder shot him a glare, his tone tinged with exasperation and a hint of anger. Had I known you possessed such a disposition, I would never have taken you as my disciple. Nevertheless, it is a bond of master and disciple. I cannot abandon you now. Today, I shall stand by you through thick and thin. As for the Taoist sovereign, let them handle it. M.O. Li sighed softly, regretting that his master had been drawn into this predicament. At this juncture, the onlookers gradually began to comprehend the unfolding events, their hearts filled with confusion and a touch of disdain. Playing a tune? Performing a dance? What is so significant about that? To forsake one's life for mere dignity and pride. Holy Lord. Zuyang glanced at the Holy Lord of Luo Hong and a few others. In truth, Zuyang felt weary. Look at me, risking everything for you. Will you promise not to run away again? Shui Yu and Zhao Mengyu, though not familiar, could be treated with some consideration in passing, but risking his life for them was utterly out of the question. However, he knew Zui Yang's character well. Today, Zui Yang would never retreat, and if he did not retreat, neither would he. Indeed, Zui Yang pondered. Holy Lord, I admit my past faults. I shall forever be a part of the Luo Hung Holy Land. For reasons unknown, even when facing imminent death, the Holy Lord of Luo Hung felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing those words. Ultimately, one's selfless dedication was not in vain. Well then, your words are worth it. As for Yin Xinjue and Fu Dahai, one cherishing a daughter above all, the other with little time left to live, they felt little turbulence in their hearts. Suddenly, Shuiyu stepped forward from behind the group, gazing at Liang Lu, biting her lip. Playing a tune is acceptable, but this matter does not concern them. Zhao Mingyu also followed suit, evidently sharing the same intention as Shuiyu. Liang Lu raised an eyebrow. The elder behind him subsequently produced a white jade seat, upon which Liang Lu gracefully settled himself. With a smile, he regarded the 2 women and remarked, what transpired just moments ago? Were you not quite defiant? Why the sudden willingness now? Unfortunately, he shook his head. It is too late. I detest those who fail to recognize the gravity of their situation. You wish for me to relent? Very well. First, kneel and plead with me. Let me witness the sincerity of your intentions. The 2 women trembled slightly at his words. Not far away, Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from speaking. To kill is merely to strike a blow. Why must you humiliate them so? This is excessive. Hua Xing also could not hold his tongue. So it is you? Liang Lu cast a sidelong glance at the 2. Have you begun to sympathize with them? Or perhaps you have taken a liking to them? Do you believe you are qualified to meddle in my affairs? Let your elder brother and master come speak with me. The expressions of the 2 women darkened instantly. Just as they were about to confront him directly, they were restrained by the elder Qian and the middle-aged man behind them. It is not worth severing ties with Shuafang City over such trivial matters. Kneel. The earlier young man, eyeing the trembling women, gloatingly declared, the illustrious young master Liang has rendered you unworthy even of kneeling. Rubbish. Yin Fan could no longer contain himself. What is he but a so-called prodigy? My elder brother specializes in eliminating prodigies. Xiaoyang and Hua Xing exchanged puzzled glances. Surname Gu. Specializes in eliminating prodigies? That sounds oddly familiar. Younger brother, Xiaoyang blinked. Is your elder brother named Guhan? Yun Fan was taken aback. You know him? Oh. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged apprehensive looks, their breaths hitching. These individuals are connected to the infamous Gu-killing god. Younger brother, Xiao Yang swallowed hard. Then you are from the great Yin dynasty, Yun Fan. Yun Fan introduced himself. I am quite close to my elder brother Gu. The term sycophant was too shameful for him to utter. At this revelation, not only Xiao Yang but also the others were taken aback. Surname Yun? Among the guardians present, those who had visited the great Yin dynasty cast astonished glances at Yun Fan, their dread intensifying with each glance. Your surname is Yun? One individual fixated on Yun Fan. Is Yunzhan your father? Yun Tian is my uncle. The distinguished master of the Ascension realm felt beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to suppress his astonishment. He inquired further. Have you heard of someone named Yun Qi? That is my great-uncle. A collective shudder ran through the crowd. This is Dyer, the grandson of the Alliance leader. Yun Fan sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly precarious and glanced at Xiao Yang. It seems you are acquainted with my great-uncle? Xiao Yang forced a smile. Acquainted? That is an understatement. The others felt a lingering trepidation. Yun Qi had vanished for millennia, yet within the Seven Realms Alliance, his admirers remained numerous, each a formidable figure in their own right, far beyond their capacity to offend. If they were to discover that they had nearly harmed the grandson of the Alliance leader today, the number of individuals behind Liang Lu suddenly diminished by more than half. They arrived swiftly, but departed even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, apart from the Ascendant Master, only 3 or 4 cultivators from the Feathering Realm remained at Liang Lu's side, staunch allies from Shuafang City, with whom he could only share in both fortune and misfortune. Indeed, Xiao Yang sighed inwardly. The blind sword god, the scarlet-clad fairy, Brother Gu, each individual he encountered. A formidable figure. Contemplating this, he exchanged a glance with Hua Xing, then looked at the ashen-faced Liang Lu, reveling in his misfortune. The grandson of the Alliance leader? That was bearable. After all, he hadn't truly resorted to violence. But to offend Brother Gu? What could one say? Best to await the banquet. In Chapter 455 of Volume 1, Dongwang Guhan, come to meet you all. Not only Su Wei and her companion, but even Zuyang, Yu Miao, and Yin Qianjue were utterly perplexed. Yin Qi? Who was that? It seemed these outsiders held him in great fear. Yun Fan blinked in astonishment. My goodness. Is my uncle truly that formidable? His reputation surpasses even that of my brother Gu. Opposite him, Liang Lu clenched his fists, inhaling deeply. The Alliance leader is a descendant of the ancestor dragon. If you claim to be his descendant, could it be that you, boom. Before he could finish his thought, a surge of draconic energy erupted from Yun Fan. Silence fell upon the crowd. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt regarding Yun Fan's identity. Chuckling, Liang Lu's expression grew somewhat rigid as he cupped his hands in respect towards Yun Fan. So, you are indeed the descendant of the Alliance leader. My apologies. He valued beauty and reputation, yet he was not foolish. Should he take action against Yun Fan today, not only would the others from the Seven Realms be enraged, but even the esteemed Gu Chun, the leader of the ancient Dust sect, would not spare him. He felt somewhat aggrieved and frustrated. He never anticipated that on such a seemingly ordinary continent, he would encounter a descendant of Yun Qi and, by unfortunate coincidence, find himself in conflict with him. Fortunately, he had not truly attacked him. Master, observing the swift turn of events, the young man behind Liang Lu, unclear of the situation, expressed his discontent and hastily declared, I know about the great Yin dynasty. It is merely a minor force within the eastern wilderness, lacking any formidable experts. For my master, it would be as easy as flipping a hand to obliterate them. Get lost, Liang Lu bellowed, causing the young man to spout blood uncontrollably. Humph. Xiao Yang and his companion wore expressions of disdain. You treacherous wretch. I, Xiao Yang, Hua Xing, despise such individuals. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the arena, an unassuming young man with a scarred visage. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat. Qiu Qian, a direct disciple of Gu Chun, one of the 7 sons of Tai Hao. Regardless of which identity one considered, he was someone not to be trifled with or offended. Strictly speaking, among the outsiders who had come here, only Qiu Qian could truly be regarded as a prodigious talent and a rare genius. Upon entering the arena, he disregarded everyone else, fixing his gaze on Liang Lu, his expression impassive. Apologies, reparations. Liang Lu understood his intent and gritted his teeth. On what grounds? My master has always held the alliance leader in high regard. Qiu Qian appeared somewhat dissatisfied, his brows furrowing, and the scar on his face accentuated his menacing demeanor. With a single statement, he had effectively severed Liang Li's path of retreat. Young brother. He turned to Yun Fan, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Suppressing the humiliation within him, and gritted his teeth, I was unaware of your identity earlier and may have offended you. I hope you will not take it to heart. Bah. Yun Fan offered no leniency. Are you expecting an apology? You nearly drove us to death before, and now you think a mere insipid offense suffices? I refuse to accept that. If Brother Gu were here, Hmph. Very well. The heir of the alliance leader indeed possesses spirit. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing internally commended. Indeed, if Brother Gu were here, he would surely slay you. Slay me? If Brother Gu were present, and you could survive even a moment, I would consider myself defeated. Zhao Mengyu and her companion exchanged glances, a deep melancholy settling in their hearts. Had they come to the central Dao Palace merely to catch a glimpse of him? Yun Daogo's expression turned wary. He sensed that with these two present, his standing beside Gu Han was jeopardized. The incessant mentions of Brother Gu on both sides nearly drove Liang Lu to the brink of fury. Enough of Qiu Qian. I cannot afford to offend him. And as for the heir of the alliance leader, with Qiu Qian's protection, I cannot act against him. But what is this Gu fellow worth? Repeatedly invoking his name. Do they truly believe my cultivation at the sacred realm was obtained without merit? He coldly regarded Xiao Yang and the others, incredulous that such formidable individuals existed among the natives. Who exactly was this Gu? I am eager to meet him, he declared. Trust me, Xiao Yang replied solemnly. You would do well to pray not to cross paths with him. Indeed, Hua Xing concurred. If you encounter him, it would be the end of your feast. In their minds, the combined might of Qiu Qian and Yun Fan paled in comparison to the terror that was Gu Han, the god of death, the star of calamity. Invincible. Such was Gu Han's impression within their hearts. They harbored doubts that if pushed to his limits, Gu Han would wield his sword and annihilate Shuafang City in the ancient Song realm, perhaps even taking down an ancient sect leader in the process. The one named Gu? The more they spoke of him, the more incensed Liang Lu became. Let him come forth. I shall await him here. If he dares to appear before me, Before he could finish his sentence, a raucous laugh echoed from the heavens. The foremost prodigy of Dongwang, Gu Han, is here today to engage with you insignificant outsiders. Boom. The foreign prodigies were instantly thrown into chaos. The foremost prodigy? Gu Han. Such audacity. Yun Fan's expression brightened, only to shift to one of peculiarity. Cough, cough, Brother Yulin. Upon hearing Gu Han's name, Zhao the Divine Maiden had initially felt elated, but soon realized something was amiss. Her chest heaving with indignation as she spat in annoyance. Bah? That fat fool. Shui Yu subtly retracted her envious gaze, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why does the prince create enemies for the young master? Rascals. Fu Dahai's complexion darkened to a pallid hue. What nonsense is this? The Lord of Falling Balance and Yin Qinjue exchanged a glance, both simultaneously cursing inwardly. Suddenly, a mystical fire serpent materialized before the onlookers. On Yinqi's back, Gu Han cast a sidelong glance at the rotund figure beside him. Deliberate, are we? How could it be? The chubby man replied, rubbing his hands together and smiling apologetically. Isn't your reputation in the Central Plains more advantageous? Yinqi nodded in agreement. Over the years, the chubby man's reputation had become utterly foul. The kind that was unbearable. Mei Jiaoshi, he exclaimed, then glanced at Mei Yun beside him. Remember, do not show any fear. Nonsense. Mei Yun shot him an annoyed look. I am Hao Yun. TSK, the chubby man sighed deeply. Wonderful. You're already getting into character. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Yun expressed some reservations. Regardless of whether it's extraordinary materials, semi-holy medicines, or holy medicines, 30% belongs to me. Your Highness, Yinqi hesitated for a moment. Then I assure you, even my 10% shall not be lessened. If you cannot trust me, surely you can trust this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Chong Ming, with half-closed eyes, remained silent, showing no interest in the duo's plans. In the small courtyard, a series of splashes echoed, as Gu Han's figure on Yinqi's back gradually came into focus. Zhao Dashinu took a deep breath, inadvertently drawing the envious gaze of Shui Yu. Heartless, young master, junior brother, Brother Gu. The varied titles carried a remarkably unified sentiment of longing. Observing this, Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged glances and retreated several steps. After considering, they approached Qiu Qian. Brother Qiu, if you would kindly step aside. Why? To avoid getting splattered with blood later. Qiu Qian? In the first volume. Chapter 456. The person is gone, yet the storage ring remains. With a flicker, Guhan appeared before the crowd after several breaths. Greetings, everyone, he smiled. A hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It has been a long time. Yin Qianjue inwardly shook his head, thinking that this statement was inaccurate. They had only met recently. Junior brother. Zui Yang and Yu Miao exchanged glances and smiled in unison, feeling gratified. After 10 years apart, Guhan was no longer the brash young man of yore. His demeanor had become considerably more restrained, maturing beyond recognition. Cough, cough. In the distance, the chubby man greeted Fu Dahai and the others. Father, ancestor, are you all here? Wretched child. What a disgrace. The two reprimanded in unison. Returning to the Central Plains and not even daring to use your own name. You've regressed. Meanwhile, Shuiyu gazed intently at Guhan, emotions of joy and sorrow flashing through her heart. I play the zither only for you, young master. Zhao Dashi Nu also fixated on Guhan, her large eyes unwavering, seemingly attempting to compensate for the 10 years of absence. I dance. Only he is worthy of witnessing. After a decade, where did you go? Ultimately, she could not refrain from speaking. Guhan fell silent for a moment, a subtle sadness glimmering in his depths. I went to the mortal realm for a visit. Both women felt a pang in their hearts. In their memories, Guhan had never displayed such an expression. What on earth had he endured? Brother Gu. Yun Fan approached with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, I have missed you dearly. Indeed, Guhan scrutinized him for a moment, noting how much he had grown, increasingly resembling a proper individual. They have arrived. Yun, the eager sycophant, felt tears welling in his eyes. It had been a decade since he last heard Gu Gu disparage him, and he yearned for that camaraderie. Young Prince Yin Qi. Soon after, another individual joined the fray, reminiscing about old times, much to Mei Yun's dissatisfaction. Hurry up. My craving for entertainment has returned. Are we going to play or not? You must be the one with the surname Gu. At that moment, Liang Lu spoke up, his eyes narrowing as he continued to scrutinize Guhan. Humph. Unremarkable. Unable to bully Qiu Qian, nor the descendant of the leader, and yet you think to intimidate this native with the surname Gu? Preposterous. Who are you? Guhan shot him a glance, sensing his disdain. Gu Gu. Yun, the eager sycophant, turned around, seething with anger. This fellow dares to call you Brother Gu. Xiao Yang interjected. This man is Liang Lu, the eldest son of the lord of Shuafang City. By the way, he has a sister named Liang. Guhan looked at him in silence. Get to the point. It is as follows. Hua Xing, seizing the opportunity, chimed in. These two young ladies are exceptionally kind and charming. Instantly, the two began recounting the events that had transpired, each adding their perspective, ensuring that any omissions were swiftly rectified. Given Liang Li's character, any blame would undoubtedly fall upon him without hesitation. Yun, the eager sycophant, glared at the two of them. Bah! What nonsense! I am the foremost sycophant beside Gu Gu. Liang Lu? Yin Qi shook his head. Young prince, that name is ill-fated. What? Liang Lu felt the chill of impending doom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. How do we not think of that? TSK TSK. This little dragonling possesses a rather unique perspective on matters. You too. Liang Lu glared at them, seething with resentment, wishing to devour them whole for their betrayal. You are unworthy of being from the ancient Song realm. Strictly speaking, their actions mirrored those of the local individuals from the 5 domains who had defected to foreign lands. Perhaps even more despicable. In the skies above, Qian Lao and a middle-aged man exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. We should not have come. Meanwhile, Qiu Qian simply observed Guhan quietly, seemingly eager to discern his next move. Guhan disregarded Liang Lu and instead cast a glance at Shuiyu and Zhao Mengyu. I shall assist you. Young master, it is nothing to worry about. Do not act impulsively. The two young ladies felt a pang of emotion, their eyes glistening. They thought to themselves that having seen Guhan again after a decade was already a source of immense satisfaction. Anything else seemed trivial. Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly. You are my friends. The two young ladies felt a sense of melancholy. Just friends? As Yin Qian and the others prepared to offer counsel, Guhan waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry, esteemed seniors. Leave this to me. Is that all? He glanced at the 20 or so individuals behind Liang Lu. Are there others? There are. Xiaoyang nodded, promptly selling out everyone, all of whom were accomplices. They all fled. Hua Xing, unwilling to lag behind, joined in. Liang Lu was so furious he nearly spat blood. Lackeys, kneel. Guhan first turned his gaze to the ascended elder, bowing his head in supplication. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Tread carefully. The rotund man hurried over. This individual is a master. Do not destroy his storage ring. Rest assured, Guhan replied with an impassive expression. During this time, he had been attempting to control that sword intent. Though not yet proficient, he was no longer as clumsy as before, where a single strike would leave nothing but debris. Where did this little wretch come from? The elder chuckled ominously. Do you dare, boom? Before he could finish, a vast and profound sword intent flashed by, striking the elder, whose form instantly disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Clink! The esteemed ascended elder vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a storage ring that fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Hiss! A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Where did he go? Even Yin Qianjue and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. This sword intent feels somewhat familiar. You. Guhan's gaze shifted to one of the emaciated elders, Neil. This was, in fact, the individual who had previously sought refuge with those from beyond. The elder's heart raced as he hastily looked to Liang Lu. Young master, quickly, Pu. Clink. Two sounds echoed simultaneously. Not far off, Qiu Qian's pupils constricted. Such murderous intent. Such powerful sword intent. He quietly compared it in his mind and was horrified to realize that even his master, that carefree ancient being, would be in grave danger under this sword intent. Xiaoyang, transformed, wore a face of lament. With this sword intent, not only would these few individuals before him perish, but even the Seven Realms leader, Brother Gu, would be easily vanquished. Ancestor, the young man panicked in an instant. Do you dare, Pu? Before he could finish his words, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You, Liang Lu, behind him, saw an outsider young man glaring at Guhan. This is too much. We have already retreated. Do you still wish to annihilate us? If I bully you, you must endure. If I retreat, you should be grateful. If I plead for mercy, you ought to release me. Guhan smiled at him. Such reasonable words. It is remarkable that they come from you. Pu. As the words fell, that man too exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You Pu. Liang Pu. In an instant, all those loyal followers of Liang Lu, whether protectors or so-called prodigies, met their demise under Guhan's sword. Clink, clink. The sound of storage rings falling to the ground echoed incessantly, once a melodious sound, now transformed into a requiem of death. Sigh. In the distance, Yin Qi suddenly sighed. Young prince, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? Huh. Yin Fan was taken aback. What? People die, yet their storage rings remain. Yin Fan. The crowd. This little dragon truly is a genius. A chorus of admiration echoed in their hearts. Volume 1, Chapter 457. Hao Yun, the first prodigy of the 5 domains, invincible beneath the sacred realm. In but a fleeting moment, only Liang Lu remained standing. Do you wish to live? Guhan inquired once more. At these words, Liang Li's fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, filled with a tumult of shock, fear, and fury. In that instant, he suddenly comprehended the implications of Xiaoyang's words. Qiu Qian was not as ruthless as Guhan, and Yun Fan lacked his strength. It became clear that the most formidable, the most daunting adversary was indeed the one surnamed Gu. You, he exclaimed, lifting his gaze, his expression grotesque. You want me to live? First, kneel. Guhan pondered for a moment. Beg me, show me your sincerity. Brother Qiu. Liang Lu turned sharply toward Qiu Qian. Will you merely stand by and watch as he brazenly slaughters the people of the ancient Song realm? Moments ago, Qiu Qian had considered. Did I intervene when you struck against them? Thus, I will not intervene now. Furthermore, he cast a glance at Guhan. My master has arrived. Yet he cannot intervene either. Guhan regarded him. Who are you? From the ancient Song realm, Taihao ancient sect, Qiu Qian, he replied, his demeanor calm. And you? From the eastern wilderness, Guhan. With that, the two exchanged a profound gaze, yet spoke no further. Liang Lu was engulfed in utter despair. Thud. The beauty of life is priceless, yet when compared to dignity, it is worth naught. I beg you. In the eyes of the onlookers, he bore the humiliation, pleading, spare me. I am willing to pay any price. Apologies. Guhan's arm was casually raised. My mood has not improved. You toy with me. With a delicate squeeze of his fingers, the once mighty young master Liang Lu was left utterly defeated. Silence enveloped the scene. Cold-hearted, bloodthirsty, ruthless. The assembly of outsiders was thoroughly subdued by Guhan's presence. In the distance, Yan Qianjue exchanged glances with his companions, their astonishment palpable. Compared to a decade prior, Guhan remained the same, yet transformed. Only the rotund figure gleefully collected a trove of storage rings. Next, Guhan shifted his gaze to the remaining individuals. Instantly, they recoiled several paces. It's not our affair. If we have offended in any way, we implore your forgiveness. Had we known this young man was the grandson of the alliance leader, we would never have dared to provoke him. The crowd's fear dissipated swiftly, primarily due to the swiftness of Guhan's blade. Brother Gu, Xiao Qian interjected. Though these individuals have erred, they were unaware. Might you spare them? Guhan appeared bemused. Brother Qiao, when did I ever declare my intent to slay them? I am inherently averse to bloodshed. Xiao Qian fell silent for a moment, his expression earnest. I do not believe you. Very well, Guhan contemplated. I am not one to act without reason. This friend of mine, he gestured towards the already restless Mei Yun, is the foremost prodigy of the 5 domains. Engage him in a contest. If you can compel him to strike, consider it a victory. Not only will past grievances be absolved, but this fire dragon shall also be yours. Yin Qi, with his honest disposition, feared revealing his thoughts, and, upon hearing this, soared into the air. A resounding roar echoed as a fire-red dragon, stretching over several dozen feet, manifested before the crowd, its scales glimmering like fiery crystals. With a powerful display, it even exhaled flames, all an earnest effort for a share of the spoils. In that instant, the onlookers momentarily forgot the terror of Guhan, their attention captivated by the extraordinary fire dragon. What an astonishing creature! Such a rarity was seldom seen even in the 7 Realms Alliance. Truly, it was a remarkable sight. Yet, caution was advised. Suddenly, a voice whispered, "He is the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness, if he wields such prowess. How formidable must be the first prodigy of the 5 domains." As he spoke, he glanced at Mei Yun, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this it? The first prodigy of the 5 domains? A mere heavenly tribulation cultivation? What is this? Mei Yun raised an eyebrow. Do you look down upon me, Hao Yun? Huh. I make this proclamation, whether you all strike together or individually, should you manage to best me, this fire dragon shall be yours. If you fail, however, you must surrender your storage rings and compensate me with a sacred herb. Not only those from outside the realms, but even the prodigies of the 5 domains were left dumbfounded. The title of the first prodigy of the 5 domains was one they had never heard before. If it were Guhan, they would not have reacted so. But was Mei Yun truly jesting? The audacity of claiming to be the first prodigy. This lad. Yan Qianjue furrowed his brow, bewildered by the unfolding events. Fu Dahai, however, perceived the underlying motives, having eliminated that Liang fellow was sufficient to instill fear among them. Further bloodshed would serve no purpose. He was merely fishing. Fishing? Lord Luo Hung raised an eyebrow. Is the bait that Hao Yun? Who is this individual? None recognized Mei Yun. It was no surprise. Until today, he had been an inconspicuous figure. Never mind, Fu Dahai shook his head. With him and that individual, we shall not suffer losses. Curiously, Chicken Master had surprisingly little to say. In an instant, the group's interest shifted to Chong Ming, engaging in hushed discussions. Could it be? Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged glances. When did Brother Gu become so magnanimous? Not only does he overlook past grievances, but he also offers a fire dragon? If such fortune were to arise, why should it not be bestowed upon us? In their hearts, they had already aligned themselves with Guhan's faction. Are you afraid? Observing the silence from the crowd, one could not help but step forward, gazing at Guhan, hesitantly inquiring, is everything you say true? If we win, what if you go back on your word? There is no need for concern, Xiao Qian interjected suddenly. If both parties are willing, a grand covenant can be established. As he spoke, he gestured with a flick of his hand. From the storage ring emerged an ancient scroll of unknown material, accompanied by a uniquely crafted jade brush. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation enveloped those present. The Great Tao Contract? Gasped the crowd. This artifact was exceedingly rare. Inscribing the terms of the agreement and the names of both parties onto this ancient scroll surpassed even the solemn oaths of the Great Tao. Should either party breach the contract, divine punishment would descend without intervention from others, imposing grievous injuries, or, in severe cases, outright annihilation by the great Tao. It was the epitome of fairness and the most formidable against deceit. Guhan raised an eyebrow. Brother Chiu, this item must be quite precious, yes? Just a mere object. Chiu Qian replied, shaking his head. More than this, I am eager to see how you achieved victory. How do you know I would win? Because I believe you are not foolish, at least far more astute than they are. A chuckle escaped Guhan as he accepted the ancient scroll and jade brush. Wittily responding, Indeed, Brother Chiu, you are a clever man. Should the opportunity arise, I shall pay you a visit. With that, he promptly established a contract, inscribing his name with the brush. The moment the ink flowed, an imposing and inviolable will manifested, seemingly binding him to the contract, should he violate its terms. Dire consequences awaited. Yet, he remained unperturbed. What is there to fear? I have no intention of cheating. Casually tossing the great Tao contract to the portly fellow, he returned to his companions, eager to witness the unfolding drama. No one was better suited for such matters than the rotund man. Brother Mo, esteemed elder. He saluted the duo of Mo Li and his master with utmost seriousness, expressing gratitude and vowing to reciprocate later. No need, Mo Li shook his head. Kindred spirits are rare. I, Mo Li, vow to stand by Brother Zhua through thick and thin. Guhan glanced at Zuyang, noticing a similar expression of camaraderie, and suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Elder brother, he won't abandon us, will he? What of third sister? Chapter 458, The Celestial Prodigy of the Haoyun Domain. Young friend, the master of Mo Li hesitated before Guhan, cautious in his demeanor. Are you certain he is capable? In the arena, Mei Yun appeared calm and composed. Aside from his cultivation, he exuded the aura of a sage. Rest assured, Guhan smiled. This esteemed brother Mei, Brother Hao, is invincible below the sacred realm. Prior to this moment, he and the portly fellow had meticulously analyzed the situation. After a decade's absence, Mei Yun's prowess had grown even more formidable. He could influence others without exerting full strength, compelling even a peak extraordinary expert like himself to employ only 70% of his capability, lest he suffer grievous consequences. From this day forth, extraordinary substances would be as commonplace as water, and half-sacred elixirs would serve as mere sustenance. The crowd, filled with impatience, knew that while many things could be fabricated, the great Tao contract bore authenticity like no other. Despite the high value of the sacred medicine combined with the storage ring, it paled in comparison to the innate rarity of the fire flood dragon. It was a risk-free venture. Who would refuse such an opportunity? I shall go first. On what grounds? Everyone, grant me this favor. I am. To the devil with you. Who do you think you are? Are you more impressive than Brother Chiu? Thus, the battle for the first turn commenced. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, displaying a myriad of unbecoming behaviors. Shuiyu hesitated for a moment, acknowledging the lack of decorum. Zhao, the divine maiden, curled her lip in disdain, wondering if all the prodigies from beyond were of such ilk. Prodigies? Guhan's tone dripped with sarcasm. They hardly qualified. If one were to speak truthfully, Chiu would be the true prodigy. The two women cast a glance at Chiu Qian, indeed, quite unsightly. They then turned their gaze toward Guhan, sighing, he is handsome. Guhan, scratching his nose, feigned ignorance toward their looks. He was not oblivious. He understood the sentiments of the two, yet his heart had already become a sanctuary for another. At that moment, an impatient voice cut through the noise. Mei Yun's. With a haughty demeanor, he surveyed the crowd, arms crossed, and declared, what a raucous display. Is this how prodigies from beyond conduct themselves? Utter nonsense. If you dare, come forth. If anyone can make me budge an inch, I shall concede defeat. Indeed, indeed. Yan Qi could no longer contain himself, boasting about his own prowess. If Brother Hao loses, then Yan Qi is yours. Preposterous. There are limits to insults. The crowd's anger surged, instantly uniting against a common foe. They rallied together, declaring, let us see who lands the first blow. Boom, boom. In an instant, every individual, vying to be the first to seize the fire dragon, unleashed their full potential. Fearing their neighbor might snatch victory, the fire dragon was theirs. Who would dare contest? Yet, before any action could unfold, before a single coherent word could be uttered, the already heightened powers of the group erupted uncontrollably. Injuries to flesh, soul, and meridians ensued, with none escaping unscathed. Above, the guardians of these prodigies were left utterly astonished. Dozens of them, all of extraordinary realms, had not even grazed a single hair of the tribulation realm, yet found themselves in such disarray. How could this be? Down below, Mei Yun reveled in a sense of triumph never before experienced, trembling with excitement and spewing insults. Useless, cowardly, all show, no substance, regardless of gender. The crowd could no longer ponder the cause of their predicament. Their eyes turned an incandescent red. Fear of Guhan was real, yet in their eyes, Mei Yun remained a mere native, a tribulation realm being whom they could easily crush. How could they not be enraged by such humiliation? Again, the last was merely an accident. Boom. As the words left their lips, the crowd gritted their teeth, pushing their powers to the utmost, even higher than before. Naturally, the greater the elevation, the heavier the injuries. The sight of these prodigies collectively spitting blood left the onlookers in shock. Cough. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged glances, both filled with trepidation. Thankfully, we resisted the temptation to join in, they thought, recalling the 2 consecutive bouts of bloodshed. Those with lesser cultivation were already swaying unsteadily, and even the more powerful ones were trembling, having lost the strength for a third strike. Humph. Mei Yun spoke with a hint of mockery. Remember the name of Hao Yun, an extraordinary talent from beyond the realms, nothing more than this. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was quaking with excitement. I, Mei Yun, the foremost prodigy of the 5 domains, unmatched beneath the sacred realm. Others may not comprehend, yet Fu Dahai and his companions seemed to sense something, their expressions turning exceedingly peculiar. This ability is rather extraordinary. Gu Xiong, Qiu Qianshan cast a deep glance at Gu Han, acknowledging his impressive tactics. He could not fathom how Mei Yun accomplished such an unfathomable feat, but realized that these individuals had been ensnared in Gu Han's meticulous calculations from beginning to end. Hurry. In the midst of it all, the stout man grinned widely, nearly thrusting the grand contract into the faces of the crowd. You have lost. Sign for me. I refuse to sign. Suddenly, a voice erupted. You are cheating. How could one at the heavenly tribulation realm possibly defeat us without moving? Not even the most prodigious genius ranked first in the 7 realms could achieve such a feat. There must be someone assisting him. This is unfair. His words instantly resonated with the crowd, sparking a chorus of protests. Unable to read, the stout man nearly shoved the grand contract into the face of that individual. It clearly states that no outside assistance was allowed. What are your eyes for? Regardless, I do not believe it. Will you sign or not? I will not sign. The man's eyes turned red with fury. Even if you point a sword at me. Before he could finish, a tattered black sword suddenly hovered at his brow, and as its radiance flickered, a drop of blood blossomed at his forehead. Will you sign? Gu Han cast a glance at him. Humph. The man let out a cold laugh, swiftly reaching for the stout man. Bring me a pen. The stout man, the instigator, has signed. The others dared not utter another word, resignedly inscribing their names upon the grand contract. In the span of a moment, the stout man's hands were adorned with dozens of storage rings. As for the sacred medicines, they would have to wait until everyone returned to the ancient Song realm to retrieve them, with a 3-month deadline clearly stated and the grand contract in place. No one would risk their lives frivolously. At this moment, the hearts of the gathered extraordinary talents from beyond the realms had nearly been ground to dust. The god of death, Gu Han, the leader, Sun Ziyun Fan, and this bizarre first prodigy of the 5 domains, Hao Yun. Bah, Hao Yun. It would be more fitting to call him bad luck. Fortune has smiled upon us. The stout man approached with a wide grin, chattering incessantly, consuming extraordinary materials like water, treating semi-sacred medicines as favors. Before he could finish, he paused, suddenly looking up. Not just him, the others also sensed the anomaly, turning their gazes skyward. In the boundless azure sky, a glimmer of golden light quietly emerged, expanding continuously, and within a brief moment, the entire horizon was bathed in golden hues. Amidst the swirling golden light, the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, and ethereal palaces began to manifest. The Gold List of the Grand Tao, Volume 1. Chapter 459. The Golden Rankings emerge, the Golden Ladder appears. At the peak, deep within the Tao Palace, 2 venerable figures bore solemn expressions, remaining silent. After a brief moment, one of them sighed lightly and remarked, "It seems we have miscalculated." The other, with a wry smile, concurred, "Indeed, that sword intent unmistakably belongs to him. What shall we do?" The first inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. Our recent decision may displease him. He does not strike me as a magnanimous individual. They had both observed Guhan's actions closely. The external prodigies had either perished or had been thoroughly outsmarted by him. He was undeniably rather petty. What was more concerning was that even Qiu Qian seemed reluctant to provoke Guhan further. It is what it is, the second one contemplated. He appears to have a favorable relationship with Fu Dahai, and he has likely come for the longevity fruit. Let us grant it to him. At this point, the two exchanged glances, feeling somewhat constrained. The central Dao Palace, located at the heart of the 5 domains, boasted an ancient lineage, profound heritage, unparalleled strength, and an exalted status. Apart from the enigmatic depths of the forbidden grounds, it would not be an exaggeration to declare it the sovereign of the 5 domains. In fact, for countless years, at least 2 ascendants had simultaneously existed within the Dao Palace. Consequently, no faction had ever dared to provoke them lightly. Yet now, with the external prodigies followed by Guhan, either party possessed the power to easily subdue them. Such a stark contrast instilled a sense of unreality within the two. Let us console ourselves, they thought. Financial loss may avert disaster. We shall offer the divine roots to Guchun and the longevity fruit to Guhan. Perfectly fitting. One of them slowly stood up, preparing to speak, but his words were interrupted as both figures looked upward. Though separated by the ceiling of the quiet chamber, they could still sense the profound Tao essence gradually descending from the outside. Unlike the Tao Bell, the manifestation of the golden rankings lacked an overwhelming grandeur, yet exuded an essence of natural law and simplicity, embodying a return to the essence of truth. It did not manifest abruptly like the Tao Bell, appearing before the crowd in an instant. Rather, it unfolded gradually, revealing itself to all. Is it just me? Or does this golden rankings seem even more formidable than the Tao Bell? Pondered one, stroking his chin. He was not alone in this sentiment. All who had witnessed the Tao Bell felt similarly. As the golden light spread, it resembled a painting unfurling slowly, depicting celestial bodies, mountains, and rivers, becoming increasingly vivid with the passage of time. Tao treasure. Suddenly, Xiaoyang exclaimed, his tone charged with excitement. This golden rankings is, in fact, a superlative Tao treasure, vastly superior to ordinary Tao artifacts. Tao treasure? Guhan was taken aback. What is that? Xiaoyang elaborated, explaining that following the Xuanqi, there existed true artifacts, sacred artifacts, and Tao artifacts. The most significant distinction of a Tao treasure from these ordinary treasures is its innate ability to generate a thread of law, possessing unimaginable power. Moreover, over 90% of Tao treasures are born from the essence of the great Tao, with less than 10% crafted through various fortuitous circumstances. The functions of Tao treasures are profoundly mysterious. There exists a divergence between those inclined towards aggression and those favoring defense, with a realm of their own that is both rare and elusive. This was conveyed by my master. Qiu Qian fixed his gaze upon the golden list suspended in the sky, recalling that the leader of the Cloud Alliance once possessed a treasure that harbored the nascent form of an entire world, imprisoning countless nefarious individuals within. Yan Qianjue and his companions felt a stir in their hearts. They were certain that Qiu Qian was referring to the Dragon Mirror. Having engaged in battle with Yunao, they were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Dragon Mirror. My family's treasure. Yun Fan inexplicably brimmed with confidence. Indeed, Guhan nodded, his expression serene. I have even spent some time exploring that world. Hiss. Xiaoyang and Hua Xing gazed at him in awe. Even Qiu Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother Gu, you have ventured into the realm of that treasure? Is it truly as extraordinary as the rumors suggest? Ordinary, Guhan replied with a hint of disdain. The resources were scarce, and the scenery left much to be desired. I didn't stay long. TSK. Xiaoyang and the others regarded him with newfound respect. Look at Brother Gu's perspective. It is indeed exceptional. A twitch appeared at the corners of many mouths. Was that an exploration? You were apprehended, weren't you? By the way, Guhan seemed to have recalled something. With the golden list now revealed, doesn't that mean the competition for the longevity fruit will be delayed? Not quite. Fu Dahai shook his head, recounting the rules set by the Tao Palace. The top 3? Guhan furrowed his brow. Before coming here, he had already heard Mei Yun speak of the golden list. According to Tianjizi's deductions, although the emergence of the Tao Bell was far more significant than the golden list, anyone could attain a fortune simply by triggering its resonance, regardless of their talent. The golden list, however, was entirely different. One had to contend for the opportunity themselves. Moreover, since the golden list was manifesting for the first time, the methods of contention and the accompanying restrictions remained unknown, even to Tianjizi. All would only be revealed once the golden list fully materialized. Cough, cough. The chubby man stealthily approached. How about we pull off another heist? The Dao Palace is overflowing with wealth, and we are in dire straits. Surely, it isn't unreasonable to seize, cough, borrow some sacred medicinal longevity fruits or something. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched sharply. Old ancestor. Fu Yud nearly wished to choke the chubby man. Is this truly the foundation upon which our Fu family will rely? Forget it, Fu Dahai sighed wearily. Even if you were to give birth to another, it would be too late. Chubby, Guhan spoke sternly. We are not bandits. I will grant you a share. The chubby man lamented. Among the 3 shares I should receive, I'll give you 1. Guhan paused for a moment. Mo, how many sacred medicines does your central Dao Palace possess? Do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. At that moment, a Dao Palace elder fortuitously arrived. Upon hearing his words, the elder nearly fainted from shock. Thankfully, the 2 esteemed ones were present. Without hesitation, he promptly stepped forward and respectfully presented a jade box to Fu Dahai, stating that it contained 3 longevity fruits. A gift from the 2 esteemed ones. If that was insufficient, they should feel free to request more in the future. What a disgrace. What utter humiliation. Fu Dahai cast a sorrowful glance at the rotund figure, adeptly stowing away the jade box. Yen Qianjue exchanged a knowing look with the Lord of Falling Balance. Indeed, it is said that like attracts like. The elder hesitated, addressing Mo Li. The revered one has spoken, you. Mo Li, understanding the unspoken words, shook his head. Please convey to the 2 revered ones that I harbor no animosity. I merely wish to remain unbound by the Dao Palace. After the golden list, I intend to journey with Brother Zhua. The elder sighed deeply before departing. Guhan felt a pang of regret. He should never have introduced Zui Yang to Mo Li. Only the rotund figure wore an expression of discontent. This situation left him at a disadvantage. After all, he too had his pride. He could not simply resort to theft. Could he? Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, pointing skyward. As the exclamation faded, an ethereal and profound aura descended upon the assembly. In the boundless azure sky, the golden light gradually waned, replaced by a colossal scroll whose dimensions were unfathomable. Threads of auspiciousness and beams of dawn light intertwined, accompanied by wisps of celestial mist cascading down, captivating the hearts of the onlookers with an overwhelming sense of longing. Within the scroll, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and rows of jade palaces were rendered with striking clarity, dispelling any lingering ambiguity. Remarkably, it revealed a world unto itself. The rotund figure swallowed hard, pondering how one might enter, for it was far too high. The crowd shook their heads in unison. How to enter? Naturally, one must ascend to the heavens through their own merit. Did he expect the golden list to conjure a ladder for him? Such dreams were fanciful. Just then, the scroll trembled softly, and a series of golden ladders unfurled from the heavens, descending gracefully. The crowd shielded their faces, wincing from the impact. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse beyond the void, within a magnificent and resplendent celestial palace of purest white, a man clad in a dark robe, possessing an unremarkable visage yet enveloped in a faint aura of profound energy, opened his eyes. As if summoned, a beam of celestial light descended, transforming into a palm-sized edict and a golden ladder before him. The ladder consisted of merely a dozen steps, appearing both substantial and elusive, its reality wavering. At its apex lay a veil of luminous mist, behind which, faintly visible, were the jade palaces. The man, expressionless, glanced at the edict before closing his eyes once more. However, a breath of worldly essence slipped from him, momentarily coalescing into a figure identical to his own, who began to ascend the golden ladder. Chapter 460, Ascending the Golden Ladder, Breaching the Celestial Gate. In a certain location in the central continent, a figure clad in white, exuding an air of leisure, looked up at the scroll, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Your strokes grow bolder with each passing moment, he mused with a smile. It seems you are rather anxious. Indeed, the sensation of uncertainty can be quite disconcerting. Just as his words hung in the air, on the canvas, ethereal mist swirled, and an indeterminate golden staircase stretched down from the heavens, cascading at his feet. Alas, He let out a gentle sigh. Success or failure hinged upon this single moment. With those words, he stepped forward, slowly ascending towards the sky, in the inner circle of the central continent. Within the headquarters of the Tianyin Chamber of Commerce, in an elegant chamber, TSK, a middle-aged man, clad in a brocade robe and exuding shrewdness, gazed at the immense painting in the sky, filled with profound sentiments. This fortuitous event was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, if only I were 7 or 8,000 years younger, I would contend with those young scoundrels. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze and turned to a person behind him. In the vast expanse of the 5 domains, how could one not find a suitable candidate? What are you doing? The man smiled wryly. Suitable candidates do exist, yet they refuse to comply. Am I to compel them against their will? Guhan, Fatty Fu. The middle-aged man did not expect a response, continuing to mutter to himself. Guhan. I have heard of him. He possesses true skill. But this Fatty Fu, he was utterly perplexed. It must be that scoundrel from the Fu family. How did such a shameless fellow earn the recognition of that jade medal and become a candidate for the ferryman of the underworld? It baffles the mind. Has the organization reached such a desperate state? President. The man pondered. This Fatty Fu has only appeared fleetingly in the eastern wilderness, absent for over a decade. Could it be merely an alias, with another person behind it? Never mind. The man waved his hand. Let us disregard Fatty Fu for now. Once the matter of the golden list concludes, we shall seek to engage with Guhan. Even if it costs our chamber, we must bring him on board. President. The man was puzzled. The ferryman of the underworld. What exactly? Before he could finish, the man's demeanor shifted. The shrewdness faded, replaced by an aura of sharpness and coldness. Is this something you could inquire about? My subordinate spoke out of turn. Return. Yes, I take my leave. As the subordinate departed, President Tianyun relaxed his expression, a bitter smile forming on his lips. What is going on? I too wish to know. I am merely a small pawn on the periphery of the organization, in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. Go. A towering, bare-chested man glanced at the distant golden staircase and spoke to a young demon across from him. The emergence of the golden list is of great significance. If you can secure a position among the top 3, the longevity fruit is secondary. The golden list will surely bestow tremendous fortune. Within the 5 domains, a hint of desolation flickered in his eyes. The demon clan has dwindled significantly. Whether it can rise again depends on you. I do not seek the top 3. The young demon across replied sternly. If we are to do this, let it be for the top position. With that, he led a group of talented young demons, each stepping upon their respective golden staircases. The man remained silent. The top position? That may prove quite challenging. In the northern domain, the war god temple. Sir. Amon gazed at the golden staircase before him, his face radiant with hope and longing. Will I be able to meet my benefactor this time? Indeed. Yunzhan replied with a smile. Such significant matters, he surely would not miss. That's wonderful. Amon beamed with joy and promptly ascended the golden stairs. As he departed, Yunzhan suddenly sighed. He had not anticipated that this golden list would be unlike the Dao Bell, but rather a gathering of the prodigies from the 5 domains. Would that calamity manifest? In the great Yin dynasty, the capital city, Fang Xing stood before the golden staircase, taking a sip from her wine flask before preparing to step forward. Be cautious, came a sigh from behind her, the Flame Emperor's voice heavy with foreboding. There is a strong possibility of encountering him. Yes, Fang Xing hesitated momentarily, then nodded. If I do meet him, I shall slay him for you. In the southern frontier, outside a dilapidated mountain gate, Yun too observed the dozens of fervent individuals kneeling below, their faces alight with zeal. Esteemed ones, our deity is about to return. With that proclamation, the crowd instantly fell to their knees, chanting fervently, our deity, glory. In recent days, with the assistance of outsiders, Yin too had almost gathered all the extraordinary masters above the transcendent realm within the southern frontier, transforming them into divine servants. Among them were 7 or 8 who had reached the feather transformation realm, and over a dozen at the sacred realm, the rest being extraordinary masters. Notably, several were the young elites of their generation. What a pity! Yun Ao's figure drifted gracefully into view. He glanced at the golden staircase, which cascaded with an ethereal beauty, imbued with traces of Tao insight and celestial light, and shook his head. Such fortuitous opportunities, once missed, may never return. No matter, Yin too replied with a smile. The grace of the divine is the greatest fortune and blessing. He then cast a sidelong glance at Yun Ao. How long can you hold off that old monk? 15 minutes. That should suffice. Yin Tu inhaled deeply. Esteemed disciples, let us welcome our deity's return. Yes. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the crowd soared into the air, their direction unmistakably towards the western desert. As for the golden staircase, not a single person cast a glance back at it. In the western desert, within the divine slaying array, Master Wuxin looked pitifully at the old monk beside him. Can I go? The golden list had manifested, its mysterious essence appearing directly within the divine slaying array, landing before Wuxin. The old monk remained silent. Master, Wuxin continued to plead. I promise to guard it closely and will not cause any disturbances again. Please, allow me to go. Such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Can you bear to let me miss it? His pleas were genuine, yet the burgeoning wrath and indifference in his gaze were equally real. Very well, the old monk sighed. His withered hand gently rested upon Wuxin's head. In that moment, an intense and rich stream of Buddhist light surged into his being. Master. A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Wu Xian's eyes, but under the oppressive glow of the Buddha, his indifference and fury gradually faded. Go. The old monk finally said after a brief pause. Retracting his arm, he softly chanted a Buddhist mantra and advised, remember, do not act recklessly. Yes. Wu Xian suppressed his joy and clasped his hands together, replying, I understand, Master. Chapter 461. Absolutely do not venture. Whoever dares is a fool. In the central Dao Palace, within that small courtyard, the number of golden ladders was abundant due to the many people gathered there. Some golden ladders even intersected, illuminating the area with dazzling brilliance that nearly blinded onlookers. A cursory glance revealed Guhan's brow furrowing slightly. Something felt amiss, though they were all golden ladders. Those from beyond the realm, such as Xiao Yang and Hua Xing, seemed to have ladders of a slightly paler hue, and the golden light flickered uneasily, suggesting instability. What is happening? Why does my golden ladder appear this way? It is utterly unfair. The crowd soon noticed the discrepancy and began to voice their concerns. Xiao Yang was bewildered, pondering whether the ladder might collapse beneath him. Surely not. Hua Xing shook his head. But isn't the golden tablet a manifestation of the Tao? The Tao is impartial. Why is there such a distinction? Meanwhile, Qiu Qian remained silent, clearly perplexed as well. Suddenly, a booming laughter interrupted their contemplation. It's true. The golden tablet has favored me. Mei Yun, the old man of heavenly secrets, spoke true. I am truly blessed with great fortune. Not far away, Mei Yun gazed at the golden ladder before him, alternating between tears and laughter, his expression manic. The crowd blinked in astonishment. Is it really that extraordinary? Aren't you the foremost genius in the 5 domains? It's only natural for the golden tablet to choose you. It would be abnormal if it didn't. Wait, aren't you called Hao Yun? How did you become Mei Yun? Guhan pondered. The selection method of the golden tablet diverged completely from that of the Dao Bell. If it were the Dao Bell, Shui Yu might barely hear it ring 3 times. Yet Mei Yun hadn't even managed that. Yet now, both of them had golden ladders beneath their feet. Even the saintly Qiu Qian had one, and Yin Shi had already begun to ascend his ladder. For 10 years, the notion of not being acknowledged had taken root deeply, yet it had not manifested into a tangible form. Why aren't you moving? It questioned, perplexed by the crowd's stillness. Venture through the heavenly gates. Seek your fortune. Heavenly gates? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. You'll understand once you ascend. With another twist of its body, it continued to climb upward. Let us go. Witnessing this, the otherworldly individuals no longer cared about the apparent unfairness of the Tao and hurriedly stepped onto their respective golden ladders. Although the ladders felt unstable, they did not collapse as Xiao Yang had feared. Once on the golden ladder, the crowd grasped the meaning behind Yin Qi's words. Yet, no one spoke up to caution. Instead, they quickened their pace toward the scroll. They're moving. The plump one, unwilling to be left behind, also stepped onto his golden ladder. Guhan, Zuyang, Yu Miao, Shui Yu, Zhao Mingyu, and Yun Fan also stepped forward at that same moment. In an instant, a flicker of enlightenment surfaced in their minds. The golden list of the great Tao, the 9 heavenly passes. Each pass would present different treasures, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and rare items. The more challenges one overcame, the greater the rewards, yet the treasures available at each level were limited, scarcely enough to be divided among so many, and the quantity dwindled as one progressed, culminating in the ultimate 9th pass. One word, compete. Whosoever possesses the greater skill shall reap the treasures and fortunes. In contrast to the Dao Bell, this was an entirely different mode of engagement. So that was it. Guhan suddenly comprehended. Competing for treasures not only involved one's aptitude and cultivation, but also the strength of one's abilities. Take Shui Yu for instance. Despite her average qualifications and low cultivation, her unique mastery of the qin was immensely impactful, granting her the qualification to contend. As for Mei Yun, his formidable misfortune was something even Guhan could not endure. He lacked the qualifications. Who else could claim such entitlement? It seemed to him that the stout fellow's golden ladder was closer to Guhan, who stroked his double chin. Pondering aloud, this golden list appears to possess a certain sentience. Indeed, Guhan shared this sentiment. The Dao Bell exuded a cold, unfeeling aura, judging solely by aptitude without regard for anything else. However, the golden list was different. It seemed to take into account even one's hidden capabilities. To call it considerate would not be an exaggeration. Reflecting on the peculiarities of the foreign individuals on the golden ladder, he felt increasingly perplexed. Ahem. The stout fellow glanced around and whispered, "Do you think that these 9 heavenly passes, corresponding to the 9 chimes of the Dao Bell, might have a 10th pass? Perhaps a hidden level of sorts?" Guhan's expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. 10 chimes. 10 passes. It is indeed a possibility. Listen to the fat master. The stout fellow's expression turned serious, insisting that even if there were, you must not attempt it. The fat master's golden bell shield cannot protect you. What shield? Guhan looked utterly bewildered. The golden bell shield. The stout fellow repeated, brimming with pride. It is the new divine ability bestowed upon me by the old master, which can evolve as my cultivation advances. This is a name I've thoughtfully devised. Quite fitting, isn't it? Guhan was at a loss for words. It was far too fitting. Rest assured, he had certainly not forgotten the painful lesson of the 10 chimes and swore vehemently, "I absolutely will not attempt it. 9 passes are sufficient. Should there truly be a hidden level, whoever dares to venture forth is a fool." Huh. The stout fellow shook his head, admonishing himself. Guhan nearly struck him down with the sword, until the figures of the crowd faded from view. Yin Qianjue and the others finally withdrew their gazes. "You all say?" Fu Dahai stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Who might be the top of the golden list?" "It must be him," Yin Qianjue declared without hesitation. "If it were not him, I would twist my head off for you." "Not necessarily." The Lord of Falling Balance shook his head. "Do not forget, there are cultivators of the sacred realm among us. That one's sword intent may not hold sway here." "Sacred realm?" Yin Qianjue chuckled. "Do you know what he did first after overcoming his tribulation?" "What?" "He personally eliminated a sacred realm." The two were momentarily taken aback, suddenly gripped by a sense of impending danger. If he could vanquish a sacred realm, how far could he be from conquering the ascendant realm? In the distance, Chongming sighed. Aside from his shamelessness, he bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoyan. Despite their ongoing conversation, Guhan and the chubby man maintained their swift pace, quickly distancing themselves from the others. The locals of the 5 domains fared relatively well. However, the outsiders were engulfed in a perplexing rage. Based on their cultivation levels, though they may not match Guhan and his companion, the disparity was unexpected. Having just suffered misfortune at Mei Yun's hands, twice, no less, they had scarcely had time to heal, and their storage rings were confiscated. With the sudden emergence of the golden list, they could only hastily snatch some pills from the guardians before beginning their ascent of the golden stairs. Despite their urgency, they could not hasten their pace. Young Prince, Yin Qi and Yun Fan, who were not far apart, couldn't help but express their sentiments. "I have just recalled an even more painful matter." "What is it?" "The people are still here, but the storage rings are gone." Yun Fan's words pierced the hearts of the outsiders, nearly causing them to gasp for breath, teetering on the edge of tumbling down the golden stairs. This Fireflood dragon is simply inhuman. Volume 1, Chapter 462. As a sword cultivator, is it not reasonable to draw forth one's sword? Deep within the forbidden ground, an unusual stillness enveloped the area, as if the materialization of the golden list had awakened some ancient, terrifying beings. Under the shroud of dread, the usual wails of spirits and roars of demons vanished, replaced by indistinct whispers and murmurs, though their contents were indecipherable. Yet, none of these anomalies captured the attention of the old blind man. Or perhaps, he simply lacked the energy to notice. Amidst the swirling mists, he sat cross-legged. Emaciated and with eyes tightly shut, his breath rancid, seemingly devoid of any trace of life, resembling a corpse. In truth, a millennium ago, he had already suffered the disintegration of his essence, his vitality extinguished, rendered utterly incapable. His continued existence was solely due to the indomitable spirit within him. For 1,000 years, he had nurtured his sword, to slay the gods, and more importantly, to seek vengeance. For the Xiantian sword sect and the 137 deceased comrades. Until this vengeance is fulfilled, the lingering hatred shall remain. Before him, that wooden staff stood resolutely, unwavering even in the face of the might of the great Tao, refusing to bend or yield. This was his sword, and it was also the very essence of his sword. At the pinnacle of the golden stairs lay an indistinct, hazy expanse of light and mist, through which vague scenes could be glimpsed. Let us go. Without hesitation, Guang and the chubby man exchanged glances and stepped into the light and mist. In an instant, as the two departed, the golden stairs beneath their feet gradually dissipated, transforming into nothingness. In a moment of disorientation, the two individuals have arrived in an expansive square of nearly boundless white jade. In the distant horizon, an ethereal protective barrier appears, behind which swirling auspicious clouds and delicate mists envelop a seemingly infinite range of colossal mountains, far more majestic than the solitary peak housing the central Tao Palace. Amidst the mountains, pavilions and towers float in midair, with countless exotic creatures flitting about, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty, unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Before them stands a towering white jade archway, soaring to great heights. Adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions, it is further enhanced by a subtle celestial glow, rendering it extraordinarily marvelous. Gradually, more and more people enter the square. However, its vastness makes even this multitude appear sparse. Where's this place? A shared question arises in the minds of all present. Soon after, Zhuiyang and his companions converge with Guang, their gazes fixed intently upon this extraordinary square. After a brief moment of perception, Guang furrows his brow. As if to prevent any deceit, the small white sword within his consciousness has ceased to respond. No matter how he urges it, it remains unresponsive, as if sealed away. In contrast, the distant Dian sword still gleams brilliantly, seemingly unaffected. He feels no disappointment. For even without the small sword, there are no Yuhua realm practitioners here, and he believes his own strength renders him unafraid of anyone. Brother Gu. Just as he ponders this, a voice filled with surprise calls out. It is Xiao Yang and Hua Xing, hurrying towards them. What brings you here? The stout fellow asks with a look of disdain. The outer domain is one thing, but why must we mingle? When it comes time to seize treasures, we shall be rivals. The discontent of the duo is palpable. Outer domain. We have no regard for those people. They retort. Besides, we are in the outer domain. But our hearts remain in the 5 domains. Just as they prepare to counter, they notice Yun Fan, his face alight with surprise, energetically waving at a woman in the far distance. Clad in a fiery red gown and possessing a frosty beauty, she is breathtaking in every aspect. A wine flask hangs from her waist, adding an air of boldness to her grace. Her phoenix-like eyes scan the surroundings as if searching for something. Upon hearing the call, she suddenly turns, spotting Guhan and Zhuiyang. The icy demeanor on her face instantly melts into a warm smile. Those who draw near, regardless of gender, find themselves momentarily entranced. Xiao Yang is particularly overwhelmed. I see her. At last, I have seen her again. The enchanting maiden in red. Who would have thought she is not only Brother Gu Sr., but also Brother Yun's sister? What a twist of fate. Yun Fan, still harboring a grudge for having lost his coveted position, deliberately exclaims, "Do you fancy my sister?" Instantly, Xiao Yang's face turns crimson, his gaze flitting about awkwardly. Yin Qi interjects seriously. "Young sir, what are you searching for? May I assist you?" The fisher, Zhao Mingyu blurts out without a second thought, sending Xiao Yang into despair. Senior sister. Upon seeing Feng Xi approach, Gu Han and his companions are naturally filled with joy. Indeed, Feng Xi gazed at the 3 individuals, a faint smile gracing her lips, a rare expression she only revealed to those closest to her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she prepared to depart once more. Senior sister, Guhan observed her seemingly preoccupied demeanor and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Feng Xi paused for a moment in silence, then replied, "I am searching for someone." The square was vast, and the crowd had naturally segmented into small groups. Even with Feng Xi's formidable abilities, Scouring every corner of the plaza was no simple task. Senior sister, Guhan's expression turned serious. Let me assist you in your search. Though others remained oblivious. He had begun to suspect that the person Feng Xi sought was likely her fourth brother, Yin Tuesday. No need. Feng Xi shook her head. You all should focus on seizing your opportunities. With that, she flickered away in an instant. Xiao Yang felt a pang of loss. Indeed. She and T cast a glance in his direction. Stop thinking about it. Yun Fan patted his shoulder, his words seemingly comforting. For my sister to take a liking to you, it would require the collapse of heaven and earth, the end of an epic. Impossible. Xiao Yang thought. Though it was meant to console him, it nearly pierced his heart. You don't understand, Yun Fan sighed. My sister is simply incapable of harboring feelings for men. The others nodded in agreement. Even Guhan acknowledged this with a slight nod. Feng Xi was stunning, breathtakingly so, yet in their hearts. They seldom regarded her as a woman. Her spirit soared among the endless cosmos, driven solely by the pursuit of strength through drink, leaving no room for men in her existence. At that moment, a plump figure stealthily approached Guhan. Lend me your sword for a moment. For what purpose? Guhan questioned. The rotund individual pointed to the ground, suggesting, this might be valuable. Let us pry up a few pieces and see if they are worth anything. The plaza's surface was laid with square tiles of exquisite blue-white jade, exuding an ethereal glow. Upon hearing this, the others looked on with disdain. Even Yin Qi silently lamented. Why could the prince not rid himself of this avaricious trait? You gluttonous fool. Guhan's expression darkened. Have you lost your mind? Why don't you just carry off that archway instead? I can't move it, the stout one retorted. That's impossible. Guhan firmly dismissed the notion. He was no longer the impoverished Guhan of yesteryears. He had dignity now and would not stoop to such a disgraceful act. If you want to dig, do it yourself. Don't involve me. Just then, Hua Xing's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his tone growing fervent. This must be the legendary Qingling Jade. What is that? Someone asked. Qingling Jade, Hua Xing inhaled deeply, is a rare material for crafting artifacts, exceedingly scarce even in our ancient Song realm. Incorporating a piece during the forging process not only elevates the quality of the treasure, but also facilitates the nurturing of spiritual essence, making it immensely valuable. 2 pieces. He pointed to the tiles, swallowing hard. 2 pieces could be exchanged for a divine herb, and yet here they are, merely used for paving. This is astonishing. His words trailed off, filled with wonder. A blade's resonant cry echoed through the air, revealing that Guhan now wielded a dark sword in his hand. Do not misunderstand. He clarified, noticing the peculiar gazes of those around him. As a swordsman, the sword embodies my very essence. Is it not reasonable to allow my old companion to breathe freely? The long sword trembled lightly, seemingly in response. The onlookers collectively thought, it is entirely reasonable. In the 463rd chapter of the first volume, Guhan commanded, bring forth the pen. Clang. Instantly, an aura of immense power surged from him as he struck the sword against the tiled ground. In that fleeting moment, celestial light flowed through the air, and a formidable backlash surged forth, not only sending the long sword flying, but also causing Guhan to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. How resilient! Guhan marveled silently, feeling a tingling in his right hand. Although he refrained from unleashing his full strength in the presence of Mei Yun, he had still exerted 50% of his cultivation, under the enhancement of the indestructible sword body. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the transcendent realm would have been slain by a single strike. Yet, the tiled ground remained utterly unscathed, without even the slightest mark. He began to realize that not only 50%, but even full power could not breach the defenses of that celestial light. Not far away, a group was attempting to pry open the tiles, but, as expected, they met with failure, just as Guhan had. Exchanging glances with the stout companion, both men discerned the shared sentiment of regret and sorrow in each other's eyes. What a pity, such a vast treasure lost. Boom. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from above, and distant mountain ranges witnessed an influx of celestial light converging upon the square. In an instant, it transformed into dozens of ethereal misty orbs that dispersed in all directions. Hovering in the air, nearby Guhan and his companions, 2 orbs of light also lingered, through which they could faintly perceive the treasures within. These are artifacts. The crowd quickly realized that this was the reward for the first trial. Genuine artifacts. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing, well versed in such matters, were utterly astonished. Judging by the radiance of these artifacts, they were at least of exceptional quality. They explained that in the ancient Song realm, unless one possessed particularly profound foundations, even ordinary sacred realm cultivators would only utilize genuine artifacts. However, if they were sufficiently imbued with spirit and nurtured by sacred might, there existed a slim chance for them to evolve into sacred artifacts. Guhan suddenly recalled that the small sword once held by Chu Kuang seemed to be a genuine artifact, merely enhanced by sacred might, rendering its power extraordinary. However, in terms of material quality, that small sword could not compare to the artifacts within these mists. Considering the backgrounds of Xiao Yang and his companion, these treasures could only be deemed decent, while for those from less prestigious origins, they would represent significant treasures. As for the locals of the 5 domains, these would be regarded as prized possessions, with even a single artifact capable of inciting delight. In an instant, boom, boom, waves of energy erupted forth as the crowd scrambled to seize the artifacts, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere in an instant. Swish, swish. At that very moment, a series of figures rushed closer, directly charging towards the 2 luminous misty orbs near Guhan. Due to their proximity, those individuals were not affected by Mei Yun's abilities. Who dares? A sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the air. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot skyward, as the plump individual, eager to protect his treasure, surged forward alone. Fu Yulin from Zhongzhou is here. Who dares to seize my treasures? Boom. As he spoke, the golden light emanating from him rapidly expanded, transforming into a resplendent ancient bell that enveloped him, hurtling towards the others. Fu Yulin, the group, hailing from Zhongzhou, trembled at the mention of his name, promptly shifting direction and fleeing in terror. Guhan, observing the scene, wore a look of disbelief. Is it really necessary? Have you all become this cowardly? You are all extraordinary beings, after all. Brother Gu, Yun Fan remarked with an odd expression. Their fear seems not to stem from Brother Yulin's prowess, but rather from his notorious reputation. Reputation? Guhan was taken aback. What notoriety does this rotund man possess? Deceitful and shameless, that fatty Fu, Zhao Mingyu sneered. Thick-skinned and wicked, the king of suppression, Shuiyu muttered softly. Guhan suddenly understood. No wonder the plump fellow had insisted on announcing his name. Indeed, the name Fu Yulin had become infamous in Zhongzhou. In the air, the plump man, his face aglow, called out to everyone, "Come lend a hand. This restriction is rather formidable. Let us break through quickly and seize other treasures." Upon witnessing this, Guhan contemplated for a moment. "You all stay here. I shall investigate elsewhere." With that, he provided no further explanation and swiftly departed from the scene. The group stood in silence, shaking their heads in disbelief. Truly, it was no surprise that he could befriend such a character. Without delay, they rushed to assist the plump man in dismantling the restriction. However, Guhan's departure was not in pursuit of these artifacts, but rather for Feng Xi. He possessed only scant knowledge regarding Yun Tu's affairs. Given Feng Xi's extraordinary strength, the fact that he had evaded capture for over a decade indicated that he was no ordinary foe, thus stirring Guhan's concerns. As for the plump man, he held no worries there. The true concern lay with others. The plaza was vast, teeming with figures engaged in the relentless pursuit of treasures. Individuals from the 5 domains mingled with those from beyond, yet it seemed they were aware that this was merely the first day, with even grander treasures ahead. Consequently, they refrained from employing lethal force, and upon sensing the tide turning against them, they withdrew from the fray. Humph! Suddenly, a cold laugh resonated from above. With your meager cultivation, you struggle to even breach the restrictions. Guhan frowned slightly, his gaze lifting to see several young individuals emerging from a swirling mist, brandishing a gleaming long sword. Though it paled in comparison to the one wielded by the sword prince on that fateful day, it was still a rare treasure. Below, more than a dozen young people stood with pale faces, silent and tense, their fists clenched tightly. Clearly, they had failed to seize the prize. Is it you? Guhan's expression brightened, and he swiftly descended before the group. Gu, the vanguard. Upon seeing Guhan, they exclaimed. More than 10 individuals were initially taken aback, but soon erupted in ecstatic joy. What brings you here? Needless to say, if you were present, how could Gu Xianfeng not be? Ah, I must be too excited. Gu Xianfeng, it has been a decade, a full 10 years since we last saw you. Where have you been? They then surrounded Guhan, their voices brimming with excitement as they inquired about his well-being, no longer casting a glance at the long sword. These individuals hailed from the border army of Dian. A decade had passed, yet Guhan's esteemed position in their hearts had never diminished. He glanced upwards at the sword. Have you all set your sights on it? The young man at the forefront appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting, we simply lack the skill to compete with them, but it's of no consequence. He then became animated once more. To see Gu Xianfeng again today is worth more than any treasure. Guhan smiled. Though he would be remiss to claim he felt no joy, despite not recalling their names, the bond formed through shared battles was sufficient. Such was the purity and simplicity of camaraderie in the military. He looked skyward once more, raising an eyebrow. You seem somewhat familiar. In the air, the individual wielding the long sword trembled, nearly losing his balance, and those around him were no better off. It's you, Guhan suddenly recalled. The sword-bearer was indeed the one who had previously called for the pen. With a swift motion, the individual dashed over, unhesitatingly handing the long sword to the Dian border soldier, his tone laced with reproach. Look at you all, with such meager cultivation. How dare you attempt to break the restrictions alone? Utter folly. If it weren't for my intervention, you could have exhausted yourselves. Here, take it. Should anything like this occur again, do not hesitate to call me. The entire Dian border army stood dumbfounded. Chapter 464. I dislike looking up at others. Take it. Observing their stupefied expressions, Guhan wore a half-smile, reminding them not to disregard the effort made by others to retrieve the sword. The young man, dazed, accepted the sword. Thank you. What nonsense. The sword-bearer feigned displeasure. I may be a bit sharp-tongued, but I cannot stand to see the weak suffer. After saying this, he looked eagerly at Guhan. Is that acceptable? Not bad. Just don't expect me to kill you. Kill me? Guhan chuckled, patting his shoulder, causing the young man to flinch. How could I? Have you forgotten? You still owe me a sacred herb. Stay alive to repay your debt. Alive? The young man's eyes reddened, touched by the sentiment. I will live well. Guhan chose not to engage further. After contemplating for a moment, he gifted the border soldiers numerous elixirs, offering a few words of advice before departing once more. The sword-bearer sighed in relief, glancing at the assembly of Dian border soldiers. Do you know him? Of course. The leading young man beamed with admiration and fervor. That is our Gu Xianfeng. He quickly grasped the reason behind the contrasting demeanor of the individual before him, recognizing it was all due to Guhan's influence. Indeed, he felt a sense of pride. Wherever Gu Xianfeng goes, he is formidable. After parting with a few companions, Guhan resumed his search for Feng Xing. However, he had not ventured far when he abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon a young man clad in white, exuding an air of refined elegance and gentleness. A flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. Luo Wushuang. Guhan addressed him directly. What brings you to Tianji Valley? Previously, Mei Yun had informed him of a young individual who had lingered in Tianji Valley for a decade, the nature of whose endeavors remained a mystery. Without hesitation, Guhan deduced the identity of this young man. Who else but Luo Wushuang could engage in the art of guessing the essence crystal? Though they had met only once before, Guhan had amassed considerable knowledge about Luo Wushuang, whether it was 10 years ago or 10 years later. Among all the adversaries he encountered, only Luo Wushuang eluded his comprehension to the extent that he could not even discern friend from foe. To resolve an issue, Luo Wushuang replied. What issue? Guhan inquired. My issue, came the response. Guhan felt that when it came to meaningless chatter, Luo Wushuang was the sole individual capable of matching the old monk's verbosity. Do not overthink it, Luo Wushuang chuckled. For now, we shall not become adversaries. For now? Guhan echoed. Strictly speaking, Luo Wushuang sighed. Both of us are part of a game, yet your presence is conspicuously absent from the board. I, however, must make my move first, even as but a pawn. If no one can trace your whereabouts, you possess the potential to upend this game. Who is playing the game? Guhan queried. Can mere ants comprehend the existence of cultivators? Luo Wushuang shook his head. They cannot fathom it. Thus sharing such insights with you is futile. For I too cannot comprehend. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Guhan asked, could you speak plainly? Haha, Luo Wushuang pointed into the distance, plainly speaking. Murong and her companions have also arrived, just ahead, and they seem to have encountered some trouble. Would you not go and see? Murong Jie? Guhan's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he felt that Luo Wushuang would not deceive him. Anxious, he swiftly departed, and Luo Wushuang followed suit without contention, allowing others to disregard him. As he traversed, His right hand gently formed an unusual incantation. The inhabitants of the 5 domains were manageable, but the foreigners emitted a continual stream of grayish aura, which he deftly gathered in his hand until it coalesced into a size akin to a pigeon's egg. This incantation was also a form of Tianji technique. Yet, it was insufficient. Gazing at the mass of gray energy, he paused, realizing it still lacked considerable substance. After reflecting, he turned his gaze toward a few foreigners nearby who were attempting to decipher restrictions. With a slight shift, he appeared before them. "Ladies and gentlemen, might you be interested in playing a game with me?" As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand. "Take a guess. Is the essence crystal in my hand 1 or 2? Guess correctly, and the true artifact shall be yours. Guess incorrectly, and it will belong to me." The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Who is this fool? Is he out of his mind? Get lost. One individual, growing impatient, remarked, "You are wasting our time in pursuit of treasure, and you shall pay for this." Luo Wushuang contemplated for a moment. "Since you are unwilling to guess, this true artifact shall belong to me." With a sudden surge of formidable energy, several individuals screamed in pain, blood spewing forth as they were violently hurled to the ground. As Guang soared through the air, he swiftly approached the direction indicated by Luo Wushuang, leaving behind only fleeting shadows that eluded the eyes of those present. In mere moments, he was met with the sounds of bickering and furious accusations. Beneath a shroud of luminous mist, 2 factions stood in a tense standoff, one comprised of 5 or 6 robust and imposing young demons, and the other consisting of Murong Yin and Xin Xian, accompanied by several disciples of Yuqing sect, including Yang Lan and Jiang Feng. Nearby, a man stood with a dozen young warriors of the barbarian tribe, all displaying expressions of indignation. Above them, adjacent to the luminous mist, a demon youth with horns and flowing red hair was relentlessly attempting to break the barrier. "Why do you not leave?" One of the demon youths coldly glared at the crowd. "Were it not for Dian's intercession, you would not leave here unscathed today." This location was somewhat isolated, yet a cluster of luminous mist descended right above Murong Yin and her companions. In their joy, they united to shatter the barrier. But just as they seemed on the verge of success, the demon tribe arrived, not only seizing the luminous mist, but also aggressively intent on injuring them. Fortunately, Dian had spoken up for them, recognizing Murong Yin and understanding her unique bond with Guang. Dian, the demon youth in the sky, said with displeasure, "As a member of the demon race, one should prioritize the resurgence of our kind. Your constant protection of these humans is utterly unacceptable. I shall permit your actions this once, but let it not happen again." Indeed, Dian sighed. The demons, hailing from the ancestral land of their kind, were imbued with immense pride, and the demon youth above, meticulously nurtured by their homeland, held radical views and exhibited aggressive behavior, starkly contrasting the demeanor of the heavenly demon valley. "You may leave," he addressed Murong Yin and her companions. "I can only assist you to this extent." Murong Yin's eyes blazed with fury. "How audacious! Your demon race is already in decline, yet you remain so obstinate. You have taken what you desire and still insist on harming others?" Unconvinced, a sinister grin spread across the demon's face as he unleashed his extraordinary 7th-level prowess. Demonic energy swirling around him, preparing to strike. "No!" Dian exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. "Step aside, you treacherous demon," with a forceful sweep of his hand. The demon youth sent Dian careening far away. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed through the air. "What?" The demon's gaze sharpened as a brilliant light streaked towards him, swiftly closing the distance. It was a sword aura several yards long. Bang! Bang! Instinctively, he condensed his demonic energy to defend, but as soon as it met the sword aura, it shattered instantly. Before he could react further, he found himself spitting blood and being sent flying into the distance. The crowd blinked in astonishment as another figure emerged. "Brother Gu, Big Brother Gu, benefactor." The crowd was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by overwhelming joy as they began to speak. Guang gazed upward, squinting his eyes. This luminous mist was considerably larger than the others, within which lay a pitch-black, double-headed giant axe measuring half a zhang in length. The axe blades shimmered with a chilling light, and the radiance emanating from it was indeed superior to the other genuine artifacts. At this moment, the youthful demon gazed coldly at Guang. "Who are you? Come down." "What did you say?" Guang reiterated, "I do not enjoy looking up at others." "Unfortunate for you," the demon youth replied, narrowing his eyes, for I rather relish having others look up at me. Oh, really? Guhan suddenly chuckled. Chapter 465 of Volume 1. Sometimes, excessive confidence can be detrimental. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed. Deprived of Mei Yun's presence, Guhan, having reached the 9th level of the transcendent realm, unleashed his full power for the first time. In an instant, a ferocious aura of spiritual pressure violently erupted. What? Several demons changed their expressions dramatically. Although he appeared unremarkable, how could this individual possess such formidable strength? Moreover, how could someone at the 9th level of the transcendent realm exert such overwhelming spiritual pressure? Bang! Bang! Before they could ponder further, that spiritual pressure descended upon them. And apart from Dian, the rest of the demons staggered backward as if struck by a colossal boulder. Dian's heart sank. Guhan was now even stronger than when he had encountered him at Yu Mountain City. Suddenly, the spiritual pressure retracted sharply, compressing itself to a mere half-inch around Guhan's body. Swish! Simultaneously, a sword aura, tinged with a faint blood light and exuding unmatched sharpness, surged toward the demon youth. Roar! The demon youth's pupils constricted sharply, and he channeled all his strength from the 9th level of the transcendent realm. As his bloodline power surged, a towering phantom of a 10-zhang tall single-horned demon manifested behind him. With the infusion of demonic energy, the figure swiftly transformed from ethereal to corporeal, rapidly diminishing in size as it roared forward to meet the sword aura. Boom! In an instant, the two forces clashed. It was evident that the great demon phantom was continuously disintegrating. Who are you? The demon youth no longer dared to underestimate Guhan. Years ago, when the Dao Bell emerged, he was the only one to awaken the ancient demon lord's bloodline with 9 tolls. He believed his strength was such that he could easily triumph over even the finest human prodigies, which was the source of his confidence and arrogance. Yet, he had not anticipated that after just one exchange, he would find himself at a disadvantage. With your prowess, you cannot possibly be an unknown figure. Dian's expression was complex. You are Guhan of the Eastern Wasteland. Guhan. The demon youth's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. So it is you. He seldom ventured out of the ancestral lands of the demons, but he had heard of certain events from the outside world. The legendary battle between Guhan and the Sword Prince, which led to the defeat of the central Taoist Mo Li, had long reached his ears. Your benefactor is formidable. Guhan's aura was overwhelmingly potent. Murong Yin and the others had retreated to a distance, observing Guhan's silhouette with admiration in their eyes. Behind him, the several youthful members of the barbarian tribe wore expressions of discomfort. To be fair, Guhan's reputation in the northern domain surpassed that of the Central Plains, to the extent that the entire barbarian tribe nearly faced annihilation at his hands. Defeating you equates to shattering the fortunes of the human race. In the sky, a flicker of crimson light glimmered in the eyes of the young demon, his tone brimming with excitement. Guhan, wearing a look of disdain, replied, I merely assisted Sister Murong. It has nothing to do with the fortunes of the two races. At that moment, as if his sense of duty ignited latent potential, the young demon bellowed fiercely, swinging a colossal fist downward. Instantly, more demonic energy surged forth, causing the once dissipated shadow of the great demon to coalesce once more, its ferocity exceeding that of before. Crack! Crack! The great demon's shadow opened its mouth wide and, in an instant, bit down on the sword aura, beginning to chew. Eat! Guhan squinted. With a shake of his sword, he struck down heavily. Visibly, a sword aura of unparalleled dominance, solidified to the utmost degree, extended from the tip of his sword, transforming into a massive sword over 10 zhang long, crashing down upon the great demon's head. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the sword aura collided with the demon's single horn, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. Before the young demon could react, another sword fell. A roar of agony erupted as the great demon's head was instantly cleaved to pieces. Boom! A third sword. The great demon's body completely disintegrated, with a resounding crash. As the great demon shattered, the young demon's figure plummeted before Guhan. Guhan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Remaining in the air would only render him a living target. The top position is mine, he shouted in anger, invoking a secret technique. The demonic energy within him surged once more, swirling around him, coalescing into the shadow of the great demon, his blood-red eyes glimmering with flecks of golden light. Empowered by the secret technique, He seemed to possess an inexplicable might, his fists raised sharply towards Guhan. Guhan remained silent. Boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated as his cultivation surged to its peak, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder flowing into his sword. The massive sword instantly compressed to over a zhang in length. The sword aura, under extreme compression, exuded an endless ferocity. In an instant, the two figures collided. An overwhelming invisible force radiating from their center, compelling the onlookers to retreat further and further, unable to observe the unfolding battle. Moments later, as the violent energy gradually dissipated, Guhan stood sword in hand, his right arm trembling slightly, seemingly a bit unsteady. Meanwhile, the young demon lay flat on the ground, continuously spitting blood, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Why bother? Guhan approached him, lowering his head slightly. If I asked you to come down, would it not suffice for you to comply? I told you before, I dislike speaking with people at a height. The young demon exhibited a visage of humiliation and despair. Just kill me, he exclaimed, laying bare his feelings. Guhan pondered for a moment, his expression earnest. Indeed, he possessed far more fortitude than that swordsman and demonstrated greater resolve. Yet, sometimes, an excess of confidence in being at the pinnacle is not advantageous. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy. This was not directed at the demon youth, but rather towards the swirling light above. A soft sound echoed as the previously compromised barrier shattered completely. A dark, enormous double-headed axe descended, which Guhan deftly guided with his sword towards Murong Yin. Sister Murong, I hastily departed last time, but this time I bring you a gift. Murong Yan's joy was palpable as she embraced the axe, nearly kissing it in her excitement. Ha! My little brother truly understands me. I adore such impressive weapons. Simultaneously, everyone cast a discreet glance at Shen Xian. Shen Xian was left bewildered. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the final remnants of light had been shattered by Guhan, and with the axe now in Murong Yan's possession, the first barrier had been obliterated. Meanwhile, at the foot of the towering archway, a seemingly void expanse unexpectedly revealed segments of golden stairs, continuously extending towards the infinite heights. The second trial of the 9 heavens had commenced. In a corner of the plaza, a dozen unique true artifacts floated serenely before the spectators, emitting a soft glow that nearly overwhelmed Yin Qi and Mei Yun, who had little experience in such matters. The competition had concluded, and these artifacts were the spoils of the rotund fellows. It was not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather the enormity of the plaza and the time required to dismantle the barrier within the light mist. Obtaining a dozen artifacts was already enough to outshine the rest. Let us establish some ground rules. The plump one lamented, conflicted, and pained. 1 artifact per person, let us not be greedy. Zhao, the divine lady, rolled her eyes, disregarding him entirely as she grasped a small black jade knife, merely 3 inches long. I, Shuiyu, feel somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps I should refrain. I did not contribute. She said. How foolish, Zhao retorted, casting her a disapproving glance. Being courteous to this greedy fellow only brings you misfortune. This is yours. Without hesitation, she seized a pair of gossamer gloves, woven from an unknown material, and forcefully placed them into Shuiyu's hands, having noticed her unwavering gaze upon them earlier. Thank you, elder sister, Shuiyu exclaimed, overjoyed as she fondled the exquisite gloves. The plump one felt a pang in his heart. These gloves might indeed be the finest treasure among all. I want this, Mei Yun declared, pointing at a palm-sized round mirror, unceremoniously snatching it up. The plump one felt another sting in his chest. It was well known the more peculiar the form of a magical artifact, the more extraordinary its power becomes. Such is the case with those gloves and this circular mirror, which stand as the finest treasures among our recent acquisitions. Zuyang and his companions did not choose them. Emoli had no need for such items. As for Yun Fan's golden sword, it undoubtedly rivals these exquisite true artifacts. Zhuiyang's black pot sharp knife and Yu Miao's jade needle, though seemingly unremarkable, were once gifts bestowed during the 8 chimes of the Dao Bell, representing innate Taoist tools with immense potential for growth, thus rendering these other items unnecessary. As for Xiao Yang and his companion, the plump one had not considered them. Instead, it was Yin Qi who eagerly selected a 3-foot-long fiery red sword. I shall become a sword cultivator, he declared solemnly, aspiring to be like the venerable sword cultivators of old. Yin Qi, the plump one exclaimed in dismay. What are you thinking? You are a fire flood dragon. What need have you for swordsmanship? A rooster is still a rooster, Yanqi replied earnestly. If it can, why cannot I? The plump one was rendered speechless. If a mere chicken could become the ancestor of sword cultivators in the Xintian Great Domain, then a fire flood dragon practicing the sword would indeed seem rather ordinary. With this thought, he prepared to gather the remaining true artifacts, lest Wei Yang and his companions change their minds and wish to select a sword. Hmph. At that moment, a voice of reverence echoed. The group turned in surprise to see a youthful monk with delicate features standing not far away, hands clasped together in innocence as he gazed upon them. It was Wu Xian. The little monk cleared his throat. Where do you come from? The plump one nearly blurted out. Naturally, I come from afar, Wu Xian replied with a smile. Bah! The plump one's face darkened. This little monk spoke in riddles. Among them, only Yu Miao understood the matters of the western desert well. Although she had never encountered Wu Xian, she had pieced together clues that hinted at his peculiar identity. This little monk is indeed strange. Benefactor, Wu Xian seemed to ignore the others, focusing intently on the true artifacts, and recited another phrase of reverence. This treasure is fated to be with my Buddha. The group exchanged perplexed glances, sensing that the plump one had met his match. Fated? With your grandpa's fate. The plump one's expression had darkened to the hue of a blackened pot. He reached out, swiftly gathering the true artifacts, declaring that with the treasures gone, so too was any notion of fate. Hee. Wu Xian smiled softly. In truth, esteemed benefactors, we also share a fate with my Buddha. The group fell utterly silent. Was he attempting to play the rogue? Esteemed benefactors, Wu Xian approached with a gentle smile, a faint radiance emanating from him. Since we have met, it is indeed fate. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, how about I guide you all towards enlightenment? As his words fell, a faint chant began to resonate, imbued with an almost magical quality. It seemed capable of subtly altering the hearts and minds of those present. While the plump one and his companions remained somewhat unaffected, Mei Yun and Shui Yu began to show signs of confusion, a dazed look appearing in their eyes. This is bad. The plump one finally realized something was amiss. This little monk was not right. Boom. A golden radiance suddenly enveloped him, and a towering ancient bell descended, encasing Mei Yun and Shui Yu within its embrace. A resonant hum echoed as the bell vibrated, its grand chime drowning out the Buddhist chants. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of clarity returned to Shui Yu's eyes, etched with a palpable sense of fear. They had come perilously close to being transformed. Esteemed benefactors, Wu Xian sighed. Why persist in your ignorance? You are truly fated to encounter my Buddha. Fated to encounter what nonsense? The rotund man retorted vehemently. My uncle Gu, my uncle Yin, and my sister the witch are all demons. If we're to speak of fate, then I, too, share a connection with demons. Let your Buddha step aside. As soon as his words fell, the chanting ceased abruptly. Wu Xian suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth abundant and satisfying. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes, akin to a famished soul encountering sustenance, as he fixated on the rotund man, disregarding everyone else. A connection with demons? Excellent. Truly excellent. Gulping nervously, the rotund man sensed something amiss. Boom. Thunderous vibrations resonated, and the tiles beneath their feet began to shimmer with an ethereal transparency. A profound realization dawned upon them all. The first trial had concluded, and the second trial was about to commence. Meanwhile, at another location, Xiaolu expressed his gratitude to Dian, choosing not to linger further. He swiftly joined Murong Yan's group, hastening towards the archway. Time was of the essence. Failing to reach before the plaza vanished would forfeit their chance to proceed. Coughing lightly, a demonic prodigy nearby appeared despondent. How could the human prodigies possess such strength? He speaks the truth, Dian interjected suddenly. Your blind arrogance will not revive the demon race. It will only obliterate its last flicker of hope. With that, he turned away, striding off without casting another glance at his fellow demons. Though they shared the same heritage, he found little common ground with them. Years ago, his ancestor, hailing from the demon ancestral grounds, had suggested a more tempered approach, only to be exiled and eventually find refuge in the eastern wilderness, establishing the heavenly demon valley. Before the archway, a lengthy golden staircase stretched infinitely upwards, disappearing into the boundless heights. Upon his arrival, Guhan noticed that many had already ascended the staircase. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed no sight of the rotund man and his companions. Just then, a figure clad in a red dress landed beside Guhan. Junior brother. Senior sister? Guhan was taken aback, only to see Fang Xing's icy demeanor. Sensing something, he inquired, have you not found him? No, do not fret. Guhan reassured her. This plaza is vast. Locating him within moments is no small feat, however, as long as it is highly likely he hasn't come. Fang Xing interrupted, her silence heavy with apprehension. Not come. Guhan's brow furrowed. This possibility was not unfounded. After all, who would willingly forsake such an opportunity as the Great Tao Golden List? Elder sister, Brother Gu. At that moment, Yun Fan's voice echoed through the air. Guhan soon observed Yan Qi, who was besieged by Zhao Mingyu, Shui Yumei, and several others, rushing towards him frantically. What on earth is happening? Guhan furrowed his brow. Where are my senior brother and the others? Senior. Yan Qi swiftly swam to Guhan's side, his expression fraught with urgency. Out of nowhere, a little bald donkey appeared, insisting on leading us to enlightenment. When we refused, a scuffle ensued. Whooshing. In an instant, two voices resounded. One was Guhan's, while the other belonged to a young monk not far away, flanked by several acolytes. In a corner of the plaza, thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Wuxin's lips were stained with blood, his complexion pale, yet the madness and bloodthirst in his gaze intensified, as a halo of Buddhist light enveloped him, exuding a strange serenity tinged with an eerie quality. Opposite him, the expressions of the fatty and Zhuiyang were grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. However, Wuxin's injuries were not inflicted by them. They were the result of Mei Yun's actions. Given Wuxin's temperament, he would not hold back in a confrontation, resulting in injuries under Mei Yun's capabilities. Against ordinary outsiders, this might suffice, but when contending with someone like Wuxin, such abilities proved inadequate. The more severely Wuxin was injured, the more frenzied and bloodthirsty he became, disregarding everything in his path. Fearing for their safety, Zhuiyang instructed Yun Fan to escort them away. Wuxin, however, paid no heed. Fixating solely on the fatty, he felt a profound connection with the fatty, believing that turning him to darkness was worth more than converting thousands to virtue. I am a demon of compassion, he intoned softly, and the Buddhist light surrounding him intensified, nearly doubling in magnitude. Yet, the originally serene glow now took on a sinister and eerie quality, eventually taking on a hint of blood-red hue. Suddenly, the Buddhist light transformed, coalescing into a towering six-armed Vajra that enveloped him. Today, the Vajra glared fiercely at the fatty, its gaze combining compassion and malevolence in a most peculiar manner. I shall turn you into a demon. Boom. As the words fell, the Vajra stomped down heavily, advancing towards the fatty at an astonishing speed. Its six mighty hands gripping the demon-slaying pestle, which came crashing down. Golden bell shield. The fatty bellowed, his body radiating golden light, transforming once more into a resplendent golden bell that encapsulated him. Bang! In an instant, the demon-slaying pestle collided with the ancient bell, sending forth a golden ripple. The bell quivered incessantly, yet showed no signs of shattering. Seeing that his defense could not be breached, Wuxin's eyes glimmered with a hint of bloodlust. With hands clasped in prayer at his chest, he chanted continuously, not in the tones of Buddhist chants, but in demonic incantations. You little bald donkey. The fatty found himself in a dire predicament, retreating rapidly. Damn it, why are you fixating on me? There are so many others over there. Clang. The demon-slaying pestle descended once more. Wuxin's tone brimmed with excitement. Benefactor, you and I share the deepest bond with the darkness. The fatty thought to himself that he would rather slap his own face in frustration. Boom. Although the corpulent individual lacks shame, he remains one of their own, and thus, Zhuiyang and his companions would not stand idly by while he suffers. In an instant, a vortex of pure energy spiraled forth, accompanied by a razor-sharp bone knife and a mystical jade needle, all striking the indomitable figure of the Vajra simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the Vajra staggered, the vortex precisely connecting, causing numerous fissures to appear upon its form. In succession, the blade flashed, an ominous intent descending, severing the Vajra's arms with a single stroke. The jade needle, however, danced and twirled, leaving a series of gaping voids upon the Vajra's body. It is worth noting that Zhuiyang and his companions were not to be trifled with. United, they could contend with even Guhan. Without resorting to their ultimate techniques, they would surely suffer some misfortune, let alone against Wuxin. With a sudden gasp, Wuxin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance resembling gilded parchment. Yet, The more blood he spilled, the more intense the bloodlust in his eyes became. That sanguine essence seeped deeper into the Vajra's being, amplifying the crimson aura surrounding it. And from its head sprouted two extraordinarily peculiar horns. With a mighty swing, the remaining four arms of the Vajra were raised high, the bloodlight enveloping its weapon as it struck down upon the golden bell with tremendous force. This blow was far mightier than the previous one. The sound of cracking reverberated, and the bell shattered, transforming into a shower of golden light. However, the backlash was immense, though the golden bell barrier was obliterated. The Vajra's arms were reduced to mere powder, and its lower body was likewise shattered, leaving only a small fraction intact. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the corpulent figure expelled blood, hurtling backwards to land heavily before Xiao Yang and the others. Upon hitting the ground, he bounced twice. Xiao Yang and his companion were rendered utterly dumbfounded. So powerful, so terrifying. They had initially thought to assist, but witnessing Wuxin's ferocity and the prowess of Zhuang's trio, their minds were consumed by a singular thought. Why did I stay? Am I courting death? Help me. The corpulent man gasped, his complexion ashen. Quickly, instantly, the two regained their composure, exchanging a determined glance before gritting their teeth. Brother Fu, heal yourself first. Boom. As they spoke, their cultivation surged, charging towards the relentless Wuxin. The ancient Song realm's final dignity was not to be forsaken. In a swift motion, seeing the two rush forth, the corpulent man, seemingly unfazed, nimbly rose, darting away into the distance. With a voice full of vigor, he called out, Brother Xiao? Brother Hua? Hold on. I shall seek that scoundrel's assistance. I will slay him with a single stroke. What the hell? The two were utterly aghast. This shameless fat man. Meanwhile, Wuxin had arrived before them, his tone eerily sinister. You too, will you become Buddhas or demons? The choice is yours. They exchanged a terrified glance, shivering in fear. And at that moment, a resonant sound of a sword echoed, accompanied by the melodic cry of a phoenix, intertwined with a faint chant of a Buddhist sutra. As Guhan and a young monk arrived at this location, stand back. Guhan's voice resonated. Brother Gu, Hua Xing exclaimed, unwilling to lose face before Feng Xing, declaring boldly, we shall fight side by side and seize this victory together. Before he could finish his statement, the half-formed Vajra sprouted two more arms, swinging them down, striking him instantaneously. A wail pierced the air as he was sent flying. Witnessing this, Hua Xing fled even faster. In midair, Xiao Yang coughed up blood but paid no heed to his condition, desperately turning to land face down. I can no longer face anyone. Benefactor. At that moment, Wuxin focused on Guhan, the half-formed Vajra transforming entirely into a blood-red form. After 10 years, have you decided? Will you become a demon or a Buddha? The answer came in the form of an immense sword aura stretching over 10 feet and a stunning celestial phoenix several feet in length. Bang! Bang! Instantly, the half-formed Vajra was reduced to powder. Wuxin truly endured a strike from Guhan's sword. Following this, the celestial phoenix emitted a clear cry, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that scorched him black, leaving him gasping for breath. Simultaneously, as Wuxin's aura waned, an ancient, malevolent will seemed to awaken within him. Even if it was but a trace, it instilled a sense of helplessness among the onlookers. Cold, violent, and evil, within that will, they sensed not a shred of humanity. Even the saintly Feng Xing's expression turned grave. Hiss! Wuxin's eyes nearly transformed into pure black, his voice tinged with an unfathomable age and malevolence. I am the demon lord. Today I shall lead you all into damnation. Not good. The young monk's face changed dramatically. The demon fetus is about to awaken. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, silently reciting sutras. Streams of milky white Buddhist light emanated from him, forming a swastika seal that descended upon Wuxin. However, given his cultivation, it seemed he could not suppress the awakening of the demon fetus. Guhan felt a chill in his heart. That day, he had heard Yin Qianjue say that killing Wuxin would lead to even graver consequences, and now it was evident. Just then, an unexpected turn occurred. As Wuxin was about to strike, he suddenly let out a cry of agony as a peaceful, grand Buddhist light surged forth from within him, far surpassing the swastika seal, enveloping his body entirely. In an instant, that ancient will vanished without a trace. Wuxin's eyes regained clarity, though his injuries were severe and would take time to heal. The crowd sighed in silent relief. From the recent events, It was clear that Wuxin harbored something formidable within him. Should that entity emerge, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Volume 1, Chapter 468. The Third Day's Barrier. Inquire within, inquire of the heart. Let us depart. Guhan cast a deep glance at Wuxin and beckoned the others to leave. Is that all? The plump fellow lamented, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The little bald donkey is utterly insufferable, fixating solely on me, completely disregarding others. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Guhan wore an expression of exasperation. In the presence of a demonic fetus, claiming a connection to the demons, who else would it focus on but you? Brother Xiao. The hefty fellow cast another glance at Xiao Yang, who was consuming medicinal pills. Are you all right? Xiao Yang felt on the verge of tears. Left and the others were fine, and the hefty one was as lively as ever, engaging in skirmishes, while he alone bore the brunt of the injuries. On the hefty one's face, there was no trace of remorse. Years ago, he had ensnared Guhan in a similar fashion. Something felt amiss. He leaned closer to Guhan and whispered, "The sensation that little bald donkey gave me was somewhat reminiscent of Uncle Gu." Guhan remained silent. Compared to a decade ago, his feelings today were far more vivid. As soon as that ancient will materialized, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Rather than Gu Tian, it was more akin to the demonic shadows lurking behind him. Not merely similar, but an exact match. On the golden staircase, chaos had erupted, even more tumultuous than in the square. The moment they stepped onto the golden stairs, everyone realized that this was the second trial. Unlike the first trial, this one's opportunities were distributed based on ranking. The first to complete the golden staircase would receive the finest rewards. Naturally, the competition intensified for those at the forefront. Excluding formidable figures like Qiu Qian, the remaining individuals cared little for regional differences, battling fiercely for opportunities, constantly tripping one another. Even a slight advancement in rank was considered a significant achievement. At that moment, Yun Fan and his group found themselves at the very back. They were indifferent to rewards, solely concerned whether Guhan and the others could catch up. Oh no! Suddenly, Yun Fan's expression shifted as he spotted something. In the distance, the archway that had been faintly visible moments ago had abruptly vanished. In Central Continent, the ancestral ground of the demon clan, after sending off several young demons, the guardian of the demons gazed skyward, quietly observing the immense scroll, seemingly searching for the figure of a prodigious demon within. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a cough echoed. Not far away, several figures lay sprawled on the ground. Leading them was, of course, the demon prodigy grievously wounded by Guhan. You, the demon giant's pupils constricted. How did you return? So soon, it cannot be. He glanced upwards. The scroll remained, yet amidst the swirling celestial light. A dozen or so names suddenly crystallized in the corners of the scroll, glaringly conspicuous, and ranked at the bottom of the golden list, lingering for several breaths before vanishing. Impossible! The giant exclaimed in shock. Among those names, none of the sprawled demons had escaped, including the demon prodigy. What this signified was all too clear to him. Out of the game, last place, and failed to pass the first trial. He was utterly bewildered. In those days, the Dao Bell made its appearance. And this prodigy also stood as one of the 9 resounding figures. He believed he would at least secure a position within the top 3 on the golden list. Yet now he found himself barely above the last place. Guhan. Upon hearing the recounting from several demons, he clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of intense resentment flashing in his eyes. After a moment, however, he let out a dejected sigh. The prowess of the human race's geniuses is formidable. Is it truly the case that the fate of our demon clan cannot be salvaged? In the central Dao Palace, as they gazed upon the fleeting name on the golden list, Yin Qianjue and his companions displayed expressions of intrigue. They were somewhat familiar with the affairs of the demon clan and understood that this particular demon prodigy was laden with the hopes of his people. Yet now, he found himself at the bottom. This thought lingered only for a fleeting moment. The fate of the demon clan was of no concern to them. Upon noticing the absence of familiar names on the list, they silently breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, a gathering of 10 or so unexpected eliminations from beyond the realm convened, each adorned with injuries and expressions of discontent. Madman, there is something seriously wrong with his mind. Guessing crystals is a game even a 3-year-old wouldn't want to play. Amidst the curses, the group suddenly fell silent, all pondering the matter of guessing the crystals. One among them, curious, inquired how they had been eliminated. Guessing crystals. Another replied with bitterness, I encountered a lunatic who made me guess crystals. When I refused, he injured me. Did you run into him as well? Indeed. The individual sighed, I did guess. Yet you were still eliminated? I guessed incorrectly. On the golden ladder. As the archway vanished, the ladder itself appeared to waver, becoming indistinct. This is bad. A sense of dread washed over them. The second stage was nearing its conclusion. What shall we do? Mei Yan blinked. They haven't returned yet? This is dire. Morong Yan's complexion changed drastically. Surely my brother hasn't he been eliminated? Look. Suddenly, Yun Fan's eyes brightened as he pointed towards several small dark dots approaching from a distance, exclaiming in excitement, They are coming. Let us go. He decisively proclaimed. We must hurry over. If we are eliminated like this, it would be utterly frustrating. The group nodded in unison, gathering their strength to sprint forward. They had already ascended to the upper half of the golden ladder, and with all their might exerted, they swiftly arrived before a massive swirling portal. Each one diving in without hesitation. Swish, swish. Moments later, Guhan and his companions also reached the portal's entrance. Damn it, the stout one exclaimed, looking utterly vexed. Being the last one. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Guhan had already kicked him into the portal. The last to arrive was a young monk, still holding the half-conscious Wuxin. Thank you, Wuxin expressed with gratitude. No need, Hui Run replied impassively, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. Earlier, just as he was about to depart, Wuxin had sought his assistance. After much hesitation, he consented, not because they shared the same Buddhist path, but rather because Wuxin had casually threatened him. If you do not help me, upon returning, I shall transform you into a demon. He sighed quietly. With a single step, the two figures vanished into the portal. As they departed, the golden ladder trembled momentarily before shattering with a resounding crash, only to be replaced by an infinite radiance of celestial light, as if it had never existed. Crossing through the portal, Guhan was about to speak when he suddenly froze. Where had everyone gone? The rotund figure he had just kicked moments before was now absent from his sight. And not just the portly man, everyone else had vanished as well. A swift glance revealed the truth. These individuals had not disappeared, but were instead dispersed atop square stone pillars, each about a foot in size. The distance between each pillar was a staggering 10 zhang, and beyond them lay an endless abyss. The third trial loomed, questioning the heart, questioning the self,